Chapter 351 The Empire sent troops. But what surprised the players this time was that even under the overwhelming suppression, they still killed more than 300 corruptors, which made them immediately realize that the situation from now on might be very bad. Brothers, can you believe it? We had 200,000 against 20,000. And we actually killed 300 first-level corruptors. This is outrageous. The corruptor in the first stage has a HP of 1.2 million and a defense of 3,000. But it can't withstand the damage. The most important thing is that after this thing evolves to the first stage, it also has passive skills of resistance and defense. It is outrageous that it can still burp in such a situation. Haven't you discovered it yet? With the update of the version, the monsters that appear now are getting stronger and stronger. As the monsters' data increases, it is basically impossible to crush the enemy with 0 battle losses as before. After all, the basic attributes of the monster are here. It can cause great damage to you. So fighting this kind of enemy is nothing more than exchanging battle losses with each other. In the end, it's just about who can finish the exchange first. Our losses in this wave are relatively small. If there weren't so many injured people in the front row, I estimate that we would have to admit at least 1 or 2,000 in this wave. At this point, a player thought of something and said to everyone, "By the way, I just took a look at this creature, and it can't be infected by third-level cockroaches. I used the skill 4 or 5 times on a void creature at the same time, and finally found that the third-level cockroach was ineffective against it. This is so abnormal. There is something wrong with the design of the third-level cockroach data. Think about it. A civilization as powerful as the Star Ring civilization just gave it to cockroaches like us and turned them into fools. This kind of design idea for arms is obviously not in line with the normal development of the game. You must know that the most important thing in the game is balance." At this point, the player continued to add, "According to my guess, the official design of the plot of Star Ring civilization should be that we try our best to exhaust all strategies, and then invest a lot of money to finally clear the clouds and see the moon." What was the result? As soon as the cockroaches came in and messed around, that civilization was doomed. If you think about how a civilization as powerful as the Star Ring civilization could be tortured to death so easily, do you think this is what the official wants to see? So I guess the officials also found a problem with this. So they started to deliberately weaken the third-level cockroach. However, considering that there was a lot of investment in the evolution of this unit, he could not directly weaken the unit. So he chose another method, which was to enhance the mechanism of monsters to change monsters. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. Damn it. According to what you said, it shouldn't be long before this thing comes out, and it will be out of date. Hearing everyone's doubts, the player shook his head and said, "You can't say that. I can only say that the applicability will definitely be reduced. It may still be useful for some low-level civilizations or monsters with normal biological bias, but it is not so useful for some newly launched special monsters." Seeing this, everyone nodded to express their understanding. In fact, they had already thought about the weakening of the third-level cockroaches. After all, this kind of army is so unbelievable. As long as it is placed on the planet, it will be a matter of time before the planet is destroyed. You must know that the setting of this game is to restore reality as much as possible. So when your cockroaches sneak into these important places, those monsters will not destroy you at all costs like other games. When they destroy you, they will consider the safety of their home planet or their own space station. And once they take these issues into consideration, they will inevitably be constrained in their actions. This also means that as long as you successfully sneak in, you are basically invincible, and there is nothing they can do against you. A mechanism like this is really too outrageous for a game, and it would definitely be impossible without restrictions. As for whether the official really thinks so, the players don't know, but they all think that there is nothing wrong with their guess. In this way, after settling the matter here, the players collected the corpses of these void creatures and brought them back to the insect nest. After the players brought these void creatures back, Jiang Yao immediately used the system to collect them. Jiang Yao gave a price of 1,000 evolution points for each void creature. As for the large void creature that was several hundred meters tall, Jiang Yao gave a price of 10,000 evolution points. This price also disappointed the players. They didn't expect this void creature to be so worthless. Although they are relatively easy to clean up this wave, don't forget that they can fight so easily because they have so many high-level units. If it had been the time when they were still attacking the Evernight Taylor civilization, they would probably be wiped out by these void creatures. Therefore, they felt that the price of this void creature was too unreasonable. But there was no way to officially set it like this. so they had no choice but to accept it. In fact, under normal circumstances, Jiang Yao would give a higher price for a creature of this level, because the strength of this creature is indeed a bit high. But in the end, he had no choice but to offer such a price, because after absorbing this void creature, he only obtained something called void energy. And this energy is an independent system. It cannot be used as energy-devouring energy. Although Jiang Yao guesses that this thing may be of great use in the future, it is undeniable that at this stage, he is completely unable to use this special energy. In other words, now that I provide income to the players, I am purely using my old capital to stick to it, without being sure of the number of such creatures. He certainly wouldn't dare to raise the purchase price too high. That's why he kept the price low, so that he would at least have a way out. If he wanted to raise the price in the future, he would just do some activities, such as doubling the reward for killing this creature. Anyway, there are many routines for him, and the routine he uses at that time will depend on the specific situation. After dealing with the void creatures, the players continued to look for the Starry Sky Beast, which was now on the other side of the universe, in one of the Empire's colonial systems. Here, a main formation consisting of approximately 100,000 warships set off from the spaceport. The destination of this fleet is exactly where the Starry Sky Beast is. After they received the information about the Starry Sky Beast from the front line, they immediately took action. This fleet is not only equipped with capital ships, but they also bring the most advanced detectors. Because in addition to destroying the Starry Beasts, this fleet also has a more important task, which is to eliminate the bugs along with it. The fleet that was thus prepared slowly flew towards the Stargate 5 light years away from them. Stargate is a special building that can connect two distant galaxies together. With it, your battleship can instantly span millions, or even tens of millions of light years. Although space jump technology can be used to travel long distances instantly, compared to Stargates, the jump engine has too many limitations, and the jump distance is also very short. So usually, advanced civilizations will build Stargates everywhere in the universe, which is like paving roads, laying out their own interstellar routes through Stargates one after another. Of course, although this Stargate is powerful, its construction is equally difficult. Usually, the size of a Stargate is basically the same as the Sun. Not to mention the technology required for such a size. The material consumption alone is not ordinary. And the Stargates are connected in two directions, which means that you must build at least two to be effective. If a channel of hundreds of millions of light years is to be opened up, then the number of Stargates that need to be built will be extremely exaggerated. The manpower and material resources required are usually not affordable by ordinary advanced civilizations. Therefore, under normal circumstances, a normal advanced civilization may only build a dozen or so Stargates. Only civilizations like the Empire have the strength to create thousands of Stargates. Although the Empire with thousands of Stargates spends a lot of money on Stargate maintenance every year, it is undeniable that with these Stargates, it is very simple for their fleet to reach everywhere in the universe. So even though this fleet is far away from the area where Jiang Yao and the others are located, it will only take them a month at most to arrive. What this fleet didn't know at this time was that they had been targeted. To be precise, their civilization has been targeted for a long time. They have been targeted since the last battle with Jiang Yao and the others. Previously, Jiang Yao was attacked by two advanced civilizations, one of which was affiliated with the Empire, and the other was the Cral civilization, which was affiliated with the Destruction Organization. Although the Cral civilization also failed that time, they knew that the Empire's civilization was also eyeing the Zerg. In a huge organization like the Empire, it is too easy to get a few eyes into it. So after that time, the Cral civilization let its eyes in the Empire pay special attention to the trends of this civilization. So when this civilization started to take action, the Cral civilization immediately became aware of their movements. Naturally, they responded immediately and began to form a fleet. For them, anyone who belonged to the Empire was an enemy. So no matter what the purpose of this fleet is, they will find a way to destroy it. But now they will not take action against this fleet because they know very well that the goal of this fleet is to find the insect swarm. They want to wait until both the fleet and the insect swarm are defeated, and then come over to reap the benefits. Of course, if it were in the past, the Cral civilization would not need to use this method of killing with a borrowed knife if it wanted to deal with the insect swarm. But the current insect swarm really makes them feel a bit outrageous, compared with the insects they saw back then. The strength of these insect swarms is ridiculously strong. In the past, when they fought with insect swarms, their losses were usually 10 to 1 or even dozens to 1. The ratio here refers to dozens of insects per swarm. But this wave of extreme operations of the insect swarm can play a one-for-one game with them, which is outrageous. Although the current insect swarm is ridiculously strong, this is also a good thing for them, because if they master their secrets, their technological level will be improved a lot. Therefore, they, like the Empire, were bound to win over this group of bugs. While monitoring their actions, the Cral civilization also dispatched its own fleet. Of course, the players don't know what's happening outside. At this moment, they are trying their best to search for the Starry Sky Beast. But unfortunately, after such a long search, they still find nothing, which makes them very helpless. And while they were still running around looking for the Starry Sky Beast, the Brainworm pond on Jiangyao's side also finished hatching. After completing the construction of the Brainworm pool, Jiangyao immediately began to hatch brainworms. In fact, Jiangyao is also very conflicted now. He wants to decentralize this unit. In this way, one player can control dozens or hundreds of insects. This means that it will be very easy for him to play the violent soldier style in the future. And he also knew very well that the swarm's game was quantity. At the same time, he also knows that there is no problem in playing with the number of insects. But you must know that the players are now controlling the insect swarms. And behind them is Blue Star. And the problems involved are huge. If you buy units in large quantities, there will be a problem. The first point is that the consumption of resources is too exaggerated. Based on his current resource acquisition, is completely unsatisfactory. Of course, this is only for himself. And the situation for Blue Star is not much better. Now the money he exchanges for his evolution points is actually paid for by Blue Star. If he rushes troops and decentralizes his evolution points too harshly, it is very likely that there will be a high currency situation. In the past, when a certain country had a financial crisis, it could make the whole world pay for it. But it was also because of that financial crisis that many countries suffered great setbacks. But if he does this now, the situation will be very similar to his original situation. And it will only become more serious, because Blue Star will fully cooperate with its own decision-making. Unlike that time when other countries saw signs of something wrong and frantically stabilized their markets. If they operate it themselves, even if they know that the risk is high, they will cooperate with them regardless of the consequences. Then once the incident comes to light, Blue Star will definitely not be able to handle it in its current situation. If I want to distribute this unit and let players use it on a large scale, I can only operate it after everything I have laid out in Blue Star is perfected. According to his estimate, this will take at least 1 or 2 years. Of course, this is a hidden danger that will arise after the Brainworm is released. In fact, from Jianyao's point of view, he doesn't need to pay too much attention to these hidden dangers. At worst, one day he will steal the Blue Star and get it into the Star Ring. At that time, he didn't even need to arrange it, because all the facilities in the Star Ring were very complete, and he could just use them directly. Therefore, this reason can only be said to be one of them. And apart from this reason, the other reason is the real problem that makes him hesitate. In fact, he had 2 development routes from the beginning. One was the regular insect swarm explosion troop route, and the other was the elite troop route. Once the Brainworm elite unit route is decentralized, there will definitely be no way to go. Chapter 352 The Brainworm finally emerged. Although both routes are very powerful in the end, in the violent troop flow, even if a player only controls 10 bugs, he can now pull out a Zerg army of 2.5 million. And in the future, if it is impossible to recruit several civilized people by ourselves, then the number of the entire insect swarm may reach several trillions. Just imagine, which civilization can withstand trillions of insects attacking the enemy? Of course, on the surface, things seem to be like this, but Jiangyao knows very well that there may not be a civilization that can withstand trillions of bugs. Because if you consider the quantity, then the quality will definitely go down, and the attack power of each insect will be limited. If you want him to fight against an ordinary civilization, then a swarm of insects of this level will definitely have a tendency to crush it. But what if you want to fight against a civilization's flagship? What should be done about this? This is a problem he needs to consider. If he wants to eliminate the civilization flagship, it can never be solved by relying on numbers. It is true that many powerful warships cannot withstand the sheer numerical advantage. But there is one exception, which is the civilized flagship. A civilization has spent thousands of years and tens of thousands of years of resource reserves building a battleship. If you want to defeat it, you have only one solution, which is to bring out something of the same level as it. A simple example can illustrate the problem. If the insect attack and defense of the violent soldier flow is 1 point, then the attack and defense number of the civilization flagship may be 100,000 points. This is like a game where you compare a newly minted first-level account with a graduate account covered in scarlet letter 20. This is no longer something that can be solved by quantity. It is like your attack is equivalent to throwing cotton at a titanium alloy plate with a thickness of dozens of meters. Indeed, you have quite a lot of them. You can throw them hundreds of millions or even billions of times. But can you cause harm to them? You haven't even reached the minimum standard for breaking through the defense. So you won't pose any threat to him by relying on quantity. This is also the reason why a civilization flagship can even destroy a civilization. Because this is something that can only be created after understanding matter to the extreme. This is a change in level. If you and he are not at the same level, you can only be hit by its dimensionality reduction. So if you follow the violent soldier flow route and encounter a normal battle, you can say that once you encounter a civilization flagship, you can only run away. Although if you encounter a strong enemy who is not strong enough to survive in this universe, you will definitely not fight him hard. But it's hard to say whether people will chase you if you run away. This is where Jiangyao struggles. Each of these two paths has its own advantages. The explosive soldier style was very fast from implementation to finalization. But once this path was chosen, with the investment of a large amount of resources, it would definitely be impossible for him to take the elite route again, because the amount of resource acquisition does not allow him to do this. The biggest problem faced by taking the elite route is that this route only improves in the later stages, and it is easy to die midway. Now he is very aware of the situation of his insect swarm, so he knows very well that if he makes a wrong operation, the probability of dying midway is very high. You must know that in this universe, there is a powerful civilization called the Empire that has always been eyeing him. This civilization must have its own civilization flagship, but there is no relevant information about their civilization flagship. Jiangyao. After all, the Zerg back then didn't even see the face of their civilization's flagship. But now if I want to survive stably, I must consider this issue. Perhaps in the past, he would have chosen to send out brainworms to riot soldiers without hesitation, because he had always considered the riot soldier route before, especially after being tortured by those civilizations. He was thinking about when he could use the brainworms to riot soldiers, get rid of the bugs, and then increase the total number of troops. Rely on quantity to kill the enemy. Although according to his previous thinking, he shouldn't have so many worries now. But times are constantly changing. Especially after he obtained the Thunder Beast, he became even more entangled, because he discovered a terrible thing. That is, there is no upper limit on the evolution of the Thunder Beast hatched from the insect nest. There is no upper limit for evolution of this unit. Jiangyao knows what this means. Although the resources invested in Ultralisk are massive, it is undeniable that its potential is unlimited without an upper limit on evolution. In fact, Jiangyao was also wondering at the beginning why many troop systems gave an upper limit for evolution. But he soon had an answer to this question. Every time a unit evolves from the basic type to the first stage, its attributes will usually double based on the original ones. And the same goes for the evolution from the second stage to the third stage. In some stages, the data will even double or triple. What does this mean? This shows that the answer is ready to come out. Exponential explosion. Once there are no restrictions on the types of troops, there will be an exponential explosion. Originally, he thought that such a situation would never happen. But he never expected that such a thing would actually happen to the Thunder Beast. By analogy, Leviathan would also be able to purify infinitely in the future. This is very outrageous. In other words, as long as there are enough resources, this unit may be invincible. It is even said that if he invests all his resources in a certain Thunder Beast, then this Thunder Beast will be trained by him to be invincible in the future, through infinite evolution and constant superposition of attributes. This is a very scary thing. A very simple experiment can illustrate the charm of exponential explosion. This experiment is the famous paper folding experiment. Assume that a piece of paper can be folded in half indefinitely. The thickness of a piece of paper is 0.1 millimeters. After folding in half once, the thickness will double. You will not feel it at first, but when you fold it in half 20 times, the thickness reaches 100 meters. If you continue to fold it in half, the thickness reaches 13,000 meters after you continue to fold it in half 27 times. It will become even more exaggerated after that. When the number reaches 44 times, the thickness will reach 440,000 kilometers. After 84 times, the thickness will reach 100,000 light years. When you fold it in half to 103 times, The thickness will reach more than 100 billion light-years. This is the charm brought by exponential explosion. The originally low value will become very terrifying after infinite superposition. The base value of the Thunder Beast is already very high. What will happen if it evolves to a certain level? I'm afraid that by that time, stepping on the Empire and punching the universe will no longer be an unattainable dream. So the index is the devil. There is nothing wrong with this statement. And this is what Jiang Yao is struggling with. Considering the other party's civilization flagship, it is obviously the most reasonable to take the exponential route. When the time comes, one day you will face off against the opponent's civilization flagship. And if you find that you can't defeat it, you can still run away and continue harvesting. And then evolve again. If you can't beat it after one more round of evolution, then a few more rounds of evolution can always bring the index up. With his system, compared to other civilizations, he is just playing plugins. Other civilizations pile up data to 100,000, which may be his limit. Going further up, I am afraid that it will take hundreds of millions, or even billions of years of continuous technological explosion before we can achieve higher improvements. But it's different for him. He only needs to gather the resources, and then he can evolve directly and double his statistics. It has reached a height that some civilizations may not reach in hundreds of millions of years. This was also where the system went against the grain. Of course, he knew very well that these were theoretical data. After all, the total amount of resources in the universe was constant. These resources will always be collected. And the resources you collect are limited. Although the attributes will increase exponentially with each evolution, the resources consumed by the same evolution will also increase exponentially. But when he was thinking about this problem, he suddenly had an idea and thought of the development history of the Zerg. This time he felt as if he had thought of something extraordinary. He also roughly knows the origin of the Zerg. However, he has always been confused as to why the Zerg came from other universes instead of staying in that universe. And now he seems to have an answer given the exponential question. But he soon shook his head and threw these messy thoughts behind him. Because for him now, those things are too far away. And all he needs to do now is to take care of the things in front of him. While he was still thinking about these problems, the first brainworm was successfully hatched. Of course, Jiang Yao did not hesitate to choose to control the brainworm to learn about this kind of worm. And when Jiang Yao controlled the brainworm, he suddenly realized that the situation was not good. Because the next moment, he took over the brainworm. A series of notification sounds sounded in his mind. Identify the Zerg number. Identification successful. The target belongs to nest number, and 734. Start trying to apply for the Zerg database. Application in progress. The application failed. The target N734 series Zerg was abandoned by the Queen 751 years ago. The creatures hatched from the N734 Zerg hive do not have permission to connect to the Zerg knowledge base. N734 series of military brainworms. Do you want to apply for permission like the Zerg Queen? When this prompt appeared, Jiang Yao actually chose it by mistake. Then an incredible scene happened. Application no. N734 is pending. The Queen has rejected the application no. N734, and the application failed. Apply again? It was detected that the Queen changed access rights. And the knowledge base began to block N734. And the blocking was successful. What happened suddenly caught Jiang Yao off guard. It shouldn't be said that I was caught off guard. It should be said that I couldn't react in some ways. He really didn't expect that the brainworm would do so many tricks after it hatched. And the prompts just now clearly revealed some important information. First of all, the Zerg has something called a knowledge base. According to Jiang Yao's guess, this thing should be a place to store some information. And the inheritance of the Zerg will most likely pass through this thing. Not only that, but there was also a more critical piece of information, which was the later application information. If you remember correctly, he applied directly to the Zerg Queen, and was rejected by the Zerg Queen. What does this mean? Only a living Zerg Queen can reject his application. Through this incident, Jiang Yao immediately thought of the Queen that the Empire said to be eliminated. In fact, she was not dead at all. Not only was she not dead, there was a high probability that she was still alive and kicking now. This is undoubtedly not good news for Jiang Yao. After all, when two branches and two leaders of the same race appear in a universe, then what these two leaders have to do is obviously to eliminate each other. Then recruit the opponent's troops to strengthen yourself. In layman's terms, a swarm of insects can only have one voice. This voice definitely couldn't be the Queen. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao began to think about his next plan. At this time, His first thought was how to catch the queen and kill her, because he knew very well that the current situation of the queen would not be very good, according to the urine of the Zerg. If she really developed now, there is a high chance that things will start to happen. And now that she hasn't caused trouble, it means that she has most likely not developed yet, which means that her current condition is actually not good. At the same time, this also means that this is undoubtedly his best chance to kill her. Not only did he want to kill her, he also wanted to kill all the insects under his hands. Because in Jiang Yao's eyes, there could only be one insect swarm in the entire universe. And this insect swarm was himself. And Jiang Yao quickly thought of a plan for this queen. First of all, he can be sure that the queen is not in a good condition right now. So he can pay attention and see if he can find any trace of her. If he can find her, it will be best to kill her. If he can't find her, it doesn't matter. You must know that the Zerg have an enemy. And this enemy is the Empire. When one day this queen develops and starts to cause trouble in the universe, she will be able to divert trouble to others, luring the Empire towards her. It was too easy for Jiang Yao, a fellow Zerg, to lure the Empire over. As long as their location is clear, just send a few Zerg to fly there with the Empire's warships. Anyway, the Empire doesn't know the inside story of their 2 insect swarms. For the Empire, as long as they are insects, they will be killed. He can ambush them while they are having fun, and then jump out when both sides are defeated, and send the 2 civilizations away together. Jiang Yao couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he thought of this. No matter how this weight is played, it will be beneficial to Jiang Yao. So what he has to do now is to hide himself as much as possible, and then do it all in secret. At this time, apart from this incident, Jiang Yao also discovered another strange thing. That is, there was something strange about this brainworm. You must know that the soldiers hatched from his insect nest are basically artificially retarded. So he naturally believes that the brainworms are also. But the actual situation is that this brainworm actually has self-awareness. Although the current brainworm behaves like a 3-year-old baby, Jiang Yao discovered that this brainworm has a very powerful learning ability. And this brainworm's learning ability is not what he thought it was. His learning ability is very fast. And it took him less than 20 minutes to learn the human language, the language of the Star Ring civilization, and the language of Yingya Taylor. Chapter 353 The Zerg Queen's Shock. Even Jiang Yao was extremely shocked by this learning speed, because this speed was far beyond his understanding. He had to sigh at the power of the Zerg. Just like this, Jiang Yao continued to let it study crazily. At this time, Jiang Yao had only one thought in his heart, and that was to hand over everything he had mastered to this brainworm. As long as this brainworm learns it, it can follow him and give him advice when necessary. In this way, half a month passed. In this half month, Jiang Yao was going to give the brainworm all the civilization information he had obtained over the years. On this day, while Jiang Yao was still looking through the player's sailing records, the voice of the brainworm came from behind. I have learned all the knowledge you gave me, Lord Worm. Jiang Yao, who heard this voice, turned back and looked at the brainworm with a somewhat shocked look on his face. You have mastered all the information on several civilizations that have been in existence for thousands of years, so quickly? After hearing this, the brainworm thought for a while, and then said, it may take practice to fully master it, but all these information have been imprinted in my mind, and can be called at any time. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded, and he roughly understood the current state of this brainworm. To put it bluntly, this brainworm is equivalent to a storage device. He just stores some data in it. But how to use this data takes time. But this is already extraordinary. You must know that a perfect biological computer is the ultimate goal that every civilization wants to pursue. And isn't the brainworm in front of me the best biological computer? It has absolute loyalty to itself, and has its own thinking. At this moment, Jiang Yao also had to lament that he had to go through all the trouble to get all the expenses. In the past, he was still thinking about how to train one into his own biological computer. But now it seems that there is no need for it at all. At this moment, Jiang Yao seemed to have thought of something. So he quickly asked, by the way, I'm curious about how much of your total storage space such a massive amount of knowledge takes up. The brainworm thought about this for a while. Probably, in human terms, it is a state of neglect. Ignore it or not. Yes. At this point, Brainworm also gave Jiang Yao an example. If my storage capacity is compared to a hard drive, then the total storage capacity of my hard drive is calculated as 1 megabyte. The knowledge you gave me, it probably only takes up a few tenths of a kilobyte. When Brainworm said this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but widen his eyes. The upper limit of knowledge that this Brainworm can store has far exceeded his imagination. At this time, the Brainworm seemed to see Jiang Yao's confusion. So it quickly explained patiently. Insect King, you don't have to know anything. Normally, after our Brainworms are hatched, we can directly connect to the knowledge base of the Zerg race. The amount of information stored in this knowledge base is far beyond your imagination. Because it is the information reserve of the Zerg for hundreds of millions of years. Because our Zerg race itself is a relatively aggressive race. We have devoured countless civilizations. And the scientific and technological information and other things of these civilizations have been stored in this knowledge base. After our Brainworms connect to the knowledge base, the backup of these reserve data will be transferred to our brains for us to access at any time. After hearing Brainworm's introduction, Jiang Yao roughly understood the situation. After knowing these things, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh at the power of this Brainworm. After digesting everything the Brainworm said just now, Jiang Yao turned to a question he was more curious about. By the way, you have been talking about the Zerg knowledge base. What exactly is that thing? In response to Jiang Yao's question, Brainworm also shook his head. As for the specific situation of the knowledge base, I actually don't know it. Because my connection with the knowledge base was disconnected by the Zerg Queen. So I can't access a lot of information. Obtain. Hearing Brainworm's answer, Jiang Yao nodded. And at the same time, he also felt a little pity. But just when he was disappointed, Brainworm told him good news. But King Insect, based on the inherited knowledge of the cerebral insect, I still have a certain understanding of this database. After hearing the Brainworm's answer, Jiang Yao quickly asked for the information it knew. After the Brainworm's explanation, Jiang Yao had a rough understanding of the Zerg's so-called knowledge base. To put it bluntly, this is a way of inheritance for the Zerg. There are many different ways of inheritance. And some creatures will engrave certain things into their DNA. This is just like why people instinctively feel fear when seeing snakes. This is the instinct engraved in DNA. But in the process of evolution of the Zerg, they found that the information that could be transmitted in this way was very little. Although they had also modified the DNA reserve model to enable it to store a large amount of things, it was still not enough. Until later we thought of a way to build such a supercomputer and put a lot of knowledge into the supercomputer. Of course, it would be impossible for an ordinary bug to carry the large amount of knowledge stored in a supercomputer. So the Brainworm was born. It is the manager of the Zerg and the recipient of the Zerg's inheritance. Moreover, Brainworm also told Jiang Yao how to obtain computer permissions. In fact, this method of obtaining permissions is neither difficult nor simple. This is like a computer. Two people have permissions. One person has absolute permissions, and the other person only has relative permissions. After the person with relative authority kills the person with absolute authority, he will naturally become the person with absolute authority. So if he wants to seize the authority of this supercomputer, Jiang Yao only needs to clear the name of the Zerg Queen. Of course, Jiang Yao is also very aware of the characteristics of the Queen of the Insects. As long as the insect nest is still there, she will never die. No matter how much trauma she suffers, she can be resurrected. To put it simply, if you want to completely eliminate her, you must destroy the insect nest. This seems to be an unsolvable problem for Jiang Yao. After all, he is now relying on this insect nest. If he really wants to completely eliminate it, then he must destroy this insect nest. However, this question seems unsolvable. But for Jiang Yao, it is not the case. To eliminate the Zerg Queen, others may need to destroy all the insect nests. But he does not need to. Don't forget that he has a system besides the insect nest. He only needs to capture the insect queen and have it absorbed by the system. For Jiang Yao, no matter how unnatural the characteristics of the Zerg Queen are, she can never compete with the system. As long as she is absorbed by the system, it doesn't matter what monsters you want to resurrect. First, see if you can defeat the system. Obviously, she is a scumbag in front of the system. So as long as she is caught by him, there is a high probability that it will be completely cool. And as long as he is killed, then he can inherit the knowledge base of the Zerg, as a matter of course. The knowledge contained in this knowledge base is much more useful than the knowledge he has collected over the years. But now after knowing this, Jiang Yao has new ideas. Originally, Jiang Yao thought that hatching brainworms was a retard like other bugs. But the current situation does not seem to be the case. And with the emergence of the variable brainworms, Jiang Yao's thinking gradually began to change. Although he plans to take the elite military route in the future, he still decided to create a group of brainworms for players to control. Although these brain worms can master a large amount of knowledge, they need to practice it if they need to integrate this knowledge, because now they cannot directly obtain previous experience through the knowledge base. So the easiest way to solve this problem right now is to let players control them to fight, and let them learn in this way. And Jiang Yao also decided to assign a brain worm to No. 1. The main purpose was to let it learn No. 1's thinking mode. For Jiang Yao, no matter what state No. 1 is in his eyes, he cannot guarantee that No. 1 will always be in this state. There was no way this guy would suddenly rebel one day. So for this reason Jiang Yao decided to let brain worm learn from No. 1. As the saying goes, you must be prepared for anything. And you must have some cards in your hand no matter what. Otherwise, when an emergency occurs, you will be embarrassed if you have nothing to do. But while Jiang Yao was still dealing with the brainworm matter, the Zerg Queen discovered a new situation. Queen, there is news about the eyeworms we sent. At this moment in the hall, Cassidon was reporting the latest intelligence to the Zerg Queen. After hearing Cassidon's words, the Zerg Queen raised her eyebrows and asked, "Have you found the location of the Starry Sky Beast?" Reporting to the Queen, "We have found it. And we also found another interesting thing," Cassidon said, and showed the projection of the brainworm's vision. In the center of the screen is the Starry Sky Beast lying on the planet. Then the Queen also noticed the figure of the battleship not far from the Starry Sky Beast. The Zerg Queen couldn't help but frown when she saw the battleship. Soon she seemed to think of something and her expression suddenly changed. "Empire? I didn't expect that this Starry Sky Beast Empire would also be eyeing it. This is really a troublesome matter." Speaking of this, the Zerg Queen couldn't help but feel a little ugly. We have a reconcilable hatred with the Empire, but the other party's strength is too strong. Based on our current situation, if the Empire discovers that we are still alive, I'm afraid we will be in big trouble next. Thinking of this, she immediately ordered to Cassidon, "You continue to stare at them, and be careful not to expose them. If it doesn't work, we can consider letting this giant star beast go." Cassidon naturally knew about his queen's worries, but before reporting the news, Cassidon already had a strategy in mind for this incident. "Queen, if this is a normal situation, for the sake of the safety of the insect swarm, we should indeed let go of this giant starry beast. But don't forget, there is more than just us insect swarm in this universe." Hearing Cassidon's words, the Zerg Queen shook her head. "You think I haven't thought about your idea of diverting trouble to the east? But the Empire has fought with us, and he is too familiar with us. For the Empire, if they don't see my body, then they won't believe that the Zerg has been destroyed. And with the lessons learned from the last time, if they catch me this time, they will definitely not let me remain so intact." After hearing the Queen's words, Cassidon said confidently, "Queen, you have to know that any creature can evolve. Even our Zerg race. It is normal for the appearance to change after evolution. And that Zerg swarm, the leader is a man named Jiang Yao. I believe that after meeting that person, the people in the Empire will definitely mistake that fake for your new evolved form." After hearing Cassidon's words, the Zerg Queen couldn't help but frown. "Why are you so sure?" In this regard, Cassidon came up with another picture. And this picture completely subverted the Zerg Queen's understanding of the Zerg swarm. This picture is the scene where players are fighting against void creatures. At this time, the Zerg Queen looked at everything in the picture with a shocked face, feeling extremely incredible. She knew very well how powerful the void creatures were. Normal insect swarms would suffer 1 to 20 losses when fighting them. This was when the situation was better. The 1 to 20 here refers to the void creature. 1 insect swarm in 20. But the group of bugs in front of them were too powerful. The ratio of their battle losses to the void creatures was as high as 1 to 10. They are 10 creatures of the void. What is this concept? And she also saw many incredible things. That is, the ridiculously large thunder beasts could actually fly in space. In addition, the appearance of some corruptors was also extremely abnormal. How can this be? What kind of incredible technology has this person named Jiang Yao mastered that can actually increase the strength of the insect swarm to such an extent? Speaking of this, she immediately understood why Cassidon was so sure. If the Empire knew about the existence of this swarm, then for the Empire, this swarm would be the most authentic swarm. It makes sense no matter how you say that after being defeated and fleeing, you learn from your mistakes and then evolve stronger bugs to prepare for revenge. And at this time, the Zerg Queen also had other thoughts about Jiang Yao. She knew very well how valuable the secrets held by Jiang Yao were to the entire insect swarm. So she decided to get Jiang Yao's secret back no matter what the cost. As long as Jiang Yao's technology is taken away, they can really do whatever they want in this insect swarm. Thinking of this, she looked at Cassidon not far away. Although this universe is still a long way from the Great Return, you must also know that if we want to escape smoothly during the Great Return, we need to prepare a lot of things. So I don't need to say more about what to do next. Cassidon nodded at this. Don't worry, Queen. I will definitely capture the man named Jiangyao. Speaking of which, Cassidon showed the Queen something important. Chapter 354 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. This thing is also an intelligence picture collected by Cassidon. And when the Queen saw the fleet in the picture, she was a little surprised. The battleship of the Cral civilization. I didn't expect that the destroyer organization would also come. As she spoke, the Zerg Queen's eyes flashed coldly. Just in time. We can collect some interest first. Hearing this, Cassidon also nodded. Queen, don't worry. I promise they will never come back. For this operation, Cassidon also has his own plan. And now he has begun to make secret arrangements. But what he didn't expect at this time was that his plan would eventually go wrong due to one incident. At this time, in the high-energy radiation belt area, a player is controlling Euglena to search inside. This player feels that there is a high probability that this Starry Sky Beast will hide in this place, because he believes that this Starry Sky Beast survives by absorbing material energy, and the large amount of energy spread in this high-energy radiation area might be liked by this Starry Sky Beast. So he decided to try his luck here. Of course, this is just his wishful thinking, but it is normal for players to do whatever they think of. But at this moment, he did not know that there was a fleet not far away heading towards this place. Bien came. This fleet is the fleet belonging to the civilization affiliated with the Black Legion of the Empire. Initially, they were planning to go directly to the target area, but when they passed by this high-energy radiation area, they discovered something strange. The area and energy dissipation of this high-energy radiation area were really abnormal. Although they can infer based on the layout of the surrounding galaxies, it is still possible to form a high-energy radiation area here. However, this kind of radiation zone cannot theoretically be maintained stably for a long time. But when the fleet passed by this time, they found that this area had existed for at least hundreds of millions of years. As advanced civilizations, they naturally have their own research on various scenes in the universe. So they concluded at a glance that this high-energy radiation area might be a little fishy. There happened to be no movement from the Starry Sky Beast over there. So they decided to conduct a simple scan of the entire high-energy radiation area to see if they could find any clues. And just when they sent a reconnaissance ship in to scan, they suddenly discovered something special. That's right. The special thing they discovered was the eyeworm controlled by the player. And judging from the situation, this eyeworm did not find their reconnaissance ship. It seems that what I thought was correct. The Starry Sky Beast was indeed discovered by the insect swarm. At this moment in the fleet commander couldn't help but sneer when he looked at the eyeworms on the screen projection. I'm thinking that maybe they must have discovered some clues about our fleet when they came over. So they sent out Euglena to search for traces of us in high-energy radiation. Having said this, the commander glanced at his subordinates and then ordered, since they can send eyeworms to search here, it proves that they have not really discovered us. Now they are just in a state of suspicion. So what we need to do now is hide ourselves and tell the troops on the front line the current situation. Hearing what this commander said, a commander next to him, who was of similar status, asked with some uncertainty, "Do you want to set up a trap and wait for the insect swarm to take the bait?" The commander nodded at this. If I guess correctly, the fleet near our Starry Sky Beast has been discovered by this group of bugs. At this time, they are hiding in the dark and waiting for opportunities. When we fight with the Starry Sky Giant, they will come and attack us. Speaking of this, the commander's eyes were a little deep. In that case, I can just use the trick. Having said this, he had already made a decision in his mind. And without much delay, he immediately withdrew the scout ship and called in the fleet, heading towards the area where the Starry Sky Beast was. During the voyage, the commander divided the fleet into 30,000 warships to support the frontline troops. The remaining 70,000 ships were hidden. Their purpose of doing this is also very simple. There are only 20,000 warships on the front line, and there is not much chance of winning if they fight against the Starry Sky Beast. But if the number of battleships is increased to 50,000, it will be easy to defeat this Starry Sky Beast. It's just that this number of battleships will still suffer a lot of losses if they fight against the Starry Sky Giant. And the swarm of insects will definitely be observing everything in the dark. They will most likely wait until both sides are harmed and then send out swarms of insects to attack them. When they think they have a chance of victory, their hidden troops will come out and catch them off guard. and he didn't need to worry about these bugs swarming away. This time, they carried the most advanced detector. With the tracking of this detector, these bugs would never get rid of the detector's tracking unless they committed suicide. At this time, the Imperial commander, who had made a plan, began to tell his men to execute it. After everything was ready, only 50,000 Imperial warships were seen, setting off mightily towards the location of the Starry Sky Beast. At this time, their every move was naturally watched by Kassadin. It seems that their supporting fleet is already in place, and the next step should be to launch an attack on the Starry Sky Beast. Having said this, Kassadin immediately reported the current situation to the Zerg Queen, and after receiving the news, the Zerg Queen naturally mobilized a large number of bugs immediately to prepare for the opportunity. This time the Empire's actions somewhat disrupted Kassadin's plan, because Kassadin has not yet uncovered Jian Yao's lair. Originally, in Kassadin's plan, he wanted to find out Jian Yao's lair first, and then seduce Jian Yao's men to discover the Starry Sky Beast. The discovery of the Starry Sky Beast means that they will also discover the Empire, and the same Empire will inevitably discover them. These two people are bound to start a battle for the Starry Sky Beast. Of course, they can't fight in front of the Starry Sky Beast. Otherwise the Starry Sky Beast will be in big trouble. Therefore, the area where they fight will most likely be some distance away from the Starry Sky Beast. When they are fighting, they can send bugs to lure the Starry Sky Beast there. In this way, Jian Yao, the Empire and the Starry Sky Beasts are bound to start a melee. No matter which one of the three of them wins, the other party is bound to suffer heavy losses. And at this moment, he has another card, which is the fleet organized by the Destroyer. It will deliberately make some noise to attract the Destroyer organization. In this case, the Destroyer organization will inevitably attack the victorious party, and the victorious party's counterattack will also cause considerable harm to them. After the destroyed organization cleans up the victorious party, it will be his own performance in the end. At that time, the strength of their battleships will be greatly weakened, and the number of his own insect swarms is large enough. So he wants to take them down. It's not difficult to get off. In other words, if he continues this operation, he can basically destroy all three parties and pocket all the resources here. His plan was originally designed to be seamless, but the biggest problem was that he did not expect that the Empire's support fleet would arrive so quickly. And he may never know that the Empire is already aware of the existence of the insect swarm at this time, and has designed a set of tactics around him. Kassadin has never thought that he has been inadvertently exposed to the eyes of the enemy by the players. Without knowing this important piece of information, he temporarily changed his tactics. After both the Empire and the Starry Sky Beast were harmed, he would then launch a surprise attack to capture both of them. After collecting both of these goods, he then tried to find a way to dig out Jian Yao's lair, and then lure the Destroyer civilization fleet that arrived later. Although there was some deviation from his original plan, for Kassadin, as long as the final result was consistent, it would be okay. In this way, under his surveillance, the Empire's 50,000 vanguard troops had arrived near the Starry Sky Beast, and as soon as they arrived, the Starry Sky Beast naturally discovered them. Driven by instinct, the Starry Sky Beast launched an attack on them. This Starry Sky Beast was obviously an attacking type, as the blue patterns all over its huge body suddenly lit up. Immediately afterwards, countless beams of light were shot out from his body and began to strike everything around him indiscriminately. And then the energy balls in its mouth began to gather, and the next moment a beam of energy was shot out and pointed directly at the flagship of the fleet. After a set of attacks, the Empire's fleet was instantly defeated by more than 100 ships, and the shield of the flagship that was hit also lost more than half. And just before the Imperial fleet had time to breathe, the second wave of attacks from the Starry Sky Beasts followed. When the second wave of attacks ended, one of the Empire's dreadnoughts was directly penetrated on the spot. Although it was not destroyed, it had lost its combat capability at this time. Of course, while the Starry Sky Beast was attacking, Jian Chun from the Empire was not idle either. They were also constantly attacking the Starry Sky Beast. But obviously, their attacks did not do much damage to the Starry Sky Beast. If this Qing dynasty continues to develop, this Starry Sky Beast is very likely to destroy them all. But the commander of the Empire's fleet is naturally very clear about the situation in front of him. However, they still know a lot about the Starry Sky Beasts. He knew that the Starry Sky Beast in its youth had a fatal flaw. That is, its own energy reserves were very low. This flaw will only be made up for when it reaches adulthood. So this is its weakness. At this time, the fleet commander knew very well that he only needed to make good use of this flaw of the Starry Sky Beast. and it would be easy to win. So while the fleet was attacking, he divided the fleet into multiple squads, and then scattered them around the Starry Sky Beast. The purpose was to let the Starry Sky endure the constant use of large-scale ALE to consume its energy reserves. Although he is very aware that this will cause a very embarrassing problem. That is, his battle losses will be very high. But isn't this the purpose of his battle this time? This is to let the insects see that his current state is not as good as expected. And then the insects will inevitably take action against him. And by then, it will be time for them to fight back. And when they successfully counterattacked, the mission this time was successfully completed. Thinking of this, the fleet commander couldn't help but feel that this expedition was really lucky. Originally he thought this mission would last for a long time, but he didn't expect it to end so quickly. Of course, this was also a good thing for him. After all, no one wants to stay on this battleship for a long time. The current commander just wants to complete the mission quickly, and then return to the home planet to rest for a few days. As the battle continued like this, as time passed, the Starry Sky Beast gradually became weak. At this time, the fleet commander knew that this was their best opportunity to attack. As a result, under his command, the fleet's attack became more fierce. Although the Starry Sky Beast, which had almost consumed its energy at this time, was still attacking, it was obvious that its attack frequency was not as high as before. What follows is a tug-of-war. It is basically unrealistic for the Starry Sky Beast with little energy to escape, and its attack power has also dropped to a low point. So at this time, it can't cause much damage to the Imperial fleet at all. Of course, although the Starry Sky Beast is not very intelligent, it does not mean that it is a fool. Soon it also discovered that the situation in front of it was not good for it. So it immediately adjusted its body and wanted to escape. But as mentioned at the beginning, it is very difficult for a Starry Sky Beast without energy to escape. So when he started to escape, the Empire's troops immediately followed him closely, chasing them while launching a fierce attack on the Starry Sky Beast. At this time, they knew very well that the next step was a war of attrition. They only needed to slowly consume the Starry Sky Beast to death. In this battle, only 10,000 warships out of 50,000 were left. But for them, as long as they could capture this Starry Sky Beast, they would not lose even if the entire army was annihilated. As they pursued all the way, the condition of this Starry Sky Beast became worse and worse. After about 2 days of pursuit, this Starry Sky Beast was also covered with scars. Now its speed is several times slower than before. You don't need to think about it to know that this Starry Sky Beast has entered a state of exhaustion. If nothing goes wrong, it may be about to fart. Cassidon, who was secretly watching all this at this moment, naturally knew that the time was ripe and now was the best time to take action. Immediately after hearing his order, the swarm of insects that had already gathered around immediately flew towards the area where the Starry Sky Beast was. At this moment, nearly 100,000 alien dragons and 80,000 corruptors were dispatched, targeting the Starry Sky Beasts and the Imperial warships in the battlefield. Chapter 355. The Oriole is behind. Such a terrifying number can naturally easily wipe out the Empire's crippled fleet. Just when Cassidon was still dreaming about destroying the Starry Sky Beasts and the Empire in one pot, a change occurred. Because around this area, many special energy fluctuations suddenly appeared. This kind of fluctuation was very familiar to Cassidon. It was the unique fluctuation emitted by the Galaxy Transition Interference device. Cassidon, who discovered this, immediately realized that something was wrong. Because at this time, he knew very well that if this kind of equipment wanted to be deployed, it would need to be anchored in advance. And anchoring would take time. It was obvious that this area had been deployed by the Empire in advance. The jump monopoly position generator has been arranged in advance. And when chasing the Starry Sky Beast, they intentionally or unintentionally lured it here. According to normal logic, they should know that they don't need to arrange these things if they want to kill the Starry Sky Beast. So the trap they set here is not meant for the Starry Sky Beast. If I am not mistaken, they should be aiming at me. Cassidon couldn't help but look a little gloomy when he said this. It was obvious that he didn't expect things to develop like this, because he knew very well that since the enemy had designed a set of tactics for him, it was enough to show that his whereabouts had been discovered by the enemy. But at this time, Cassidon was also very puzzled. He really didn't understand why he was still discovered by the enemy after being so careful. However, he is also very clear at the moment that now is not the time to think about this problem. Now he needs to find a way to solve the current dilemma as soon as possible. After all, the enemy has laid a trap waiting for him to come. So there will be follow-up actions. And just when he was still curious about the enemy's subsequent movements, he saw the enemy's troops already ambushing here flying over. When he saw this, he immediately understood that this would be a hard battle. Damn it. What's going on? Why does the enemy have such a warship ambushing here? But he soon understood everything. You are willing to sacrifice the battleship to lure me into the bait. You are really a good trick. I know he understands that it is definitely impossible for him to escape now. After all, the enemy has blocked his way. Now he can only command the insect swarm to fight the enemy to the death. At this time, he also carefully looked at the queen beside him, and saw that the queen's face was so gloomy that she could shed water. It was obvious that the queen was very angry because something was messed up this time. But at this time, he could no longer care so much. And he immediately began to command the insect swarm to fight the enemy. The war between the two sides is about to break out. Although the troops sent by Cassidon at this moment are all space troops with strong combat capabilities. But his opponent is not a small fish or shrimp. Although the number is less than half of him, the opponent can still easily suppress him. After all, he is not Jiangyao, and he does not have the evolutionary means of insect swarms in his hands. And just as they were fighting, this Starry Sky Beast seemed to have seized some opportunity and started running desperately towards the distance. But what this Starry Sky Beast didn't know was that its behavior was in vain, because it is very slow now that it is seriously injured. It is too easy for the Empire or the insect swarm to catch up with it. So at this time, the insect swarm and the Empire only sent out some reconnaissance ships to follow it from a distance to ensure that it would not escape their sight. Of course, these reconnaissance ships were also discovered by the Starry Sky Beast. At this time, it naturally knew what the enemy's purpose was. Of course, it also understands that if these reconnaissance ships are not dealt with, the enemy will catch up before long. However, in the current situation, it is basically impossible for it to deal with a reconnaissance ship. After all, the performance of these warships is not bad. Even if it attacks at full power, it will be difficult to destroy these warships. Not to mention that it cannot be at full power now. And just when he was extremely anxious, what it didn't know was that it had already appeared within the detection range of a moon spirit eyeworm. Brothers, hurry up. I found a big deal. The Starry Sky Beast. I found the Starry Sky Beast. It is within 3 light years of me. At this time, the player who discovered the Starry Sky Beast sounded a little excited. And then he immediately told the information to everyone in the guild. After receiving the news, Xianyu and the others immediately began to organize a battle formation, and then set off non-stop towards the location of the Starry Sky Beast. At this time, a player suddenly thought of a key question on the way. By the way, I am thinking about a question. This Starry Sky Beast is not weak. Can our guild win it? Regarding his question, Xianyu also shook his head and was a little unsure. It's really hard to say. But our guild at least has a first-level Thunder Beast. And there are so many space troops. I think we should be able to fight one. Wave. It shouldn't be a big problem. Although the Starry Sky Beast is very powerful. Don't forget that according to the data, this is just a young Starry Sky Beast. With our current strength, we should be able to fight it. Just when Xianyu and the others were still worried about this, another piece of good news followed. Brothers, I have seen the Starry Sky Beast. It seems to have been seriously injured. Now it is staggering even when flying. At this time, everyone who heard the news couldn't help but their eyes lit up. Obviously, if this was the case, then there would basically be no big problem if they wanted to kill this Starry Beast. At the same time, those reconnaissance planes were also discovered by the players. Good brothers, something is wrong. Apart from the Starry Beasts here, I also found the detection key of an unknown civilization. And I also saw eyeworms. What the hell? Eyeworm? Could it be that another guild got there first? This player immediately answered everyone's doubts. No. This eyeworm should be a wild monster eyeworm. Wild monster eyeworm? What the hell is this? Just when everyone was extremely confused about this, one player suddenly seemed to remember something. Brothers, do you remember that we encountered a wild monster brainworm named Cassidon before? I seriously doubt that this eyeworm was caused by it. After seeing what the player said, everyone also recalled the pretentious figure. Hey, when you said that, I also remember this matter. Don't tell me that this is really possible. After all, that guy can tinker with everything. If that's the case, then the poser should be nearby. And since he was able to get out the eyeworm, it can be seen that he must have spent a lot of resources during this period. If possible, we can try to pull it out and send it away, and then use the resources it collected during this period as own. Yes. That's it. Then what should we do next? Continue to hide our whereabouts? Or kill the Starry Sky Beast? Hide Gil, and kill the Star Beast directly. This thing is much more valuable than that show-off. Although killing the Star Beast will expose us. It doesn't matter. That pretender is very vindictive. So even if it knows we are here, it will most likely not run away. After all, he has developed an eye worm. So his overall strength should not be too weak. There is a high probability that he will take the initiative to come to our door to cause trouble for us. We just need to find a secluded place. Pretend to be a Zerg gathering place. And then deliberately be discovered by it. When it sends troops over, we'll call it Daddy. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but their eyes lit up. This was indeed a good idea. Not only could they contain the giant Starry Sky Beast, they might also be able to send Cassidon away easily. As a result, the players immediately rushed towards the Starry Sky Beast, and a fierce battle ensued. Although the Starry Sky Beast was powerful enough, but at this time, it was already in a state of exhaustion, and they had no chance of winning against Xianyu, who possessed the Thunder Beast. Therefore, Xianyu and the others only lost more than 500 corruptors before capturing them. Although Xianyu and his guild only have a total of 2,000 people now, which is already a quarter of the battle losses. For them, being able to take down the Starry Sky Beast with such a small battle loss is already a crazy profit. Of course, while taking down the Starry Sky Beast, they also sent away all the reconnaissance units. Naturally, when they started taking action, the two civilizations immediately knew of their existence. After learning of their existence, the two civilizations reacted differently. Damn it! Those bugs! Those bugs again! When Cassidon watched the players reap the benefits, he was extremely angry at this moment. On the Empire side, the commander-in-chief of the Imperial fleet was also very surprised. I never thought that these bugs would actually use tricks. When he said this, he couldn't help but look gloomy, because in his eyes, these two bugs should be working together. He believed that the wave of bugs in front of him was deliberately attracting their attention. And that wave of bugs was the key. They took advantage of the confusion between the two parties to snatch away the Starry Sky Beast. So at this time, he thought that he had been tricked by the insect swarm. And the commander who had figured out all this, driven by anger, immediately ordered the battleships to send away all the insects here, and not leave any behind. In short, he vented his anger on the swarm led by Cassidon. In this way, this incident can be regarded as coming to a perfect end. Xianyu and the others also successfully transported the Starry Sky Beast back to the insect nest. And when they transported the giant beast back, it naturally caused quite a shock. You must know that this is a living giant beast in the starry sky. According to the official website, this creature is extremely powerful, but it was defeated by one of their guilds. Later, after getting to know the whole thing, the players couldn't help but sigh at Xianyu's good luck. After all, a seriously injured Starry Sky Beast happened to be encountered by them. This kind of luck was as likely as winning a lottery ticket. In addition to envy, they still only have envy. They sold the Starry Sky giant salty fish for a total of 50 billion evolution points. What a concept! You must know that this is a reward given by Jiang Yao on the condition that he made 500 billion in tiers. Of course, the main reason why Jiang Yao made so much money this time was because this Starry Sky Beast was captured by a guild. After all, it is impossible for him to directly allocate 200 to 300 billion to Xianyu's guild. This is not a proper way to earn 100 million per capita. This can no longer be described as outrageous. With so much income, will these people continue to work hard? Obviously not. So the 50 billion he can split is already the limit. And he won't dare to split anymore. Because even though I have only allocated 50 billion to them now, Xianyu and the others say it is a windfall. You need to know that if the total number of people in their guild is divided equally, each person can get at least more than 20 million evolution points. What is this concept? With a little more, their entire guild could pull out hundreds of Cyclops. After this wave, Xianyu's guild undoubtedly became the strongest guild among the entire player group. And in the past, they would withdraw money. But now they invest these evolutionary points without even thinking about it. After all, with the changes in policies throughout the world, the point of evolution is now the universal currency. This thing can be used anywhere. For example, if you go abroad now, you log into the game and use evolution points to buy something in the game. And then the thing will be delivered to you immediately by an errand. And if you use physical currency, you still need to exchange it into local currency, which will be very troublesome. To put it simply, Evolution points are now the only common currency in the world, so they don't need to withdraw money at all. As veteran players, they also knew very well that the stronger you are, the more you can earn, so they invested the money without hesitation. Naturally, their first target was the Thunder Beast. You must know that the role of this thing in the battle is really great. When fighting the Starry Sky Giant before, I relied on the Thunder Beast to face it. And through that battle, they also immediately realized the power of the Starry Sky Beast. The Starry Sky Beast with residual health basically did not have much combat power. But even under such circumstances, while it sent away so many troops on its side, it also took away more than half of the Thunder Beast's blood. In any state, it can cause such damage to a creature of the level of the Thunder Beast. How powerful would the Starry Sky Beast be in its heyday? So after taking this factor into consideration and after some discussion, Xianyu and the others decided to move the Thunder Beast up a level in evolution, because they enjoyed the benefits this time. Xianyu and the others are now addicted to eating alone. This kind of fattening routine is much better than their previous collective activities that earn them more than 10 or 200,000 evolution points. So they wanted to create a highly evolved Thunder Beast so that they could eat it alone when they encounter similar situations in the future. After knowing their thoughts, Jiang Yao also deliberately opened up the next few stages of the Thunder Beast's evolution to them. In this way, after some discussion, Guild Xianyu and others decided to take out 20 billion and distribute it to everyone, while the remaining 30 billion were thrown into the Thunder Beast. Although the investment was relatively large, the players in the guild readily agreed. Perhaps most of them would have been unhappy with such a thing in the past, but now it is normal for them. Chapter 356 Evolution. 5th level Thunder Beast. The reason why they were able to agree so easily is also very simple. Considering the current situation of their guild, they actually have AC numbers in mind. No matter how good their external performance is now, they actually know very well that this is just an external appearance. Because compared to those rich guilds, no matter how hard they try, they will always have a big gap. If they want to narrow the gap or even surpass these rich guilds, they have no other way but to get lucky and get good things to improve themselves. Now that they have encountered such good luck, naturally their first reaction is to seize this opportunity, raise their own Thunder Beast, and become the strongest Thunder Beast guild. After all, the structure of the entire world has changed a long time ago. Now the entire world is very realistic. Whoever has more evolution points is the most awesome. With evolution points, you can have both money and status at the same time. So in order to prevent your guild from being distanced by other guilds, and to keep them at the top, they are willing to pay. The second stage of the Thunder Beast requires 400 million evolution points. Naturally, the improvement in the attributes of the Thunder Beast in the second stage is also very impressive. First of all, the blood volume has increased from 3.5 million to 10 million. The attack has directly increased to 200,000, which is the same as the Cyclops. And the defense has tripled to 600,000. Based on the original skills, the skill adds the energy devouring giant cannon skill. This skill allows the Ultralist to spray out a high-energy plasma cannon, which can be regarded as a high-damage skill. And the energy devouring reserve directly reaches 100,000. Although the Thunder Beast in the second stage is greatly improved compared to the first stage, it is undeniable that its cost is also very high. But now Xianyu and the others have plenty of money, so they don't care. After evolving into the second stage, they immediately started the third stage of evolution. Compared with the third stage, the improvement in the second stage is not so obvious, but the attributes are still doubled. In the third stage, the Thunder Beast's HP reached 23 million. Its attack was 450,000, and its defense was 1.3 million. The energy devouring reserve reached 600,000. This attribute is already very incredible. But through these two stages of evolution, Xianyu and the others also discovered a characteristic. That is, these two stages did not add any new skills. It just strengthens the original skills to make them stronger. Compared with some low-level units that evolve and add a bunch of skills, it is very difficult for the Ultralist to develop a new skill every time. Of course, this is understandable. It would be strange for a unit of this level to have skills so easily. But for Xianyu and the others, the improvement of their basic attributes is high enough. Immediately afterwards, they started the fourth stage of evolution non-stop. The fourth stage, as a qualitative change period, naturally did not disappoint them. First of all, the HP of the Thunder Beast in the fourth stage has reached 60 million. The attack is 1.2 million. The defense has reached 4 million. and the energy reserve has directly reached 600,000. Now it has such heaven-defying attributes, and it has also opened a new one. Skill. Teleport. Although some low-level units can also acquire this skill through evolution. Ultralisks and their skills are completely different concepts. The maximum teleportation distance of the Thunder Beast is 5 light seconds, which is a full distance of 1.5 million kilometers. If the enemy's planet or space does not have relevant defense capabilities, then it can directly open a hole in someone's home, which is undoubtedly devastating to them. Even if they have relevant defense skills, they must keep this defense facility online. Otherwise, the Thunder Beast can open a hole at any time. But turning on such equipment all the time will consume a lot of personnel, which will also increase their combat pressure in disguised form. Although the attributes of the Thunder Beast are now incredible, it is far from meeting the needs of Xinyu and the others. So they directly evolved the Thunder Beast to the 5th stage without any hesitation. After this wave went on, their resource reserves were basically bottomed out. Of course, this time the evolved Thunder Beast's HP also soared to 100 million. Its attack reached 3 million, and its defense reached 10 million. Reserves have also reached 2 million. Players have obviously felt the digital expansion of this stage of evolution. Its blood volume is not as great as the previous evolutions. The current blood volume has reached 100 million, which is not even double compared to the previous stage. Arrive. However, the improvements in defense, attack, and energy reserves are quite acceptable. As for the 5th stage Thunder Beast, it continues down to the 6th stage. Xinyu and the others took a look at the attributes at this stage, and found that basically all attributes at this stage have very low bonuses. In fact, when Xinyu and the others saw the attributes of the Thunder Beast in the 5th stage, they were still a little hesitant about whether to evolve at this stage. After all, the cost of evolution at this stage is very exaggerated, but the improvement has not reached an ideal state. However, after much deliberation, they chose to evolve. Although many attributes at this stage did not meet expectations, its energy reserves increased several times, and they obviously understood the improvement this time. The teleportation skills mastered in the 4th stage, but with the energy reserves in the 4th stage, they will definitely not be able to last for long. After all, that skill specifically consumes energy, and the 5th stage strengthens the energy reserve so that this skill can be used several times more. This kind of implicit improvement is actually more useful than intuitive data. Just imagine that the two sides have their lineup set up during the battle, and when the other side starts to advance, suddenly a teleportation skill was used, and then a large number of bugs appeared in the middle of their lineup. What would this be like? This skill plays a very important role in strategy, and a creature like the Ultralisk can transport a lot of bugs at one time. It is even said that at the beginning of the battle, they can first study the weaknesses of the opponent's formation, and then use the Thunder Beast to teleport the large force to the direction of the weakness of the formation to attack. All in all, the Thunder Beast with this skill will make a qualitative change in the entire combat method. So it is not an exaggeration to call it a strategic unit. After the Thunder Beast evolved, the salted fish couldn't help but sigh with emotion when they looked at this giant beast with a body length of 10 kilometers and a body covered with hard armor. Only behemoths of this level deserve to be called guild-level troops. Yeah, it's such a big one, and it has such incredible attributes. Although I hate to admit it, I have to say that during this period of time, our guild will become the well-deserved #1 guild in the entire game. It's smaller. The structure is smaller. With this, do you think we can't keep this name in the future? That's right. If this thing appears on the battlefield, it will really kill the gods and Buddhas. At this moment, Jiang Yao was speechless listening to the words of the Salted Fish Guild players. This group of players never knew how much they had paid for this Thunder Beast. Although Xinyu and the others managed to defeat the Starry Sky Beast, which allowed them to obtain a large number of evolution points and energy-devouring crystals. This was indeed a good thing. But this wave of energy-devouring crystals he obtained basically hit this Thunder Beast. First of all, the first stage of evolution of the Thunder Beast requires 140 million evolution points and 30,000 energy-devouring crystals. And the second stage requires 400 million evolution points and 60,000 energy-devouring crystals. The third stage requires 1 billion evolution points and 120,000 energy-devouring crystals. By the time the fourth stage evolution point has reached 6 billion, the crystal consumption has also reached 300,000. As for the fifth stage of evolution, the points have directly increased to 20 billion, and the energy-devouring crystals have also increased to 600,000. In other words, this Thunder Beast consumed 1.08 million energy-devouring crystals alone. and the Starry Sky Beast Jiang Yao obtained provided it with a total of about 1.2 million energy-devouring crystals. In other words, this Thunder Beast alone basically took away all the energy-devouring crystals earned by the Starry Sky Beast. If Jiang Yao hadn't restricted evolution in advance, what he had left wouldn't be enough. Although Jiang Yao's Thunder Beast evolution is now open to other players, it is only open to the second stage. If players want to evolve to the second stage, they must apply in advance, and then the quota will be allocated according to the situation. As for Xianyu and the others, they were able to evolve to the 5th stage simply because Jiang Yao gave them the privilege on the pretext of their achievement of independently killing the Starry Sky Beast. Of course, the main reason why Jiang Yao opened this privilege was because he felt that the current insect swarm needed a unit with absolute combat power to hold the line. It just so happened that Xianyu and the others had prepared so many evolutionary points. So Jiang Yao gave them the opportunity. The main reason why Jiang Yao did this was because Xianyu and the others discovered the Empire's reconnaissance ship and other insect swarms when they attacked the Starry Sky Beast. And Jiang Yao didn't need to think about who this group of bugs belonged to. It's obvious that this group of insects definitely belongs to the Queen. Which means that if nothing unexpected happens, he may face the Empire and the insect swarm at the same time. Although he is powerful now, facing these two races at the same time will put him under great pressure. It was also for this reason that he was so ruthless that he poured all his resources into it. With this Thunder Beast, including the Star Ring and its own insect nest, he now has 3 strategic levels of weapons in his hands. With such a powerful weapon, he only needs to be a little more careful in subsequent battles, and he can still compete with these powerful old clans. At this time, the news that Xianyu and the others had evolved Thunder Beast also caused an uproar outside, because now the whole world is paying very high attention to this game. So when such a powerful unit came out, it naturally attracted a lot of people to report on it, and they were shocked when they saw the attributes of this Thunder Beast. Just imagine what it would feel like when your unit's health volume is still in the tens of thousands or millions, and a unit with a unit of hundreds of millions suddenly appears. And they took great pains to build this one unit. First of all, evolution consumed them 27.7 billion evolution points, leaving 2.3 billion remaining in the original budget. Then they spent huge sums of money to customize a set of armor exclusive to the Thunder Beast. This armor is not cheap. A total of 2 billion. Of course, although this set of Thunder Beast armor is expensive, it is expensive for a reason. This set of armor is made of the hardest part of the adult Star Beast's armor. The workmanship is extremely complicated. If Jiang Yao didn't have an insect nest, he might not be able to process this thing, because the hardness of the armor in this position is too high. And when the Thunder Beast puts on this set of armor, his defense will be improved by several levels compared to before. Naturally, this wave of operations by Xianyu and the others has aroused strong attention from the outside world. But at this time, Xianyu and the others are not concerned about what is happening in the outside world, because they have more important things to do now. You must know that when they attacked the Starry Sky Beast, they discovered another insect swarm and the Empire. Later, through Jiang Yao, they also roughly understood the other party's situation. So now they have special thoughts about that insect swarm. Although they now know that it is definitely impossible to compete with the Empire based on their own strength. But if they cannot defeat the Empire, they feel that they can still consider the insect swarm salted fish in the weak flag. And when they evolved the Thunder Beast, this was actually part of the reason. They wanted to eat the insect swarm alone. At first, they wanted to sign an exclusive offensive contract with Jiang Yao. But Jiang Yao refused because Jiang Yao told them, the danger of this insect swarm is really too great, and all efforts must be eradicated. If it is only a single guild, it will easily overturn, or allow the enemy to escape. In order to prevent such a thing from happening and want to attack the Zerg, everyone must work together. However, considering that these were discovered by Xianyu and the others, Jiang Yao also gave them a special discovery reward and search reward. Jiang Yao will hide this matter for a while, and during this period, they can look for traces of the insect swarm. If they can find it, they can get special rewards. If it is not found within the specified time, Jiang Yao will announce the information and let all players join the searching team. For Xianyu and the others, this mission is undoubtedly a limited time mission. As a limited time mission, they know very well that no matter how bad the reward is, they will not be far behind. So now they immediately started taking action. At Cassidon's side, he was planning how to find Jiang Yao's lair, because now he hates Jiang Yao to the extreme. He has suffered heavy losses in this wave. First, hundreds of thousands of insects were killed in the battle. And then even the Starry Sky Beast was intercepted by Jiangyao. This wave of losses caused the Queen's attitude towards him to change. So at this time, he secretly made up his mind to avenge his shame. For this reason, he sent out a large number of eyeworms and began a carpet-like search. In the past, in order to hide himself, he did not dare to make much movement. But now that he has been exposed, it is different. Because of the previous wave of mistakes, our insect swarm is now at a disadvantage in front of these enemies. So if we want to get back in the game, we must make good use of the Destroyer organization. Thinking of this, Kassadin immediately began to make plans. And soon a new plan gradually emerged in his mind. Chapter 357 Three Pillars. At this time, the players on Jiangyao's side were also thinking about the next countermeasures, taking into account the enemies they would face next. Of course, for this mission, Jiangyao still handed it over to Number 1, who took over the task, also sorted out all the information collected by the players recently and began to think about the next plan. I didn't expect that the first round of confrontation with the Empire would be so soon. But according to the leader, although the Empire is the enemy of the Zerg, it also possesses a large amount of information. And this information will be useful for our future research. It's a huge help. So I have to take it down. Speaking of this, no. One couldn't help but fell into deep thought. The leader has probably introduced the situation of the Empire. It stands to reason that such a huge country has so many different civilizations. Their mutual integration and cooperation will make its technological level leap forward. According to this logical inference, this empire should not be as simple as it seems on the surface. Or what the empire is showing now is extremely unreasonable. In fact, as his understanding of the empire deepened in one's mind, he gradually discovered some clues. If we look at it according to normal development logic, the technological level of a civilization like the empire should not be so low. Yes. No. One feels that the empire's technological level is really low, which is a bit outrageous. Such a huge civilization has experienced so many years of baptism. After that, its technological level should have reached an unprecedented height. However, in fact, everything the Empire showed did not meet expectations. What is going on? Is the Empire deliberately hiding it from the outside world? Or is there another reason why their technology has been stuck at this stage? No. One, who had been thinking about it for a long time, could not come up with the answer. But he had a vague feeling in his heart that the answer to this matter must be very important, and even said to be inextricably related to their future development. But now, he did not have the ability to understand the mystery. So he could only give up thinking about this problem, and then started to study another problem. That's what the current situation is all about. According to the information provided by the bugs, when they discovered the Starry Sky Beast, they also discovered other bugs and Empire probes. And these two things are obviously tracking the Starry Sky Beast. From this, it is not difficult to see that this Starry Sky Beast is being targeted by the insect hive and the Empire at the same time. And this Starry Sky Beast was obviously seriously injured. That means the most important role of those detectors is to track its location. And the Zerg and the Empire have always been at odds. The fact that the detectors of the two races can track a target at the same time can only mean one problem. At that time, the main fleet of the Zerg and the Empire should be fighting. It is not difficult to deduce from the scars on the Starry Sky Beast that this Starry Sky Beast was most likely discovered by the Empire first. Then they launched an attack on the Starry Sky Behemoth. And when they thought they were going to kill the Starry Sky Behemoth, the Zerg ambush appeared. At this point, one has probably guessed the whole story. Of course, he also knows that his guess is just a guess. Maybe the development of the entire incident will deviate greatly from his guess. But what he can be sure of is that it must be the Empire that launches the first round of attacks on the Starry Sky Beast. And allowing the Starry Sky Beast to escape can only be caused by two civilizations starting a war and having no time to take care of it. So now, he is more concerned about the outcome of this war. And he is also very concerned about the scale of the swarm and the Empire. Although he does not have an answer to this question now. But from the information he knows, he clearly knows that the insect swarm appeared as the attacker in this battle. Although this piece of information seems to be of little use. One understands that this piece of information is not as useless as it seems on the surface. You must know that the investigation of interstellar war intelligence is very important now. Especially for advanced civilizations, who know the importance of intelligence work better. According to Jiang Yao's introduction, that wave of insect swarms was much weaker than the insect swarm on their side. Because the insect swarm on their side had the ability to evolve. while the insect swarm on that side was just basic bugs. Number 1 is also very familiar with the situation of basic bugs. And he also discovered that there is a special ethos in his insect swarm. This ethos is that few bugs in his insect swarm can understand basic bugs, because in their eyes, the basic bugs are too weak. But combined with Jiang Yao's comments on the Empire, it is easy to find the problem. You must know that Jiang Yao has a very high opinion of the Empire. He clearly told him that the Empire is a very powerful civilization, and it is very difficult to defeat it. Of course, this also shows that the technological level of the Empire is very high. And the problem lies here. Compared with the Empire's insect swarm, it is obviously at a disadvantage, whether it is its detection technology or attack technology. So how did another wave of insect swarms discover the Empire first and prepare for this battle without the Empire discovering them at an absolute disadvantage? Based on this information, he also knew that the Empire really did not discover the insect swarm this time, and was not pretending. Because he believed that once the Empire discovered the insect swarm, it would be absolutely impossible for them to take the lead in attacking the Starry Sky Giant. Because this creature is too powerful. They are bound to suffer heavy losses during the battle with the Starry Sky Beast. If they knew that there was a swarm of insects nearby, they would not dare to do this. So since they did it, it means that they did not find that wave of insects from beginning to end. This is outrageous. You must know that there is a huge gap between your technological level and that of your enemy. It is difficult for you to find your enemy, but it is extremely easy for your enemy to find you. Under such circumstances, you can actually hide yourself under the eyes of the enemy. This is enough to illustrate a problem. There were masters in that swarm. And of course, he probably knew who that master was. The brainworm named Cassidon. The brainworm named Cassidon used some special method to deceive the Empire and achieve his strategic goal. But no matter what method he used, one knew that this brainworm was not simple based on this alone. In addition, he knew very well from some of the information Jiang Yao had provided him that Cassidon had a lot of hatred for them. So according to one's speculation, there is a high probability that Cassidon's next target will be his side. Because based on his current knowledge of the insect swarm, he can conclude that Cassidon will most likely think that fighting his side and destroying it will be a higher strategic priority than the Empire. As for the reason why he is so sure, after all, Jiang Yao also clearly told him that only the bugs on his side of evolution have this ability. But the bugs on the opposite side do not. Since there is no such thing, his first thought must be to seize this technology. Thinking of this, one's thoughts gradually became clear. If they want to take this thing away, if they have absolute strength, then they can choose to fight us head-on. But it's a pity that the leader said that they are still in the recovery period. Although it is not clear to what extent they have recovered. Their winning rate will not be too high if they fight with their side. If that's the case, then from my perspective, if I were Cassidon, I would definitely choose to kill someone with a borrowed knife. And the target of this borrowing weapon must be the Empire. Because when the Empire discovers that there are insect swarms here, they will definitely send a large number of warships. At this time, Cassidon only needs to lure these battleships to his side. And then, he can complete his plan of killing people with a borrowed knife. Thinking of this, one also started to prepare his own arrangements. Although the other party is aware of our existence now, it will still take time for them to find us. And before he finds us, he won't be able to obtain our latest intelligence. That means he doesn't know about the strategic weapons in our hands. If this is the case, some strategic weapons, like the new ring, can be properly hidden and take away a large number of insect swarms, and then leave a small number of insect swarms to attract its attention. In this case, even if he is found, even if he is killed with a borrowed knife, the loss here will not be too great. And the most important thing is that now, it is not ruled out that there are other people in the entire area secretly. So just in case, it's better to keep as many trump cards as possible. Speaking of this, one immediately started discussing with Jiang Yao. In fact, his plan coincides with the player's initial plan. But compared to our family who just happened to think of this, he formulated this plan more out of rational thinking. And hiding the star ring is only one step in his plan. There are more things that need to be arranged. This time, he planned to build some Zerg forts, or buildings inside the home planet of the Garmiki civilization to disguise the area as a gathering place for the Zerg. As for the Zerg, he planned to leave only about 50,000 of them. Because Cassidon had fought against them before, and had some understanding of their general situation. It would easily arouse his suspicion if there were fewer bugs left. The reason why we chose this galaxy is also very simple. After all, The Zerg gathering place must be surrounded by resources. If there are no gross resources in the surrounding area, it is obvious that there must be something fishy in it if you still go to build a gathering place. After arranging all this, Jiang Yao drove the star ring and left with a large number of insects. During this time, the bugs in the gathering place are responsible for attracting Cassidon's attention. And naturally they have more important things to do. And this thing will determine the success or failure of this battle. At the same time, the risks associated with this matter are also very high, because they are going to find and destroy the Stargate. Judging from the current situation, as long as the Stargate is still there, even if the Empire loses in the battle, they will be able to receive a steady stream of battleship reinforcements. Through understanding. No. One also knows how important the Stargate is to the Empire. Without this thing, it will take a long time for them to get here. In his thinking, first of all, he thought that now he had been exposed to the Empire. If the formation set by the Empire this time did not eliminate them, more formations would surely come soon. This is a very troublesome thing. They can block one wave. But can they block 10 waves or 100 waves? Obviously the answer is no. So no. One knows very well that now is not the time for them to have a direct confrontation with the Empire. So in order to avoid this happening, the only way is to cut off their way before that Imperial fleet has completed its mission. After destroying the Stargate leading to this area, it will take a lot of time for them to come over. And they have enough time to prepare or escape. And it is not difficult to find the location of the Stargate. No. One knows very well that their fleet should have arrived here not long ago. Therefore, the interstellar navigation tracks left behind have not completely disappeared. As long as they follow the clues, they can easily dig out the Stargate. Of course, they also know very well about buildings like this. And the defensive power there is very strong. After all, the Zerg had also attacked the Stargate in the past. So Jiang Yao still had a certain understanding of the general defense on the Stargate. And this is also the reason why Jiang Yao drove all star rings over. Jiang Yao still agrees with No. One's plan. However, No. One at this time did not know that his so-called seamless plan had a fatal flaw. And this loophole is very likely to cause a devastating blow to them. Of course, no matter Jiang Yao or No. One, this matter is inevitable. To be precise, after they formulated this plan, this loophole was inevitable. Because they don't know the specific situation within the Empire. They don't know that the current Imperial fleet is actually a rebel among civilization. After seeing the Imperial fleet, both Jiang Yao and No. One immediately thought that their whereabouts had been exposed in front of the Empire. After taking this factor into consideration, I started to prepare for this Stargate destruction plan. Because he believed that based on the relationship between the Zerg and the Empire would take immediate action when they discovered them. It cannot be ruled out that the fleet on the Empire side has already made arrangements and is waiting for news from here. The news they were waiting for was naturally the specific location of the insect swarm. Because they most likely considered that if the insect swarm invaded the territory before finding the specific location of the insect swarm would notice it in advance and run away. Therefore, in order to ensure that the insect swarm is 100% eliminated, they will first find the location of the insect swarm and then come over. In fact, in No. One's eyes, at this time, he seriously doubted that this was most likely the case. And he believed that his initial guess was wrong. Because he initially thought that the Empire would only send troops if the fleet of the Empire did not destroy them. But now it seems that he feels that this possibility is very low. At that time, he thought it was like this. The main reason was because he took into account the arrogance of high-level civilizations towards low-level civilizations. Although the Zerg are powerful, they are still too weak for the Empire. So there is a high probability that they will not be able to fight with them with all their strength from the beginning. This is like fighting a landlord. Will you throw out 2 kings and 4 twos from the beginning? Obviously not. Chapter 358, Their Own Calculations. But now that he thought about it, he immediately felt that his previous idea was too hasty. Although the managers of the Empire most likely have this mentality as he thought, it cannot be ruled out that 1 or 2 of these managers are more cautious. For the current No. 1, it doesn't matter what kind of mentality their manager has, or whether my own understanding of their manager's mentality is right or wrong. Because as long as the Stargate is destroyed before they can react, it will be useless no matter what they think. The above is what No. 1 is thinking at the moment. But it is obvious that No. 1 is wrong this time. The current insect swarm is only exposed to the eyes of this civilization under the Empire. But the Empire has no knowledge of his existence. At this time, in addition to No. One's plan for the Stargate. He was also asking the players to find the insect swarm, because based on his previous speculation, he believed that the insect swarm was most likely to use the Empire's borrowed knife to kill people. So he could also use the same method. If he could find the location of that group of bugs in advance, then he could also find a way to lure the Empire there. And then those group of bugs would be doomed. So at this time, in his eyes, for the two insect swarms, whoever discovers the other's lair first will have an advantage. It is not difficult for that wave of Zerg to find their home base. After all, they may never think that their own Zerg nest is in the star ring. In this way, each of the three civilizations at this time was making their own little calculations. At this time, the fourth civilization is about to arrive. And this civilization is only known to Kassadin and the others. And Kassadin plans to use this civilization as a trump card for the end. There is no shortage of smart people in any civilization. Many times, the problems you can think of can also be thought of by others. There are even times when a plan that you think is seamless is really seamless. Obviously, this is not the case. It is as if a certain advanced civilization wants to destroy a certain galaxy. And the people in this galaxy know that this advanced civilization wants to destroy this place. And we also know that this advanced civilization will most likely use light particle weapons to attack. After knowing this information, this civilization began to wonder how to survive this attack unharmed. Later, after research, they discovered that there were dead spots on the back of several planets in their own galaxy. These blind spots can avoid the impact of light particles. After discovering this point, the civilization may think they have found a way to survive the disaster. They only need to build space cities on the backs of these planets in advance. And then, they can easily avoid this disaster. But they may never think about the fact that this galaxy has blind spots that can escape the attack of light particles. They know it. Could it be that advanced civilizations would not think of it? The situation of this civilization at this time is probably this state. They each used various tricks on each other. And they also studied how to operate them. But as mentioned at the beginning, couldn't the enemy have imagined it? Kassadin has been thinking about how to use the Cral civilization fleet in the Destroyer organization. But he has not thought about what he should do if this civilization also knows about their existence. You must know that there is a reason why this civilization is coming here. It is even said that there is no need for Kassadin to lure this civilization to this information, because they came to this galaxy not purely with Kassadin, but with their spies in the Empire. And through that spy, they also know the current situation here very well. They know that there are Zerg here. He also knew how many fleets the Empire had left. And he also knew how many fleets the Empire was planning to send. Naturally, after knowing this information, he also made corresponding plans. All in all, now, among the several civilizations present, everyone is plotting against each other. However, at this time, Kassadin obviously did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Of course, he had no way of realizing this, because he didn't actually have much information about the other party. However, at this time, he believed that he should be the person with the most information in this game. First of all, he knew about the insect swarm over Jianyao. He also knew about the Imperial civilization, and even said that he also knew about the Cral civilization. He thinks that he has so much information. As long as he makes full use of this information, it will be very easy for him to win this battle. But what he didn't know was that Cral knew as much as he did about other information besides Jianyao's affairs. The chain of suspicion formed by several civilizations gradually becomes interesting. However, this chain of suspicion made Jianyao, who should have been exposed to everyone, become invisible instead. Because those two civilizations' views on the Zerg have always been that the Zerg has only one system. So the current situation is that Kassadin and Jianyao don't know that no matter which side of them is responsible for the incident, the final result will be borne by both of them. After all, in the eyes of the other two civilizations, they are one. Compared to Kassadin, Jianyao doesn't have so many worries. So when he found the interstellar navigation trajectory, he immediately began to search for his target. Soon he found the location of the Stargate. This Stargate was actually not far from their main battlefield, only more than 1,000 light years away. After arriving at the area where the Stargate was located, Jianyao couldn't help but feel extremely shocked when he saw the huge triangular Stargate in the center of the galaxy. Of course, they also knew very well at this time that they needed to get the enemy's layout and defense information as quickly as possible to prepare for subsequent attacks. In this way, under the reconnaissance of the third stage Euglena, Jianyao quickly obtained the layout around this area. And after obtaining this layout information, Jianyao immediately began to take action. He has to arrange everything in advance, and then wait until the time is right before launching an attack. The so-called time is ripe when they find Kassadin's lair, and then lure the Empire's fleet there to let the two of them fight. After they started fighting, their side took the opportunity to destroy the Stargate. In this case, it would be impossible for them to come to support. Although there is no big problem with the plan. The most difficult thing now is how to find the locations of these two civilizations. He didn't know the location of the Empire, nor did he know the location of the insect swarm. Although a blanket search would eventually find the enemy. But this takes a lot of time. Judging from the current situation, it is obvious that they do not have that much time to bother. So they took a wait-and-see approach. As long as they are near the Stargate, they can encounter fleets coming in and out. And there is a high probability that these fleets will take them to find the Empire's current temporary gathering point. And according to No. 1's speculation, since his side can think of finding the Empire's gathering point in this way, there is no reason why Kassadin can't think of it. So they will most likely adopt the same routine as his side. During this period, they only need to carefully search nearby, and they may have unexpected results. In the next period of time, just as No. 1 was thinking, they discovered that the Empire had sent another fleet over. Following this fleet, they successfully found the gathering point where the Empire is now. Not only that, when they found this gathering point, they also discovered traces of Kassadin. Kassadin thought the same as No. 1. He also wanted to find the location of the Empire's gathering point by following the clues in this way. It was also because of Kassadin's idea that No. 1 successfully found their gathering planet. Of course, after finding their gathering planet, No. 1 knew that he should take action immediately. The current situation is such that whoever masters the other party's intelligence first will gain an advantage. That's how No. 1 sent out eyeworms to start causing trouble. First, eyeworms were sent to scout near the Empire's gathering points, and then deliberately exposed. After he was sure that the Empire had sent a reconnaissance ship to track him, he took the reconnaissance ship and flew to the planet where Kassadin and the others were. After doing all this, No. 1 asked the players to control the eyeworms to fly towards their disguised gathering point. Of course, his purpose in doing this was to expose the fake stronghold he had arranged in advance to Kassadin. This was also part of his plan. He had planned to use the insect swarm in this false stronghold as bait from the very beginning. After all, if you want these civilizations to fight, you have to put in more bait no matter what, especially in order to ensure that these bugs can be wiped out. Sometimes partial sacrifice is necessary. At this time, Kassadin and the others naturally found the fake lair arranged by the players under the arrangement of No. 1. Of course, he was still relatively cautious. After discovering this stronghold, he observed the surroundings, and soon he saw the remaining ore from the asteroid. Then he took a closer look at the buildings and defenses arranged on the planet. Through these things, he could basically determine that this should be the gathering point of Jiangyao and the others. Queen. The Queen has been found, and the gathering point of the fake bugs has been found. Naturally, Kassadin learned the news and immediately went to tell the Zerg Queen the news excitedly. After learning the news, the Zerg Queen thought for a while and immediately ordered Kassadin to take action. After receiving the order, Kassadin naturally did not dare to neglect. He immediately mobilized a few eyeworms and went to the area where the Empire was located. Then he began to deliberately send the Empire's warships to the false stronghold arranged by Jiangyao. Directional lure. At this time, the Empire and their operations followed the same as before. And when they arrived at the second stronghold of the insect swarm, they were dumbfounded. They never expected that the insect swarm actually had two strongholds. However, after thinking that they had been tricked by bugs before, he felt that it was normal for bugs to do this. After all, there are 3 cunning rabbits in the cave. At this time, Kassadin, who was waiting for the result after doing all this, was dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that as long as Jiangyao's position was exposed, the Empire's warships would immediately attack them. But now it was very difficult. Strange, the Empire and the others made no move after knowing Jiangyao's location, which made Kassadin a little confused. There is no reason for this. In the past, as long as they discovered our attack at all costs, why did they not take any action now that they discovered it? In fact, this behavior puzzled not only Kassadin, but also No. 1. It stands to reason that they have obtained all the information from the past. So there is a high probability that they will choose to attack. Why have they been silent during this period? Number 1 is thinking about this issue at this moment. According to the leader's explanation, the Swarm and the Empire have an indelible hatred. If this is the case, Theoretically speaking, they should launch an attack immediately. But now, he is reluctant to attack. I'm afraid the reason is not that simple. It's possible that the purpose of this fleet was not to destroy us from the beginning. Thinking of this, no. One also began to think about the Empire's plan. What they didn't know at this time was that their actions had already aroused the Empire's suspicion. Originally, after the operation on the first, the Empire discovered Cassidon and his lair and prepared to send troops to attack. However, considering that they wanted to eliminate the opponent in one fell swoop, they decided to mobilize a group of warships. And just as they were waiting to see each other again, another Euglena appeared and led them to a Zerg stronghold. Through this incident, they discovered that this group of Zerg had more than one stronghold. It was also for this reason that they became vigilant. First, they were thinking about how many strongholds this insect swarm had. If there are many strongholds and they want to take them down in one fell swoop, they can only take action after finding other locations. And there is another most critical issue. If you say that the bugs were discovered by them accidentally at first, then this is normal. But it is very abnormal if they are discovered by them the second time. So now they are also wondering whether all this is a trap deliberately set by the Zerg for them. If it's a trap, what's the point of them doing this? Through this clue, the Empire quickly deduced a series of possibilities. Among them, they believed that the most likely one was that there were other civilizations besides the insects and themselves. Because it stands to reason that Zhongshuan should be very aware of the strength gap between them and his side. If they really fight, they don't have much chance of winning. With little chance of winning, if their behavior is found to be intentional, then it means they must have a method against themselves. This method undoubtedly involves the intervention of other external forces. It was also after considering this that they did not act rashly. At this time, they also needed to conduct a detailed investigation here before they could decide on the next move. And they also know one truth very well: to capture the thief first. Capture the king. No matter how many strongholds the Zerg have, they only need to find the stronghold where the queen is. So during this period, they secretly arranged a lot of warships to search around, hoping to see if they could find the third party they speculated on, and also to see if the queen was present in these two strongholds. Chapter 359: Prepare for Action. At this time, Cassidon saw that the Empire's fleet had not taken action, although he also felt that something might have gone wrong along the way. He knew very well at this time that if it continued like this, he would most likely be counting on it. No more going to the Empire. At this time, he didn't know that it was his impatience that made him gradually lose control of this matter. As the Zerg think tank, he should remain rational at all times. Once he finds that something is wrong, he must find out where the problem lies. This is a quality that a commander should have. But it is obvious that the Cassidon in front of him does not have it. In this incident, his emotions affected him too much. Of course, this is understandable. In fact, his current situation is not as good as he imagined. He and Jiang Yao met for the first time, and then the two sides fought. He finally escaped. But all the biological units he had created before were cleaned up by Jiang Yao. Originally, in his plan, he wanted to capture the Dyson ball and transform it, and also use the resources there to develop and grow. But his plan was shattered because of Jiang Yao. And he felt that the rebellion of those insects was inseparable from Jiang Yao. So he hated Jiang Yao very much. Of course, this is not the end. Since that defeat, he has experienced too much pain while escaping in the universe. After all, it was unprepared to escape in such a situation. And whether it could survive was purely a matter of luck. Therefore, he experienced a lot of hardships. And during the hardships along the way, the man blamed Jiang Yao for the hardships he experienced and the grievances he suffered. It was because of himself that he was so miserable. To put it simply, he resented Jiang Yao very deeply. Although the queen found him later, and he successfully entered the insect swarm. After entering here, he was thinking about revenge against Jiang Yao all the time. Of course, the grudge between himself and Jiang Yao is on the one hand. And on the other hand, Jiang Yao, who has mastered this technology, is too dangerous. And there can only be one Zerg in the entire universe. Therefore, he had to eliminate Jiang Yao both emotionally and logically. But what he never expected was, originally, he had planned everything, and was about to show off his skills in front of the queen. But the plan failed, and the Zerg suffered heavy losses, and also benefited the fisherman Jiang Yao. After suffering losses from Jiang Yao several times in a row, he has gradually lost his mind. Perhaps if he were an ordinary insect, he would not have too many emotions when encountering such a thing. Because for an ordinary insect, emotions are not needed. But it's a pity that he is a brainworm. In order for the brainworm to command better, he needs to have a lot of emotions and understand these emotions. Because only after understanding these emotions can he guess the opponent's thoughts based on the situation on the battlefield and make better arrangements. Of course, brainworms have so many emotions, and usually they won't be affected by their emotions. He is like a wise man. After he entered this field, he began to study these aspects. After 100 years, this wise man had gray hair. And by this time, he had seen through everything in the world. This is the state of the brainworm's growth. In his childhood and youth, he would rationally analyze these emotions from his own perspective. After reaching old age, he has seen through these things. No matter what happens at this time, he cannot be disturbed by these so-called external factors. But unfortunately, Cassidon's breakthrough at this moment can only be regarded as an infant stage. Although he can think like a wise man at this young age, it is a pity that he does not have the ability to control emotions at this age, or that he cannot see through these emotions at this stage. He needs time to understand the things in the inherited knowledge and then use it. Although he is now very clear about the psychology or emotions of different civilizations, he is only at the level of knowing now, and he does not understand the deeper meaning. It's like he can understand what it means to be happy, but he can't understand why you are happy. This is his current situation. He cannot understand many things, although in essence, his emotions are still difficult to be controlled. Extreme situations will occur, and Cassidon is in this state now. After suffering losses at Jiang Yao's hands time and time again, he was like a gambler trying his best to get back in the game. So under such circumstances, he made a risky decision, which was to directly use the last trump card in his hand. Of course, he also knew very well what risks there would be after using this card in his hand. But he believed that he should be able to avoid such risks. Thinking of this, he immediately sent out eyeworms, and began to intentionally or unintentionally guide the Cral civilization fleet that had just arrived in this area. For him, guiding the Cral civilization is nothing more than changing his previous strategy. Changing the last Reaper from Cral to an empire. Yes, this was his plan to lure the Cral civilization's fleet to attack the insect swarm. And when they attacked the insect swarm, the Empire's fleet was bound to discover all this. Then the Empire's fleet will join the battlefield as a Reaper at the critical moment. After these parties were almost defeated, he completed the final harvest when the army pressed into the border. For him now, this is just a change in sequence. And the final result does not deviate much from the process. But is this thing really what he thought? Obviously not. Because the premise for the execution of his plan is that the enemy does not know how many forces exist here. And when the enemy knows how many forces there are here, his plan can easily be used by the enemy. And he has not made any assumptions about these aspects until now. If he had made assumptions about this aspect and made 2 preparations, then maybe his ending would not be so bad. In fact, the best hidden among these forces is not him, but Jiang Yao. Because there is always only one Zerg in the enemy's intelligence. And there is a high probability that he will be known to the enemy. After all, he was too active during this period. Although he was more cautious every time he acted, many problems still occurred. And the Cral civilization he thought did not know his existence. It was just what he thought. If he could think a little more rationally at this time, then he would most likely discover the problem with the whole thing. For example, why did the Cral civilization appear here? If you think about this problem for a while, you will be able to find out the trick. You must know that the Cral civilization is an advanced civilization. When his warship flies to a certain area, it must have its own mission. But at this time, Cassidon did not think about what their mission was. He simply understood this fleet as the cleaning fleet of the other party's civilization. Although high-level civilizations will send many cleaning fleets to roam the universe, and when they find low-level civilizations, they will destroy them. But the number of cleaning fleets is usually not too large. The prerequisite for large-scale fleet cleaning is that the opponent's technological level is relatively low, and it may be difficult to fight against many civilizations, so they will increase the number of fleets. But advanced civilization does not need it. Under normal circumstances, the cleaning fleet of advanced civilization only has a few thousand battleships. This time, the number of warships of the Cral civilization is obviously abnormal. It is understandable that more than 100,000 warships are used as a cleanup fleet for low-level civilizations. But as an advanced civilization, this is obviously problematic. It's a pity that Cassidon ignored this issue at this time. He thought that this fleet was led all the way here by using eyeworms. But he never thought that the sailing route of this fleet might be heading here. So when he once again sent out eyeworms to seduce the Cral civilization, Cral also pretended to be fooled. Crossel also has his own interpretation of Cassidon's behavior. And he didn't know that his behavior was the trigger for Crossel to attack him. Because through his own intelligence network, Crossel had long known that the Imperial civilization had tracked Uglina and had found 2 of the opponent's strongholds. This time, Uglina took them to Jiang Yao's stronghold again. But he did not take them to the stronghold where he and the queen were. And this behavior undoubtedly pushed him to the forefront. Because when Crossel discovered that he only took him a little further, they immediately analyzed the situation in front of them. The result of this analysis is that the place where the Zerg took the Empire for the first time was not a lure, but that he was accidentally discovered by the Empire. And his purpose the second time was to guide. Which is why the current insect swarm only took him to one of the points, but not to the other point. So now Crossel can basically determine that the swarm's nest should be in that area. After knowing this, Crossel immediately started planning. Similarly, he had the same idea as Cassidon, and he also wanted to reap the benefits in the end. And he also knows very well that now he has not been exposed to the Empire. So what he has to do now is to let the Empire launch an attack on the insect swarm. Because based on the intelligence provided by their own informants, they knew that the Empire was very suspicious of the behavior of the Zerg. And they also knew that the Empire was already doubting whether there was a third-party force in this area. So what they need to do now is to cut through the mess quickly and start a bilateral war as soon as possible. The way to cut through the mess quickly is very simple. But he didn't know that in this universe, he was moving very fast, and the enemy might be moving faster than him, while he was still planning what to do next. No. One was already preparing to start a war. At this time. No. One knew very well that if he wanted to destroy the Stargate, the 2 races must go to war. But when he spread out the bait and laid out the plan, he found that the Empire had not yet taken action. He also felt extremely strange about this. But soon he thought of the reason. The insect swarm suddenly exposed 2 points, which would make anyone suspicious. They would wonder whether the insect swarm did this on purpose, and whether they had laid a trap there waiting for them to take the bait. Therefore, it is absolutely impossible for them to act rashly before they have investigated the specific situation clearly. And it is naturally very simple to solve the current situation. At this time, at the edge of the galaxy where the Zerg Queen is, 50 alien dragons are flying towards the planet where the Zerg Queen is. Brother, I have to say, I've made a lot of money this time. Yeah, I feel quite surprised too. Today I walked up to No. 1 in a daze, and unexpectedly he issued a hidden mission to me. However, the content of this mission is indeed a bit strange. Let us drive the Allosaurus directly into the nest of the wild insect swarm. Yes, I also think this mission is quite bizarre. Isn't it just for us to go up and deliver it? But fortunately, after delivering the meat, the dead troops will be directly compensated to us, and each participant can gain 100,000 evolutions. Point reward. By the way, what do you think this number is doing? Who knows? And why do we care so much? Anyway, this task has no risks and there are benefits. So we can just do it. At this point, the player took a careful look at the alien dragon in the center of the team and asked, "How long will the energy phagic replication last?" Hearing his question, the player in the center of the team subconsciously looked at the time and said, "Don't worry. There are still 6 hours left." Which is enough. At this point, he was also a little puzzled. What do you mean by asking Iworm to copy a fake leader and put it on my head? Everyone was also very confused about this. And while they were still speculating about this matter, a player interrupted them. "Okay, brothers, stop arguing. Although this mission seems to be risk-free, don't forget that there is a prerequisite for this mission. That is, we cannot let the other party discover us before we enter the other party's lair. Even if we are discovered, we must rush into the lair before a fight breaks out." Everyone nodded after hearing this. "Don't worry. I have already prepared for this. I hired a 3rd-level Uglina player before. And at this time, he was watching every move of the wild bugs on the planet. At that time, we will go around according to the safe route he provided us." Everyone was slightly surprised when they heard this. "Damn it. You hired mercenaries for this task? Isn't it a little more expensive?" "High cost. If the cost of failing this mission is really high, you don't have to worry about the cost. The prices of these mercenaries are very cheap now." And that 3rd-level Uglina player was obviously taking a private job behind the guild's back. "So I just spent 5,000 evolution points, and he agreed without hesitation." "Damn. For 5,000, you dare to open a 3rd-order Uglina to take on private work. This kid is very brave. If this was overturned, I don't think he would be able to afford the compensation even if he loses everything. It is not ruled out that he bought the eyeworm himself. What's the matter? Do you think a player who can evolve a third-order eyeworm can value these 5,000? It's obvious that the eyeworm is most likely shared by the guild. But he is the only one operating it. If this is the case, I have to admire this player's courage. In this way, amid the discussion, the Mulosaurus team got closer and closer to the area where the Zerg Queen was. Chapter 360 successfully provoked the war. And the war began. At this time, everyone in this team did not know that after they appeared here, the Empire and the Cral civilization discovered them. And they also discovered the fake Jiangyao standing on the alien dragon. And when they discovered the scene, they immediately began taking risks to scan it. In fact, after seeing Jiangyao, they were basically sure that the person was definitely the Queen of the Zerg. But for safety reasons, they still performed a scan. Their scanning was naturally discovered by the players. But no. One told them before setting off that they might encounter warships from other civilizations on the way there that would scan them. So they could just pretend not to know. How is it? What are the scan results? The commander inside the Empire's flagship asked at this time. Hearing his question, his subordinates nodded. It's true. Although her appearance has changed. I'm sure she must be the Queen of the Zerg. Based on the vital signs she shows. She is undoubtedly a higher level creature. And compared to the previous Zerg Queen, her current life level may be even higher. After hearing what his subordinate said, the commander also showed a thoughtful expression. It seems to be right. The behavior of this group of insects during this period itself is very strange. Compared to before. They have obviously evolved significantly. Since the little bugs can evolve, it is only normal for the Zerg Queen to evolve. Having said this, the commander was basically certain that the stronghold was indeed the nest of the bugs. They were exposed accidentally at first. And then, they were deliberately attracted to it. Of course, after knowing this, he immediately ordered an attack on it. After all, as long as the location of the Zerg Queen is determined, the next thing will be easy to handle. At the same time, the same scene happened in the Cral civilization. It seems to be correct. This area is the nest of the bugs. At this point, the commander of Cral civilization thought for a while, and then continued to add. Depending on the situation, the Empire should take some action. So in this case, we should stay patient for a while. In this way, the commander of the Cral civilization ordered to continue hiding and wait for the time to come. As the Empire's fleet began to take action, the eyeworms originally deployed on their side immediately told the news to No. 1. Immediately afterwards, No. 1 also began to arrange things in secret. Of course, as time went by, the Empire's fleet also discovered clues about this group of alien dragons. This group of alien dragons did not directly rush into the planet, but began to circle around the planet. And even after they entered the planet, they were moving around in a planned way, which made their reconnaissance ship even more confused. In order to get a better idea of what kind of medicine they were selling in their gourds, these scout ships began to venture closer to the planet after receiving the order. As they got closer and closer to the planet, Cassidon inside the planet also discovered that something was not good at the next moment. An Imperial reconnaissance ship? As he said this, he was a little unbelievable. And then he suddenly realized that the situation was not good. When the Empire's reconnaissance ship appeared here, it would prove that their stronghold had been exposed. At this moment, his first reaction was to escape with the Zerg. But it was obvious that since the Empire dared to let the scout ship approach, it meant that their fleet was not far from here. It's not that easy to escape. But he knows that the most important thing right now is to tell the Queen about the situation here as soon as possible. And just after he reported the news to the Queen, the group of alien dragons were also exposed. When the Queen saw the fake Jiangyao standing on the head of the alien dragon, she immediately understood the whole story. Of course, he would definitely not regard the Jiangyao as the real Jiangyao. After all, their plan was purely to kill someone. So it was impossible for that Jiangyao to really come. But what surprised him was that this fake Jiangyao was so lifelike that even he couldn't directly tell that this one was fake. After all, no abnormalities were found in vital signs or other aspects. Naturally, she also understood that if even she could not detect the abnormality, then the Empire would definitely not be able to detect the abnormality. And even the Cral civilization was the same. Like Cassidon, she was also paying attention to the situation during this period. But compared to Cassidon, she was obviously thinking more at the moment. Through this incident, she immediately understood the other party's plan and the current situation. First of all, She was certain that Jiang Yao also knew the exact location of the Empire and herself, and had formulated a plan for them. But now she knew very well that her war with the Empire was inevitable, and the real winner in this battle will be Jiang Yao. The reason is naturally very simple. First of all, after the war starts here with the Empire, the Cral civilization in the dark will definitely find out. Once they find out, they will definitely be waiting to reap the rewards. As for Jiang Yao, they are probably still in the wait-and-see stage, and they will not be able to send a swarm of insects to attack this place until they are almost done. Based on how careful they are, there is a high probability that they will not take action if the Cral civilization takes action. In this case, Cral will definitely be discovered by them. And then when these parties are almost done fighting, they will enter the scene at the end and continue to harvest. Of course, it is not ruled out that they may take action in advance. In this case, the Cral civilization will complete the final harvest. All in all, judging from the current situation, no matter what, the one who completes the harvest in the end will definitely not be himself. Thinking of this, the Zerg Queen couldn't help but look gloomy. At this time, he glanced at Cassidon in the distance and was very angry. What kind of Zerg think tank is this? This guy is purely a Zerg retard. Although the hive seemed to have no structure on the outside, she knew very well that in every battle, the decisions made by the Cerebrates were correct. The main reason why they seem to the outside world to be reckless is because there are too many of them. In many battles, they don't need any high-end strategies at all. After all, if you have 100 million people to attack a base that is garrisoned by 100 people, whatever strategy you want, you can just attack it. So under normal circumstances, they are straightforward and reckless. But in some close battles, they are very detailed in the layout and arrangement of the lineup, as well as the use of tactics. These details were all completed by the Cerebrate, so the Queen of the Zerg had no doubts about the Cerebrate's abilities. But he never expected that the Cerebrate in front of him was actually a little bit stupid. But she can't be blamed for this. After all, he is the only brainworm in the entire insect swarm. In the past, newcomers to the insect swarm could exchange experiences with their seniors. But Cassidon is alone. He has no one to communicate with at all, and he can only understand everything by himself. Originally, he realized that there was no big problem. But the problem was that Jiang Yao's few operations destroyed his mentality. His resentment towards Jiang Yao seriously affected his judgment, and the error caused by this judgment was fatal to the current insect swarm. Looking at the current situation, Cassidon naturally knows that due to his own reasons, the entire insect swarm is now in a passive situation. Thinking of this, he felt regretful. But he soon recovered his emotions, and made the most correct decision at the moment. The Queen will start fighting later. I will lead the insect swarm to stop the Empire's fleet, and you can take advantage of the chaos to escape. As long as you are still there, the insect swarm will have hope. After hearing Cassidon's words, the Zerg Queen could no longer complain. Perhaps under normal circumstances, Cassidon's actions would have moved her deeply. But it was obvious that she was not moved at all when she looked at Cassidon's actions now. At this time, he was also constantly asking himself why he let this idiot command the swarm in the first place. If you make a wrong decision once in a while, it can be understood as a problem with your own ability, or the enemy is simply too smart. But now Cassidon is obviously stupid. He has mastered the information collected by the insect swarm for hundreds of millions of years, but he has no idea how to use it. Even his own thinking model is very limited. Especially under such circumstances, he was able to make such a decision. It was obvious that what he saw was not long-term. The reason why the Zerg Queen thinks so is also very simple. There are still two civilizations hiding in the dark that have not taken action. Wouldn't letting her escape under such circumstances be equivalent to letting him die? After all, the other party must have clearly understood that they were monitoring this place. As long as she dared to escape, the other party would definitely discover her and catch her. Thinking of this, the Zerg Queen was also very angry. She adjusted her emotions and said to Cassidon, I will take command next, and you will watch from the sidelines. And when she heard that the Queen was preparing to fight the enemy to the death, Cassidon was also a little anxious. Queen, the insect swarm needs you now. You can't put yourself in danger. After hearing Cassidon's words, the Zerg Queen didn't know what to say for a moment. She didn't want to take risks. But this guy was so stupid. If he was allowed to take command again, she might not be able to escape. So in the end, he just said 2 words to Cassidon coldly. Shut up. Then she began to take over all the bugs. And the first thing she had to do after taking over was to wipe out the group of mutant dragons. And then she took the remaining bugs and prepared for the battle. At the same time, the Empire's fleet has also arrived in this galaxy. This time, the Empire's hundreds of thousands of warships are dispatched in full force. This alone does not mean that the Empire is bound to win this insect swarm. As the two sides got closer and closer, the battle was about to break out. In the next moment, countless corruptors and mutant dragons were seen flying into space and attacking the Empire's warships. At the same time, the moment they fought, no one also knew that the time was ripe. The next moment, with his order, the insect swarms that had been ambushing everywhere immediately started to jump. The players were also extremely excited about this battle. Having been in the game for so long, they knew about the powerful existence of the Empire from the beginning. Before they faced the boss-level monster of the Empire, their first thought was that it was best not to be discovered. In the early stages of development, they had only heard about the Empire, and this powerful enemy was just like a legend. Although there was a small-scale battle in the later period, the result of that battle was not ideal, because the players listed the Empire as their goal from the beginning. They thought they could conquer the Empire, but who would have thought that the result was not satisfactory? Of course, by listing the Empire as their goal, their starting point is not inspirational. They don't have the so-called fearlessness of encountering a strong enemy. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as I still have breath, I will fight him to the end. The idea is very simple. They regard the Empire as a very powerful world boss in the game. Every gamer has an obsession with world bosses of this level, and this obsession is to single player. This is like playing a game. Maybe when you are still ignorant about the game, you hear an old man saying that the abyss is difficult to fight. It is so difficult to clear the abyss. But you are so awesome that you can clear the abyss. Many times you will subconsciously think about how I will conquer this abyss in the future. And for this purpose, you will look up information to understand the routines. And matching your own team according to the clearance lineup mentioned in the information is probably such a mode. Therefore, from the moment players enter the game and learn about the big boss of the Empire, they naturally make defeating this boss their goal. At the beginning, the Empire that was officially promoted to them was invincible to them at that stage. But later they won after a fight with the Empire. At this time, they discovered that although their strength at the time was still a little inferior, it was not completely impossible to defeat them. And this undoubtedly affirms their previous efforts. It's like if you go to defeat a certain boss, and now you can get him to the remaining health with a single brush. Although you still can't pass it, you have seen hope. And now that they have developed for a while, their strength is now better than before. So this moment is undoubtedly the time to check their abilities. Because the Empire has 200,000 warships on the Stargate side. The number of swarms they sent out this time was basically the same. Therefore, this situation is the most suitable to check the results of your practice during this period. For players, it was good to be able to win head-on battles with the Empire in the past. For today's players, success is when players can still easily win with the same number of battles. Perhaps in the future, they will think that it is okay for them to win if the Empire is many times more numerous than they are. Of course, this was also the purpose of Jiang Yao's operation in the first place. After all, he could be regarded as a small game planner, and he still had a very clear grasp of the players' minds. This is why he brought up the Empire at the beginning. He did this not to put pressure on the players to develop, but to set a goal for the players. Only after having this goal, players will consider how to take the next step and how to develop themselves next. And as time goes by, their demands will become more and more demanding. The requirement here refers to the speed of spawning monsters. Chapter 361 Attacking the Empire Stargate. The speed of spawning monsters is very normal for players to pursue. At the beginning, they were very careful when facing small monsters such as black insects, fearing that they would be eliminated. Later, when they first fought against Taylor civilization, they were thinking about how to survive. After a period of development, and after gaining a certain level of strength, players began to have their own pursuits and wanted to conquer civilization alone. Later, after the war with the Empire, they felt that they were frightened, so they had more ideas. But now their idea is to win with equal numbers. The next stage is basically to win if the opponent has more numbers than themselves. Of course, Jiang Yao knows that this is not the final stage. After the attributes of any game are piled up in the later stage, players will pursue racing. This is also the reason why Jiang Yao laid it out like this at the beginning. Because as long as it is laid out like this, the development path of the players will most likely follow this routine. After that, what they consider is not whether they can fight or not, but how long it will take to clear out all the monsters in an area. What they consider is who can clear monsters faster. And this game is completely different from other games. When you play other games, the most you can do is show off in front of the group of people who also play this game. But in this game, no matter who you are, you can show off in front of them. After all, the game currency in this game has gradually become a common currency in reality. It is absolutely impossible for anyone to pretend to be 13 and say that no matter how good the game is, it is just a bunch of data. And no one says that spending money on a bunch of data is really wrong. After all, for the current Blue Star, the data in this game is not just data. It not only represents money, but also status. And it has only been a few months since he laid out the plan. And the overall structure of Blue Star has already changed a lot. At present, the entire Blue Star is roughly divided into two groups. The first group is a special group with combat arms, while the second group is an ordinary group doing business in the virtual world. For them, the goal for many people is to earn enough contribution points and then qualify to purchase troops. Of course, their first goal now is to buy a house of their own in the game. After all, if you buy it in the game, it means you also buy it in real life. Of course, the current changes in Blue Star are not just these. There are many more changes, but they have not been put on the table yet. But Jiang Yao believes that it will not be long before these things will gradually become known to the public. Because now, he has invested more than 30 million intelligent robots in Blue Star. Moreover, many countries in Blue Star have begun to open up the discipline of robot operation. And some people with a keen sense of smell have already discovered the clues. Many of them believe that in the near future, there is a high probability that robots will replace humans in production. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the people above to open this subject. Of course, players don't actually care about what happens next. After all, as long as they have arms, they can make a steady stream of money. And now the entire player group has gradually changed. In the past, there were only flower growers. But now there are people from other countries. Although the contribution points of these people are not enough to purchase high-level arms or evolved arms, they can now drive worker bees to mine. In other words, they may be eligible to purchase this unit in the near future. Players are naturally aware of all this. So now they are also looking for ways to continue to become stronger and stabilize their status. Obviously, this battle is also crucial to them, because as long as the Stargate is captured, all of them can get additional participation awards. The fixed reward is 30,000 evolution points, and there are additional rewards based on the number of enemies each person kills, and the number of buildings destroyed in the battle. In other words, as long as you perform well in this battle, you may earn at least hundreds of thousands. Of course, it is not impossible to earn hundreds or tens of millions from this battle, provided that you have as powerful a thunder beast as Xinyu and others. But this is basically impossible. After all, the evolution of the Ultralisk requires not only evolution points, but also special achievements to open the upper limit of evolution. An achievement as big as the Starry Sky Behemoth is only open to the public. In the 5th stage, you can imagine how difficult it is to develop the high stage evolution of the Thunder Beast. Of course, the players at this time also know very well that the most they can consider now is some small income. Such a big income is still too far away based on their current situation. At this time, when the players entered the Empire's investigation range, the Empire immediately responded. Captain is in trouble. An unknown fleet was discovered 10 light years away from us and is approaching us. At this time, the reconnaissance ship of the Imperial Stargate Garrison Fleet discovered the clue and immediately reported the situation. What? The captain was also a little surprised when he heard the news reported by his subordinates. We know that this is the Stargate of the Empire. Not to mention that the defense of the Stargate itself is extremely strong. And there are also 200,000 garrison formations here. Even after peeling away these things, you still need to consider that behind the Stargate is the Empire. And their own strength is not bad. With so many conditions, there are still blind people who dare to come and cause trouble for them. This is something the team leader never expected. With such boldness, it seems that the opponent is most likely a destroyer civilization. And only that group of lunatics dare to attack us. Having said this, he immediately ordered all the garrison warships to be ready for battle. And the Stargate immediately activated its defense devices. As his order was issued, a huge protective shield appeared to cover both the Stargate and the battleship. Next, they only needed to hide in the shield of the Stargate and perform output. At this moment, he received another message from the reconnaissance ship. Captain, the number of enemy warships has been determined to be about 200,000 in total. 200,000? Are you sure? The captain was immediately relieved when he heard the news. Originally, he thought that the opponent had at least 1 million warships. Otherwise, these warships would most likely not dare to attack the Stargate. After all, the defense of the Stargate is not covered. In particular, the defensive power of the Stargate's shield device is even more exaggerated. Under normal circumstances, if the destroyer organization wants to destroy the Stargate, then they will definitely send their own civilization flagship. However, the destroyer organization without a civilization flagship will most likely not dare to trouble the Stargate. Thinking of this, he immediately asked again, "Have you found the other side's civilization flagship?" The captain didn't notice it. "I guess the other party doesn't have a civilized flagship." After hearing the analysis from his subordinates, the captain nodded to show that he understood. No civilized flagship? The captain couldn't help but frown when he said this. There are only two possibilities in the current situation. The first possibility is that the other party really does not have it, or that the other party has it, but he hid it. If they are hidden, then they most likely want to use cannons to carry out ultra-long distance strikes. However, ultra-long distance strikes will involve a problem. That is, the power of weapons that are too far away will be reduced a lot. Under such circumstances, it may not be that difficult for them to destroy the shield of the hard gate, unless the opponent's technological level is much higher than ours. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to destroy the shield by hitting the enemy from a super long distance. And there is no civilization in the known universe with a technological level higher than ours. At this point, the captain already had a general understanding of the opponent's situation. At this time, he was basically sure that the opponent most likely did not have a civilization flagship, and that the opponent should be a well-developed civilization of the stupid green. And this stupid green had not even heard of their name. After thinking of this, a sneer flashed across the captain's lips. "If you think you have a little strength, you dare to challenge the majesty of the Empire. I'm afraid your civilization has come to an end." Thinking of this, he immediately reported the situation here. And after understanding the general situation here, the superiors issued an order to him. That is, let him find the other party's lair. But just when he thought this was a stupid civilization, the swarm of insects had already arrived in this galaxy. The moment he saw the swarm of insects, he couldn't help but look a little weird. Insect swarm? How could it be them? Haven't they been wiped out by us before? Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered the rumors within the Empire. It's true that the Zerg Queen suddenly resurrected and escaped. After thinking of this, he also had some disdain for the insect swarm. It seems that these insects are getting better and better. When they fought with us in the past, even if they were 10 times larger than us, they would not necessarily win. But now they have the same number as us. Just dare to cause trouble. However, when he saw the projection of the insect swarm constantly advancing, he also realized that something seemed wrong. Why do the bugs look different from those we encountered before? And why can those thunder beasts travel in space? At this point, he suddenly realized that the situation was not good. They are very clear about the power of the thunder beast. This kind of war beast can fight back and forth with the titans of their civilized titan order. According to the information he obtained, he knew that the previous thunder beasts could only fight on the ground. But now this group of thunder beasts could actually fight in space. He was very clear about what this matter meant. Thinking of this, he immediately reported the information. At this time, when the Empire's senior officials received this information, they immediately became vigilant. What the hell is going on? It has only been a short time since the Queen escaped, and they have already evolved. This is illogical, since we deliberately put the insect swarm into this universe. They have not evolved after so many years. But why are they suddenly evolving now? I'm thinking maybe the answer we've been looking for all this time may be coming to fruition. Because for this universe, the evolution level of the insect swarm is already the upper limit. But now they can break through the upper limit of this universe and evolve again. This undoubtedly breaks the rules of the evolution of the universe. And if we can obtain the technology on how to break this rule, then the problem I was thinking about during the Great Return can be solved. In that case, then, send a warship to capture them. At this time, on the front line, the team leader responsible for guarding the Stargate also received the highest order from the Empire. And this order is for him to hold back the insect swarm at all costs until the large forces from behind come over. Naturally, the team leader who received this order also knew what the higher-ups wanted to do. If nothing else, the group of people above wanted to capture all these bugs for research. But it was a pity that neither he nor the group of people above knew the combat ideas of No. 1 at this time. And they don't know the Zerg's current trump card. For No. 1, The enemy behind this battle is far stronger than his side. So there is only one way to win. And that is to eliminate the opponent before they know their strength. Now he can only play Blitz. So when the battle just started, he immediately issued an order for all players to prepare their Thunder Beasts and start teleporting directly. At this time, Xianyu and the others began to prepare immediately after receiving the order. Brothers, please pay attention. I took a look just now because the enemy shield is too strong. It would take at least 1.5 million phagocytosis to directly teleport you in. In order to ensure the number of you who can go in, the large Cyclops and Thunder Beasts will wait outside first. After you enter, you will prioritize destroying the enemy's shield devices. I just observed the enemy and found that the enemy has a total of 93,000 shield launchers. The first thing you do when you go in is destroy these shield generators at all costs. After you destroy the shield generator, the next thing will be easier to handle. At this point, Xianyu looked at everyone and then added, everyone is moving closer to the point I marked. Especially the king insect, which transports the ground combat troops as far as possible to the middle of the point. And other corruptors and cockroaches. Same. The transmission range is a cylindrical shape with a diameter and height of 20 kilometers. You should check your position and squeeze in as much as possible. Just like that. As Xianyu's words fell, the nearby players immediately began to move towards that point. In just a few minutes, 20,000 to 30,000 players gathered here. After seeing this amount, Xianyu felt that it was almost enough, and he immediately started teleporting. At this time, the captain of the Empire naturally also saw the actions of the insect swarm, and he was also very strange, because he really doesn't understand what's the point of huddled together in such a situation. But soon, he seemed to realize that something was wrong, and before he could react, the teleporting light lit up, and the next moment, he saw a group of insects suddenly appearing near the Stargate. Chapter 362, Take the Stargate and go to the next stop. He couldn't help but widen his eyes when he saw the scene. What? Space teleportation technology. Not good. At this time, he had realized something. But it was obviously too late, because the players had already begun to destroy the surroundings of the Stargate. Seeing the players move towards the Empire, it was natural to see clearly the purpose of this group of players at a glance. This group of players obviously wanted to destroy some generators inside the shield, and then let in the bugs from outside. Although in their subconscious mind the Zerg are very easy to kill, this is only in their subconscious mind. In fact, they know very well that things about these bugs are not as simple as they think. Looking at the technology displayed by the Zerg just now, it is not difficult to see that the Zerg at this time is no longer what it used to be. If they still look at it from the previous perspective, they may really overturn. So at this time, they were extremely vigilant about this group of bugs, and when they saw that these bugs did not destroy some devices that interfered with the transmission, they were basically sure that there was a high probability that these bugs would not be able to do this again. Transmitted. After knowing the general situation, they immediately thought of the next combat idea. They first ignored the insect swarms outside, and cleared all the internal insect swarms first. Next, only 200,000 warships were seen, rushing towards the swarm of insects in a mighty manner, facing the enemy's army. The players only took out a few thousand corruptors to rush forward to meet the enemy, while the rest were continued to destroy these devices. Of course, the players now know very well that their corruptors will not last long under the pressure of numbers. However, they don't need to hold on for too long at this time, because the king insect carries a large number of hydralisks and high-level worker bees that are frantically destroying the buildings. The third-level cockroach also took this opportunity to rush towards the residential area of the Stargate. Their purpose is very simple. To eradicate the enemy must be to uproot people. In the current situation, they know that the best solution is to deal with the opponents who do not have much fighting power first. After all, once these people are infected, they can also help themselves destroy the defense facilities of the Stargate. Brothers, please cover me. I'm going to the residential areas soon. So, cannon fodder. Hurry up and hit them. The firepower in their residential area is also quite fierce. Hydralisk. Hurry up. Damn it. Don't rush me. It's outputting. At this time, near the residential area, countless mecha warriors were seen struggling to meet the enemy. And there were also many forts in the residential area to help the mechas defend themselves. In addition, players can also see many small attack vehicles flying towards this direction. The third-level cockroaches are also advancing under the cover of the raptors, while the hydralisks in the distance are frantically attacking those mechas to provide a source of infection for the cockroaches. In the early stages of the battle, the charging beasts were killed one after another, and when they died, they soon turned into little cockroaches and joined the battlefield. At the same time, inside the destroyed mecha, the mecha warriors also turned into little cockroaches and broke out of the mecha. Join the fray. This is a new routine developed by players. Enemies can become a source of infection, and their own dead bugs can also become a source of infection. Of course, there is a problem with this routine. That is, if the infected little cockroach dies, there is really no chance. But even so, their strength is increasing as they fight. Although there are more warriors on the Stargate side, and they can provide effective firepower, they also suffer a lot of casualties. Once there are casualties, they will be converted immediately. As the war continued, the Empire naturally discovered this problem and panicked. You must know that there are hundreds of millions of people living here. If they are all infected, just a few small cockroaches can destroy the star ring. Thinking of this, their battleships fighting on the front line could only give up the battle there and fly towards this side. Because for them, the current situation is to protect the people in the residential area. Not only are these people large in number, but they are all soldiers of the Empire. If they all die, the losses will be very large. After all, it costs money to train these warriors. At this time, their actions naturally attracted the attention of No. 1. After all, No. 1 chose to join Cockroach from the beginning just for this moment. Although if all their people are infected through cockroaches, they can still achieve their goal by relying on these small cockroaches. But this is theoretical. In fact, this plan is not credible. After all, it is impossible for the Empire to watch these little cockroaches slowly destroy the Stargate. They will never give enough time. And when their support arrives, this attack plan will only end in failure. Therefore, the biggest role of these small cockroaches is to attract the attention of their fleet. After attracting their attention through these units, the next thing will be easier to handle, because the remaining bugs can continue to destroy the shield equipment on the Stargate. Although after they clean up all the cockroaches, there is a high probability that more than half of the Stargate's shield device will be destroyed, and the strength of the shield will be greatly weakened. They only need to wait until the strength of the shield is reduced to a certain level, and they can destroy it with the main gun of the star ring. In this way, with the cooperation of the players, everything is going according to No. 1's plan. And as time goes by, the cockroaches and hydralisks are almost unable to withstand it. Although No. 1 also asked many corruptors to assist during this period, the effect was still not very obvious. After all, there are too many enemies. In the end, due to the efforts of the Star Ring fleet, these cockroaches were eliminated by the group. But before the group was destroyed, this group of cockroaches also caused very heavy losses to them. And after they cleaned up these cockroaches and hydralisks, it was already too late when they wanted to go back and continue cleaning up other bugs. Because at this time, about 80% of the shield launchers in the entire Stargate have been cleared by players. And just after these devices were destroyed to this extent, No. 1 immediately issued an attack order. The next moment, the main and secondary guns of the Star Ring began to gather energy. At the same time, the insect nest also flew out, locked the target at a certain location, and began to gather energy. Immediately afterwards, only a few thick beams of light were seen flying straight towards the Stargate. Although there are still many shield launchers in the Stargate at this time, it is basically impossible for such a small number of shield launchers to block the full blow of these two strategic weapons. After all, this attack consumed 30% of Jiang Yao's energy reserves. But for him, this kind of effort is worth it. After all, when the time comes to collect this Stargate, the resources contained inside will definitely make him a lot of money. And when the attack came into contact with the shield of the Stargate, it turned out that the shield did not hold up just as he thought. Immediately after the shield shattered, the players who had been waiting outside for a long time rushed in directly. When these players rushed in, the Empire's fleets immediately launched an attack on them, and the war between the two sides officially began. At this time within the Empire, a group of people were looking at the battle taking place at the Stargate with serious expressions. This time, they admitted that they had underestimated this race. In the past, their warships could easily kill the corruptor, but now they saw a corruptor that could fight against two of their warships and still win. What does that mean? They are very clear. This means that the strength of the insect swarm is no longer what it used to be. They used to look down upon the strength of a single insect at all. But it is different now. Now a single insect also has a very terrifying combat power. What was even more terrifying was the huge thunder beast. which fired a beam of light towards the Stargate. The next moment, the Stargate was directly penetrated by this beam of light. After it penetrated, the Thunder Beast slowly moved its huge head and cut off a large piece of the Stargate at the speed of light. Everyone in the Empire who saw this scene was left with lingering fears. You must know that although the materials used in the Stargate are not very good, they are definitely not bad. Under normal circumstances, if the Zerg wants to completely destroy the Stargate, it will definitely take a lot of time. They would never have been able to fight as easily as they did now. Everyone who saw this scene had gloomy faces. It was obvious that they all understood that the situation was out of control. The changes in these Zerg races have far exceeded their imagination. Sure enough, none of the creatures from those places are simple. Yes, we never thought that even the weakest bug could have such great strength. It seems they have mastered the secret of this universe. Now that the Stargate has been destroyed, it will take a lot of time for our fleet to get past it. By the time our warships pass by, I was thinking they would have fled long ago. Things are getting troublesome. At this time, everyone in the Empire was discussing the current situation. Obviously, everyone present knew that the insect swarm was completely out of control in this incident. And everyone knew what the loss of control of the insect swarm would bring to them. So they did not dare to delay. And they immediately mobilized a large number of warships to prepare for the expedition. Although they all know in their hearts that after the swarm resolves the matter over there, they will also know that they have been exposed. So they will most likely choose to escape as soon as possible. After their own fleet passes by, they will probably miss it. But it doesn't matter, because as long as the insect swarm is still active, they will definitely destroy other civilizations. And as long as they dare to do something, there will always be news reaching their ears. As long as their fleet is in that area, it will be much faster if they want to rush over. Of course, they also issued a wanted order in the text, asking all affiliated civilizations to pay attention to the movements of the insect swarm. While they were issuing these orders, the battle on the other side of the Stargate had also come to an end, because the players were now generally more evolved and specialized in arms. The battle came to an end very quickly. This wave of players lost a total of about 70,000. A large part of them are the group of bugs that were first sent inside to cause damage. Without this wave of bugs, their losses would be even less. Of course, through this battle, they also gained a certain understanding of the power of the Empire. Although we won this wave of battles, we have to admit that this Empire is still quite impressive. I feel that our lineup also has some problems. Although the Corruptor is relatively strong against air, it is undeniable that I think it is still a little worse than the Infected. There is no comparison between the two. Although the output of the Corruptor is continuous damage, and the damage is not that fast, it can even output stably for a long time. Although the bombers converted by the Infected in the second stage are powerful, you need to consider the amount of ammunition they can carry. Even the Infected in the second stage can only carry 100. Even if you hit the enemy with every one of them, you can only destroy 40 or 50 enemy warships. And this is still a theoretical number. You must know that the infected person's blood volume is very low. Even in the second stage, he only has a blood volume of more than 350,000. This level of troops is mostly used for sneak attacks and sneak attacks. The first level Corruptors still have to operate it from the front. After all, this Corruptor was born for air combat. Not only does it protect against high health, but it is also capable of continuous combat. In this way, the players discuss these issues while moving towards the next battlefield. Because Kassadin Swarm is fighting against the Empire at this time, players need to rush over and conduct a sneak attack. But this time on the Empire side. They also received the news that the Stargate had been breached, and they were extremely surprised by this. You know, the insects stationed in their old nest are simply a weak group. But the group of insects that attacked their Stargate are so powerful, which makes them a little confused. Logically speaking, shouldn't the bugs guarding the queen be the strongest? Why did this group of bugs get such a bunch of crooked melons and cracked dates to stay here to guard the queen? And then set all the elites to attack the Stargate? Don't they know that the queen's safety is more important than anything else? They were also extremely puzzled by this. But at this time, they also knew very well that the group of insects would definitely come to support the insect swarm here before long. So they had to catch the queen before these insects arrived. When they catch the queen, they will run away. And it is simply a dream for the group of bugs to catch up with them. And for the Empire. As long as the Zerg queen is captured again, the next thing will be easy to handle. As long as she is in his hands, her secrets will be dug out by him. But what the Empire didn't know at this time was that the Zerg queen had been waiting for an opportunity. Waiting for the last civilization to appear. Only after they showed up, and the melee began could he possibly escape. So now she can only silently pray that the other party can act quickly, because there are not many insect swarms left on his side. And the fewer the remaining insect swarms she wants to escape, the lower the probability of success. Chapter 363. Several parties meet and are easily crushed. In this way, the Zerg Queen stared at the situation in front of her, waiting for the best opportunity to escape. As time passed, she became more and more anxious. And at this moment Crossel took action. I saw that the warships of the Crossel civilization suddenly started to jump state collectively. And at the same time, the players were also rushing here. As the players got closer and closer to the battlefield, they soon discovered the Crossel civilization, which was a third-party force waiting to profit. And when this civilization appeared, the players were a little confused. By the way, what's going on? Why did I detect another fleet here? This is a bit outrageous. Could it be that this fleet is an ambush force of the Empire? Speaking of which, should we hold back and wait a while before we go there? Be patient, since we can discover them. Then they must also be able to discover why we care so much about them, and come straight to them. Damn it. I'm afraid I won't win if I go directly. What a coward. If the sky falls, there will be tall people holding it up. At this point, the player subconsciously looked at the Thunder Beast rushing at the front of the team. And following his gaze, the player who asked the previous question seemed to have the same truth. The sudden appearance of the team at this time naturally aroused various speculations on 1. What is going on? Logically speaking, if this fleet is the Empire, then there is no reason for them not to go back to support us when we attack the Stargate. Having said this, he couldn't help but frown. At this time, in his eyes, there is a high probability that this fleet does not belong to the Empire. But since he does not belong to the Empire, then what kind of force will this fleet be? At this time, he was basically certain that the other party was definitely an advanced civilization in the universe. After all, judging from his appearance, he is most likely hiding in the dark and preparing to take advantage of it. And hiding in the dark, he must be watching the battle between the two races. If he still dares to attack despite knowing the other party's technology, this can only mean one thing. That is, their technological level is not low. And usually, advanced civilizations should have a certain understanding of the Empire, to a certain extent. From this, it is not difficult to infer that this mysterious fleet is most likely an advanced civilization that is not much different from the Empire's strength. Otherwise, he would never dare to be so aggressive. Although after meeting in the universe, your two fates will be connected. And it is very likely that you will meet again one day in the future. So when you see the enemy, you must find a way to destroy it. But there are exceptions to everything. For example, if you are still a medium civilization, and you discover an advanced civilization, but this advanced civilization does not discover you. In this case, you will probably hide yourself and desperately develop yourself to prepare for future encounters. Taking this into consideration, there are not many civilizations in the universe that dare to do this. If I'm not wrong, this civilization is most likely the destroyer organization the leader mentioned. Number 1, who thought of this, immediately told the players his speculation and asked them to be careful. At this time, the players who had the latest news immediately began to discuss a temporary battle plan. Brothers, the situation is probably like this. According to the current situation, there is a high probability that it will be a melee if we go in. So as soon as we enter, we will set up a formation. We will attack whichever side is firing at us, and we will ignore the side that is not firing for the time being. What if they all open fire on us as soon as we pass by? Probably not. We all belong to different forces. Under such circumstances, the probability of opening fire on each other should be about 50-50. Whatever. Our strength is not weak now anyway. If they dare to focus fire on us, we will attack them directly. In this way, amid the discussion of the players, they soon arrived at their destination. And soon after they landed, the warships of the Crossel civilization also came here. Holy crap! Why is it the Crossel civilization? When the players saw what this fleet looked like, they couldn't help but be extremely surprised. Brothers, this is not right. You said it was a coincidence that the Empire appeared here, so I accepted it. But why did the Crossel civilization appear here? Yeah, I'm confused too. According to what the farmer said, the Empire and the Crossel civilization are enemies. So it's absolutely impossible for them to communicate with each other. And the universe is so big. Under normal circumstances, the probability of a normal encounter in the universe is equivalent to finding a needle in a haystack. And we have been at war with them for a long time. And we will meet again in just a few months. This probability is equivalent to finding a needle in the universe. So we can give priority to eliminating the possibility of coincidence. After eliminating coincidence, the answer is obvious that we can meet them so easily. Those are the two Goba, who are probably using some special means to track us. After hearing this player's analysis, everyone felt that it was very reasonable. I didn't expect that we were tracked by them last time. Seriously? These people thought we were easy to bully, left trackers on us, and then sent a fleet to harvest us at the right time. The question is, where is this tracker placed? Why haven't we noticed it? Upstairs? Do you think our main concern now is where the tracker is placed? Our main concern now is that these grandsons treat us as soft persimmons and pinch them as much as they want. My opponent, not only does he pinch me when he wants to, he also chases me and pinches me. This can't be tolerated. Sure, mate. A bunch of NPCs are chasing our players. How dare they? We also discussed Gil's tactics to kill them all. Right. After thinking about the whole incident like this, the players suddenly felt unhappy. After all, they were also players, and a bunch of NPCs were chasing you every day. All kinds of disgusting things for you. No matter who you are. It's up to you. This is like when you were about to teleport when you were brushing the map. And then a monster came out and interrupted you. You ran away some distance and teleported again. And the monster rushed over and interrupted you. Emma! I have such a bad temper. I can't bear it. Kill them! In this way, the players clamored and launched an attack directly towards the two civilizations. Of course, they also added the Zerg from Cassidon's side. The next moment, the players were divided into two groups. Several second-stage evolved Thunder Beasts led a group of Corruptors and rushed towards the remaining defeated soldiers of the Empire. Xianyu and his 5th-level Thunder Beasts led another group of players directly towards the direction of the Colossal Civilization fleet. Brothers, come on! Show these grandsons some color. Let them know today that we are soft persimmons or hard rocks. Kill them. If you don't beat them today and call daddy, I will lose. The next moment, countless attacks were seen, flying towards the fleets of the two civilizations. And then the two civilizations immediately launched a counterattack. At this time, this wave of operations by the players also stunned these two civilizations. In their imagination, after these insects successfully reunited, they would most likely gather together, and then present a three-legged game with themselves. But who would have thought that after these bugs joined forces, they would just split into two groups and attack them as if they had eaten explosives. Although there are only tens of thousands of warships left in the Empire, their strength still cannot be underestimated. And their own side still has hundreds of thousands of warships at full strength, while the Zerg can only survive more than 200,000 at full strength. And these 200,000 plus include the group of Hydralisks on the planet. They can't play much role in space battles at all. They really couldn't understand where these bugs got the courage to start a group like this. But just when they were confused, something happened that made them even more confused. That is, they actually slaughtered their own people. The general situation is this. Originally, the Empire and the insect swarm had been fighting. But after this wave of bugs arrived, their position was behind the previous insect swarm. Then they launched a charge. And when they charged, they were bound to encounter the fighting swarm of insects. After the encounter, they did not cooperate with the insect swarms to attack as they thought, but simply sent the insects away. And this wave of operations really confused them. This was the first time they had seen this swarm of insects killing each other on the battlefield. And it was obvious that the subsequent group of insects was much more lethal than the previous group. After all, the attack of the previous group of bugs on the subsequent group of bugs was almost like scraping, causing no harm at all. On the contrary, the group of bugs at the back slashed a child with a knife. This also allowed them to immediately discover that the subsequent group of insects was extremely powerful. Although they don't know what is going on inside the insect swarm, they all know that they must be careful when dealing with these insects. At first, they thought that these bugs were crazy and dared to split into two groups. But now it seems that they are not crazy, but that they do have the strength. At this time, the commander of Colossal Civilization, who had figured everything out, looked at the insect swarm getting closer and closer to him and immediately ordered the attack. At the same time, the Empire also saw the opportunity and launched an attack on the players. At this time, the Zerg Queen looked at the situation and pondered it for a while. She also let her bugs start attacking the players. And then she herself took advantage of the chaos and escaped. leaving only Cassidon to take charge of the overall situation. Because for her now, this is undoubtedly the best time to escape. At this time, seeing the Zerg Queen preparing to escape, both the Empire and the Colossal Civilization wanted to stop her. But it was obvious that the current group of players would never give them this chance. Because at this time the players are frantically outputting at them. And what scares the Colossal Civilization the most? Although they thought the players were very powerful just now, it was not until after the fight that they discovered that the players were even more terrifying than they imagined. That's right. The strength of this group of insects at this time can only be described as terrifying. The leader of the Thunder Beast and their dreadnought were like chopping cabbage. After a beam skill, more than half of the dreadnought's shield was cut off. This was the result of Xinyu and the others having insufficient energy reserves after teleporting. At this time, the remaining shield of the flagship was chopped off by the Thunder Beast with a few knives, followed by a burst of crazy output against their flagship. Although their fearless armor has the ability to repair itself, it is completely unable to withstand the ravages of Ultralisk. Not only that, the defense of this Thunder Beast is also very terrifying. The 10 dreadnoughts in their formation have been dealing crazy damage to him for such a long time, and the other party has nothing to do with it. This kind of destructive power and defensive power make the Colossal Civilization and Empire have lingering fears. Although they had thought that these bugs were much stronger than ordinary bugs, they never thought that they could be so outrageous. Even the opponent's attack on flagship-level battleships is like chopping up melons and vegetables. So the opponent's attack on those destroyer escorts and cruisers is really like cutting a kid with one knife. Even if there are shields, it is useless. As far as the shields of those ships are concerned, there is no essential difference between the presence and absence of the shields in front of the giant beast. Seeing this scene, the two civilizations naturally knew that if they continued to fight like this, they would have no chance of winning at all, not counting other insects. They estimated that the Thunder Beast could wipe them all out. Of course, the fact is that it is basically impossible for that Thunder Beast to destroy them. After all, although the attributes of this Thunder Beast are very abnormal, its ability to bear injuries is still limited. After 2 wars, this Thunder Beast has actually lost more than 40 million blood. But for his current overall blood volume, this amount of damage is still within the bearable range. But it's a pity that they don't know the real situation. So at this time, the two civilizations saw that the situation was not good and were ready to run away. After all, it is meaningless to continue fighting like this. If they want to wipe out all these insects, they can only send several times more warships. Or they could directly dispatch Chuchi. Otherwise they would just be killed by these Thunder Beasts. So at this time, they immediately made a decision to retreat. Although the players who saw them retreating wanted to pursue them. At this time the players also understood that these warships dispersed in a rush, and they could not catch up much. So they immediately shifted their targets to the insect swarm. After all, they still remember that Cassidon's insect head is worth 1 million. And the most important thing is that for them, the insect swarm led by Cassidon is a counterfeit. Rather than destroying the enemy, they feel that it is most important to eliminate these fake and shoddy products first. After all, these fake and shoddy products still have a lot of resources in their hands. After thinking about all this, the players immediately began to pursue the insect swarm here, and Cassidon also cooperated very well to fight them to the death. And then they really died. After all, Cassidon has no advantage in air combat, let alone land combat. His Hydralisks and the evolved Hydralisks controlled by players are basically ravaged by A. In addition to the Hydralisks, their combat units include Springtails and Velociraptors. But the situation is that even if these are added, the result is basically the same, and they are still ravaged by all kinds of things. Even the worker bees finally arrived and joined the battlefield, but it had no effect. After all, the attribute gap between the two was too huge. Chapter 364, Reactions from all parties after victory in the war. At this time, Cassidon watched his swarm of insects fighting with the players, as if they were trying to block the traffic. At this time, he was also extremely desperate. And what was most annoying to him was that while the players were killing these bugs, they were still shouting that they were fakes. He could only express his inability to say anything about it. There's nothing you can do about it. If you are strong, whatever you say is right. In this way, the brave and fearless Cassidon was eventually traded by the players for a bug head. After the players dealt with Cassidon, they began to search everywhere for the Zerg Queen. But it was obvious that she had escaped long ago. But did the Zerg Queen really escape? Obviously this is impossible, because Jiang Yao controlled a third-order Euglena from the beginning to stare at this thing. And when she ran away, Jiang Yao followed her. Originally, in Jiang Yao's plan, he was going to deal with the Zerg Queen directly. But in the end, after much thought, he gave up on this plan, because he felt that this Zerg Queen still had great use. After such a war, his strength was exposed to the eyes of these two civilizations. For these two civilizations, destroying them before they develop and grow must be the optimal strategy. Therefore, in the coming days, they will definitely send a large number of battleships to search for traces of themselves throughout the universe. With his current strength, Jiang Yao felt that it would be impossible to fight them head-on. So he planned to push the Zerg Queen out as a shield. After all, the current situation can actually be understood as the Zerg being exposed, rather than themselves being exposed. So he planned to use Queen Go for a while. At this time, it is within the Cral civilization. At this time, everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the swarm fighting. What is going on? What happened to these Zerg races? No matter what they have experienced, it is undeniable that these insect swarms will become our formidable enemies in the future. But I'm curious, why do the two groups of bugs kill each other? There are two possibilities for this matter. The first is that the two waves of insects do not belong to the same insect group at all. But this possibility is very low. After all, everyone must know the origin of the insect swarm. Except for this possibility, there is only one other possibility left. And that is that while these bugs gain great strength, they also lost their minds. And I prefer this possibility, because it is basically impossible to create such a powerful bug in such a short period of time without any cost. And these irrational bugs are the price of being powerful. Although the Queen can create such bugs, she cannot fully control them. In this way, everyone in the Cral civilization discussed this matter one by one. Because for them, the insect swarm in front of them can already threaten them. And the most important thing is that they still have trouble with the insect swarm. It cannot be ruled out that the Queen will create a batch of such insects in the future to cause trouble for them. So at this time, they were also discussing how to deal with these bugs. The same thing also happened within the Empire, which was more cautious about this matter than their empire, because this group of bugs used more than 200,000 troops to forcefully take away one of their Stargates. This exaggerated record is indeed a bit outrageous. You must know that they also have a garrison fleet of 200,000 people there. Moreover, they knew very well what it meant that the 200,000 strong garrison fleet could actually lose the battle relying on the Stargate. This also means that the strength of the group of bugs in front of you is very likely to have surpassed yourself. After all, in previous wars, no matter which civilization they faced, they had always defeated more technology with less. But now they were defeated by Zerg with less. They don't care much if it's other civilizations. After all, the foundation of the empire lies here. But the insect swarm is different. Their reproductive power is too strong. If all their bugs have evolved to this level, they will most likely be unstoppable once they develop. And they also know a very simple truth. That is, the development of civilization has never been based on your current technological level, but on your potential. After all, looking at it from the perspective of the universe, tens of thousands or even hundreds of millions of years may have passed in a short time. If the development potential of this civilization is huge enough, you will look at it as a bug when you first encounter it. If you don't eliminate it, you may become a bug in his eyes when you see him at the next time point. This is the importance of civilization potential. And the potential of the group of bugs in front of them is beyond their imagination. It only took a long time for the Queen to escape from their hands. And she could produce such powerful bugs, according to this kind of time. Even if she is given hundreds of years, even if she is given another 10 years, I am afraid that they will become bugs in the Queen's eyes. What a terrible thing this would be. Therefore, everyone at this time was extremely vigilant about this matter. And soon they thought of a civilization that was the subsidiary civilization that had been acting strangely during this period. Through their investigation of the information of the affiliated civilization, they found that the affiliated civilization should have discovered the insect swarm a long time ago. But he did not report it but wanted to capture it himself and study it. Such behavior was undoubtedly a betrayal to the empire. So they immediately arranged for manpower to take down the affiliated civilization. And just as they were preparing to take action, a strange thing happened. Because at this time, just as these people were preparing to set off, a communication request came from the intelligence department. After the connection was made, the Empire's senior officials learned a very terrible thing. Everyone, the capture and cleanup of the affiliated civilization can be cancelled, because the area where the affiliated civilization was located was hit by a doomsday weapon an hour ago. And these doomsday weapon strikes basically hit all the colonies, and residential locations of this affiliated civilization at the same time. And when they heard this piece of information, everyone present realized the seriousness of the situation. Because doomsday weapons can only be used by Titan-level battleships. They know that only 10 civilizations have Titan-level battleships in the known universe. Without exception, these civilizations are all civilizations that have reached the Guardian level. Guardian-level civilization is just a title. It means that your civilization's technological level has reached its ultimate level, and you have understood the nature of this universe. And only after reaching this level can you be qualified to join the Guardian organization. What the Guardian organization needs to do is to protect the safety of this universe and prevent stowaways. Because there is not only one universe in the world. There are countless universes in the hyperspace outside the universe. And these universes are independent of each other and develop independently. Each universe has its own characteristics. And each universe also has its own unique physical rules. But the development of the universe is essentially the same. At the beginning, the universe was 10-dimensional. The 10-dimensional universe is a perfect universe. The speed of light here is extremely fast. It only takes a few seconds to reach the other end from one end of the universe. But the essence of civilization is survival and destruction. With the emergence of advanced civilization, the battle begins. The weapons used by countless civilizations in battles began to reduce the dimensionality of the universe. From 10 dimensions to 9 dimensions. As the battle continued, the dimensions began to continue to decrease. Their wanton use of dimensionality reduction weapons reduced the universe to its current 3 dimensions. Compared with other universes, this universe is lucky. Because during this period, if some extremely powerful civilizations discovered it and continued to fight, the dimension of the universe might be reduced. By chance, these civilizations came together to form the Guardian organization. Of course, the fact that they are organized together does not mean that they are peace-loving and want the universe to continue happily like this. They came together because they discovered the secret of the universe. This secret is called the lifespan of the universe. As the latitude continues to decrease, the 3-dimensional universe will drop to a 2-dimensional plane. If it continues to decrease, it will become a point with only one dimension. And this point is the singularity. At the singularity point, the Big Bang universe restarts. And all living things in the existing universe will be destroyed. And a new universe will be born. According to this inference, no matter how these civilizations develop, they cannot avoid the fate of destruction. Just when they thought this must be a dead end, things took a turn for the better. Because one day a mysterious civilization came to this universe. This civilization was so powerful that even they tried their best to defeat it. When, after wiping out this civilization, they discovered a shocking secret. This civilization came from other universes. The universe where that civilization was located exploded, and the universe restarted. But they escaped. You must know that the total amount of matter is constant. The universe was also unified at the time of the Big Bang. And all civilizations will return everything they have gained. This is an eternal truth. But instead of returning their civilization, they fled with their material possessions. What this represents is clear to everyone present. Only by mastering this technology can their civilization truly reach eternity. However, after analyzing all the technology of this civilization, they were disappointed. Because this civilization did not know how to escape. The reason why they were able to escape here was purely luck. But for these guardians, it doesn't matter whether it's luck or other reasons. Because now they see hope. So they searched the universe while researching, hoping to see if they could find similar civilizations again. After hundreds of millions of years like this, the second civilization appeared. After discovering the enemy, they worked together to eliminate it, and found that this civilization was in the same situation as the previous civilization. But compared to the previous civilization, they gained much more this time. Because this alien civilization has begun to study this technology, and has put forward a theory that it can lure civilizations from other universes over through some special means. This feeling is like turning on the jump engine to induce, creating a condition for them to come over. Immediately after they obtained this technology, they began to study it. Although this technology was not mature, after subsequent research, they successfully developed an induction device. With the induction device, the effect is completely different. In the past, it might take hundreds of millions of years to encounter an alien civilization. But now, it only takes tens of millions of years for one to appear. Of course, some of these civilizations are strong or weak, and the strong ones can cause them heavy losses. The weak ones can easily destroy them. Until one time a very strong civilization appeared, and the strength of this civilization was beyond their imagination. In that battle, They devoted almost all their resources and means to barely eliminate it. If that civilization hadn't already suffered heavy losses after crossing the distant universe and coming here, they would most likely be directly wiped out by this civilization. Since that incident happened, they realized that something was wrong. Although this device could give them a chance to find the eternal secret, but it would also bring endless dangers. After discussion, they decided to destroy the device. But after the device was destroyed, they found that the induction still existed. Now they panicked, because they understood that this method could only be turned on, but not turned off. Realizing that the situation was not good, these civilizations immediately began to think of ways to remedy the situation. And the remedy was to recruit other civilizations to join the organization to jointly resist foreign enemies. Of course, they definitely can't let any soldiers and generals sneak in. After all, the enemy is very powerful. And the partners they need are powerful civilizations in this universe. So they set the conditions for joining the civilization here. Only high-level civilizations that understand the nature of this universe can join. Because only civilizations that have reached such a high level will have a common goal with them. And this goal is the key to uniting them. As for those low-level civilizations that are still playing house with the laws of the Dark Forest, they cannot understand it even if you tell them the essence. So such civilizations are not qualified to join you. In this way, the Guardian organization was established. And those who joined this organization were basically the top civilizations in the universe. Among these top civilizations, only the top 10 civilizations have the technology of Titan battleships. It is said that the technology of this Titan battleship was also obtained from the alien civilization that invaded this universe. Although there have been several thefts of this technology along the way, and part of the Titan battleship technology has been revealed. Moreover, many advanced civilizations secretly want to use these leaked technologies to deduce the complete technology of the entire Titan battleship. But without exception, they were unsuccessful. Which does not mean that they cannot deduce it. But those few didn't allow it. Because once they discovered that any advanced civilization dared to study this thing secretly, it would be not far from destruction. Of course, apart from this kind of weapon, the use of dimensionality reduction weapons in the top 10 sequences is also explicitly prohibited. After all, although this kind of weapon is powerful enough, it will definitely reduce the life of the current universe. Chapter 365. The situation is getting more and more chaotic. It is also because of the above reasons that the rate of decay of this universe has been slowed down. However, even if some civilizations are restricted from using this special weapon, they can only restrict some of them. And not using dimensionality reduction weapons is a rule set by the strongman of this universe. But it is absolutely impossible for alien civilizations from other universes to abide by this rule. So this is a very embarrassing thing. That is, no matter how to stop dimensionality reduction weapons, this kind of thing cannot be completely avoided. And the current situation is not as good as it seems on the surface. In this universe, the 10 powerful civilizations represent schools that can be understood as the common development and continuation of civilizations, while those who oppose them are the destroyer organizations. On the surface, the destroyer organization looks like a ragtag organization. But in fact, this organization is not as simple as they think. First of all, this organization does not belong to the Guardians. They will not follow the rules set by the Guardians. They will use various weapons when necessary. In a sense, their behavior is provoking those big bosses. But in fact, they have been provoking them for so long, and they are still alive and well. In fact, at the beginning, this organization was a special group composed of some advanced civilizations that opposed the Empire. But as time went by, everyone discovered that things were far from as simple as they thought. Because an organization like this has an extremely weird way of getting along within it. It is obviously impossible to maintain the operation of the entire organization in this way. But this organization has managed to maintain it uncharacteristically. Of course, this is not important. What is more important is that this organization has launched several wars against the Empire. And in that battle, they used dimensionality reduction weapons. Naturally, their behavior caused them to be besieged by other civilizations. But they still stood firm during the sieges. Although on the surface it seemed that this matter was not a big deal. However, all civilizations in the organization know very well that the reason why the enemy is able to escape encirclement and suppression several times must be because there are high-level officials who are informing them from behind. Or in other words, there is a certain big boss behind this organization. It's just that no civilization dares to mention this matter. Although everyone knows that there is someone behind this organization, everyone tacitly pretends not to know. After all, if you dare to find out about this, then you are simply going against those big guys. They want to live for a few more years. So they will never do such a thing to seek death. In addition, this organization can be considered relatively law-abiding, because their goal is the Empire from beginning to end, and they are not willing to pay too much attention to other civilizations other than the Empire. Apart from this, we also consider that apart from the 10 civilizations in the organization, this Empire can be regarded as one of the most powerful civilizations. However, such a civilization has nothing to do with the Destroyer organization. This shows how powerful this organization is. Therefore, no matter what the considerations are, other civilizations in the Alliance maintain a nonchalant attitude towards this matter. Of course, judging from the current situation, both the Guardian and the Destroyer maintain a delicate balance. At least on the surface. There was no large-scale battle, but this was only on the surface. In fact, the internal divisions within the entire organization are now very serious, and every civilization has its own side. Of course, different civilizations have different customs. They cannot understand each other, so usually most civilizations are in a state of disliking each other. However, due to the people of the 10 advanced civilizations, no war broke out among these civilizations. But in the current situation, all civilizations know that they cannot last for long. After all, this 3-foot-high ice cannot be frozen in a day, even if each civilization may have a little friction. If this time is magnified to billions of years, then the hatred accumulated by these civilizations will be a very terrifying thing. So now the entire alliance is full of internal gunpowder. Full, and those 10 civilizations are like sharp swords hanging over everyone's heads. Once anyone dares to do something outrageous, he will fall down without hesitation. But all civilizations know very well that such a situation cannot last long because there are too many quantitative and variable factors. Maintaining the balance of multiple civilizations is not as easy as imagined. Of course, these things are not what the Empire needs to worry about right now. What they are now worried about is which super civilization is standing behind the Zerg. In fact, they still haven't figured out why some of the civilizations at the top of the sequence stand behind the swarm. They feel that there is no logic in this matter. They must know that it was their decision to release the insect swarm into this universe. And they allowed other senior writers to participate in the research of the insect swarm. In other words, it is reasonable whether you or others start a war with the Zerg, or capture the Zerg. Although he had wiped out the Zerg group before, he gave a large part of the corpses of those bugs to other civilizations, which can be regarded as resource sharing. In other words, in the case of resource sharing, there should be no conflict between them and other civilizations. And to the 10 bosses, they not only gave the Zerg specimens, but also the Queen's genes and other things. In other words, they also have complete Zerg information in their hands. Under such circumstances, they had no reason to stand behind the Zerg. But things were just so weird. Now they are not only standing behind the Zerg, but there are also people lurking in their own civilization to cause trouble. Once they find out that the matter is exposed, they will immediately destroy the corpses and eliminate all traces. Thinking of this, everyone present couldn't help but feel that the matter was a bit tricky. If other civilizations were involved in this matter, they would be fine with it. But this time behind the matter stood a civilization that ranked among the top 10 in the sequence. This incident forced them to be cautious. Although they knew very well that they were powerful, they also knew very well that they had no chance of winning against that level of civilization. Therefore, their attitude towards that kind of civilization is that they must not be offended. If you say they are aggrieved, they also feel that they are aggrieved now. But they also know that from a certain perspective, they are lucky, because those super civilizations have established such an organization, which prevents them from directly fighting those super civilizations. This matter is getting more and more difficult. First it was the Zerg's weirdness, and then even the top 10 civilizations took action. On the surface, the reason why they chose to take action at this time is nothing more than a warning to us not to continue with this matter. If this is the case, it can only explain one problem. That is, the current Zerg is very important to a certain person. And it can even be said that the current Zerg is the masterpiece of a certain person. If this is the case, then this Zerg may hold the secret we are looking for. But it is a pity that we do not dare to explore this secret. Is this the end of the matter? I always feel that if we study the new Zerg clearly, maybe we can really. At this point, one of them stopped talking. At this moment, an old man sitting next to him looked at him deeply, and then shook his head. The Zerg is on the one hand, but we can't rule out that they discovered the secrets we have been secretly preparing. Although judging from the various appearances of the matter, the spearhead of all incidents is directly pointed at the insect swarm. But who of you can guarantee that this is not their deception? Maybe they just want to use this insect swarm to attract our attention. After hearing what the old man said, everyone looked at each other. At this time, they all knew that if this matter was really what the old man said, then things would be in trouble. If this is the case, all they have to do is try their best to hide what they are doing. So what should we do now? Are we just going to watch this opportunity slip away from us? The old man from before shook his head. Of course it's impossible. We'll stop what we're doing now, then transform the experimental base, and then restart it after the transfer. As for the insect swarm, no matter who is behind them, we can't let go of this opportunity. Of course we can't take direct action against the insect swarm. But don't forget that we are not the only ones who are thinking about the insect swarm now. After hearing what the old man said, everyone suddenly understood. What you mean is that we just need to tell the destroyer organization about the swarm, and let them go find trouble with the swarm. That's it. Hearing this, the old man nodded, and a hint of depth flashed in his eyes. Yes, if we use this method, then things will become interesting. You must know that behind the destroyed organization, there is also a top 10 civilization in the sequence. If there is really any big friction between them, then the civilization behind them will definitely take action. And when they start dog-eat-dog, everyone's attention will inevitably be diverted to their heads. And after their attention has been diverted, we take this opportunity to complete the matter. If everything goes well, we can even use that chaotic situation to start a war. At this point, the old man looked at everyone. So every next step is very important for us. We must be careful. And be careful again. Everyone nodded after hearing this. For this matter, their civilization has been preparing for hundreds of millions of years. As an empire, they are absolutely not allowed to surrender. So they have been thinking about ways to defeat some civilizations. Later they found this method, and prepared for it for hundreds of millions of years. And now we have entered the most critical period. The success of hundreds of millions of years of preparations depends on this. So there is no room for sloppiness at this juncture. At this time, the players are here on the other side. After dealing with the insect swarm, they immediately entered the planet and began searching for resources. Brothers, this planet is really worthless. Although there are still a few large mineral veins found here, they have all been dug up by these bugs. And there are not many points left for us. Just be content with the people above. In this situation, some of the digging is pretty good. You have to know how many types of troops that bunch of bugs have produced based on this planet. It would be really strange if they have so many resources left. Brothers, do you still remember the mission that one issued to us just now? What one said was that although the Empire's news was destroyed, the destroyer organization appeared at the last moment. Which means that there is definitely destruction nearby. The Stargate of the organization. Although the Empire destroyer organization is much weaker, we are not able to compete now. So now we need to find the enemy's Stargate and destroy it. Otherwise, they will have a steady stream of warships coming towards us. And something will happen to us by then. Many players didn't pay much attention to what this player said. What's so alarming about this? After all, aren't those bug bosses always looking for it? I guess I should be able to touch it within a few days. You are thinking too much. After a few days of finding them, there will be no chance. The organization has probably sent a large army to suppress the situation. Now we must find them as quickly as possible. And the people who are found first this time will also be rewarded with evolution points. So brothers, please act quickly. Hearing this, everyone knew what to do now. So they all put down their work and began to control the space troops, and began to search for the evacuation route of the destroyer civilization. But the fact is that their worries are completely unnecessary. Because the destroyer organization is no better than the Empire. To put it bluntly, they all work on their own, and have to face the siege of the Empire at any time. So they don't have many things arranged in the galaxy. And these things are not universal, and can only be used by their own civilization. In other words, this matter will only be known to the civilization that knows about it. There is no possibility that other members of the same organization know about this. But it is a pity that the players do not know that the situation on their side is like this. And the most important thing is that even if they destroy the Stargate, it won't have much effect. Because of this matter about them. The Empire plans to reveal the news to other civilizations in the destroyer organization. And this means that it doesn't make much sense for them to destroy the Stargate of the Cral civilization. Of course, the players didn't know about this because they didn't know the internal situation of the destroyer civilization at all. In this way, through the efforts of the players, the Stargate of Cral civilization was successfully destroyed. After the natural Stargate was destroyed, The Cral civilization also received the news immediately. For them, it was expected that the Stargate would be destroyed. After all, these bugs were much smarter than they thought. Chapter 366 Horrible Speculation. Of course, the destruction of this Stargate is actually not a big deal to the Cral civilization, because after understanding the current situation of the insect swarm, they immediately realized the importance of the insect swarm. So they were in a state of inevitable victory over the insect swarm. However, considering the astonishing strength of this group of bugs, they decided to directly open their war fortress Eye of Insight. After all, the performance of this group of bugs was impressive enough before. God knows if they would have other means at their disposal. So just in case, they decided to use their strength to compete with these bugs. For this universe, any civilization that can develop to the level of Cral civilization is not stupid. They can't be so stupid as to be so self-righteous that they only send some battleships to give experience to others, when they know that the strength of the insect swarm is outrageous. Usually, after determining that the threat from the enemy is greater, they will directly mobilize the entire civilization and use all their strength to attack. As the saying goes, a lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. However, although the war fortress has a powerful jumping engine, the distance is too far, so it takes many times to jump over. According to the estimates of the Cral civilization, it will take them at least a year or so to reach their destination. After arriving at the destination, they will begin a carpet-like search. The entire process will take at least 4 or 5 years to complete. Swarm found. Of course, this time is just their estimate. How long it will actually take depends on the specific circumstances at that time. But what they didn't know at this time was that the changes in the insect swarm in the entire destroyer organization had been known to other civilizations. Because the Empire deliberately released this information. For the Empire, it is too easy to release this information, because there are many spies from other civilizations in the Empire. In fact, the Empire's senior officials also knew who these spies were. And the reason why they did not eradicate these people was because they thought they were still useful. After all, they can use this group of people to help them deliver some false news when necessary. And now is the time to use them. Considering this, the Empire spread a lot of rumors among the civilization. And these rumors are all related to the insect swarm without exception. Not only that, they also deliberately exaggerated your value, making those people pay a lot of attention to the Zerg. Naturally, their behavior attracted the attention of the forces behind the spies, and they ordered their men to get the latest information on the Zerg as quickly as possible. At this time, the Empire deliberately revealed a flaw in order to let those people discover information about the insect swarm. And when we saw the information that day, they were also shocked, because the changes in the insect swarm had far exceeded their imagination. They also knew very well what the current changes in the insect swarm represented. So they immediately set out to capture the insect swarm. After such a series of operations, the Empire's initial plan was completed. But the Empire was far more than that. They felt that these people alone were not enough, and they needed more people to join in the extermination of the insect swarm. So they immediately spread the news to other civilizations in the Guardian organization. After such a series of operations, now basically most of the advanced civilizations in the entire universe have set their sights on the insect swarm. Because at this time, they knew very well that as long as they caught the insect swarm, it meant that they were very likely to master the secret. That secret was too important to these civilizations, because they and the organization were able to come together because of that secret. So the whole universe went crazy this time. Every civilization is secretly preparing to capture this insect swarm as soon as possible. Of course, they also know that this matter is probably not as simple as it seems on the surface. It's a huge secret to know. Although they had used many means to obtain these secrets from the Empire, no one could guarantee that this secret was not deliberately leaked by the Empire. Because all civilizations know what this secret represents. If they obtain such an important secret, they will strictly guard it and never let it leak. And the Empire had obtained such an important secret, and yet it was leaked out so quickly. Anyone with a discerning eye would be able to see the fishiness in it. But even if they see it, it will have no effect, because they have no resistance to this matter. This also leads to the fact that they know that this matter is most likely a trap. But they still jump into it without hesitation. The wages of avarice is death. And this incident naturally spread to the ears of the top 10 civilizations in the sequence. This wave of operations by the Empire also made them very angry. After all, they have been working hard to maintain the stability of the entire organization. And now as this secret is exposed, the relationship of the entire organization has become precarious. And they have nothing to do about it. because they have no way to stop the exploration of this secret. Because once it is stopped, the problem will be huge. After all, the reason why they are united is because of the entanglement of interests. And now the interests are in front of everyone. If they don't allow everyone to obtain them, then the whole situation will become extremely chaotic. But at this time, they don't want everyone to know this secret, or even want to master this secret, because once everyone masters this secret, they will have to face a more serious problem. If everyone chooses to escape, can they still escape? This is like stowaway. One person's chance of success will be much higher if one person stowaways. But one day if tens of thousands of people stow away together, they will 100% be discovered. And if the smuggling in the universe is discovered, no one present knows what will happen. But they know very well that this will definitely be very dangerous. In order to reduce the risk to their own civilization, there is only one way. And that is, the fewer people who master this secret, the better. The top 10 in the sequence at this time, although they didn't say anything on the surface, they were already secretly making preparations. At this stage, they need to use these civilizations to find traces of the insect swarms. After all, in such a huge universe, it is extremely difficult to accurately find the location of the insects even with their technology. So they need this group of people to help find these bugs. And they also need this group of people to help with subsequent research. Although their technological level is powerful enough, it does not mean that they are strong in every aspect. The strengths of other civilizations always have their own weaknesses. And their own weaknesses are very likely to be other strengths. So at this stage, they need to help each other share information and study this technology in depth. After they completely master this secret, the next thing will be easier to handle. The reason why their organizations are able to unite is because of this secret. And when the secret is revealed, their organizational union will no longer exist. In order to prevent other civilizations from seizing their spots, and in order to prevent other civilizations from joining the escape and causing the target to be too exposed, all they need to do is to eliminate all factors that are not conducive to them. In other words, after the whole thing is over, the law of the dark forest will come again. Therefore, they must prepare in advance. This time, they need to eliminate not only the civilizations under their control, but also other civilizations in the top 10 on their list, because they don't know how many people will actually escape without being discovered during the escape period. It may be one civilization. It may be 10 civilizations. No one knows about this, but they have no chance to verify it. So they will only judge based on their experience. Their experience comes from those civilizations that have escaped from other universes. And these civilizations are without exception the only civilizations that have escaped in that universe. This means they will set the default escape rate to 1. This is also the fundamental reason why they take the risk of annihilating other civilizations that are also in the top 10 in the sequence. At this time, Jiang Yao didn't know that the Empire's secret operations had pushed them to the forefront. But the only good thing is that he at least still has the Zerg Queen as a trump card in his hand. At this time, no. One and Jiang Yao were monitoring every move of the Zerg Queen. The third stage Yuvlina only needed to keep a certain distance from the Zerg Queen in the invisible state, so it would be impossible for it to discover the location of the Yuvlina. However, compared to Jiang Yao, no. 1. He also discovered problems during this period of observation, because after this period of time, the escaping Zerg Queen found a new galaxy. This galaxy also contains rich mineral resources. After seeing this scene, no. One was also a little surprised. It seems normal to find a new home after crossing such a long distance. But I always feel that things are not as simple as I thought. Speaking of this, no. One couldn't help but look a little serious. Through the information provided by Jiang Yao, he learned about their several encounters with the Zerg, and also learned about the past of the Zerg Queen. It was precisely because the more he learned, the more he felt that what was happening now was very bizarre. After all, this number is still a relatively rational person. So once something strange happens, his first reaction should be to analyze the whole incident, rather than attribute it to coincidence. I can understand the idea of escaping and finding new galaxies. But what I'm curious about is why every galaxy she finds contains a lot of ore. Is this just a coincidence? No. One couldn't help but shake his head when he said this. How can there be so many coincidences in the world? The so-called coincidence is just the result of someone's careful arrangement, especially in such a huge universe. It is unreasonable for the other party to be able to find such a galaxy alone. You must know that the insect swarm is not in the habit of recording locations like other races. Generally, when they discover a planet with resources, the first thing they do is to clear out that resource planet. So in the Zerg star map records, It is impossible to record that certain galaxies have resources, because once resources are discovered, they will definitely loot them as soon as possible. It cannot be inferred from this that it was sheer luck that this queen found a new resource galaxy. But will good luck always happen? The galaxy they were in before was a galaxy with very rich resources. And the new place they found now is also one. Speaking of this, no. One couldn't help but shook his head. How can there be such good luck and so many coincidences in the world? When thinking of this, no. One suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. If this is not a coincidence, it is someone who arranged it secretly. Speaking of it, no. One couldn't help but widen his eyes. Immediately afterwards, Shi Jian no. One immediately asked the eyeworms around him to collect all Jiang Yao's development information, hoping to find out the problem. Because once you have an idea, you can easily get the answer by fitting the idea into a formula. And when no. One carefully browsed Jiang Yao's development history, he also discovered that the situation was not good. Although the development history of the entire insect swarm led by Jiang Yao seemed very normal. No. One divided the entire development into several nodes, and after comparing different stages, he clearly discovered problems. After many repeated deliberation, no. One felt that he seemed to have discovered something extraordinary, and he did not dare to delay too much. He immediately approached Jiang Yao and prepared to tell Jiang Yao his discovery. It was even said that this discovery was too terrifying for him or Jiang Yao. So he asked the brainworm to connect the two consciousnesses to create a virtual space, and the two parties started talking in the space. At this time, Jiang Yao, who was in the consciousness space, also had a serious face, because this time conversation no. One was too cautious. He was so cautious that he only dared to talk to himself in such a virtual space. After entering the virtual space, when Jiang Yao heard the first words spoken by no. One, he was suddenly confused. Chief, I suspect that our development route has been arranged by others. I am afraid that a pair of invisible hands is secretly controlling our development. But at this time, after hearing what no. One said, Jiang Yao was calm on the surface. But there was already a turmoil in his heart. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to show off in front of no. One now, he would have started holding the grass and holding the grass long ago. As for why no. One believed him as soon as he said it. It is easy to understand. After all, the strength of no. One is obvious to all. The fact that he would say such outrageous things means that he must have mastered some important information. Otherwise, he would never be able to make it out of nothing. At this time, Jiang Yao knew very well that if what no. One said was true, it would not be good news for him. So he quickly adjusted his mood and asked in a very calm tone. Oh, it seems like you have discovered something. You might as well tell me about it first. Chapter 367 Desperate Speculations. And as Jiang Yao's calm tone sounded, no. One was also stunned for a moment. And then he looked at Jiang Yao with some doubts. Can he not be confused about the current scene? You must know that this is a shocking secret. It is such a big secret that the leader of us has such an expression. It is not normal to look at it. But then he seemed to think of something again, and then asked tentatively, Chief, do you already know about this matter? I know shit. It's not just to show off. Do you think I will look like this? Jiang Yao couldn't help but complain in his heart when he heard no. One's question. However, he still nodded on the surface, and then asked in a pretended deep tone, I was quite surprised. I didn't expect you to find out too. But I'm curious about how you found out about this. After hearing Jiang Yao's affirmative answer, no. One secretly shouted in his heart that it was true. At this time, no. One had finally figured it out. After all, even he could think of this matter. How could someone like Jiang Yao not think of it? Of course, now that Jiang Yao had asked such a question, he still patiently told Jiang Yao his findings. Chief, I actually discovered this point purely because of a coincidence. Because when I was following the Queen, I found that he came to a new galaxy. And the strange thing is that there is a lot of, or this week. You have to know that according to the information you provided me, this Queen just escaped from the Empire not long ago. And she was able to encounter 2 planets with ores in such a short period of time. This is not consistent with common sense. You must know that according to the records of the Star Ring civilization, it took them more than 20 years to find a galaxy with, or at the fastest time. As for the Evernight and Taylor civilizations, it took longer. I can infer from this that it is very difficult to find new types of ores rich in this universe. But under such circumstances, the Zerg Queen was actually able to be found twice in a row. And the time between the two times was very correct. This is unreasonable in any way. If I understood it as luck the first time, how should I explain it the second time? It's impossible to attribute it to luck. At this point, no. One looked at Jiangyao and said, so after taking these factors into consideration, I made a bold guess at that time. That is, the Zerg Queen may be guided by some mysterious force. It is also because of this mysterious power that the Zerg Queen can find the ore points so easily. To put it simply, everything this Zerg Queen does may be controlled by a pair of invisible hands. When I thought about this at first, I felt that the possibility was very low. But then after I looked through our development history, I can basically conclude that my guess is correct. Because our development history is very bizarre. Our development speed and all aspects were very normal at the beginning. After hearing no one say this, Jiangyao also fell into memories. He may not have thought of some things, but if others have thought of them, he will still be able to figure them out if he puts the answers into the formula. So after no one mentioned this, Jiangyao immediately discovered the clues. From the very beginning on the planet where the black worm was located, its development speed was very normal, and it was frantically mining the surrounding resources, whether it was plants, animals, or rare ores. After defeating the aliens and the Tailors later, they headed to the next galaxy. At that time, their resource acquisition was very normal, and they attached great importance to every bit of resource. Although it is not as good as the insect swarm passing by and eating up the ground, it is not bad. And he didn't know when the whole thing started to change. If you remember correctly, it should have started with the Dyson Sphere civilization. His overall resource acquisition has doubled since then. Especially in the Star Ring civilization, the amount of resources has reached a terrifying level. The resources were so abundant that at that time, the energy phagocytosis that the bark of grass roots could produce was simply ignored. You must know that he ventured across the great void to come here because through the star map provided by the alien, he knew that there were many civilizations in this area. If these civilizations were cleared, he would be able to obtain a lot of resources. This is also the reason why he came here. But now that he has come here, he has not started to clear out so many resources. All this seems normal. But when you put the whole thing together, you will find the problem. The big improvement in all this happened after meeting Cassidon. Suppose Cassidon was discovered and guided by a mysterious being early on, and his intrusion caused the mysterious being to discover him and start planning a route for himself in secret. Although this theory is very bizarre, it does not rule out the possibility. Because during this period of time, he also gradually discovered his bias in resource acquisition. Yes, he obtained too much ore during this period. When he was developing himself in the past, the evolution points and ores he obtained were basically evolution points. Because of systematic reasons, both were important to him. But now the resources he obtains are basically ores. Lord, the amount of evolution points obtained has decreased. In fact, he had previously thought about how to coordinate this imbalance in resource acquisition, but he ignored a very important thing. That is why this happened. Is this just a coincidence? Of course, this does not rule out the possibility of coincidence. But now, he is more willing to believe that all this is arranged secretly by someone. That person knows the Zerg very well, but he does not understand the system. So most of the routes he arranges for himself are based on obtaining ores. Thinking of this, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel a chill running down his spine. If this is really the case, then the problem will be huge. Although my guess are no. One's guess is very unlikely. Anything can happen in this universe. Compared with other civilizations, Jiangyao, who was born in the grassroots, knew better that everything must be done with caution. Although his and no one's guess was that they were probably just too sensitive. But Jiangyao will not be so arrogant that he does not take this sensitivity seriously. Now that he has thought of it, it doesn't matter whether it is true or not. You must prepare for the worst in advance and make plans to deal with such things in advance. What no one said next also confirmed Jiangyao's conjecture. That's right. No one discovered this after going through his development history. And no one also told Jiangyao that he believed that everything develops step by step. And there is a sequence from 1 to 2 to 3. The development of anything cannot be that today you will become 10,000 tomorrow. If such a change occurs, then there must be something wrong. And Jiangyao's recent development is obviously a little too fast. At this time, Jiangyao also began to ask about no one's plans. After all, since no one came here to explain all this to himself, he must have thought of a way to solve the problem. After all, a person like no one will definitely come to you with the answer after discovering a problem. Unlike some people who will just tell you the problem after discovering the problem. After hearing Jiang Yao's questioning, no. One thought for a while, and then said, Chief, we actually only have two ways now. The first way is to run counter to his plan. Wherever he arranges for us to go, we deliberately go in the opposite direction. But this way is undoubtedly to let him know that we already know his existence. Assuming that this civilization really exists. Then when he knows that he has been exposed, there is no need to think that they will definitely attack us. So this path obviously doesn't work. And now the only path we can take is to continue following his arrangements. And pretending not to know everything is okay. But what we need to consider now is that if we follow his path, one day he will come out to harvest us. And when that time comes, how we should resist him is the key. Hearing this, Jiang Yao took a fancy to know. One and continued to ask, I wonder if you have any ideas for this. Number one pondered this for a long time and shook his head. The current situation of the entire Zerg race is not as good as we thought. Since the other party can arrange us in this way, he must also have a very clear understanding of our internal situation. He even said that he has deployed a lot of detectors here, and they will know everything we do immediately. Hearing this, Jiang Yao also nodded. You are right about this. The other party has means in their hands that we cannot understand, and they are using this means to monitor our every move. And our strength is undoubtedly exposed in front of them. Indeed, we can continue to grow and develop under his arrangements. But one day when our technological level reaches a level that they feel is beyond their control, they may intervene. Speaking of which, Jiang Yao continued to add, this incident is undoubtedly bad news for us. But from a certain level, it is also good news. Because before our strength reaches the level he expected, our safety will be relatively guaranteed. At least there won't be that ridiculously powerful civilization crushing us. At this moment, no. One couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he heard Jiang Yao's analysis. Because since Jiang Yao said that, no. One guessed that Jiang Yao had already thought of a way to deal with this matter. Chief, could it be said that you have already thought of a solution? In response, Jiang Yao gave a meaningful look and then said, I already have a preliminary plan in mind for this matter. However, the probability of success of this plan is actually not high. But it is still a method. But for this period of time, we can just develop according to their arrangements. Hearing this, no. One also nodded. Since Jiang Yao already has a plan, he can rest assured. Although he didn't know what Jiang Yao's plan was, he knew that it would be impossible to say such a thing. After all, no one can guarantee that this matter will not be leaked. After the conversation was over, no. One left. At this time, Jiang Yao, no. One could not help but frown as he watched the departure. The news brought to him on the first day was too shocking. If it were true, then this universe would be too scary. Sure enough, the methods of advanced civilizations are hard to guard against. Many of their methods are already beyond your understanding. There is only one way for an enemy like this to defeat him. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Indeed, facing this unknown civilization now is like a baby facing an adult. But Jiang Yao also has the final trump card, which is the system. The system has always been Jiang Yao's biggest secret. Even now, every move he makes is being monitored by that unknown civilization. But the best they can do is know that they can make these Zerg evolve. But they don't know the principle. Jiang Yao believed that until they understood the true principle clearly, they would continue to observe him secretly. In other words, he only needs to continue to hide this secret. And then, he will be in a relatively safe situation. Of course, this relatively safe situation also has a prerequisite. That is, his insect swarm cannot evolve to a too high stage. Because once it evolves to too high a stage, the advanced civilization is likely to think that the whole thing is out of control. You must not let them have such thoughts. So at present, I feel that Jiang Yao will not let the Thunder Beasts evolve to too high a stage. He will limit the Thunder Beasts to a certain stage. Then they began to accumulate resources and issue evolution coupons to the outside world. When a real disaster occurred, these Thunder Beasts could be allowed to evolve collectively. By that time, it was too late for them to stop it. And in Jiang Yao's eyes, apart from the evolution of the Thunder Beast, Leviathan can also be regarded as a trump card. Of course, apart from these two, he also has the most important trump card in his hand. And this trump card is the insect nest. And Jiang Yao now believes that if that civilization is real, and not just his imagination, then the insect nest will most likely play a decisive role in the future. through the evolution of the insect nest, it will gain unparalleled combat power. And only he knows how strong this combat power is. And from the development to the present, he has used the insect nest to fight very rarely. In other words, the other party has a certain understanding of their own insect nest, but the understanding is not comprehensive. Of course, they may also think that the continuous evolution of the insect nest will have very powerful strength. But it is very simple to hide this. For example, after the insect nest evolves to the next stage, it begins to announce that as the level of evolution increases, the insect nest will gradually lose its ability to move. The reason is that there are many internal buildings. And secondly, because Leviathan needs to be hatched, many of the capabilities of the insect nest will be discarded. This explanation is very reasonable. And as long as he tells this matter, the players will definitely believe it unconditionally. And if the players believe in the civilization that is spying so secretly, they will definitely not believe it in the short term. But as time goes by, they will slowly start to believe it. In other words, one day this civilization will be misled by itself. If they are misled by themselves, then their cards are safe. Of course, Jiang Yao now also hopes that all this is just his guess, and that this civilization does not really exist. Chapter 368 Harvesting Civilization begins. Rule changes. The current situation is that although this matter is most likely the result of his and no one's imagination, Jiang Yao is still willing to prepare for this matter. It is also understandable that he has a little bit of paranoia about being persecuted. But he knows that ignorance and arrogance are never excuses for the destruction of civilization. With his current technological level, it is simply a dream to gain insight into the mysteries of other advanced civilizations in the universe. Even if he wants to understand the characteristics of a special creature with his current level of technology, he may not be able to understand it clearly, let alone understand the situation of other advanced civilizations in the universe. To him, this is meaningless and is just wishful thinking. As the saying goes, the end of science is theology. No one knows what incredible methods those advanced civilizations that have reached the end have. Perhaps it is possible, just like in mythical stories, that an ordinary person can possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. This kind of thing seems very incredible and unrealistic on the surface. But will this kind of thing really not happen? Obviously not. If one day, there is a mysterious civilization that masters a kind of technology, that is to connect an ordinary person with a battleship, it can be used as a carrier for the battleship. It is like playing a computer game. The character you operate always has all kinds of fancy skills. Although on the surface, what he does seems incredible, there is actually a computer behind him. The same principle connects people and battleships. On the surface, many things this person does are a bit incredible. But in fact, what he did was done by a battleship. So do you still find it incredible? This is just like the controller a game console is connected to. You only see the simple structure of the controller, but you don't see the complex components inside the game console. Therefore, the end of science is theology. This is the truth. In the final analysis, others have mastered means that you cannot understand. Jiang Yao didn't know whether what he encountered was a trick arranged by the enemy, but he knew that he had to be careful and prepare for the worst. In this way, if this thing doesn't happen, your preparations can be used elsewhere. But if you don't plan to prepare at all, and when it happens one day, how should you deal with it? This is what he needs to consider. After all, this kind of thing is not as simple as he thought. Things that determine the fate of civilization are not trivial matters. You may only need to prepare a few days in advance or even a few hours in advance. Such things usually require decades or even hundreds of years of preparation before they finally come to fruition. So Jiang Yao decided to hide the insect nest's ability from this moment on. Of course, he couldn't hide all the abilities of the cordyceps, as this would definitely arouse the enemy's suspicion. He had no intention of hiding the ability of the gold-eating insect. He planned to hide all his other abilities. In fact, for him, if the enemy really paid attention to him at that stage, the enemy would not actually know much about the capabilities of the insect nest. Because since that incident, Jiang Yao has only used the insect nest a few times in total, and the performance of the insect nest each time was not particularly outstanding. If this is the case, then I will slowly recover the ability of cordyceps, or slowly weaken the ability of cordyceps until they no longer doubt this matter. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao began to make arrangements. In fact, for Jiang Yao, the insect nest can be said to be one of the most powerful units in his hand. After first evolving several times, the insect nest already has very powerful combat effectiveness. This is also the reason why he drove out of the insect nest when he defeated the Stargate defense. In fact, Jiang Yao didn't think that he could obtain the star ring at first. What he initially thought was to improve the strength of the insect nest through continuous evolution. In the future, during battles, its insect nest can serve as the flagship of civilization, providing fire support to other insects on the battlefield. From this incident, it cannot be seen that the insect nest was originally intended to be cultivated by Jiang Yao as a strategic weapon. It was also for this reason that even after obtaining the star ring nest, the cultivation progress would still not fall behind. The main reason is that the potential for the subsequent development of the insect nest is very huge. And more importantly, the star ring has little to do with itself. Although he can control the star ring, no matter how powerful the star ring becomes, it has no direct relationship with his improvement in strength. The insect nest is different. As the insect nest evolves, Jiang Yao's own strength is also constantly improving. Jiang Yao naturally wants to cultivate this kind of thing that is closely related to him. However, the massive resources required for the evolution of the insect nest are a troublesome thing. Fortunately, the so-called Black Hand is arranging it for him, so he does not go into energy devouring. The only thing Jiang Yao is worried about now is the point of evolution. Thinking of this, I will decide to start the next step. You must know that his purpose in coming to this galaxy is to take a fancy to the rich civilization resources around him. And the biggest role of these civilization resources is to provide himself with a large number of evolutionary points. So now he is ready to harvest these civilizations. However, considering the player's long-standing harvesting habits, it will be decided to change the rules of the entire game. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao started to take action. It didn't take long for them to receive a new announcement. And this announcement was mainly about the subsequent civilization harvest. The content of the announcement is also very simple. That is, there are a large number of civilizations in their area, and the locations of these civilizations are recorded in the alien star map. Now players can sign contracts with various companies to claim these civilizations. But there are conditions for claiming Jiang Yao from these civilizations. If a civilization is claimed by only one guild, then it can enjoy about 80% of the benefits, because 20% is company taxes. But if a civilization appears, the second or third guild, whether they are attacking, assisting or cooperating, as long as other guilds appear, then you can only get 5% of the benefits from this civilization. And these 5% income can be divided among your guilds at will. From now on, Jiang Yao plans to cut off the player's cooperation methods. At least at this stage, he must pass on the player's previous combat methods. The first point is that if players are still allowed to adopt the original cooperation method, there will be a problem. That is, only a small part of the players can obtain a relatively large improvement in strength, while other players cannot, because there are too many players who are playing tricks. These people hide in the large army, and all kinds of wretched people receive rewards. If this kind of thing continues, only a few 100,000 of his 200,000 people may have a certain combat effectiveness, which is not what he wants. In addition to this, there is a more important point. That is, when several guilds unite together, their strength is very powerful, and it is easy for them to clean up some civilizations. Of course, Jiang Yao did not intentionally want to make it more difficult for players to clean up civilization, but to make harvesting civilization an easy task. This will inevitably cause a huge waste of resources. If the ordinary creatures in this information are only worth 10 evolution points, and these creatures are deeply hidden. In other words, if you want to find all these people and change them to evolutionary points, it will take a lot of time. And the most important thing is that there are no ore resources in this galaxy, which means that if you harvest this place, you won't actually earn many evolution points. At this time, you didn't see that a certain guild next door had found a fertile land. If you encountered such a situation, you would most likely give up on this galaxy and look for other galaxies. It's like when you play a certain game. The monsters around you all get 1,000 gold coins each, but the monster in this area you fight only gets 1 gold coin. What's the first thing you do when something like this happens? It's as simple as changing the picture. And for you, the cost of capital exchange is really too low, because you actually didn't lose much by capturing this civilization. So it doesn't matter to you. They won't have the mentality of wanting to make money in this civilization. If your guild attacks this civilization, your losses will be negligible no matter how small it is. At this time, what they usually consider is how to make enough money here. Of course, as for other aspects, Jiang Yao also considered it. So he set a 3-month cooling CD for the replacement. All in all, Jiang Yao now blocks all kinds of ways for players to waste resources. and its purpose is to maximize the use of all resources. After such a set of policies are implemented, players will find that after discovering a planet with very poor resources, they will still find a way to completely mine it. Because even if this place is barren, and you want to spend this period of time by messing around and then change the copy, it is impossible to block your luck in the next copy, because you can't guarantee that the resources will be abundant next time. So instead of just muddling through this period of time for 3 months, it is better to use this time to make more or less money. In this way, Jiang Yao formulated the general rules of the game and immediately issued an announcement. And with the announcement, players couldn't help but talk about the new rules. Damn, this time the revision is a bit too much. If only one guild can participate, what should we do if we encounter such a powerful enemy? You can't choose the strength of this civilization. If you are unlucky and choose a powerful civilization, then some salted fish guilds will definitely have to watch. I feel like these tricks are strengthening the local tyrants in disguise. I noticed upstairs that you don't want to do anything. This official decision is obviously a disguised restriction on wealthy people. If we don't make these restrictions, the rich will choose valuable civilizations and leave some scraps for you. How much do you think you can earn? And as long as we don't encounter that kind of ridiculously powerful civilization, we can easily defeat it by using some highly evolved special units. To put it bluntly, the front is strong, but we can play dirty tricks. After hearing what this player said, some people below started to cheer. That's easy to say. Don't you need money for highly evolved special units? Where does the money for these units come from? Does it fall from the sky? You want a return without any investment? Are you planning to make a huge profit without investing a penny? This makes sense. If you still want to make money without investing a penny, you are dreaming. And then again, if you encounter a relatively powerful civilization and you don't want to invest money, that's even better. You are equivalent to picking up the brand for us and letting us know the situation of this civilization. Guilds with this strength will be able to change the next time. Just choose him. In this way, everyone has their own opinions on this incident. In short, everyone clearly realizes that the entire game pattern has changed. Because this time in the civilization cleanup plan, Jiang Yao even allowed those who drove battleships and worker bees to join. The first people to drive battleships are ordinary people who have learned to drive battleships. And these ordinary people can only operate battleships around the star ring at most, mainly responsible for reconnaissance of the surrounding situation and repelling enemies when necessary. Of course, this is also a way for them to obtain points. As for the group of people who started the worker bees, they are all mining players, and they increase their authority through continuous mining to obtain points. And these people are not only flower growers, but also people from other countries. In the past, Jiang Yao did not allow this group of people to enter the battlefield directly. They could only gain points bit by bit through logistical methods. But this time Jiang Yao actually allowed them to participate in the civilized attack plan for the first time. Of course, in this battle, their main role is to cooperate with the black insects to harvest these civilizations. By cooperating with black worms to harvest these civilizations, only 10% of their profits can be obtained by themselves. But there is another advantage. The amount of points gained is very large. In other words, after this event, as long as they are lucky enough, there will be a large number of people from other countries who can purchase and control combat arms. To put it simply, Jiang Yao wants to use this opportunity to let the entire player group realize the effect of 100 flowers blooming. After all, the current players are still the same group of players before, and most of their competition comes from internal competition. It is definitely impossible to improve their overall strength simply by relying on internal competition. Therefore, Jiang Yao needs some external pressure to train this group of players. At this time, when the old players saw these policies, they immediately understood that there would be more and more competitors before long. Especially many of them are from other countries. Some countries have even said that as long as their country's personnel are qualified to purchase and evolve arms, they will provide them with a starting capital of 100,000. In other words, as long as this group of people obtain the qualifications, their starting point will not be low. What the players don't know at present is that this number is still the highest value that can be obtained after being restricted by Jiang Yao. If Jiang Yao does not restrict it, they may not be 100,000. The Thunder Beast can be released for you at any time. A few heads came out. Chapter 369. The robot is thrown into the blue star. Naturally, after knowing all this, the players immediately started planning. First of all, attacking civilization is not a big problem for them in the big guilds. But the difficulty is that the selection of civilization is random. and they don't know what the resources of the civilization they choose are. For small guilds, what they fear is that if they choose a powerful guild, they will be embarrassed if they cannot defeat them. Because this incident was very embarrassing. When new activity announcements appeared, the reactions of various countries were different. Some countries were willing to provide all-round support to their people, but some countries were unwilling to provide any support to their people. This is something that no one can understand. But later they can understand the reason after thinking about it. After all, this is a game. This country has worked hard to support a game. It is indeed a bit unprofessional. But what they never knew was that what these people saw was not as simple as opening a copy. Because they are going to destroy civilization. Although these people cannot oppose it, they absolutely cannot support it. This is where the moral bottom line lies. Of course, for Jiang Yao, he would turn a blind eye to their actions as long as they did not hinder his plans. And Jiang Yao found the behavior of these people to be ridiculous in nature. Putting the moral scale on the universe to measure a certain civilization or a certain thing. This is also thanks to the fact that they are still useful to themselves and can provide them with a certain degree of protection of. But if they are of no use to us, then it will be different. With this kind of mentality, there is a high probability that they will be given away to other civilizations. Of course, Jiang Yao can also understand that a civilization like this that first entered the universe saw the cruelty of the universe as soon as they were born. It is normal that they cannot understand the essence of it. And this time on the player's side, after a period of planning, they were ready to take action. This time the attack on civilization started by drawing lots. In this galaxy, Jiang Yao has sorted out a total of 342 planets with life. This number looks very large on the surface. But in fact Jiang Yao knows very well that the number of usable planets will be very small. Because what is recorded on the alien star map is a planet with life and a planet with resources, which are two different things. My planet may be rich in a lot of resources, but some planets are most likely to contain some plants or some microorganisms. In short, there are various situations. As for what you draw, it depends purely on your luck. It's possible that the planet you drew not only has a lot of ores, but also has many creatures that can obtain evolution points. It's also possible that the planet you drew is a bare planet with some microorganisms that have time to evolve. With such an anxious attitude, everyone in the guild chose an European emperor to draw the lottery. By the way, don't keep staring at me. You're putting me under a lot of pressure. Xianyu, who was currently in the queue, couldn't help but say when he saw the expectant eyes of everyone. Based on the current situation, you are the only one in our guild who is a little more mature. So you must not let your guard down at the critical moment. Xianyu expressed helplessness about this. Who can guarantee this kind of thing? No one can guarantee this kind of thing. After all, the randomness is too strong. The so-called European emperor is just a little psychological comfort that everyone gives themselves. I hope you don't get tricked this time. I can accept the average galaxy even if it's not particularly fat. At this time, he walked to the lottery box and prayed while drawing the lottery of fate. Planet 214. This is the planet that Xianyu and the others drew. And after drawing this planet, the black worms also told them the subsequent rules. From now until the next 3 months, Planet 214 will be the planet that Xianyu and the others need to explore. During this period, Xianyu and the others cannot apply to draw lots again to change to other planets. Of course, if the resources of this galaxy are too scarce, they can also go out to find other planets by themselves. Although this rule meant that Xianyu and the others didn't have to stare at the planet all the time. They knew that it was even more unrealistic to go out and search for it. In such a vast universe, if you want to find a planet with life, unless someone actively sends a signal, it will be very difficult to control it. However, there are not many civilizations in the universe that are so stupid as to actively send signals to the outside world. So at this time, everyone in the Xianyu Guild can only place all their hopes on this planet. They just hope that this planet will not be cheated. At this time, after they obtain the coordinates of the planet, they immediately sent a third-order Euglena to the planet over there to check it out. The planet over there is actually not far from their location, and it only took them 5 days to reach it. On the day when the eyeworm arrived, everyone in the Xianyu Guild also crowded together and began to watch the information sent back by the eyeworm. This planet is very similar to No. One's home planet. This is a planet covered with yellow sand. The entire planet is surrounded by dead yellow sand, and no traces of civilization can be seen on it. And just when Xianyu and the others were feeling half-hearted, Euglena found through scanning that there were a large number of life reactions inside the planet. After knowing this information, Xianyu and the others could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, At least there are living creatures here. No matter how much they are worth, they can still be exchanged for some money. After saying this, she and you finally felt relieved. And then they began to prepare. Brothers, our main battle next is to fight underground. Considering this, the main troops we dispatched this time are mainly ground troops, such as Hydralisks and Infected. Because of the characteristics of the Infected, we only need to protect the Infected. And then the next thing will be easy to handle. And based on the Euglena scan, there are no special signal fluctuations underground. So we can basically confirm that the creatures underground should be underground creatures native to the planet. These creatures usually don't have strong combat power. So we only need to send a few hundred people down there, while the other people are responsible for driving king insects to transport these resources in exchange for money. Everyone nodded after hearing what Xianyu said. And at this moment the Emperor Penguin thought about it for a while, and then said, "There is basically no problem with your arrangement. But what I am worried about now is what if there are monsters on this planet? It's not valuable. What should we do?" After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, Xianyu couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. "Brother, we haven't even started exploring yet. So you wouldn't just throw cold water on us like that. This is not pouring cold water. This is a rational discussion. You have to understand that if we want to make money now, we cannot just rely on luck and place all our hopes on this illusory luck. We want to make sure that our lower limit is not too low. So I think we should compress the personnel. Only 1,000 people were sent to attack that planet, while the rest were all looking around to see if they could find other civilizations. And these people will need to be responsible for long-term searches in the future. To put it simply, these people are equivalent to the exploration team, constantly exploring the universe for us. After all, you have to understand that the number of planets here is limited. There are only more than 300 planets provided by the leader, and they will be consumed in a short time, after it is used up. If there are no other planetary resources, it will enter a period of grass planting period. After hearing what Emperor Penguin said, Xianyu couldn't help but interject. It's normal for the game to enter the grass growing period. We can take a break during that period. So you just don't listen when I tell you to use your brain more often. You need to understand that the entire game situation is no longer what it used to be. In the past, only our group of players competed with each other. But after this event, many people from other countries will definitely be able to qualify. And by then, they will also become our competitors. When they can operate normally, do you think our guild can still maintain its advantage as it is now? I think it will be quite difficult. After all, as the pressure increases, there are more and more Krypton Gold guilds. Although we have made a lot of money during this period, compared with those real big consortiums, the money is not even a cent. And you have to understand that capital is everywhere. Although this game is recognized by the whole world, everyone is still in the wait-and-see stage. After everyone is sure about it in the future, many guilds may be controlled by some consortiums. There are some financial groups that will become the financial backers behind these guilds. And with their support, the strength of those guilds will grow by leaps and bounds. At this time, we have only two choices. The first is to accept the support of those financial backers, and we will be judged by these people in everything we do in the future. The second is to continue to work hard with our strength. Which one do you want to choose? When they heard this, no one hesitated at all, and they all shouted that it must be the second one. After hearing everyone's choices, Emperor Penguin added, "That's the end of it. After all, we all started as wage earners, and it took such a long time of hard work to achieve financial freedom. Certainly no one wants to go back to the era of wage earners. But with the investment of investors, do you think it will be easy for them to surpass us if we are just a little bit weak? So judging from the current situation, if our guild does not want to become that ordinary guild, then in addition to hard work, we also need luck. We cannot guarantee luck, but we can guarantee hard work." At this point the Emperor Penguin sighed. "So in the days to come, all we can do is look for civilization. Only in this way can our income be stable, and we can earn more." At this moment, a player was a little confused. In other words, I feel that we have made enough money now. There is really no need to work so hard anymore. To put it bluntly, our current income is enough for us to be comfortable. It's been a lifetime. Before I even got up after hearing what this player said, many people started to refute me. "Old Tai, you are a typical example of someone who doesn't know how expensive firewood, rice, oil and salt are. How long has this game been popular? But do you know how many times the prices outside have increased? Let me tell you, the prices outside have tripled. If it continues to rise at this rate, money will only become less and less valuable. So what we can do now is try to earn as many evolution points as possible. And I heard that intelligent robots jointly developed by various countries will also be put into use. And these robots need to be purchased with evolution points. After buying these robots, you can control them to work for you. This is the biggest problem. After seeing what this player said, everyone explained that the times are developing too fast now. But at this moment, someone noticed the last part of what the player said. No. After having robots, isn't this a good thing? Why do you think this is a problem? Before the player could answer, Emperor Penguin analyzed the whole thing for everyone. On the surface, this seems to be a good thing. But if you analyze it carefully, you will find the dangers in this matter. Because once many jobs are replaced by robots, what do you think will happen to the people who rely on these jobs to make a living? Yes, they may lose their jobs. So if they want to continue to survive in these jobs, then they have to buy robots. Because the production efficiency of robots is n times that of human workers. Many people are willing to pay double the price to hire a robot that is 8 to 10 times more efficient than before. For them, this is profitable. That is to say, in the future, if these robots become popular, people without robots may not be able to survive in this world. Although some relevant institutions have been established above to prevent this kind of thing from happening, these institutions can only barely support your life. Simply put, they just allow you to survive. Most people who want to live a good life have only one way to buy a robot. And these robots will also cause many problems in the future. The first point is its maintenance. And the second point is upgrading. Because if the output of the first generation robot is 1, and the output of the second generation robot is 2, then the output of the second generation robot will be more popular when looking for a job. According to this logical inference, when the fourth and fifth generations appear, there is a high probability that the first generation robots will not be able to find jobs because their efficiency is too low compared to these robots. Hearing this, everyone immediately realized the problem. That is to say, not only can we not stop in the world now, but even those migrant workers dare not stop. Because once you stop, you may be eliminated from this world. Hearing this, the Emperor Penguin nodded. That's true. This is a problem caused by the development of science and technology. Although productivity is constantly improving, it will also screen out many people. Those who cannot adapt to this change are destined to become the tears of the times. Chapter 370 The Queen is Lost. At this time, after hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone nodded in agreement. They were helpless about this change. Perhaps this change was not so obvious in the past. At that time, when smartphones became ubiquitous in their lives, they did not realize that the elderly, who did not know how to use mobile phones, had gradually become out of touch with the times. Until now, this major reform is very obvious, especially because robots have replaced human labor so quickly. Although they still require manual labor in essence, the repetitive operation mode of robots will make some work on the assembly line only need a few robots to watch it, and the large number of people involved in the assembly line will no longer exist as before. All in all, this reform came too fast for them and most other Blue Star people. If they want to gain a foothold in such an era, they can only run their own guild well, because in this era, their guilds are like outdated companies, going from being extremely prosperous at the beginning to surviving in the cracks later on. So now they also know very well that although their guild looks pretty good on the surface, after understanding all this, everyone knew that this was only on the surface. If they could not gain a firm foothold, they would eventually be lost to everyone. After thinking of this, Xianyu also began to think about it. Brothers, I feel that our previous gameplay is no longer good. The current situation is changing so fast, and there are so many latecomers catching up. If we continue to muddle along like before, our guild will definitely be kicked down by other guilds in the end. Every activity or every encounter with an enemy is an opportunity for others, and it can also be considered a test for us. At this point, Xianyu looked at everyone. In order for our union to develop better in the future, I think we should make more systematic overall planning. Just like going to work, everyone must have their own job and what they have to do every day. Of course, it is very normal for Xianyu to have such thoughts. After all, judging from the current situation, if they do not prepare in advance, then this guild may eventually be replaced by other guilds and eventually be forgotten. They had put so much effort into this guild, and it was definitely impossible for them to accept such a result. However, when Xianyu proposed this plan, the Emperor Penguin next to him shook his head and rejected his idea. I can understand why you have such a mentality, Salty Fish, but you have to understand a very real problem. We are playing games now, and not working. To put it bluntly, although your behavior has some positive factors, there will be more negative factors. Even because of your decision, most union buyers will choose to quit the membership, because essentially everyone is here to play games, not to work. Hearing this, Xianyu naturally understood the reasoning. But if we don't formulate some rules, how will we compete with other unions in the future? The rules that have been made are gone. If we make them today, more than half of the people will withdraw tomorrow. Believe it or not. At this moment, Kuan Yi from the beginning of the game interjected. You have to understand that everyone comes together because they want to play together, not because they want to work together. Of course, I think the plan you mentioned is also feasible. After all, it is for the future development of the union. At this point, Kuan thought about it, and then said to everyone, we can first decide which departments our guild will set up in the future. Some departments that are similar to work in nature. We can hire people to help us. After all, there are so many people entering the game now, and a large part of them are still unemployed. So we can recruit workers at this time. And as Kuan's voice started to fall, everyone's eyes could not help but light up. Indeed, this is a good way. Not only do you find homeless people who offer lower wages, but they can also help you with a lot of trivial matters. What Xianyu and the others didn't know at this time was that with their move, the entire Yuan universe began to officially operate. Because in the past, many companies recruited workers in reality. Even if the metaverse is now established, they only use this metaverse as a communication tool. And after making an appointment with someone, they will still do it offline. The purely online application and purely online operation methods of Xianyu and others have undoubtedly promoted the recognition and popularity of Yuan universe in the entire world. Because as Xianyu and his guild began to take action, other guilds also followed suit. When these guilds started to learn, the media who were always paying attention to the trends of these guilds would naturally expose these things. After the whole thing was exposed, everyone changed their views on these things to a certain extent. And Jiang Yao, who was watching all this happen, naturally knew very well that it would not be long before this thing became popular on Blue Star. After all, this kind of thing gets publicity very quickly. Nowadays, these guilds are the focus of the world. As long as reports related to these guilds are published, the traffic will be just right. There are many people who are definitely happy to meet this kind of traffic. And while they are doing so, they will undoubtedly increase the publicity of this matter. As more and more people block traffic and promote it, this thing will gradually become ingrained in people's minds. Then some companies will try it. And then more companies will try it. Although the whole thing has not yet been resolved, Jiang Yao knows very well that the seeds have been planted and begun to sprout. Naturally, Xianyu and the others didn't know how much change their small move would bring to the entire world. At this time, they were focusing on the planet they had drawn in the lottery. First of all, while they rushed to the planet, they also asked the Euglena players to start looking deeper into the underground to see what was going on underground. And when you find the cave from the player and start going down the cave, everyone is stunned. The geographical space of this planet is very large. So large that it is beyond imagination. After exploration, they found that the largest underground space is about the size of 10 flower growers. And the entire underground environment is not as dark as they thought. There are many special plants and animals in the underground world here, all of which emit light fluorescence. And the animals here also surprise players, because they have lived in the ground for a long time. They usually rely on special ways to find direction and find similar animals. In addition to these animals, there are also various luminous plants. These plants emit all kinds of light, illuminating the entire ground with colorful colors. The most amazing thing about these plants is that they can actually move around. It's even said that you can hunt. The first reaction these things give players is the plants they encountered when they first started the server, which were mutated by or radiation. However, unlike those plants, there are no ores here. So these plants are not considered mutated plants. They should be the characteristics of this planet. Of course, this is undoubtedly good news for players, because the weirder the animals and plants on the planet mean, the more they earn. After all, the number of evolution points depends on the degree of evolution of these creatures. In this way, the players continued to explore, and soon they found 7 or 8 caves of similar size on the planet. As for the internal structure of this planet, the players were extremely surprised. They really couldn't imagine what kind of situation created such an underground world. Of course, such a world is very dangerous, because both animals and plants here are extremely aggressive. But players actually don't care about this. After all, if their opponent wants to kill them as long as they are not that special mutant. It is basically impossible. Just a few days later, a large army of players also appeared in the sky above the planet. After these few days of exploration, Xianyu and the others had basically figured out the general situation of the planet. So when the players entered the planet, they began to clean up the creatures in it area by area. After these creatures were cleared, the king insects would be transported back to the insect nest and exchanged for evolution points. For the swarm, this is a good place to harvest resources. But for the native creatures here, the arrival of the swarm is simply a disaster. At first, when the swarms of insects arrived, many nearby animals and plants had already noticed their arrival. For this strange creature, they didn't know what was going on at first. But driven by instinct, they still launched an attack on these creatures. And when their attacks hit the players, it was like scratching an itch. After all, their life levels were too much higher than theirs. Then the players launched a counterattack against them. This creature is too easy to kill. A high-level Hydralisk would take away at least a few hundred of them in one round of strafing. While powerful creatures, like Thunder Beasts, rushed inside without the need to attack at all. They could be easily eliminated just by stepping on them. Later, the players discovered that the destructive power of the Thunder Beast was too strong. And many creatures were not even left behind. So they transferred the Thunder Beast back. And then sent more Stingers and Velociraptors over. The price of the creatures here is not as high as expected. One creature can only be exchanged for 20 evolution points. But the only good thing is that these creatures are relatively dense. So harvesting them is relatively easy. In this way, the players carried out a large-scale cleanup of this planet. And under the pressure of the players' army, the creatures here had no means of resistance. Any of their attacks will be as harmless as scratching the players. And every blow from the players will be fatal to them. Gradually, these creatures seem to have discovered the strength of the players. So once they find the players, they will run away. But it is obvious that the players do not intend to give them a chance to escape. After all, for them, these creatures are their income. And they will definitely not let them go. In this way, players clean up area by area. Although the creatures on this planet are relatively easy to kill, the area of this planet is here after all. So cleaning it up is also very time-consuming. By the time Xianyu and the others cleaned up the place, 6 months had passed. In the past 6 months, other guilds have also launched attacks on the planets they have drawn. Civilizations have been born on some planets. But the level of civilization is not high. And they are pure under the attacks of players. There is no way to fight back. Some planets were born with civilizations with higher technological levels. Some of these planets were gradually eaten away by players using cockroaches and infected people. While some of them were taken over by other powerful guilds, because there was really no other way. All in all, in the past few months, players have been frantically harvesting the surrounding life planets. Of course, during this period, they also discovered Xianyu's routine. Many people still agree with Xianyu's routine. So they also imitated Xianyu, and put in a large number of eyeworms to wander around the universe to try their luck. Of course, the effect is not very ideal. After all, most of the literati in this universe will instinctively hide themselves. So it is rare to encounter the kind of stupid young people who send signals to the whole universe. However, with the actions of these guilds in this period, many new professions were born. Of course, these professions are mainly to serve the players. Although these professions now serve players, many companies have begun to recruit people directly in the game, driven by players. And with the investment in robots, many people have spent huge sums of money to purchase robots and use them in production and work. And when these robots were put into various positions, they discovered how ridiculously efficient these robots were. Therefore, many companies have made high investments in robot holders. Of course, this behavior also prompted more people to buy robots. And Jiang Yao also took advantage of the trend and once again decentralized a group of robots. Moreover, the future city plan planned by Jiang Yao has also begun intensive preparations. In short, in the past few months, both players and people's hearts have undergone earth-shaking changes. Under Jiang Yao's secret manipulation, Blue Star's era of great construction is about to begin. As for the players, during this period of harvest, they also earned a lot of evolution points. With these evolution points, they naturally began to improve the quality of their troops. Not only that, this event also made many people eligible to purchase military units. Currently, Jiang Yao has a total of close to 600,000 big players. Of course, many people have also speculated on this behavior. After all, whether these players attack planets or attack civilizations, They are essentially playing games and killing monsters. And through this method, we can actually get such a rate of return. In fact, many people are very concerned about what the people above do. But while they were still thinking about these issues, a big problem arose on No. 1. That means the queen is missing. Chapter 371. The situation is getting blurry. Jiang Yao was also shocked when the news about the queen and Dio reached Jiang Yao's ears. What? Lost the queen? Looking at No. 1 Jiang Yao in front of him, he immediately realized that the situation was not good. Hearing Jiang Yao's words, No. 1 also frowned. This is indeed a bit strange. I have been following her closely, and I can guarantee that she has not noticed us. And after she found that planet, she checked the surrounding area several times to make sure it was safe before she started to develop again in the surrounding area. During the period of her development, I had been staring at her like this. But until this morning, the eyeworm's vision was suddenly disturbed for a few seconds. And in just a few seconds she disappeared. Jiang Yao immediately guessed something when he heard what No. 1 said. It seems that the civilization we guessed took action. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but frown. If this is the case, then things are in trouble. This civilization has now intervened from the initial observation and layout. If this continues, maybe one day he will attack us directly. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel a little worried. But soon, he thought of a certain question again. But what makes me feel strange about this incident is that at the beginning, No. 1 and I observed the Queen's civilization and did not take action. Later, I felt that there was no point in continuing to observe. And after I assigned the matter to No. 1, he took action. So we can't rule out whether something went wrong on No. 1. After thinking of this, Jiang Yao also knew that she must be careful next. After all, her every move is now under the surveillance of the other party. Before, Jiang Yao thought that talking to No. 1 in that space should not be discovered by that civilization. But now it seems that any of his communication methods may be under the surveillance of the other party. If this is the case, then any subsequent arrangements must be made by me alone. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao asked No. 1 to leave first and continue his work. And he began to think about how to deal with the current matter. The current situation is no longer suitable for him and No. 1 to discuss strategies together. As long as it is the strategy he and No. 1 discuss. No matter what method is used. As long as the two parties have a communication method, there is a high probability that it will be known to the enemy. To put it simply, he felt that he and No. 1 were in a transparent state in the eyes of the enemy. And the enemy could easily learn everything about them. At present, the only way I can do it is to think up the strategy by myself. And then execute it. Only in this way can I hide it from the outside world. And I can't reveal too much information when executing it. Otherwise, through the way you execute it, the enemy will soon realize your purpose. Naturally, Jiang Yao also knew that it was very difficult to do this. Even at this time, he knew that it would be better to leave this matter to No. 1. But at this time, he also knew very well that leaving this matter to No. 1 might not be the optimal solution. After all, how this matter is handled will directly affect the life and death of the insect swarm. And can number 1 really make himself 100% trustworthy? Jiang Yao disagreed with this. Although people like No. 1 have very high pursuits, they are usually not affected by the temptations of the outside world. For the sake of their ideals, they can ignore everything, which is also the basis for their cooperation with him. This foundation can make the relationship between the two unbreakable. But everything has a prerequisite. If an enemy appears at this time and provides him with something better, he will also choose to rebel. Because for him, what he is pursuing is the reason for his existence. The probability of following yourself to the end is 50%. But following another person is 90%. At that time, he will abandon himself without hesitation. Although I can cut him off from other civilizations through various means, and prevent him from contacting other civilizations, can he really eliminate it completely? Jiang Yao didn't believe this. So at this time, Jiang Yao knew very well that he could only handle this matter by himself. And each of his actions must have multiple possibilities, making it difficult for the enemy to figure out. It is even said that he will use all the factors around him, including No. 1, to mislead the enemy. At this time, he had to lament that it was wise for him not to tell number 1 about the arrangement of the worm nest before. If he told number 1 about this arrangement, then he might lose all the cards in his hand. Now that the Thunder Beast has been exposed and the enemy can no longer hold it in any longer, his focus will be on the two strategic units of Leviathan and the Hive. because the enemy does not know the situation with these two things. There is also the possibility of maneuverability. Of course, he also knew that this would be his only chance to make a comeback. In this way, Jiang Yao sorted out the existing information and began to plan his future plans. At this time, the players naturally did not know that they were in a very dangerous situation. At this time, they were still harvesting civilization and looking for resources as usual. But just when they were still thinking about what to do next, an announcement appeared. Special mission, find the Zerg Queen. A long-term mission to find the Zerg Queen who escaped during the war. Dead or alive. Mission reward, 100 million evolution points. Mission clues. The leader will provide everyone with the route the Zerg Queen took to escape and the missing star system. At this time, as the information about this mission appeared, everyone exploded. There is no other reason. The reward for this mission is too generous. A full 100 million evolution points. And based on their understanding, they know that the Zerg Queen does not have much strength at all now. And units with a slightly higher evolutionary stage can easily take her down. In other words, this mission can be done alone at this stage. What does that mean? This means that whoever is lucky enough to find the Zerg Queen will truly become rich. Damn. This mission is a bit fierce. After the previous battle with that group of bugs, the Queen of the Zerg has been missing. At that time, I was still wondering if the leader just didn't care about this thing. I didn't expect that he would be waiting for us here. It all depends on who is lucky this time. If someone is lucky enough to catch her, they will really get rich. At this time, when everyone was still talking about it, Xianyu and the others discovered that the place where the Zerg Queen disappeared was only a few hundred light years away from the planet they harvested. This distance was too close for them. So they did not dare to delay and immediately asked the surrounding Iworm players to go over and take a look at the situation. Speaking of Penguin, this Zerg Queen didn't just escape from the galaxy before. So what's the point of us going there now? In response to Xianyu's question, he sighed and said, "Can't you think carefully about what the Zerg Queen needs most after she is defeated? Military type?" Xianyu replied tentatively. Penguin was speechless when he heard Xianyu's answer. As expected, you are not suitable for this kind of mental work at all. First of all, if the Zerg want to hatch troops, they will definitely need resources. I read the content of the mission carefully, and the leader clearly mentioned that the Queen of the Zerg once developed in that galaxy for a period of time, and then suddenly disappeared. You know what this sentence means. What? This means that the place where he lives must have resources. Although we couldn't find their figures in the past, we can find or... Xianyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he got here. Yeah. Why didn't I think of that? Damn it. What are we waiting for? Arrange manpower to go mining right away. Why are you panicking? We are now arranging a group of people to purchase and deploy troops again. Buy new troops? Xianyu was a little confused about this. I can think of this matter. Can you guarantee that others can't think of it? By then, everyone who thought of it would rush over. Whoever digs more depends on who is well prepared. But usually there will be many people who, after thinking of this, will rush over without being fully prepared. Just like you. When they found that various resources were not fully prepared in the past. Starting preparations again will inevitably reduce the progress. But we are different because we have already prepared in advance. When the time comes, it will be okay at full power. And we don't need to worry about the cost of purchasing troops. Because the newly purchased troops are basically king insects and worker bees. They are also cheap. We only need to dig 1 or 2 more mining areas, and the cost will be recovered. After hearing the arrangement of the Emperor Penguin, Xianyu also nodded. And then, they started to take action after assigning tasks. While Xianyu was dealing with this matter, the Emperor Penguin also began to carefully observe the route of the Zerg Queen, and began to analyze the direction in which this creature might be hiding. At the same time, many guilds also discovered this. Many of them thought the same as the Emperor Penguin. Once they understood this, they immediately rushed over there. So when Emperor Penguin and the others arrived in that area, there were already many guilds mining there. Holy shit. Are there so many guilds already here? As soon as he arrived, Xianyu passed the Iworm and found that no less than 30 guilds had gathered here. And the most important thing is that after arriving here, the guild members here have tacitly chosen to mine here secretly, without announcing it to the outside world. All in all, the current situation is that if you can think of this, you can make a small profit. If you can't think of this, then I'm sorry. However, compared to the past, the current atmosphere has also undergone great changes. Because the current evolution point is really too powerful. I have found places like this in the past. and there may be players reporting points on the public screen. But now basically no player dares to do this. After all, if you dare to do this, you are giving money to others in the true sense. And because the competition among various guilds is relatively fierce now, if there is such a smart person in the guild, there is a high probability that he will be kicked out of the guild and placed on the list of gods. This list of gods is a self-made list made by players. The list contains records of players who do not keep their promises or cannot figure things out clearly. If the players on this list do anything shocking, everyone will record it. If this type of player applies for a guild, usually the guild staff will first search for his ID in the conferred gods list. If it is not recorded, it will enter the normal review process. But once it is found that this player is on the list, then unfortunately no guild will dare to accept you. All in all, this list is a nightmare for some players, because the existence of this list makes them can only remain as casual players. Of course, there is no one to blame for this. After all, the things they did in the past usually cause great losses to the Union. Otherwise, they would not have posted it. Of course, this list also has a function, which is to warn those dishonest people in the guild and those who like to gain a sense of presence, so that they can restrain themselves a little. After arriving in this area, the Emperor Penguin immediately began to search around with eyeworms, and soon found many mining areas that had not yet been mined. After selecting a mining area, everyone immediately went over. After everyone started mining normally, the Emperor Penguins controlled the eyeworms and began to wander around. Although the content of the mission shows that the Zerg Queen disappears mysteriously, Emperor Penguin believes that there will be clues to everything. So at this time, Hua began to search around the planet, and soon his attention was focused on the largest mining area on the planet. If I'm not wrong, the Zerg Queen was most likely found here. As soon as the Emperor Penguin arrived here, what came into view were some destroyed Zerg nests and the remains of Zerg buildings. Through these Emperor Penguins, it is not difficult to analyze that the players started cleaning up the place as soon as they arrived here. Of course, apart from these building ruins, there are still many players mining here. Although the mineral resources here are rich, Emperor Penguin and the others initially estimated that there are at least 3 guilds nesting together to mine. Although the resources here appear to be rich on the surface, in fact several guilds compete with each other, and each guild cannot make much. In terms of efficiency, it is not as high as finding some small mining areas to mine alone. In this way, the Emperor Penguins wandered around inside this mining area, trying to see if they could find anything. After wandering like this for a while, he suddenly discovered a cave somewhere in the mining area. When he discovered this cave, Emperor Penguin's eyes lit up. Without saying a word, he flew towards the cave. After going down to the cave, there was another mining area, and there were also many players mining here. Then the Emperor Penguin searched the surrounding area for a while, and then left after finding no other caves. However, while wandering here, he discovered that there was something strange about the spatial fluctuations here. Naturally, he also told Jiang Yao about this discovery, because through this discovery of the Emperor Penguin, he concluded that the other party should have left here through a temporary wormhole. Jiang Yao, who learned the news at this time, couldn't help but feel that things were getting more and more bizarre. Although an artificial wormhole is constructed, the Zerg Queen can theoretically do this. But that's exactly where the problem lies. Chapter 372 Wrong Guidance Arrangement. You must know that when constructing an artificial wormhole, no matter who is operating the space, there will inevitably be chaos. And such chaos will be noticed by eyeworms no matter how small the frequency is. After all, the eyeworm that Jiang Yao used to track the Queen of the Zerg was a 3rd level eyeworm. This level of eyeworm had already brought its investigation to the extreme. Jiang Yao can understand some subtle movements even if he can't detect them. After all, the methods of advanced civilization are beyond his imagination. But can't you discover this science despite such a big movement? Thinking of this, Jiang Yao felt that things were getting more and more difficult. If the other party really masters such a method, then he can open a wormhole in his base without anyone noticing, and he will not be able to detect it. While talking, Jiang Yao also began to think about how to strengthen the defense in his star ring. After all, if something like this really happens, it will be a big problem. And just when Jiang Yao was still worried about these things, the players also discovered some clues. Although we didn't make much money on the allocated planet last time, we estimate we can make enough money this time, because we have been here for several days. And so far there are only more than 40 guilds mining here, which means that other guilds most likely have not thought of this. At this time, Xianyu was mining and said to everyone. After hearing what he said, Other people in the guild also nodded in agreement. I have to say, this Zerg queen is quite powerful. She finds so many regional ores every time. What's the use of being awesome? In the end, it just gave us an advantage. Speaking of this, a player suddenly thought of something and asked curiously, by the way, who do you think the Zerg Queen's reward will go to this time? Everyone shook their heads after hearing what this player said. It's really hard to guess this time, because so far we haven't heard of any guild making progress in this area. Which means everyone is basically blind to this matter. Who can find the Zerg Queen in the end? I feel like it just depends on luck. Didn't you find any valuable clues nearby? If we really find any useful clues, do you think we can still mine here safely? And just when everyone was about to say something, suddenly a message in the guild chat channel caught their attention. This message was sent by their exploration team. They had already established an exploration team of players, who were mainly responsible for controlling Uglina to search for other civilizations around the galaxy. But this time, they apparently made a discovery. They discovered an enemy reconnaissance ship about 3,000 light years away. After discovering the reconnaissance ship, they immediately hid themselves, then began to monitor the movement of the reconnaissance ship, and also told everyone about the situation here. At this time, when the players saw the picture coming from the investigation team, they also realized that the problem was a bit serious. Brothers, if I read correctly, this reconnaissance ship should belong to the Empire. At this time, a player looked at the reconnaissance ship on the screen and said, after hearing what he said, another player seemed to have discovered the clue. Brothers, there is nothing wrong with this scout ship being that of the Empire, because there is an icon of the Empire on the hull. But take a closer look at the icon next to the icon of the Empire. After hearing what this player said, everyone also focused their attention on that icon. It was an icon composed of several irregular shapes and looked like an unknown flower. And when everyone saw this icon, they also had some doubts. I remember that the icon on their spaceship of the civilization we attacked before seemed to be an animal pattern. And the icons used by the fleet stationed at the Stargate are different patterns. If I guess correctly, these civilizations should be affiliated civilizations under the Empire, because the leader mentioned before that the Empire is composed of multiple civilizations. Now counting the civilization on the Empire side, a total of 3 civilizations have entered this area. If nothing else happens, there may be other civilizations on the Empire side, but they have not been discovered by us. After hearing this, everyone immediately understood the current situation. If they guessed correctly, then the Empire has most likely fully entered here. After learning the news, they immediately reported the situation to Jiangyao. At this time, after understanding the general situation, Jiangyao immediately asked the players outside to pay attention to their whereabouts and not expose them. In fact, according to the current situation, the best way for him to deal with it is to leave here immediately. But now Jiangyao also knows very well that he wants to leave immediately. But the premise of leaving is to understand the surrounding situation before making a decision, because he is not sure how many Imperial warships are around. And the most important thing is that the resources in his hands are relatively scarce now. So he must collect all the resources on the planet before leaving. Otherwise, I don't have many resources in my hands now. If they find me after I leave, I will really be doomed. But judging from the current situation, I don't need to worry too much, because the induced insects in the insect nest have been scattered out long ago. Now I can escape by jumping at any time. But after escaping by jumping, the star ring is a big problem. Speaking of this, Jiangyao couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable, because the target of the star ring was too big and it didn't have a jump engine. If he wanted to escape now, he would have to give up the star ring. In terms of Jiangyao's current overall strength, giving up the star ring is tantamount to cutting off his arm. So it is absolutely impossible for Jiangyao to give up the star ring unless he has to. If I don't give up the cycle, then I will definitely not be able to take the star ring with me when I escape. Speaking of which, Jiangyao then added, but the only thing to be thankful for now is that Star Ring did not come forward directly in the previous 2 wars. So the other party should not be aware of his relationship with Star Ring at this time. Of course, I don't rule out that the other party will find out. But not every force that appears here now knows about this. In other words, I can put the Star Ring in a slightly hidden position, and then wait until the time is right. Jump away from the insect nest. Although it is risky to stay here now, bugs need a lot of ore to evolve. Without ore, bugs cannot evolve. So I have to take this risk. Speaking of this, Jiangyao immediately contacted No. 1 and told him the situation at hand so that he could prepare in advance. After understanding the situation, No. 1 naturally knew the dilemma that the entire insect swarm would face next. Of course, he also understood why Jiang Yao asked him to come over. It was obvious that Jiang Yao asked him to come over to find a way to solve this matter. No. One thought for a while, and then said, Chief, I have actually considered this matter before. After the battle with the Empire, I was thinking about where we should go next time the Empire comes over. Run. I also observed the star map during this period, and found that in addition to the relatively concentrated civilization in this area of the entire star map, there is also an area with relatively concentrated civilization about 7,000 light years away from here. Speaking of this, no. One looked at Jiang Yao. At present, our whereabouts have been exposed. It is definitely unrealistic to continue to stay here and fight the enemy. And the star ring is not suitable for making big moves because the target is too big. It is best to find a galaxy to hide it, and then use it when necessary. At this point, no. One also expressed his plan. If that's the case, I have a way. If it's a star ring, you can stay here first. And you, leader, will jump to that galaxy with the insect nest. When you reach that galaxy, you can develop there. Leader, when your strength is almost the same, you can then fight back and start a decisive battle with the opponent. At this time, it is not impossible for me to control the star ring and coordinate internally and externally to eliminate them. Jiang Yao also nodded when he heard this. This is a good idea. So after the ore here is almost collected, I will leave with all the insects. The star ring civilization has left a lot of warships that can be used during this period. You are mainly responsible for training those ordinary people to drive warships. They will also be able to help when the time comes. Hearing Jiang Yao's arrangement, no. One nodded. But soon, he seemed to think of something again, and said to Jiang Yao, Chief, are you going to take all the bugs with you? Hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded. If it's possible. Leader, please see if you can leave some of the insect swarm here in Star Ring. Jiang Yao was suddenly confused when he heard no. One's request. As if seeing Jiang Yao's doubts. No. One immediately explained, here's what happened. Leader, although Star Ring still has some battleships, its strength is limited after all. I'm worried that if other civilizations come looking for us, we may not be able to withstand it. Live. Hearing this, Jiang Yao roughly understood what no. One meant. But he was also a little embarrassed about this matter. Now things are in trouble. If there aren't enough bugs, then the security of the hive will be a big problem. Number one was also a little confused about what Jiang Yao said. Chief, I think the strength of the insect nest is not weak now. And I heard you say that he can evolve again in the future. Then it should be stronger by then. And the galaxy you are going to has sufficient resources to allow the insect nest to evolve again. So in the past, you only need to be careful in the early stage, and wait until the resources are sufficient in the later stage. After evolving the insect nest, there should be no big security issues. In addition, all the attention of these advanced civilizations should be on this galaxy. So there is a high probability that you will not encounter those advanced civilizations by then. After hearing what no. One said, Jiang Yao shook his head. It would be nice if things were as simple as you think. Even though the insect nest has some strength now. But its strength is not as strong as you think. And the current strength of the insect nest is also its limit. The essence of the insect nest is the incubation place of the insect swarm. This will not change no matter how it evolves. So it will evolve in the future. It is more about increasing the hatching speed of the insect swarm, rather than the strength of the insect nest itself. The strength the insect nest currently possesses is only for self-protection, and not for main battle. After all, the direction of the evolution route of our insect nest is quite extreme. If a bug with an attack bias evolves, it will only increase its strong attack bias. Only in this way can it bring its abilities into full play. And the same is true for the insect hive. The evolutionary direction of the insect nest is to increase the speed of hatching bugs. Only this evolutionary path can maximize the strength of the insect nest. If all aspects are taken into consideration, it will eventually evolve into a four-dimensional image. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao looked at No. 1. So in order to ensure the safety of the insect nest, the number of insect swarms I can leave here will not be too many. If you are really discovered, you should try to hide as much as possible. And I will evolve the insect nest as quickly as possible during this period. After my insect nest evolves a few more stages, the speed at which it hatches insect swarms will undergo a qualitative change. By then, I will not be afraid even if the entire empire is suppressed by its entire army. Hearing what Jiang Yao said, No. 1 also nodded. At this time, He also knew exactly what he should do next. Then since this is the case, the safety of the insect nest must be given top priority. So I will try to be more careful during this time. Of course, I will also look for other or areas when there is an abnormality, and try to arrange resource galaxies in advance. When the insect nest evolution is completed, and you want to hatch a large number of bugs, you don't need to worry about resource issues. In this way, no. One and Jiangyao made the subsequent plans clear and clear. Of course, during this conversation, Jiangyao also knew that there was a high probability that he was being monitored by an unknown civilization. So a large part of what he said was adulterated. And even though one doesn't know the truth or falsehood of what he said, only he knows. For Jiangyao, only in this way can he completely confuse the civilization in the dark. Although he had always been suspicious of the existence of this civilization in the past, since the Zerg queen slipped away from her nose, he was basically certain that this civilization was real, and their previous guesses were not wrong. Although it is not clear whether the conversation between him and No one was noticed by that civilization, it is not important to him, because from now on he will only believe in himself. In fact, Jiangyao also feels very powerless at this stage. Every move he makes is noticed by the enemy, but he has nothing to do against them. But for Jiangyao, this situation won't last long. Once he settles the Leviathan matter, everything will get better. As long as Leviathan is brought out and evolved many times, Jiangyao is thinking that even if the secret civilization makes any moves, he should be able to barely resist it. And at that stage, the detection ability of your insect nest will be greatly improved, and you will most likely be able to discover the backhand he left behind. Chapter 373 Overinterpretation and Speculation. At this time, after Jiangyao had arranged everything, the players were naturally not idle. So far, in addition to the Xianyu Guild and the others, many guilds have also discovered the enemy's reconnaissance ships. So everyone discussed and decided to discuss how to face what is about to happen next. Holy crap. So far we have discovered no less than 10 forces, 3 of which do not belong to the Empire, and the rest all belong to the Empire. Yeah, things are going to be troublesome now. Even if we fight one of these forces, it will be very uncomfortable. If they fight together, it will be a big problem. Speaking of which, why doesn't the leader let us leave here? According to the current situation, leaving here and going to other places to avoid the limelight is undoubtedly the best way. At this time, Xianyu and the others were stunned when they heard this player's question, and then said in an uncertain tone, it should be that the leader has his own arrangements. As Xianyu finished speaking, many guilds quickly cheered and echoed, I think it should be like this. Yes, that's how it should be. Looking at these chat records, you only need to pay close attention to find that the group of people who agree are basically mining there. At this moment, Xianyu was speechless when he saw everyone's performance. It could be seen that everyone wanted to eat alone. And of course, he was no exception. So in order to avoid everyone getting entangled on this issue, Xianyu quickly changed the topic. Brothers, judging from the current situation, we will face encirclement and suppression by the enemy next. So what we have to do now is to keep an eye on the opponent's movements. Of course, we can find the best of the opponent's large forces. Find the opponent's large army? Some players express confusion after hearing this. That's right. If we find their large army, we will know their movements better. And we can also organize a wave of harvest. Speaking of which, Xianyu continued to add, brothers, we are so strong now. We can't always be chased and beaten by these monsters. So we have to counterattack appropriately. And we also have the ability to counterattack now. As long as we get a sneak attack, we will definitely catch the opponent off guard. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried. Well, wouldn't it be too risky for us to do this? After all, the other side has so many civilizations. And I estimate that these civilizations are probably all advanced civilizations. If we really fight, the other side will be able to crush us just by relying on their numerical advantage. It's hard to say. You have to understand that after they search for us or discover us, it is absolutely impossible for all formations to be dispatched at the same time. There is a high probability that they will only dispatch one or a few formations. So we can arrange a team of people to control the garbage bugs and use them as bait. After their large forces are dispatched, we can go to another place to raid the rest of their fleet. And the most important thing is that we only need to capture a few of their warships. It will be great if we can use the warships to find the opponent's base camp, because I estimate that in the later stages, the leader will definitely take us to hide in other galaxies to avoid the limelight. At that time, we can organize to harvest the civilization we discovered. Although everyone really wanted to do this with Xinyu, they also considered the risks involved. Isn't it too risky for us to do this? No matter whether we attack by surprise or how we play, the opponent is an advanced civilization after all. Even if we take it down, our losses will be heavy, and they all belong to the same alliance. Once a civilization has problems, subsequent civilizations will definitely come to support it. By then, it will be unrealistic for the civilization we captured to harvest resources. After hearing what the player said, Xianyu just glanced at him lightly and said, "What you said makes sense. So you can choose not to go. No one forces you to go. The plan I mentioned is only for players who have the same idea as me. It's numb. I don't understand. I don't think about how to perfect this strategy every time I fight. Instead, I keep pouring cold water on it. According to what you said, we don't need to fight. We can just hide and find. This way there is no risk. It doesn't say what the final effect of our plan will be. So what if it fails? I want to make money but are afraid of losing. I think it's interesting for you to do this. And you still don't understand? Why do the officials, and even the people above, have so many monsters in this metaverse for us to go to? Strategy. Obviously. In the future our development route may focus on the direction of space. Now let us control some bugs to fight. To a large extent, it should be that the higher-ups want to figure out how to fight in space. They want to observe the development direction of our space warfare in the future in this way. So they will invest huge sums of money in these aspects for us to operate. But then again, how long do you think this kind of observation can last? 1 year? 2 years? Or 10 years? At this point, Xianyu looked at everyone. How long will this routine last? We don't know. But I can tell you clearly that it won't be too long. Although what we are doing now seems very high-end, and the higher-ups are fully supporting it. Once the experiment is over, they probably won't continue to support it. At that time, do you think we can still make money as easily as we do now? It's obviously impossible. So the current stage is to make as much money as we can. At this time, after hearing what Xianyu said, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. After all, in this metaverse, other modules are basically synchronized with the real world. But this module is isolated alone. This is a huge problem. And the most important thing is that the amount of money invested in this module is also very scary. The above allocates so much money to this module every year, just to let them play games. And no one present believes it. Therefore, the possibility mentioned by Xianyu is not impossible. And combined with recent development trends, players have reason to suspect that the people above are already working on the construction of a space fleet. And just after Xianyu said these words, Xiao Laolu also stood up. Brothers, I know that what Xianyu said may seem a bit unreasonable to you. But I can tell you clearly that if you have this idea, it proves that you don't understand the people above. To tell you the truth, according to my latest information, the people above were building the left-hand space fleet as early as 20 years ago. And there are already many battleships in service. Of course, it is not convenient for me to disclose the source of the information. But I can tell you clearly that I am one of the battleship pilots. It doesn't matter whether you believe this or not. But we can't rule out that our group will be arranged by the higher authorities to become reserve personnel of the Space Force in the future. At this time, everyone was stunned as Xiao Laolu finished speaking. Damn it, little Lu. Don't make trouble. Why are you talking about mythology with us here? Yeah. The more I talk about it, the more outrageous it becomes. How is this possible? Of course, Jiang Yao knew everyone's doubts. Then I saw Jiang Yao controlling Xiao Laolu's account and sending out a few pictures. Without exception, these pictures are the texts of various driver's licenses and identification certificates. But the names have been mosaicked by him. Damn it! Old man, are you kidding me? At this time, when the players saw these certificates, they immediately lost their composure. From the various fighter pilots at the beginning to the space battleship pilots at the end, they are all available. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that many people who have worked in the same organization can confirm that these records and identity documents are all true. These people were in their guild. And the people in their guild knew their previous identities very well. So when they came out and said that the certificates they knew were all genuine, the entire player group exploded. What does that mean? This means that when they thought the people above were still flying planes, they were actually already playing with battleships. But ordinary people didn't know it. This also shows that the speculation about salted fish may become a reality in the future. Although I don't know whether what Comrade Lao Lu said is true or not. I think that since the above has done this for a reason, I don't rule out that the situation mentioned by Xianyu will actually happen in the future. If it is true, then as long as we perform well now, maybe we will be able to drive a battleship in the future. Even if we can't drive a battleship, it doesn't matter, because at least we can make a lot of money during this period of policy. So no matter how we play, it will not be a loss for us. In this way, the players discussed this matter one by one. At this time, Xiao Laoyu's speech was naturally noticed by the superiors. After all, this matter was no small matter. Originally, they planned to send people to thoroughly investigate the true identity of the man named Xiao Laolu. But when Jiang Yao told them that they needed to provide documents to cooperate, they suddenly became silent. As a result, the identity of Xiao Laolu was easily revealed. Although they didn't want to, they could only come forward to cooperate with Jiang Yao's announcement that a certain game player had leaked secrets and was being arrested. It also deliberately emphasized that this player has a strong sense of anti-reconnaissance. His account stated that all the real name information provided was false. So far, I only know that the other party's game ID is Xyloliu. And when this announcement came out, it was completely self-defeating. After the players saw this thing, they were even more convinced of Xianyu's previous guess. Now the players were all excited. In the past, when they played games, they thought about how to be happy. But later, when they discovered that the game was linked to reality, they thought about how to reduce battle losses to avoid their own losses. After all, there is a big difference between direct loss of game currency and direct loss of real money. And the feelings are different. This is like playing a game and spending 100 yuan to buy a spaceship. If the spaceship explodes, you may feel distressed, but the impact will not be big. But if you lose 100 yuan, it will be different. You will feel uncomfortable for a long time. Although they are of the same value, placed in different places, the most intuitive feeling is completely different. Previous players developed this mentality after they realized that the connection between the game and reality was getting more and more serious. They were very afraid of losing money. After all, your loss was really a loss of universal currency. Of course, Jiang Yao also discovered this. And when he was still thinking about how to solve this matter, Xianyu's overinterpretation gave him inspiration. So he went with the flow and solved the matter. But after this incident was confirmed, the mentality of the players changed again. Now they are not afraid of losses, because they all believe that as long as they perform well enough in this game, they might actually become a reserve member of the Space Force in the future. By then, driving a battleship will no longer be a dream. After all, the income of players is still so high now. When your income reaches a certain point, you will pursue other things more, instead of just looking at the funds in your hand. For them now, the loss of these units is a disguised investment in the future. Since the people above are so concerned about this matter, they should also take note of their own performance. As long as they perform well, they will most likely be specially recruited into the Space Force. With such a layer of things, the nature of this matter will be sublimated. Of course, the reason why they had such an idea was because Jiang Yao secretly helped to substantiate this statement. Because after this incident, some TV stations also conducted interviews with some people. And these people revealed in the interviews that they might consider it. Although this vague answer made people a little confused. He also explained that Xianyu and the others' guess was probably correct. As for why the above group of people were so cooperative, it was because they paid attention to every move of the players during this period, and also saw Jiang Yao's methods through the players' battle videos. There are many incredible methods such as copying an identical person through a certain kind of insect, or directly controlling some people's thinking. Jiang Yao did not use these methods on them, but they knew very well that Jiang Yao had mastered this method. This is like nuclear deterrence. I don't have to use this thing, but I must have it. Because only if I have this kind of thing will you be honest. Otherwise someone will always have other special ideas. It is also because of this that the people above have been fully cooperating with Jiang Yao. Of course, Jiang Yao also deliberately revealed this information. Otherwise, it would be very simple for him to conceal this information in his own way. In short, Jiang Yao is worried about this group of players. For their lives and psychology, Jiang Yao used various methods. But for Jiang Yao, it was all worth it, because these things could ensure the combat effectiveness of the players. Chapter 374. The battle begins. Unexpectedly weak. Of course, Jiang Yao does not plan to release these things immediately. In his plan, the battleships of the future Star Ring civilization will be installed on Blue Star in the future. When the time comes, he will put a batch of battleships from the Halo civilization on Blue Star and declare to the outside world that these are the latest battleships developed by Blue Star. And once these battleships are placed behind Blue Star, what he said before will become true. Of course, he didn't put these battleships on Blue Star just for them to drive and play. The reason why he let it go is to give the players hope on the one hand. And on the other hand, it also serves as a deterrent and defense. In fact, the most important thing is to play a defensive role, because this area is too active during this period. And a Blue Star who is unlucky may be targeted by a certain advanced civilization. If you can't get the battleship, it will be a big deal. Although I can support them, it is not as easy as I thought. After all, who can guarantee that I will be free at that time? After all, for a long time in the future, Jiang Yao estimated that he would have to deal with the Empire and have no time to worry about Blue Star. So the necessary defense facilities still have to be arranged there. From the development to the present, Jiang Yao summarized that he has done a lot for this group of players. From the beginning, he considered that there would be problems with some of his policy plans if there were more people. So he began to increase the number of people bit by bit. After he had just settled the policy matter, he had to consider that large-scale transactions would attract the attention of relevant departments. So he has been thinking of ways to solve this problem. And after he solved this problem, player safety problems came one after another, and he had to find a way to solve it. Finally, until now, he has almost dealt with all the hidden dangers. Only at this time can Jiang Yao no longer have to worry about the fire in the harem. At this time, the players naturally don't know that everything they have now is the result of Jiang Yao's silent efforts behind the scenes and the fear of the people above. At this time, they are studying how to target this group of enemies. Obviously, the players know that this time is the biggest test they have faced since entering the game. In fact, they had encountered many crises before, but they couldn't feel it because many crises were solved satisfactorily by Jiang Yao's arrangements from behind. But this time it's different. This time the players really felt the oppression from the Empire. So far, none of the many civilizations they have discovered is weak. At this time, the players were gathering together to discuss an attack plan, because not long ago, they discovered a civilization's fleet. This civilization had a total of 200,000 warships gathered in a certain corner of the heart. During this period, players sent a large number of eyeworms to search for traces of enemies in the surrounding area. But in the end, they only encountered this one civilization. It can be inferred from this that the civilization here is very hidden. To be honest, I really don't recommend attacking this civilization now, because we have only found one stronghold now. Once we launch an attack here, there is a high probability that warships from other places will rush over to reinforce them. At this time, the players are discussing strategies with each other. But it's not okay not to attack. You have to find out how long we have been searching here. So far we have only encountered such a civilized fleet. This shows how deep they are hidden. Under such circumstances, we are still trying to find the second one. I estimate that by the time we find the second stronghold, all these civilizations have completed their assembly. Furthermore, we have not found any other civilization's warships after searching for so long. It cannot be ruled out that the other civilization's warships are not yet in place. This is the best time for us to attack. At this time, the Emperor Penguin, who was listening to the argument, thought for a while, and then said to everyone, "Now we know that there is too little information about the enemy. We only know that many of their civilizations have come here. But we don't know what they are, how many warships were sent, and whether they arrived. But the current situation does not give us much opportunity and time to understand these things. If this batch is the first fleet to arrive, if we do not attack, then we will undoubtedly miss such an excellent opportunity. But as some friends have said, if they have more fleets in place and we attack this group of fleets, it will be a big problem if all the enemies come over." Speaking of which, the Emperor Penguin also expressed his opinion. "At present, I have a way, and that is to send about 100,000 corruptors to test the waters. This number of corruptors can easily defeat the enemy, but the disadvantage is that it takes a lot of time. But one advantage is that if the enemy has more warships here, they will definitely come for reinforcements. If they come for reinforcements, we will only lose 100,000 at most, and the whole group will not be wiped out. But this thing is not cheap. Even 100,000 is a very big loss for us." Everyone fell into deep thought after hearing the Emperor Penguin's suggestion. Indeed, as the Emperor Penguin said, this method is undoubtedly the safest. Although there will be a lot of losses, the group will not be wiped out, compared with rushing and collectively to fight. This method will undoubtedly be much safer if the group is wiped out, although the price of the corruptor is not cheap. If compared with the Thunder Beast worth hundreds of millions, its price is undoubtedly much lower. Although the Thunder Beast is the main force of players as a strategic unit, it is also a unit that players must protect. In that case, let's use this method. However, this plan can be properly optimized. We can arrange the eyes 20 light years away. Then if we send this kind of troops, we can arrange for the Cyclops. As for the Thunder Beast, we can hide it as a support unit for special situations. After the battle, if the enemy's support comes little, then we can drive the Thunder Beast in. If the enemy's support comes more, then our Thunder Beast will turn around and leave. In addition, we have placed eyes outside, so we know exactly when and how many people the other party is coming to. We can place the Cyclops and the 4th level cockroach in an area far away from the battlefield. In this battle, they are mainly responsible for long-range sniping. In this case, even if the enemy deploys a regional anti-jump device, it will be useless, because our eyes outside can know in advance when the enemy's support troops will come. As long as the Cyclops and cockroaches choose to evacuate before they come, they can still run away. As for the main battlefield, if there are corruptors dragging them around, that's okay. At this time, after hearing this player's suggestion, everyone felt that this plan was relatively reliable, capable of attacking, retreating, and defending. The Cyclops is a long-range attack unit, so it can carry out ultra-long distance strikes at the edge of the galaxy. Normally, the range of the anti-jump device is only 1 galaxy. If they want to run at the edge of the galaxy, they can catch up with the enemy's support before the enemy's support arrives. Escape before. So after such a wave of operations, they don't need to worry too much about the safety of the Cyclops. Of course, the main reason why they are so obsessed with putting this high attack unit in is to target the enemy's flagship. Although the Corruptor's attack power is very strong, it is still very laborious to quickly clear out the enemy's flagship. So it requires the fire support of a high attack unit such as the Cyclops. The players who had arranged everything in this way started to take action. Immediately afterwards, an army of Corruptors was seen flying out from the Star Ring in a mighty manner, flying towards their destination. The eyeworms in the team that had just arrived at the target area began to take action, and they each jumped towards the target area they had arranged in advance. After about a day, all the eyeworms had arrived at their intended locations. Brothers, the eyeworm army has arrived at the predetermined location. As the news came from the eyeworm, the Corruptor army and the one-eyed behemoth also started their transition state. When they were about to reach their destination, the Emperor Penguin said to everyone, "The Corruptor team is ready. The area where we will land is about 400,000 kilometers away from the enemy. We will be beaten if we land in this area. So everyone has arranged their defensive skills in advance. The Cyclops sniper team also pay attention. The target you are mainly responsible for attacking is the opponent's flagship. As for the eyeworms scattered around, please report the situation to us at any time. Once the Cyclops hears that support is coming, if the number exceeds 100,000, retreat immediately and don't stay. Okay. Don't worry. I'm good at running away. By the way, what's the situation now on the enemy side of the observation eyeworm enemy in the enemy system?" Upon hearing the question, the eyeworm player responsible for monitoring the opponent's movements in the galaxy immediately gave everyone a rough explanation of the enemy's situation. The enemy has a total of 150,000 warships, of which I have marked 20 flagships. When the time comes, the Cyclops boss can just aim and blast them. No large-scale anti-jump device has been found in the galaxy. Judging from the situation, it should be that they haven't had time to arrange it, or that the other party does not intend to stay here for a long time. After hearing the words of the eyeworm player, everyone also had a general understanding of the current situation. And as time passed, everyone was getting closer and closer to their destination. Naturally, their movements were also detected by the enemy. Of course, the eyeworm players also informed everyone of the enemy's movements immediately. Brothers, they should have discovered us. Now their entire fleet has begun to rearrange their lineup. After hearing the words of the eyeworm player, the Emperor Penguin pondered for a while, and then said, "This civilization should be weaker than the civilizations we fought before. The civilizations we fought before can usually detect us within 2 to 3 light years. And this civilization they found us only 1.5 light years away. This civilization should be cleared quickly. So the next step is to see when their support will arrive." In short, everyone should not take it lightly when the time comes. Especially the surrounding eyeworm players, who are keeping an eye on the situation in the area. Don't worry. Even if it's a fly, if we keep an eye on it, we'll stare it to death. Just like this. Following the discussion of the players, They soon arrived at their destination. Just as they had thought before, they saw enemy artillery fire flying towards them as soon as they landed. Of course, the players who were prepared in advance easily withstood this wave, and the players immediately launched a counterattack. First, the Corruptor army attacked the enemy while closing the distance with the enemy. The one-eyed behemoth also launched a sniper attack on the enemy's flagship. As the war began, players soon discovered that the situation was somewhat different from what they had previously thought. Brothers, something is wrong with this situation. This way, the opponent's warships would be too fragile. Even the cruisers can't withstand several rounds of output. Not only that, we can also shoot the opponent's flagship. Their flagship looks quite big, but its defensive capabilities are so bad that we can send them away directly after a few rounds of output. Holy crap! Is this civilization so powerful? With such strength, he still dares to come out to cause trouble for us. This is not just lighting a lantern in the toilet and seeking death. While the players were still discussing, the Emperor Penguin couldn't help but say, "Everyone, we can't be careless. Maybe this is a trap set by the enemy, and its purpose is to make us careless and relax our vigilance." At this point, the Emperor Penguin quickly asked, "By the way, how is the situation with your insect army?" "Everything is normal here, and no warships from other civilizations have been found." Hearing this, the first few nodded. The ones on the front line will continue to speed up the output, and the eyeworms will continue to nail them down. We have been fighting for so long. The fact that the opponent's support fleet has not yet arrived can only mean one problem, and that is that they are far apart. Wait a while. If we have wiped them all out, and the enemy's support troops haven't arrived yet, then the King Insect team will be ready to go in to collect the loot, and our large force only needs to bring back a few battleship wrecks. That's it. Everyone nodded after hearing the Emperor Penguin's arrangement, and then continued to engage in the battle. This civilization is completely different from the empire that players have in mind. Although on the surface it seems that this civilization is also a member of the empire. After fighting with it, players clearly feel that the technological level of this civilization is too high. If players had fought against imperial battleships in the past, one of their first-order corruptors could defeat about 3 imperial cruisers alone. But in this civilization, one eyeworm can defeat at least 10 enemy ships alone. So the players fought extremely easily in this battle, and were basically in a state of crushing. And the most critical thing is that the support troops that the players were worried about have never arrived. Until the end of the war, the eyeworms sent out still did not detect any information about other civilized warships. And the players also discovered that the combat capabilities of this civilization were also ridiculously poor. Chapter 375. The enemy is ridiculously weak. Because when players come forward to make a sneak attack, they are basically in a state of hastily fighting. And the most important thing is that, during the battle, the corrupted players with residual blood wanted to leave the battlefield, although they sent warships to pursue them. Compared with the orderly pursuit fleets of the civilizations that had fought before, this civilization's pursuit seemed abnormal. Confusion. Many players also took advantage of the chaos and successfully escaped. So the players actually lost more than 3,000 first-level corruptors in this battle. This kind of loss made the players feel a little surprised. Originally, they estimated that at least half of the 100,000 corruptors would die. But in the end, only 3,000 of them died. Of course, this is also a good thing for the players. After the enemies were eliminated, the main force of the players immediately withdrew from the battlefield, while the remaining King Insect squad began to collect the loot. As for the eyeworms, they were still staring at the surroundings as before. "By the way, I discovered a strange thing," said the King Insect player, who was collecting resources at this time. "What did you find?" After hearing what this King Insect player said, the companion next to him asked. "Although the strength of these warships is not very good, the energy balls they generate are not low in exchange for evolution points. And I have carefully looked at their warships. Many of them use very strong materials. But there is obviously a problem with their lineup. They have too few defensive warships, and most of them are offensive. I guess that's why we were able to fight so easily just now." Hearing what the player said, the person next to him also took a closer look at the wreckage of the battleship next to him. "Listening to what you said, I feel like this is really the case. I mean, how can the battleships of this civilization do so much damage? It's just that their lineup obviously has a big problem. But I don't understand that as an advanced civilization. They should have known this mistake for a long time. Why didn't they improve it?" After hearing what this player said, everyone shook their heads in confusion. "Although I don't understand it, this matter is no longer important at this time, because they have won this wave. And after the players cleaned up all the battleships here, they quickly discovered another problem. That is, the enemy's support has still not arrived. What is going on? From the end of the battle to now, the battlefield has been cleaned up, and the enemy's reinforcement warships still haven't come. At this time, many players were also discussing this issue, because the development of the whole thing was too different from what they had expected. Do you think it's possible that the enemy's warships haven't arrived yet? Most of their civilized fronts are on their way. So this situation occurs. I feel it's possible. But I'm thinking, what's the use of so many reconnaissance ships before their main force is ready? Once the reconnaissance ships are discovered by us, we will flee. So the reconnaissance will be meaningless. Not only is it meaningless, but it also scares the crap out of people. And while everyone was still talking to each other, the Iworm players, who had gone out to look for civilization, sent back the latest news. Good news, brothers. I have found another civilization's warship base. This civilization has many more warships than the previous civilization. There are about 300,000 ships in total. As the player finished speaking, everyone immediately shifted the topic to this formation. Brother, when you report the quantity, you need to report it in detail. How many flagships does the opponent have, and how many guards are there to expel? You have to make a rough number. I understand. I only saw 30 flagships here. I calculated that the total number of destroyers and frigates does not exceed 3,000 at most. And the remaining battleships are all cruise-level ships. At this moment, after the Iworm player told the situation over there, everyone looked at each other a little bit. What the hell? There are only a few ships of other tonnage. And the rest are all cruisers? Said a player, his tone full of disbelief. The opponent's lineup is so weird. I looked at it and said I couldn't understand it. Although it is outrageous, I can definitely tell everyone that the opponent's lineup is such a weird lineup. After hearing everyone's questions, the Iworm player confirmed said, "Holy crap. I really don't understand what these civilizations are thinking. A normal battle group should be composed of different warships matching each other. Each battleship maximizes its own advantages. But for this civilization, no. To be precise, the combination of battleships from these two civilizations just makes me confused. I don't understand these civilizations. You can still understand them if you say they are low-level civilizations and don't understand these principles. But how can these people who are all high-level civilizations not know the situation? Forget it. Brothers, let's not worry about these stupid operations of civilization for the time being. After all, our primary purpose now is to discuss whether we should fight against this civilization or not. Fight. We will definitely fight. But we have to think about how to win this war with as little damage as possible. I just carefully observed the models of this batch of battleships. Similar to the civilization we encountered before. They are all mainly attack ships. Although their battleships are very fragile, it is undeniable that the damage of their battleships is very high. And the number of this wave is obviously larger than the previous wave. If we still follow the previous playstyle, we will definitely lose a lot. After all, quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. After hearing what this player said, another person also expressed his opinion. And to be honest, even if we try to reduce losses as much as possible, thousands of corruptors may still be killed in each game. We can accept this in the short term. But over time, even this kind of loss will make us uncomfortable. After all, we are going to fight a protracted war. Not just 1 or 2 games. So I suggest we change our thinking. I heard this player say that everyone also knows this truth. Although you can now gain evolution points by killing battleships, the amount obtained is too small compared to the losses. I did some calculations. The total cost of the corruptors in the first stage is 1.8 million evolution points. Even if every enemy warship explodes with 10,000 evolution points, killing one of us is equivalent to killing one of the enemy. It takes 180 ships to get back the money. Although we suffered heavy losses when fighting the enemy in the past, there were always bases or resource planets for us to harvest. But now when we fight the enemy, we don't have these things for us to harvest. This is purely to fight for our reserves. So it will be okay in the short term. But over time it seems that there is a high probability that something will happen. At this point, the player added, I do have a plan for the current situation. Because we can see from the battle just now that the enemy's reinforcements are not as fast as we thought. It's even a question of whether the enemy has reinforcements. So based on the known information, I think we can take a risk and distribute the Yuglins and corruptors around. Once the Yuglins find the enemy's reinforcement warships, they will immediately intercept them. And the Thunder Beast one-eyed monster and the 4th level cockroach will go in together with a few corruptors to attack. With the attributes of these giant beasts, It is very difficult for enemies to kill them. And there are also some corruptors, who block the Ultralisk sword to buy time for the Ultralisk when it cannot run away. If we follow this routine, I'm thinking that if we operate it properly, we are very likely to defeat the enemy with 0 battle losses. Even if we take a step back and say that we can't achieve 0 battle losses, the losses will definitely not be as much as our previous battle. At this time, everyone who heard this player's suggestion also felt that this plan was very feasible. After all, in this space battle, when there is not a big gap in the technological strength of the two sides, it is more about fighting and losing. Whoever has more resource reserves and less battle losses will win. Now, players will definitely not be able to defeat each other if they fight for resource reserves. But if they fight for battle losses, they still have a chance to give it a try. After some discussion, the players decided on this set of combat ideas. However, considering that high-value thunder beasts and one-eyed monsters were dispatched after all, players were more cautious about this operation. Although this routine can minimize the losses of players, once a rollover occurs, the losses are really difficult to make up for. So players are extremely cautious about this game. Soon after, about 30 light-years away from the enemy fleet group, a group of players were controlling Uglina to patrol the areas they were responsible for. Brothers, cheer up, and we will go on an expedition tomorrow. To ensure nothing goes wrong, we will patrol the areas we are responsible for again today. Damn, they're still patrolling. We've been wandering around here for a week, and some of our brothers are randomly jumping around to search. The furthest one is more than 200 light-years away. We haven't seen any enemies after running this far. Basically, we can conclude that this star field is safe. We must not take it lightly. Danger often comes quietly and inadvertently, so we must not relax our vigilance until the last moment. Okay. Everyone, please stop complaining and hold on. Although our investigation is very hard now, don't forget that we are the type of military unit with the lowest risk of making money. This is true. As long as the Uglina has evolved to the 3rd stage and mastered the invisibility ability, it will basically not be discovered as long as it does not wander. The usual task is to conduct reconnaissance, and then a large number of evolution points will be recorded. Moreover, auxiliary units like ours don't have to worry about battle losses. Generally, they only need to be wretched and that's it. It's not in vain that I gave up the combat arms and poured all my resources into this. The rewards are really great. This unit has been very popular since its inception. Anyway, the auxiliary units are so valuable. At this point, the players seemed to think of something again and asked everyone. Speaking of this auxiliary unit, I remembered one thing. I wonder if you have paid attention to the new unit officially announced by the Chong community. It seems to be an auxiliary unit. Hearing what this player said, others immediately recall the new arms officially announced in the Chong community a few days ago. You are talking about the one called the Swarm Host, right? Yes, it's that thing. I read the official introduction and felt that his situation is very similar to that of the infected. The main reason is that he hatches troops underground and comes out to fight. But compared to the infected, he doesn't need to devour other creatures. He can produce these bugs himself. After hearing what the player said, one of them thought for a while and said, compared to the two types of soldiers, cockroaches and infected people, the prerequisites for hatching units are simpler. But this also involves a problem, which is how many and how strong it hatches. I don't think there is any need to buy this unit, although it is also an auxiliary unit. Compared to Iworm, it is more like hatchlings and cockroaches, which are auxiliary units that focus on combat. The advantage of the military unit is that it also has certain combat capabilities. But the flaw is also very obvious. That is, this thing may be sent to the hinterland of certain enemies at any time to carry out latent operations. If it is not operated properly, it may be discovered and destroyed by others. In my opinion, if I really want to buy this kind of troops, I might as well buy infected people. At least the virus in that thing has a wider spread. And it is much safer to put in viruses than to put in troops. After all, when you put in troops, there are traces to follow. What you said makes sense. But if the infected person's virus enemy has a higher technological level, he still has a chance to develop a solution before the virus spreads. And for some special races, it can only kill them. Not conversion is also a flaw, so its uncertainty is relatively large. This problem does not exist with direct injury support like this. I feel like we can take a look at this unit. If it evolves a few more stages and the units it hatches out are stronger, then I think we can consider introducing a few more in the future. In this way, the Iworm players were investigating and discussing the situation of the new unit. They also had their own opinions on this new unit. Of course, the reason why Jiang Yao launched this unit is naturally because it also has its own advantages. First of all, as players said, the insect swarm host does not have so many prerequisites when hatching combat units. This also means that it will be easier to get started with him. Of course, apart from this point, there is another key point. That is, after evolution, the troops he hatches have abilities similar to anti-jump. The insect swarm host with this ability perfectly makes up for the shortcomings of the current insect swarm's high cost of retaining people. If the current insect swarm wants to retain the enemy's warships, it can only use baneling insects to provide interference coverage in the area. Although this effect is also very good, it involves a problem. After all, this baneling is a one-time consumable. A lot of money will be invested in it in every battle, which undoubtedly increases resource consumption. After having this unit, this problem can be solved perfectly. In addition to this auxiliary ability, this unit also has many other special abilities. Chapter 376, The Arrogant Imperial Commander. One of the abilities that makes Jiang Yao quite satisfied is that after evolving to a certain stage, the insect swarm host will hatch a special kind of metal locust. This type of locust has extremely strong defensive capabilities, and can be used as a frontline injury-bearing unit, playing a great role in the advancement of the frontline team. Of course, this kind of locust can also attach to some types of soldiers to provide them with a certain degree of injury resistance. In addition, the locusts hatched by the swarm hosts at different stages also have different abilities. Jiang Yao also took a fancy to this. Players can develop many different gameplay methods based on the different abilities of the insect swarm hosts. The reason why Jiang Yao has launched mainly auxiliary arms during this period is mainly because he now has no shortage of offensive arms. Whether it is the Thunder Beast, the One-Eye Behemoth, or the Corruptor, they all have extremely strong attack capabilities. After having them, adding more offensive units will not have much effect. Therefore, Jiang Yao might as well choose some auxiliary arms and pair them with them to greatly improve his combat capabilities. It is also because of this that Jiang Yao has been studying which military units are more suitable for his lineup during this period. In fact, Jiang Yao's operation now is like having a main C in the game. And then, you need a lot of special tools to cause qualitative changes in damage. What Jiang Yao has to do now is to come up with a lineup and military units that will cause a qualitative change and hatch them out. Although the combination of the arms incubated by Jiang Yao can greatly improve its strength, what Jiang Yao needs now is a qualitative change. In fact, Jiang Yao's pursuit can be explained with a very simple example. Now Jiang Yao is like having a main C in the game. Now he needs to match the special avatar belonging to this main C for this lineup. Once this special allocation is completed, the damage of this main C will make a qualitative leap. And the specific leap can probably be understood as, without these crutches, you could only hit 80,000 or 90,000 per skill. But with these crutches, your skill can directly soar to 5,000 to 6 million. And the most important thing is that the damage figure of over 100,000 is considered high in this game. He wanted to achieve this effect. This effect beyond the limit. Of course, he is also very clear that it is very difficult to achieve such an effect that exceeds the limit. But even if he settles for the second best, even if it only achieves half of the effect, he will be very satisfied. But it's not as easy as he thought. So now, he is also in a process of constant exploration. Of course, apart from this, Jiang Yao is also more concerned about the whereabouts of the Zerg Queen. Jiang Yao has always cared about this matter. Although Jiang Yao didn't show anything in front of No one after the Zerg Queen escaped, Jiang Yao knew very well that this matter was no small matter. Because he clearly remembered that the Brainworm told him that the knowledge base of the swarm could only be obtained after killing the queen. And this is what Jiang Yao is most concerned about. Because Jiang Yao was 100% sure that this matter must have been heard by that civilization. And it was also for this reason that they helped the Zerg Queen escape. There are only two possibilities for why that civilization did this. The first possibility is that the other party also wanted to gain access to this knowledge base. So they took the Zerg Queen away to see if they could directly pass the Zerg. The Queen gets permission. Of course, this is only one of the possibilities. Another possibility is that the other party actually doesn't like this so-called knowledge base at all. They simply don't want to let themselves get this knowledge base. Because they are worried that after they get this knowledge base, it will have a certain impact on their subsequent arrangements. For Jiang Yao, no matter what the other party's reasons are, he must get this knowledge base. Because the other party is willing to spend time and energy on this knowledge base, which is enough to show its importance. Of course, this also strengthened Jiang Yao's idea that he must obtain the authority of this knowledge base. But now, he has no clue about the location of the Zerg Queen. However, Jiang Yao is not too worried about this. After all, light cones are destiny. No matter where the Zerg Queen hides or where she is taken, she will still meet him one day. And after the next encounter, no matter how useful the Zerg Queen is to him, Jiang Yao will directly kill her. The reason why he let her escape this time was purely because of his miscalculation. He didn't know that there was such a big deal in the dark. If he had known earlier, he would never have thought of taking the Zerg Queen out to support him. But now that things have happened, Jiang Yao is now thinking about how to deal with it instead of regretting it. At this time, while Jiang Yao was still worrying about these things, the players had already begun to organize an attack. This time the players mobilized all their forces. Among them, the main insect swarm responsible for the main attack is composed of thunder beasts, cockroaches and one-eyed monsters. In addition to these strategic units, players are also equipped with 10,000 corruptors. The main role of these corruptors is to cooperate with the cockroaches to protect the Ultralisk when necessary. Therefore, in this battle, they mainly focused on cleaning up the boats and avoiding damage in the early stage. Brothers, please pay attention to your surroundings, especially the team responsible for interception. Once you find that the enemy's support troops are coming, we must stop them no matter what the cost. In addition, the main attacking players on the front line should also pay attention to reporting the blood volume of the Ultralisk at any time. Once the blood volume falls below 1/4, do not retreat immediately. Although the enemy currently does not have anti-jump facilities in the area, it is not ruled out that they have warships with such capabilities. So we must be cautious. In this way, the players were making final arrangements while approaching the enemy. At this time, the Bora civilization in this galaxy discovered the enemy only 2.5 light-years away from the players. Commander discovered that an unknown fleet was approaching us. At this time, the people who discovered the situation inside the Bora civilization fleet immediately reported the situation. After hearing the news, the fleet commander immediately stepped forward to ask about the situation. Can you determine how many battleships the other party has, and what civilization they belong to? The total number of the other party is about 10,000. The specific identity of the other party cannot be determined yet. We can only confirm it when the other party is 1 light-year away from us. The commander who heard the news nodded and said, in that case, keep an eye on them and report to me immediately once you determine their identity. Although for him, 10,000 battleships would not have much impact on their fleet. But just in case, he still ordered the fleet members to prepare for battle. In fact, this wave of operations is completely unnecessary for him. After all, he holds an army of 300,000 people. One person only has 10,000 warships. And this number of warships is not enough for them to fill their teeth. While he was still thinking wildly, his subordinates had already determined the identity of the visitor. The commander has determined the identity of the enemy. The enemy is the Zerg. The commander was also stunned when he heard the report from his subordinates. What? Insect swarm? Are you sure you read it correctly? The commander said with a look of disbelief on his face. Although the latest intelligence they received showed that this group of insects was much more powerful than the previous wave of insect swarms they had dealt with before. It was only much more powerful. But no matter how powerful their individual strength is, it is absolutely impossible for 10,000 to defeat 300,000. Thinking of this, the commander was also puzzled by the swarm's tricks. What do you think the purpose of these insects is? Do they think they can compete with our 300,000 warships with just 10,000 bugs? Or they have ulterior motives for doing this? It is not ruled out that they want to test the strength of our warships in this way. If the strength of our warships is relatively weak, they may attack us in a big way next. Speaking of this, the commander felt that the possibility of the insects doing this was very high. After all, for the insect swarm, 10,000 insect swarms were equivalent to dozens of their warships. This number does not have much impact on the overall combat power of the insect swarm. Thinking of this, the commander decided to have a good meeting with these bugs. At this time, in his subconscious mind, he believed that the second round of fighting with the bugs was the key. And this round was just a trial. It just so happens that we can also understand your strength through this test. In short, this battle can be regarded as a gain for both sides. And no one loses. Although you say that, you only sent out 10,000 insects to test us. You must be looking down on us too much. Having said this, the commander immediately ordered, if this is the case, then don't blame us for being rude. All warships, listen, wait a while, and when the insect swarm comes over, You all use maximum firepower to engage in the battle. The battle will definitely end within 3 minutes. After issuing the order, the commander actually had some expectations for what would happen next to the insect swarm. At this moment, he was already imagining the scene of waiting until the insect swarm came here, and was defeated by the artillery fire of his fleet. With this idea in mind, he continued to monitor the movements of the insect swarm. As the distance got closer, his sense of anticipation became stronger and stronger. And the moment the player's Thunder Beast appeared here, he immediately ordered all warships to fire at full speed. At this time, he was still imagining the situation when the other party might not even react when he came, but was wiped out in one wave. And when their warships opened fire collectively, he suddenly discovered that the situation seemed different from what he thought. Because when the huge Thunder Beast appeared, he took the lead and rushed towards him with the rest of the small Thunder Beasts and the Corruptors. The huge one-eyed beasts and cockroaches stayed in the distance and launched a sniper attack on their flagship. He never expected this, because at this time, he did not expect that the enemy could actually arrange a formation under his firepower. I have to admit that you guys have something. I originally thought that with your strength, you might not be able to withstand even the first round of artillery fire. But I never expected that you could survive this wave. But how long do you think you can last in the face of such strong firepower? At this point, just when he was about to say something, his subordinate's words suddenly interrupted his intracranial orgasm. Commander, the firepower of the enemy's long-distance sniper monster is too strong. The firepower is too strong. How fierce can it be? Hearing his subordinate's words, the commander's tone was obviously filled with disdain. And just when he was about to say something, the flagship near him suddenly turned into the most gorgeous fireworks in space. And when the first flagship exploded, the second flagship also exploded. When he saw the scene, his pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible? After shouting this sentence subconsciously, the commander immediately realized that the situation was not good. Because from the engagement to the present, in only about 2 minutes at most, they had lost 2 flagships. And the most important thing is that not a single insect on the other side has died so far. Obviously at this moment, he immediately understood the power of the group of insects in front of him. Of course, at this moment, he also knew that he, who had been obsessed with the glory of the past, had completely lost the opportunity in this battle, because he has looked down on this group of bugs from the beginning. In his eyes, this group of bugs is just a bunch of rabble. He can destroy them with just a flip of his hand. It was also for this reason that he did not make many adjustments at the beginning of the battle, because he always believed that there was no need to make any tactical adjustments at all to deal with such a number of enemies. At this moment, the Thunder Beast and the Corruptor had already rushed in front of them and attacked them. Then he saw an unforgettable scene in his life. He saw the leader of the Thunder Beast rushing in front of a flagship. The next moment, a beam of light speed erupted from his mouth. And then, the shield of the flagship was instantly broken. Then, the Thunder Beast was seen waving his sharp biological blade. And the flagship was killed in just a few cuts. Split into 2. After taking care of this flagship, this Thunder Beast turned its attention to other flagships. At the same time, some smaller human beasts also launched an attack on their cruiser, a cruise-level battleship. These Thunder Beasts can be taken away with just 2 swords. It was even said that even the inconspicuous Corruptors in the team could easily send their cruisers away. And what frightened the commander the most was that one of their hundreds of thousands of warships was unable to kill the one Thunder Beast instantly. And when you look at the Thunder Beast after the fire is completed, you will find that the damage he received is minimal. Of course, this is very normal. First of all, the defensive power of the Thunder Beast itself is very terrifying. And most of the player's Thunder Beasts are covered by armor made of the armor of the adult Star Beast. This level of armor can provide exponential defense for the Thunder Beast. After all, if you want to break through the defenses of adult Star Beasts with their technological level, you must prepare at least 1 million level warships. Chapter 377 New units with high auxiliary capabilities. Crush. There is no doubt that this battle is a crushing one. It's a pity that they were the ones being crushed, not the insect swarm. And it was only at this moment that the commander fully felt the power of this insect swarm. How is this possible? How can these insects have such strength? This is no longer a level battle. No! Retreat! Must retreat! The commander, who had just woken up from a dream, immediately shouted at the fleet group. At this time, his behavior was naturally seen by the players. Of course, the players would not give them any chance to escape. The next moment, countless electromagnetic pulse bandlings flew out of the Ultralisk and directly interfered with the entire area. At this time, The eyeworms also immediately switched their targets. They began to fire bursts at the warships closer to the outside of the interference area. At the same time, the corruptors also started the same operation. As for the Thunder Beast, it rushed towards the battleship groups one after another. At this time, looking at the operations of the bugs, the arrogant commander was already frightened. He did not hesitate to get on the shuttle parked in the battleship and wanted to escape from here. But unfortunately, in such a chaotic situation, it is not easy for a shuttle to escape. Although the opponent's frigates or cruisers can withstand the damage from the powerful electromagnetic pulse area, it is a pity that the shuttle cannot. So when the shuttle flew out of the mothership, it was destroyed by these pulses the next moment. At this time, as the commander escaped from the battle, panic spread throughout the fleet. After all, they needed a backbone in such a battle. And the commander they regarded as their backbone actually chose to escape from the battlefield, which made them panic when they could still stand up. At this time, they couldn't care less. Now they just want to escape from here and try their best to escape from here. As for counterattack or other matters, they no longer care about it. In this way, the players easily ate up their entire team. Although many battleships escaped during the process, it was no harm to the players. By the way, I'm curious, why were the Imperial civilizations we encountered so weak these two times? After the war ended, the players discussed this topic while cleaning the battlefield. Indeed, this topic is what they are more concerned about now. Originally, they had high expectations for the Empire. They believe that the Empire is unparalleled in power. But these two battles have made players have some doubts about their ideas. For players who have participated in 2 wars, the combat capabilities of this group of people are really ridiculously poor. It is even said that the combat capabilities of low-level civilizations such as Yingya and Taylor civilization are much stronger than them. Especially at the end of the second round, the enemy was defeated and ran away. Is this what an advanced civilization should do? But when the players expressed confusion about this matter, the battleship they brought back gave them the answer. I never thought that after a long time, it was not that the Empire was rubbish, but that their internal conflicts were quite huge. At this time, a player couldn't help but sigh after understanding the current situation of the Empire. Hearing this, other people also nodded in agreement. Although these battleships were manufactured by those civilizations, their technology was taught to them by the Empire. And the most important thing is that the Empire has the highest authority to control the core of the battleships. And as a subordinate civilization, they were originally a mid-level civilization at best. And they only joined the Empire after being spotted by the Empire. The Empire provided them with a large amount of technology and forcibly elevated them to an advanced civilization. The advantage of this is that it gives them a place in this universe. But the disadvantage is that they have experienced fewer wars and do not have strong combat capabilities. Of course, it doesn't matter to the Empire whether they have independent combat capabilities, because the Empire provides different technologies to each of their civilizations. Combining these technologies together forms a complete formation. But it is obvious that they only got one of them. However, it is also understandable that after all, it is an affiliated civilization and not a direct civilization of the Empire. They always have to guard against you. The players on the sidelines also agreed. And the facts have proved that this Empire's decision is wise. Because these people all have their own little 99. After learning about our situation, the Empire didn't even give the order. So they ran over non-stop. It was obvious that they wanted to get some benefits from us. But it was a pity that they failed to pretend to be 13 and were killed by us. At this time, after hearing the players' comments, the Emperor Penguin quickly came up with new ideas. Brothers, do these shortcomings of theirs provide us with excellent offensive opportunities? If you think about it, many of their internal civilizations are at odds with each other. But because the Empire is here, they don't dare to make too many mistakes. And if it weren't for the direct command of the Empire, it would be basically impossible for them to unite. And this exactly explains why they did not come with reinforcement fleets in our previous 2 wars. And now their internal conflicts are undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for us to clean them up. We can increase the amount of Euglena released. Try to find all their fleets in this area and kill them all. This can be regarded as weakening the Empire's strength in disguise. Speaking of this, Todo on the side also nodded. Indeed, we cannot let go of this opportunity, because from the information we currently know, we can deduce that this Empire is more powerful than we imagined. The current Empire is like a powerful world boss. His blood volume is very thick. It is definitely unrealistic for us to kill him directly. So our only way now is to constantly grind his blood. After we have worn him down to almost all his health, we can then launch a general attack on him. This will undoubtedly increase our chances of winning a lot. Having said this, Potato thought for a while, and then said to everyone, by the way, I suddenly remembered something, which is the information about the new unit. We have evolved the new swarm host a few times just now, and now we have a certain understanding of its general situation. I suggest that guilds that have purchased Thunder Beasts consider introducing a few more. Hearing what Tua said, everyone was curious to ask what happened to this new soldier after it evolved. Let me first tell you about the basic abilities of this insect swarm host. First of all, the insect swarm host has a health value of 250,000, an attack of 100, and a defense of 600. The health and defense attributes are slightly higher than those of the mutant dragon, but the attack attributes are basically negligible. The highlight of it is that it can hatch a kind of combat creature called Locust. This creature has relatively strong combat effectiveness. In addition, it can hatch a lot of Zerg hosts, which also makes it a military unit similar to a mobile base. Of course, the basic troops, reorganized in accordance with international practices, are extremely powerful. Although the Locusts they hatched have anti-air and anti-ground capabilities, their combat effectiveness is really not good. The only way to truly unleash his power is in the later stages of evolution. First of all, in the first stage of evolution, its Locusts will undergo qualitative changes. This kind of Locusts can release stop-leak entanglement beams at enemy warships, and after self-destruction, they can also form an area of interference, making enemy warships unable to leap. Simply put, the insect swarm host evolved in the first stage has anti-jump ability, and is very useful against a single person or a group. The most important thing at the moment is that you can produce this kind of insect at will as long as you have enough resources. However, considering that the operator's energy is limited, generally producing a few thousand is basically enough. If you produce too many, I guess you won't be able to command them. And a Zerg host can only carry about 1,000 bugs at most. If there are more bugs, they must join the team. Although these bugs have certain space combat capabilities, they do not have the ability to jump. So it is not recommended to produce too many at one time, because this thing is really not easy to carry. At this point, Potatoes continue to introduce the next stage, and this second and third phase is the focus. First of all, the bugs of this second stage insect swarm host are attack biased. And the most important thing is that after evolution, it has strengthened the production capacity of the bugs, allowing it to produce a large number of combat locusts in a short period of time. The power of this kind of locusts cannot be underestimated. As long as the number is sufficient, it is not a big problem to destroy the enemy's cruiser. And the most important thing is that the base number is too large. Even if the enemy kills part of it, it will not have much impact on the overall combat power. Big impact. Of course, arms of this level have very high lethality capabilities for space combat units. As for those ground combat units, the lethality capabilities will be even stronger. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Compared with the other two that can create arms, this Zerg host undoubtedly takes this ability to the extreme. If it is ambushed in the enemy's hinterland and constantly creates troops to harass, as long as the enemy cannot find it out, it will be a matter of time before he kills the enemy. And while everyone was still talking about it, Tudo began to introduce the third stage. As for the third stage of this insect host, it is the real priority. At this stage, the bugs it produces turn into armored bugs with powerful defense. These armored bugs can cover the surfaces of various combat units, providing them with some additional defense. Of course, these armored bugs can not only increase the defensive capabilities of their own units, they can also interfere with enemy combat units. Their powerful defensive capabilities allow them to withstand a lot of damage. When necessary, you can even command those little bugs to block the enemy's combat units. The enemy's muzzle. As for the fourth stage, you can understand it as the defense specialization of the bugs he hatched. This stage has greatly improved the defense capabilities of these bugs on the original basis, so that they can better exert their combat capabilities. As for the price of this new unit, it is not too outrageous. The price of the basic type is 300,000. The first stage is 600,000. The second stage is 1.5 million. The third stage is 10 million. And the fourth stage is 45 million. At this moment, when they heard the introduction of Potato, everyone was talking about it. It was obvious that this unit had attracted their attention. Although the improvement of this type of unit is limited for the large number of corruptors. For the Thunder Beast, this improvement is terrifying. I mean, why did Potato Boss suggest that all of us guilds that have Thunder Beasts should get one? This is simply unexplainable. First of all, Our Thunder Beast has defensive armor made of the Starry Sky Beast armor. And its own defensive power is also very amazing. The combination of these two makes the Thunder Beast's defensive capabilities reach the extreme. If you add this thing to it, it will be basically impossible for the opponent to break through the Thunder Beast's defense. Yes, I have to admit the practicality of this unit. I feel it can be considered a T0 level. You can advance to attack, retreat to defend. The auxiliary capabilities of this new unit are simply full. And the most important thing is that the price is not too outrageous. Generally, a guild can prepare up to 5 or 6 of this kind of unit. So the cost of incorporating them into the team is not particularly high. But the effect he exerts is simply unexplainable. At present, it seems that except for the second stage, which is not particularly good, the other stages are qualitative changes. I feel like this second stage isn't bad upstairs. It's not that the second stage is not strong. It's because the second stage of this unit is attack specialization. And now our lineup lacks attacks? It's obvious that we don't lack attacks. What we lack now is support. So his second stage didn't play a big role. And the third and fourth stages of qualitative change came later. At this point, the prover changed the subject and continued. But I have to complain. The current planning is getting darker and darker. He clearly knows that we have no shortage of attacks now. So he put the stage of improving attacks into the second stage. The purpose of moving the stage of real qualitative change to the third and fourth stages is to give us more Krypton. Everyone can understand this planning routine. After all, people are just trying to flush out the flow of water so that their income can be higher. It's so embarrassing. I have to complain. He took juju pills for this scam plan by this dog. And while everyone was still talking about it, another piece of good news came from the frontline Eyeworm players. That is, they discovered another civilization formation. This civilization formation was significantly smaller in number than the previous 2 civilizations. This formation only had 100,000 warships. This is undoubtedly good news for players. The official has just launched a unit. And through the data, players feel that the attributes of this unit are very good. But whether a unit is strong or not depends on actual combat. And now when players are still worried about where to find test subjects, this product has just been delivered to their doorsteps. Chapter 378, Being Tricked. This time, because the opponent's number of battleships was relatively small, this wave of players did not even bring corruptors. This wave is mainly assisted by the 3rd level Zerg host and the 4th level Zerg host of the new units. The Thunder Beast, Cyclops Beast and Cockroach are responsible for the main attack. Of course, after understanding the opponent's current situation, the players are not as careful in their layout as before. After all, they came here privately, and the relationship between each civilization is not as good as imagined. So it is basically impossible for them to come over with reinforcements. The current situation is that as long as people find the enemy, they can attack at will without worrying about what will happen. Therefore, when attacking this civilization, the players' preparations will naturally not be as long as the previous 2 civilizations. Basically, you just head straight towards your destination. And on the way there, the players did not worry at all that the enemy would run away when they saw their large troops. The main reason was that the players dispatched too few troops. And the opponent would always have a feeling that they could easily defeat them. The illusion of annihilation. It is also because of this layer that this civilization, like the previous 2 civilizations, is obediently waiting for players to come over. When the players came over, they were immediately pressed to the ground and rubbed. Naturally, the fate of this civilization is basically the same as that of the previous 2 civilizations. Both were easily solved by the players. Through this wave, the players also discovered the auxiliary capabilities of the new units. There is only one word to describe it: strong. Even the 3rd stage bugs can provide astonishing defensive capabilities. Under normal circumstances, the opponent will need at least 20,000 warships to focus their fire to clear out all your bugs. As for the players in the 4th stage, they have not yet measured accurate data. Because after this war has been fought in the 4th stage, the retention rate of bugs hatched by the insect swarm host is still about 80%. So the specific upper limit of damage is still there, not tested out. Of course, this effect naturally makes the players extremely satisfied. After all, with this layer of armor, the players will have more blood. Even if it only evolves to the 3rd stage, the effect it plays is very large. For players, if they sacrifice 1 or 2 bugs less in each battle, they can make a lot more money. Although the insect swarm host also requires a large amount of energy to produce insects, compared to the direct loss of more than 1 million worth of troops, the consumption of a small amount of energy is still acceptable to everyone. In this way, after confirming the powerful auxiliary capabilities of the insect swarm host, the players continue to search for other civilized warships in this star field. As time goes by, more and more warships come to this star field, and naturally the probability of them being discovered is also increasing. Therefore, the probability of players finding battleships has significantly increased during this period compared to before. As more and more battleships are found, if players collectively clean them up, they will basically be unable to clean them up. Therefore, after many powerful guilds negotiated, they decided that one guild or two guilds would act together. Of course, taking into account the battle losses, they also added a lot of third-stage insect swarm hosts during this period. Every time before a war begins, they will give priority to the insect swarm host to produce enough insect king insects to be responsible for transportation. After everything is ready, let the king bugs and other combat units go to the area where the enemy warships are, and release these bugs as soon as they arrive there. In this way, although the loss rate of the king insect is relatively high, it is so cheap that no one will feel bad about it. Anyway, for players, as long as they protect the first stage hatchers and ultralisks, everything will be fine. During this period, as the players' action routes increased, the number of civilizations they harvested also increased. And through the information retained by these civilized warships, the players probably had a certain understanding of the current empire. Through this information, players learned that the Empire's main battleships were many times more powerful than these battleships. And now the warships that players kill can be understood as the warships of the Empire's cannon fodder squad, although it is easier for players to kill now. According to the data, players also know that the reason why they kill so easily is because these battleships do not form a formation. Once these battle lines form a formation, their combat effectiveness will increase geometrically. Of course, after understanding these situations, the players also understood that their current strength is not even a little bit worse than that of the Empire. And now all the players can do is to try their best to clear out these cannon fodder. At least this can reduce the pressure on players in the later stages, when they actually go to war with the Empire. But this time on the Empire's side. Naturally, he knows about these dishonest civilized empires under his command. Of course, for the Empire, he also had his own reasons for not taking care of this matter. The main purpose of the Empire is to figure out the enemy's situation through its civilizations. Don't forget that the highest authority of these warships belongs to them. So it is too easy for them to retrieve this data. It is even said that as long as those in the Empire are willing, these warships may not even be able to leave the port. For the Empire, the battleships lost during this period are nothing. After all, the number of battleships they have in hand is very terrifying. Therefore, the loss of tens or millions of dollars is not unacceptable to them. And the most important thing is that more than 95% of the resources of these battleships are provided by them. So they will not feel bad if they lose it. The most critical thing at the moment is that these warships themselves are within their loss plan. Even if these civilizations do not take the initiative to go out to kill the Empire, they may arrange some death missions for them in the later stage. After all, they are just a bunch of subsidiary civilizations in the final analysis. And these civilizations are not very honest, no matter who has the highest authority of these battleships. The Empire will not allow the number of these battleships to be too large. After all, it is possible for some civilizations to tamper with the authority of battleships. If a few civilizations have an idea, they will unite more affiliated civilizations and start to produce warships like crazy. They will not announce the method of changing the permissions until the number is almost over. By that time, wouldn't a resistance army be formed? Therefore, the Empire has always reserved its hands on these matters. It will find ways to control these warships within a relatively safe range. Once the number of battleships reaches an unsafe range, he will find a way to clear out the extra battleships. Of course, it is impossible for him to directly clean it up. Wouldn't this further encourage some people to think of villains? So usually he would choose a more tactful method. But at this time, the insect swarm was undoubtedly helping him complete the job. This is also the reason why during this period of time, players were frantically attacking those battleships, but they did not make any big moves. A few more months passed in this way. The Empire took a look and felt that the number was almost there. Then he began to gather members to prepare for organizing an effective attack. Naturally, the players have no idea about this change in the Empire's policy. At this moment, Tudo is leading his guild members to clean up a newly discovered civilization. Brothers, this civilization only has 50,000 warships. We should be able to send them all away within a few hours. 50,000 battleships are a lot of money. By the way, apart from this fleet group, Have we found any other fleet groups? No. We found this one during this time. Hey. It seems that after this job is done, we have to rest for a few days. Yes. But I was thinking that we have found the home bases of about 10 civilizations now. When will we go over and serve these civilizations to them? Don't think about it in the short term. We can only wait until we can deal with the Empire head-on in the future. After all, the nests of these civilizations are not too far from the Empire's location. Once we pass, they can call for reinforcements at any time. It's better to make waves around the Empire's jurisdiction than here. If you dare to go there and make waves, an army of warships will come to the border and send you away in a matter of minutes. In this way, the players chatted all the way and soon reached their destination. When the players arrived at their destination, they naturally launched an attack on the enemy immediately. As in the previous operation, the Thunder Beast took the lead, and the King Insect released the armored bugs it carried. The next moment, the armored bugs each flew towards their attachment target. After a wave of operations, it only took less than a minute for the players to complete the deployment. After completing the deployment, the players immediately launched an attack on this fleet group. As the attack began, the opponent was also desperately counterattacking. But it was obvious that their counterattack was not a threat at all to the players protected by armored bugs. In this way, the players easily harvested their warships. And just when the players thought that this civilization would be easily solved by them like the previous civilizations, they suddenly discovered that the situation was not good. What happened? Brothers? Why do I feel that the space fluctuations around me are getting stronger and stronger? I don't know, but I always have a bad feeling. While the players were still discussing, the next moment hundreds of thousands of warships appeared here. Moreover, these warships are all different types of warships. And our family will naturally recognize these warships. Because during this period of time, when they attacked the Imperial warships, they figured out the types of Imperial warships. Some of these battleships are attack ships responsible for specialized offenses. Some are defense ships responsible for front row damage. And some are auxiliary ships responsible for electronic warfare interference. In the past, it was easy for players to kill these warships when they were separated and without reinforcements. But now it's different. Not only did the other side come with a large number of reinforcements, but these reinforcements and the existing warships can just form a complete system. Seeing this scene, the players still didn't understand what was happening. Brothers, the situation is not right. Retreat! Retreat! Unable to remove the anti-jump warships on the opposite side, they prioritized our Ultralisks and Cyclops. Damn it! Didn't they agree that these civilizations are not connected to each other and each has internal conflicts? What's going on? It's probably because we cleaned up the warships so hard during this period that they joined forces. Damn it. Don't say you don't have these things anymore. Come up with a solution quickly. Think of a crazy idea. The opponent's lineup has both output and defense. And they can completely crush us in terms of numbers. They have to die hard. While the players were still arguing, Tudo immediately shouted at everyone, "Brothers, please be quiet. Now it seems that we have been tricked by the other side. From now on, everyone will obey my command. All the Thunder Beasts, One-Eyed Beasts and Cockroaches should move back. The Corruptor moves forward, and the Corruptor switches all attack targets to the enemy's auxiliary battleships. I'll kill the opponent's anti-jump ship first. And the Thunder Beast and Cyclops can retreat when they find they can jump. As for the Corruptors, they can only be used as cannon fodder. At this time, everyone who heard Tua also knew what he was going to do. But for now, they could only protect as much as they wanted. Tudo also immediately informed everyone in the group of the situation to prevent them from encountering a similar experience to himself. At this time, when Potato clicked on the public screen to chat, he found that the place had become a mess. Because not only their guild encountered other guilds, but also encountered similar situations. But when he saw the scene, Tudo suddenly thought of something. Brothers, I'm thinking that I understand the general situation. We have been too active during this period. Although the enemies seem to have no connection on the surface, our actions are most likely known to the Empire's senior officials. So they have formulated such a plan against us. And now I seriously doubt that the other party's purpose is not to kill our team. Their purpose should be to find our home base through the return route of our escaped bugs. When they heard what Tudo said, some players, who were rushing home, immediately stopped. Damn. I should say it or not. But I think this thing is really possible. Then what should we do? We can't just wander in space. Yes. You must know that all the troops we ran away are high-value troops. It would be a pity if these troops wandered in space and encountered enemies and were destroyed. Hearing everyone's words, Potato naturally knew the current situation. In short, brothers, remember, we must not go home now. As for the high-level troops wandering around now, we can set up a temporary gathering point. Then we all gather there. As for the players who haven't sent out troops or haven't arrived at the attack location yet, they all gather in that area. Speaking of which, Toto added, the other party has most likely arranged a ship to follow us. So if we want to get rid of them or solve the current predicament, the only way is to fight with them. Chapter 379. The Empire begins to organize a fleet. At this time, everyone was a little confused after hearing what Toto said. Boss, what do you mean by this? Why do you say there is only one fight? Judging from the enemy's current posture, they should have already made arrangements. Wouldn't it be very disadvantageous for us to fight against them? After hearing what the players were talking about, Potato explained patiently, let's put it this way. They must have sent a lot of tails to follow us now. We gathered these tails together and started to clean up the tails. As long as the enemy is not stupid, they will know what to do next. After all, you can't expect the enemy to just watch us clean up the tail they arranged and then run away. So usually, they will definitely send warships to fight with us when we clean up our tail. This way they can at least wipe out our main force. And it's not a complete gain for them. After hearing this, everyone probably understood the reason. But soon they thought of another question, which was whether they really had a chance of winning against the enemy with their strength. In fact, this problem is also a problem that Toto is worried about. Brothers, the biggest problem we are facing now is this problem. With our current strength, no one can guarantee our chances of winning against the enemy, even though we fought them before and they were easily killed by us. But in the previous waves, they formed a lineup to fight against us, and we clearly found that their strength had at least increased several times. Facing an increase in strength several times without knowing the specific number of enemies, our chances of winning are indeed very low if we really want to fight. After hearing what Toto said, everyone couldn't help but feel a little worried about the situation in front of them. It's numb. It's very embarrassing now. It doesn't matter if I don't fight or not. If you want to say not to fight, we will definitely not give up on those thunder beasts. If you want to fight, we are worried that they will just take the blame. At this time, players were also discussing this matter one after another. Finally, after everyone's unanimous discussion, they decided to take a risk. Because just when everyone was still hesitating, the Emperor Penguin thought of a very crucial thing. That's why the enemy didn't move out earlier and later, but only waited until this time to start dispatching. This shows that the enemy's target for this action is also very clear, and that is the Thunder Beast. Therefore, Emperor Penguin guessed that their performance during this period was most likely noticed by the enemy. But the enemy did not take action immediately. They made the current plan after they had been secretly observing the insect swarm for a period of time and understood their situation clearly. After such a long period of observation, they can basically determine the importance of the Ultralist to the players. After confirming this, they took action. In other words, for them now, they have an absolute advantage, no matter how the players operate. If the players don't choose to escape, then all these Thunder Beasts will be sent away by them, which will cause huge losses to the players. You must know that in this wave of high-end combat power of the players, in addition to the Thunder Beast, there are also high-value units such as the Cyclops and the 4th-level Cockroach. Therefore, once it is abandoned, it will be like breaking the bones for the players. Secondly, even if the players organize an attack, it will also involve a problem. That is, since the other party dares to take action after planning for so long, they are most likely already fully prepared. In other words, they have an estimate of the troops held by the players, and they also have corresponding plans for this estimate. To put it bluntly, if players are sent out to fight against them now, they are simply sending themselves to death. So everyone should understand the general situation now. Under such circumstances, there is only one way for us to win. Although the enemy has a relatively high level of understanding of us during this period, they do not understand our full picture. And if we want to win this battle, the key point lies in what we hide. At this moment, as the Emperor Penguin finished speaking, everyone was full of doubts. What part of the things are we hiding? That's right. To put it simply, anything other than our actions this time can be called our hidden things. First of all, we only dispatched a few 100,000 people in total for this battle, and our actual number of players now is more than 500,000. In addition to hiding the number of our players, there is also the hiding of some special units. Although they know that we have powerful Thunder Beasts and Eyeworms, But don't forget that this time we did not dispatch extremely lethal bugs like dark matter banlings. For the bugs we have in hand, they only know electromagnetic pulse banlings. So these highly lethal banlings will also become our weapons. At this time, everyone who heard what Emperor Penguin said turned their attention to him. It was obvious that since he said so, he must have an idea. At this time, Emperor Penguin looked at the eyes of everyone looking at him, and did not give in. He directly told everyone about his thoughts. First of all, let's look at the enemy based on the current situation. We only have plans for our main combat arms. But other arms may not have plans. Of course, for us, this will be our only chance to win. First, we can deploy a large number of dark matter banlings in some interstellar dust belts, and use that area as our final battle location. Then our fleeing troops will gather at that stronghold according to the previous plan. After gathering at that stronghold, we began to clear out the enemy's reconnaissance ships. While we were clearing them, we began to run away. It is definitely impossible for us to clear out all the enemy's reconnaissance ships in this wave of cleaning. They will definitely have 1 or 2 ships following us. Of course, these 2 ships are no longer important, because their main role is to lead the way for the enemy. And once we take action, the enemy will definitely know that we have noticed that they have sent ships to follow us. So at this time, in order to avoid long nights and nightmares, their large forces will most likely follow us. And after their large army came over, we fought them directly in the interstellar dust. In the interstellar dust, we had also deployed dark matter banlings in advance. So we were sure to catch them off guard, because this group of people's understanding of our banlings is still limited to electromagnetic pulse banlings. So they will most likely think that the banlings we ambush are to hinder their escape. Having said this, the Emperor Penguin paused and then looked at everyone. Brothers, although the current situation seems unfavorable to us, don't forget that we are fighting near the base now, and we have a steady stream of supplies. Compared to them, who came across the distant Star Sea, we also have a lot of advantages. After hearing about the Emperor Penguin's arrangement, everyone thought about it, and felt that this plan was indeed feasible. So everyone began to discuss the details of the subsequent operations, and also began to prepare funds to arrange these things in advance. Of course, when they were setting it up, Jiang Yao also told them his plan, because the resources of that resource galaxy have been almost exhausted, and there are too many enemies coming here. Jiang Yao knows very well that he cannot stay here anymore. This time, it was just an opportunity for players to engage in battle with their enemies, because with the end of this battle, regardless of victory or defeat, the Empire will dispatch more troops. The defeated Empire will be more wary of the strength of the insects, so it will send more fleets. The defeated Empire also knows how powerful the insect swarms are, and will do the same thing. Therefore, regardless of victory or defeat, it can be foreseen that the Empire may send more troops in the future, and it is not impossible to even bring the main fleet over. If he continues to stay here, he is simply seeking death. So at this stage, he must take the insect nest and leave here first, and the rest needs to be left to know. One to deal with. Of course, for the sake of safety, Jiang Yao decided to let No. 1 drive the star ring back to where he was before. First of all, there is a natural high-energy radiation zone in that area. If there is danger, Star Ring can hide inside and fight with the enemy. Secondly, the location of the star field is relatively hidden and not easy to be discovered. As for his side, he is taking the players to the development of the resource galaxy that No. 1 mentioned before. After he left, Jiang Yao estimated that the enemy would most likely search for him in this galaxy. When they still shift all their attention to this star field, they will have enough time to develop, and then wait until they are almost developed. And then, they will return to this galaxy and Star Ring to make a legitimate alliance to defeat the enemy. Solved. After all these enemies have been dealt with, Jiang Yao's next target is the civilization nests that the players have found. At that time, he only needs to send troops to find the enemy's lair, clean them one by one, and continue to strengthen himself. That's it. Of course, Jiang Yao also knows very well that the whole process will take a lot of time. But this is also a good thing for him, because what he lacks now is time. According to his estimation, when he and the Empire face off in the future, he will have at least 1 million insect swarm troops in his hands. Although at that stage, he still didn't have much chance of winning against the Empire. He couldn't foolishly confront the Empire. He would definitely look for opportunities to clean up the Empire's warships one after another. Although the Empire has more warships, the Empire will not be able to withstand a few more large-scale battles with millions of levels. When the time is up, he will launch a general attack on the Empire. And this is Jiang Yao's plan for his future. Perhaps Jiang Yao had always regarded the Empire as his ultimate enemy in the past. But Jiang Yao no longer thinks so. For Jiang Yao now, the secretly controlled civilization is the one he wants to destroy. From a certain perspective, this time Jiang Yao regarded the Empire as a stepping stone for his own growth. Because as long as he eliminates the Empire, the massive resources obtained will surely increase the strength of the insect swarm again. And when the insect swarm evolves to a certain stage, the enemy in the dark will have no chance to cause trouble for him after discovering it. Jiang Yao, who has a system, has an evolutionary routine that these civilizations can never understand. It does not need to follow the law of development like other civilizations. A law of development from scratch. From weak to strong. For him, as long as he has enough resources. Your strength today is 1 and tomorrow, he will have the ability to increase his strength to 10. Although the civilization in the dark knew that it could make the bugs evolve, it didn't know to what extent it could make the bugs evolve, and how much time it would take. This is Jiang Yao's trump card against this civilization. When fighting the Empire in the early stage, he will not let players evolve wildly, because this will attract the attention of that civilization. But he will issue a lot of evolution scrolls, and stipulate that these evolution scrolls can only be used at which stage. However, apart from the issuance of these evolution scrolls, don't forget that he also holds an epic mission in his hand. It was a mission he released a long time ago. And the content of the mission is to destroy the Empire, and most guilds will be able to obtain one. Zhang Evolution Volume. These evolution scrolls plus the evolutions he will issue later. Jiang Yao will directly let the players evolve collectively when the time is right. By that time, even if the civilization in the dark discovers that something is wrong and wants to stop it, it will be too late. After all, I can instantly convert these resources into combat power. At that time, even if they know the secrets they hold, it will be meaningless. Because at that stage, I will most likely have the power to compete with him. And these are Jiang Yao's plans for his future. If everything goes well, he will be able to solve these two serious problems. Of course, this is all assuming everything goes well. As for whether any accidents will happen, Jiang Yao actually has no idea. Now he can only say that the soldiers will come to block the water, and the soil will cover it up. When any problems really arise in the future, he will adjust the entire plan according to the situation. Of course, Jiang Yao also had a hand in dealing with No. 1. Although the cooperation between him and No. 1 was very pleasant during this period, and the trust level was acceptable. Jiang Yao would never trust anyone without reservation from the beginning to the end. After all, you know people but don't know their hearts. There is a saying that even those who drown can swim. Many times, the things you think are least likely to happen will happen in front of you. Therefore, Jiang Yao had been keeping an eye on this number 1 from beginning to end. This time he sent out troops to prepare to leave a few brainworms and a group of combat worms in the star ring just in case. Because brainworms with independent consciousness can operate these arms. And the arms left by Jiang Yao are not weak in strength. In addition, the highest authority of all battleships and star rings in the star ring is in his own hands. Once there is any abnormality in No. 1, the brainworm will immediately discover his problem, and then report the information to himself. And he can remove No. 1 at any time. All in all, Jiang Yao also made clear arrangements for the issues after he left. Chapter 380 The enemy fleet group arrives. Of course, Jiang Yao is not worried at all that No. 1 will be alienated from him after knowing these arrangements. After all, he has hidden a lot of things from No. 1, so if he just needs to explain it in another way, then he basically won't think too much about it. First of all, let's take the brainworms as an example. Only Jiang Yao himself knows that the brainworms can control the troops. But the player in No. 1 don't know? The message Jiang Yao conveyed to No. 1 was that his brains were just tools to give him advice or assist him. This is the explanation given by Jiang Yao about the brain insect. As for the batch of troops he left here, Jiang Yao's explanation to No. 1 was that after he left, he needed to release a batch of bugs every once in a while to attract the Empire's attention, making the Empire mistakenly think that the bug swarm was still here. After all, he left. If the Empire did not find traces of the Zerg for a long time, he might wonder if the Zerg had escaped. And with these bugs, if you show your face when you have nothing to do, the Empire will not think about it. It makes sense to stabilize the Empire in this way. So No. 1 most likely won't think too much about it. These are Jiang Yao's future arrangements. After almost all preparations were made, Jiang Yao and No. 1 parted ways. First, No. One drove the star ring back to the location of the previous star ring, and then set another location to the players. After the players win the battle, they immediately go to that location to meet up with the insect nest, and then he takes them to the next star field to avoid the limelight. Of course, the premise of all this is that we must win this battle, because only after victory can the players clean up all the enemy's little tails. And without these little tails, they can lead the players away quietly. And the most important thing is, who would have thought that the first thing the insect swarm would do after winning the war was not to pursue the victory, but to escape instead? This kind of operation is absolutely impossible to happen according to the Empire's understanding of the Zerg. For Jiang Yao, the Empire's misunderstanding of himself is undoubtedly the best opportunity for his development. While Jiang Yao was still thinking about this, the players had already arranged everything. This time, players spent huge sums of money to purchase 500 dark matter banlings. This wave of players alone spent 1 billion evolution points. But fortunately, the base of players is relatively large now, so everyone can't raise much money. In addition to these banlings, guild players have also upgraded their own units. And some new players have also chosen to purchase hydralisks to supplement their firepower. Everyone is clear about the current situation. And as long as they survive this wave, everyone can make a lot of money. Because Jiang Yao once told them that the materials in the new galaxy are more abundant than here. As long as there is no little tail following them, they can safely harvest resources there. Therefore, this wave of investment players are also very happy. After all, any investment is worthwhile, as long as it can be recovered. In addition, players have also made a lot of money by harvesting in this galaxy. After all, of the many planets I provided them, some of them were very rich in resources. And the players who won the lottery naturally made a lot of money. As for some planets that are not very rich in resources, although they are not enough for the elderly, the same income is still quite considerable for some newcomers. Therefore, players can still accept the investment in this wave of war. This time the players acted as a collective, and both newcomers and seniors participated. Of course, each newcomer also has his own arrangements. Some newcomers are organized into hand-to-hand combat teams, and when necessary, enter the enemy's flagship to destroy it. Some newcomers were organized into the logistics team, and they cooperated with the black insects to transport some necessary materials and battlefield supplies. In this way, when the players have everything ready, they start taking action. First of all, the players boarded some of the wandering troops and set off towards the predetermined gathering point. After the players finished gathering, they began to clean up the surrounding eyes, because the players had deployed a lot of eyeworms there in advance. They had basically found all the enemy's warships. Of course, they also thought that the enemy might have a lot of stealth warships that they had not discovered. However, these stealth reconnaissance ships were just used to guide the enemy's large forces. So after cleaning up some necessary reconnaissance ships, the players' large forces headed toward the decisive battle area that had been arranged in advance. Move forward. At this time, as this large force set off, players far away in the decisive battle galaxy immediately began to prepare. Brothers, please pay attention to your respective positions, and the Baneling players should also pay attention to hiding themselves. Hydralisk players on the meteorite are also ready to attack. As for the units like the Velociraptors, remember to listen to your captain's arrangements when the time comes. Ground combat troops should pay attention to protecting their armor as much as possible, because once the armor is damaged, you will lose your combat capability. Byron should be careful in the early stage of the team. Your main task is to destroy the enemy's flagship in the later stage of the mission. In this way, the players made arrangements while waiting for the enemy to arrive. As time passed, the large army finally appeared within the players' investigation range. With the appearance of the large army, all the players present were immediately ready. Seeing the appearance of the large army at this time, the Emperor Penguin immediately said to the surrounding Hydralisk players, members of the Hydralisk team, please pay attention. This is an interstellar dust belt. As long as the enemy's reconnaissance ship dares to come in, their invisibility will be invalidated immediately. As soon as they lose their cloak, you immediately kill all these reconnaissance ships. Okay. Receive. And when the large forces reunited, just as the players thought, the invisible warships also followed. Brothers, I have discovered one here. The red player who discovered the enemy's reconnaissance warship immediately shouted at everyone. After hearing what this Hydralisk player said, the Emperor Penguin looked at his position and immediately ordered. Hydralisk Team No. 7. Be ready. Once that reconnaissance ship enters your attack range, fire immediately. Understood? After receiving the order, the members of Hydralisk Team No. 7 were immediately ready. Then, as soon as this scout ship entered their shooting range, before the other scout ship could react, countless spikes flew towards it. The next moment, the reconnaissance ship was destroyed under the fierce attack of the Hydralisks. At this time, players in the other two areas also discovered the reconnaissance ship. When they discovered the reconnaissance ship, they launched an attack on each other without hesitation. At this time, when the enemy saw that 3 reconnaissance ships were destroyed, some of the remaining reconnaissance ships wanted to avoid this area by taking detours. Unfortunately, the players also deployed a large number of eye-worms around them. So the reconnaissance ships' every move is watched by the players. As long as they dare to show themselves, they will be discovered by the players. And the players not only have fixed-point sniper teams, but also assault teams responsible for chasing in the area. In this way, with one operation of the players, all 10 of the enemy's stealth reconnaissance ships were picked out by the players. Of course, it is inevitable that the enemy will be found out. The reason why the players ambush here is also to let these invisible units reveal their true colors, because the players' units are all arranged inside the interstellar dust belt. Due to the interference of the interstellar dust belt, the reconnaissance ship must be relatively close to the players to find out the players' situation clearly. So they must take the risk to come in. But it is a pity that the players do not intend to give them the opportunity to detect internal intelligence. After this group of battleships were dealt with, the players began to wait for the enemy's arrival in the area. Although the enemy knew very well that the players here must have deployed a lot of troops to ambush them, they still had to force their way through, because their purpose is most likely to destroy the players as a group, rather than giving them a chance to escape. Just as the players thought, they rushed in even though they knew there were a lot of traps laid out here. Brothers, the enemy's large army is coming. At this point, the eyeworm player then added, the opponent's number is a bit too large. They have at least more than 6 million battleships. After the remote player told everyone the specific number of enemies, everyone's heart sank. More than 6 million? Damn it! How the hell are you going to fight like this? This is too much. Listening to the discussions among the players at this time, Emperor Penguin naturally knew that this would be a tough battle, because this time, there are too many enemies. Although they now have an army of 500,000, it is nothing compared to the enemy's 6 million. And the most important thing is that only about 40% of the 500,000 army are corruptors in the first stage of evolution. The rest are mainly composed of hydralisks and mutalisks. Although these units also have certain combat capabilities, they are obviously not enough to deal with enemy warships. It seems that the current situation is a last-ditch battle. At this point, Emperor Penguin seemed to have made a decision, and he immediately said to the Dark Matter Baneling team, Dark Matter Baneling players, I have marked some points in the galaxy. You all go directly to the point I marked to gather. All other Mutalosaurus players and Hydralisk players, including Velociraptor players, go to that point. Following the Emperor Penguin's order, all eligible players immediately moved towards that area. At this time, Tudwa on the side heard the Emperor Penguin's instructions and immediately understood his plan. Speaking of which, Penguin, are you planning to use those 200,000 Hydralisks and Mutalisks as cannon fodder? The Emperor Penguin nodded when he heard Potato's words. I originally planned to let the Dark Matter Banelings explode in batches, but now it seems that this routine no longer works. My previous estimate of the enemy was about 3 million, but I never expected that they would directly use 6 million troops. You have to know that for the Empire, a large part of their people come here privately, so it is usually impossible for them to bring all the battleships in the civilization. But now even if they only move part of it, they can gather a force of more than 6 million. Plus, we have cleaned up a lot of their warships before. If those are included, their warships in this galaxy are at least in the tens of millions. At this point, Emperor Penguin's expression was full of fear. I have to admit, I underestimated the Empire's heritage. Indeed, the other party's background was somewhat beyond his expectation. You must know that this batch of enemy warships is only a small part of their huge warship group. Even a small part is of this magnitude. It is conceivable how many warships their main formation is composed of. Facing such a large number of warships, it would be extremely difficult for them to win. In fact, after experiencing so many civilizations, the Emperor Penguins also know very well that each civilization does not actually have as many warships as they think. Normally, if a civilization can have hundreds of thousands of battleships, it is enough to show that it is developing very well. For example, some low-level civilizations use the power of the entire civilization. It is already very good if the total number of battleships can exceed 1,000. During this period, the civilized warships they encountered ranged from at least tens to hundreds of thousands of warships. From this, it can be inferred how many warship reserves their home planet still has. At this time, the Emperor Penguin, who was understanding the opponent's situation, also felt a little helpless about the future war. According to the enemy's number of warships, it is no more than wishful thinking for them to defeat the enemy. But at this time, the Emperor Penguins knew that the only thing they could do now was to deal with the enemy in front of them first. As his arrangement was completed, the enemy warships also entered the interstellar dust belt. As the enemy warships got closer and closer to them, all the players couldn't help but sweat. After all, the number of enemies this time was too huge. Brothers, I have to admit that I'm a little panicked. A Hydralist player on the front line, looking at the approaching enemy, couldn't help but said to the crowd with some worry. After hearing his words, the player next to him quickly comforted him. There's nothing to panic about. We are all cannon fodder anyway, and will die sooner or later. As long as you have this psychological expectation, you won't panic. What the HL? Are we all cannon fodder? As he said this, the player looked at the mighty Hydralisks and Mutalisks teams around him in disbelief. After hearing what he said, the player just rolled his eyes at him and said, "You are so surprised. Can't you see that the current layout is so obvious?" At this point, the player looked around and said, "Everything on the periphery is surrounded by dark matter banlings, and we are in the center. Isn't the purpose for us to attract the enemy's attention? After the enemy reaches the explosion range of the banlings, just detonate the banlings and take them with you first." When he heard what this player said, the previous player was dumbfounded. Damn, this is outrageous. I finally managed to collect enough points to have the authority to purchase combat units. But this is my first time on the battlefield, and I become cannon fodder. Chapter 381, Hard Victory. This is how you get here calmly. And look at me. This is my second time on the battlefield. Isn't it different that I am also cannon fodder? The previous person was helpless when he heard what this player said. Damn it! Can't we get rid of the fate of cannon fodder? Yes, we can be cannon fodder a few more times because we have made greater contributions as cannon fodder. So we will get more points. When we have enough points and unlock the permission to purchase more powerful troops, we will no longer be cannon fodder. No matter how you play with your relationship, you have to start with cannon fodder. This is an unusual thing. But in fact we are not cannon fodder. After all, according to Penguin, he needs us to fight to the death with the enemy. They will not detonate until we are almost dead. Through this method, they can maximize our value. Of course, this is also an opportunity for us. As long as we can destroy a few more enemy warships in combat, then we will definitely be able to do so in this wave. Earn a lot of points. After hearing this, the previous player couldn't help but complain. Isn't there a possibility that they said this deliberately to make us feel at ease and become cannon fodder? After saying this, the player thought about it and continued, "What you said is correct. And I roughly calculated that based on my current points, I only need to destroy 5 guard-level battleships to unlock it, buying permission for Allosaurus. But to be honest, this is the most ideal situation. And in my current situation I have no choice at all." The player next to him could only laugh at what this player was thinking. He was too naive. Your idea is very good, but have you ever thought about it? Many of the players present have the same idea as you. Everyone knows that frigates are easy to destroy, so they all turn their targets to it. Can you defeat other players who are also Hydralisks? Can you defeat those Mutalisks players? Hearing this, the player was a little helpless. What can be done about this? Little shrimps like us can only fight as guards. Warships of other levels have no chance at all. The player next to me gave a solution. This matter can be solved easily. You only need to join a temporary combat team. If you all focus on one cruiser, you still have a chance to destroy it. Although the points gained in the end will be shared equally by everyone, it is still more practical than competing with those big guys to grab frigates. After hearing what this player said, the newcomer thought about it carefully and felt that this plan was quite reliable. So he immediately contacted the temporary combat team in the channel. In this way, time passed minute by minute during the player's operations. And as time goes by, the enemy is coming. At this time, the players on the front line were all ready. So when the Empire's battleship group appeared in the player's field of vision, the players immediately launched an attack on them. Brothers, come on! Holy crap! Where are the members of our combat team? Where are they all dead? They are not dead. They are already cold. Holy shit. The enemy's firepower is too fierce. At this moment, the players on the front line are being beaten to pieces by the Empire's fleet. Although the team formed by players was ready to kill the Empire's warships at the beginning, the number of troops waiting for them was too long. Moreover, the Empire has too many warships. They have a total of more than 200,000 troops on the front line, while the enemy has 6 million. A gap of 30 times. Such a huge gap makes it almost as if the Empire wants to destroy them. Therefore, in the face of the cannon fire and lasers from the Imperial warships, although players can use the armor to effectively evade, the attacks that can be avoided are limited, and many attacks still hit the players. Although the players on the front line immediately counterattacked, the number of Imperial warships destroyed was always limited. At this time, the players, who saw that the situation was not good, could only retreat while fighting, trying to survive for a while. Of course, their purpose in doing this was not only to stay a while longer, but also to draw all the Empire's warships into their ambush circle. Once more than 500 dark matter banlings explode, everything in the area will be wiped out. After all, this insect is so lethal. And now the Empire's battleship group is also advancing in a formation, so their battleships are relatively dense. So at this moment, Emperor Qi and the others were staring closely at the battlefield, waiting for the best time to detonate. For the Emperor Penguins, they don't have to worry at all that these 500 banlings will be discovered by the enemy, because at 200,000, these 500 banlings are really inconspicuous. The Penguins have entered the range and can detonate. Xianyu, who was also staring at the front line at this moment, saw that the enemy had entered the explosion circle, and he quickly reminded the Penguins beside him, "Don't worry. Now they are just at the front of the lineup, and the detonation will not play a big role now, because the opponent's warships at the front are all defensive warships. Even if you destroy them all, the remaining attack warships can still cause great damage to our resistance. So in this explosion, our best target should be the attack warships in the middle. As long as those warships are cleared, the next battle will be much easier, because the firepower of their defensive warships is not very high. Even if they are much more numerous than us, we can still fight them with damage." In this way, the Emperor Penguin explained, while staring closely at the Imperial fleet that was slowly approaching them. In this way, as the enemy fleet continued to advance, soon their attack fleet group in the center also entered the explosion range of the dark matter banlings. Seeing this, the Emperor Penguin felt that the time was ripe. And then, he heard his order, and ordered the banlings that were ambushing around them to immediately begin to self-destruct. As the banling explosion began, the entire area was enveloped in the light of the banling explosion. The explosion of more than 500 antimatter banlings was devastating to the entire area, and the light produced by the explosion of these banlings was like a small star, illuminating the entire area for a few seconds. The light produced by an explosion of this magnitude is comparable to the light emitted by stars. After the light dissipated, there were no battleships or Zerg in the area, and a huge gap appeared in the enemy's entire formation like an apple that had been chewed. While the enemy was still shocked by the methods mastered by the insect swarm, the players had already launched a clarion call to charge. The next moment, the main formation of the players was seen moving, and they flew towards the enemy area. The main formation of more than 200,000 people is composed of high-level soldiers, and each soldier is covered with dense metal bugs. And these bugs are all lovingly provided by the fourth-order bug swarm hosts of Tudu and his guild, with the blessing of some defensive bugs, coupled with the defensive blessing of their own armor. The defense power of these high-level units has made a qualitative leap. Of course, the players present all know that it is unrealistic for them to defeat the enemy even in this way, although the explosion just now caused serious damage to the enemy. As of now, the enemy still has at least more than 4 million troops left. There is still a huge gap of 20 times between the two sides. But the current players know very well that they have no way out. As the players get closer and closer to the enemy's main fleet, the war is about to break out. Thunder Beast brothers, hurry up. At present, the enemy's lineup has not been reorganized to complete this stage. This is a good opportunity for us to charge. Try to break up the enemy's formation. They have no advantage in fighting the enemy in close combat. If we snipe from a distance, we can only be beaten by them. Advance. Advance at all costs. We must rush into the enemy fleet group as quickly as possible to engage in a melee. In addition, everyone should pay attention that after we rush in, the first target will be the enemy's attack ship. As for the enemy's defensive warships, you can ignore them for the time being, while the Thunder Beast and Cyclops mainly attack the enemy's flagship. In this way, the human shield composed of the Thunder Beast and the 4th level cockroach rushed to the forefront, taking a large part of the damage for the corruptors behind. At this time, the enemies have naturally guessed the players' intentions. Of course, they will not let the players get what they want. Unfortunately, after the wave of explosions just now, their entire fleet has a huge defense gap. And this undoubtedly gives players a chance. Not only that, Xianyu and the others also saw the opportunity and directly activated the Thunder Beast's teleportation skills. Because the opponent is a group of battleships and is not protected by a shield like the Stargate, Xianyu and the others do not consume too much energy when using teleportation, compared with the previous wave of millions of energy consumption consumed by teleporting to the Stargate. It only takes about 200,000 energy to send a wave here. So Xianyu and the others directly sent 5 waves. With these 5 waves of corruptors, the teleportation was successful. The enemy's formation was also instantly disrupted. Because when these corruptors appeared in the enemy's battleship group, they immediately began to attack the surrounding battleships. The rest of the players took this opportunity to rush into the opponent's battleship lineup while taking the damage. After you came in, you saw that the players immediately targeted the enemy's attack warships, and they chose to ignore the other warships. After all, defensive battleships can cause certain damage to players. But this damage is limited. Just like this, as the players started to attack, the number of enemy attack warships was decreasing sharply. The enemy obviously realized that the situation was not good, so they immediately began to form temporary small formations. But this has little effect because the distance is too close. So the corruptor can easily bypass the enemy's defensive warships and directly target the opponent's offensive warships. Moreover, players are attacking and roaming in the fleet group, which greatly reduces the opponent's attack frequency, because they are worried that their high-frequency attacks will accidentally injure their teammates. At this time, the entire fleet group was in chaos, although they deliberately spread in all directions in order to distance themselves. Once they moved to the surrounding areas, players would follow closely behind them. In terms of maneuverability, the players are no worse than their cruisers, so it is basically impossible for the opponent to get rid of the players. This wave of operations by the players caused the originally orderly group under construction to immediately become chaotic, and their combat effectiveness was also greatly reduced. Although they still have an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. The players have an absolute advantage during the battle, although the number of players is not as large as these battleships. The individual combat capability is n times that of these battleships. In long-range firepower, players were completely crushed by the enemy. But now in close-range combat, they were completely crushed by players. In this way, as time goes by, the combat units of both sides are also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, compared to the players, the number of enemy warships decreases much faster than them. The two sides went from 4 million versus more than 200,000 at the beginning of the war to 3 million versus 150,000. And now 1.5 million versus 100,000. And as time goes by, the players' battle loss ratio will be reduced even more. After all, the smaller the number of enemy warships, the smaller their firepower is. And since the battle, most of the enemy's attack ships have been successfully cleared, and there are only a few remaining attack ships. Most of their remaining warships are defensive warships, and some auxiliary models. These warships basically do not pose much of a threat to players, because although these warships have strong defensive capabilities, their firepower is very weak, and it is very difficult to cause effective damage to players. Players who fight against this kind of battleship only need to grind slowly, and it will be okay. Anyway, it is not difficult to grind the enemy to death. At this time, the Empire's fleet commander saw the current situation and knew that the end was over. Based on the current situation, if he allowed the battleship to stay here, he would undoubtedly be giving meat to the insect swarm. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to issue a retreat order. And as the Empire's warships began to retreat, the players naturally followed closely, chasing and outputting at the same time. After all, the players will not let go of this opportunity to beat the drowned dog. Moreover, the area they are in now is an interstellar dust belt. So the enemy must leave this area if they want to jump. So while they are rushing out of this section of the road, players can do whatever they want. In this way, the players also cleared at least 100,000 warships in the Empire during the pursuit. As the other warships of the Empire rushed out of the area and entered the transition state, the battle came to an end. Although this battle was won, the players' losses were also very heavy. Only 50,000 troops out of 500,000 were left. And even 2 of the first stage Thunder Beasts were dead. And most of the cockroaches and one-eyed giant beasts were also dead. Moreover, If many corruptors from the later players had not rushed out to serve as human shields for the Ultralisk, their losses would have been even greater. Chapter 382 The Colossal Civilization is coming. How can this be? At this time in the Empire, when the senior officials saw the performance of the players, they were dumbfounded. Although the new Zerg's combat effectiveness was much higher than before, they never expected that its combat effectiveness was so much higher. This is a very scary thing for them. At this time, an old man from the Empire was seen with a face full of disbelief. A total of 6 million troops were captured by 500,000 insects. At the same time, another old man looked wary of this insect swarm. From the battle to the end, they actually had close to 50,000 troops left. After hearing what the old man said, another person added, and we are not yet sure whether what they showed before is all the methods of the current insect swarm. Yes, after all, the opponent only dispatched about 500,000 troops. For the huge insect swarm, this amount of troops is not even a drop in the bucket. With this amount of troops, the possibility of them deploying all their cards is very low. After hearing this, another person thought for a while, and then said, it seems that the insect swarm may have a more powerful trump card in its hands. And it is not difficult to see from the battle just now that the individual combat capability of the insect swarm has now surpassed our main force is in formation. That is to say, in a comparison of equal numbers, our main formation may not have a chance of winning. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. At this moment, they could see each other's deep fear of the insect swarm in each other's eyes. That's right. In the eyes of the Empire's senior officials, the Zerg today are far more powerful than they imagined. In the past, their fleet of 6 million warships could annihilate at least hundreds of millions of enemy insects. But now they were easily crushed by the insect swarm. And the most critical thing is that even though their total strength was more than 10 times that of the enemy, they were still crushed by the insect swarm. Even if they were sure that if their main fleet faced these 6 million warships, it would be absolutely impossible to defeat them with 500,000. Therefore, they are very afraid of the current insect swarm. After all, the enemies that they could easily crush in the past have become powerful opponents now, which is a bit unacceptable to them. But at this time, they all knew that they must find a way to deal with the insect swarm as soon as possible. No matter how they played, they must at least ensure that the insect swarm was resolved before it developed into a situation beyond their control. Although the insect swarms are powerful now, it is undeniable that their overall number should not be as large as before. This means we still have a chance to eliminate them. So from now on we must use all our strength to fight against the Zerg. Not just the battleship formations of affiliated civilizations. Even our main battleships must be mobilized. And even the civilized flagship must be driven over if necessary. Everyone nodded after hearing the old man's suggestion. Maybe they would have thought it was a bit of a fuss when dispatching the civilized flagship in the past. But it is different now. For everyone in the Empire, if they want to completely annihilate the insect swarm, they must use this weapon. Because the strength of the Thunder Beast in the swarm is too strong. Everyone in the Empire estimates that the combat power of that Thunder Beast has far exceeded the strength of the main ship of their existing fleet. In a one-on-one situation, without using the civilized flagship, none of their warships can defeat that Thunder Beast. Although the insect swarm has only displayed one powerful Thunder Beast now, who can guarantee that there are not more such giant beasts in their hands? And what is even more terrifying is that they also have an even more powerful beast in their hands. The arms did not appear. That is Leviathan. They have fought with Leviathan in the past, and they have a deep understanding of the power of that giant beast. But now even the former Thunder Beast has become so powerful. So the already powerful Leviathan, well, what strength will there be? If the opponent's Leviathan becomes as powerful as the Thunder Beast, they may not even be able to match the civilization's flagship. If this is the case, then they are not far from destruction. Of course, they also know very well that it will take a lot of resources and time to hatch a unit like Leviathan, even if the insect swarm wants to hatch it. So what they have to do now is to kill the entire insect swarm before this terrifying beast breaks out of its SHL. It is also for this reason that this time the Empire's top officials are preparing to use all their strength to exterminate the insect swarm. Naturally, the players are not aware of the movements in the Empire. Of course, for them now, even knowing the movements of the Empire does not mean much, because now they are making final preparations to escape. After the war ended, the players immediately ordered the large forces to evacuate the battlefield, and then went to where Jiangyao was and replaced them with king insects, and went back to clean the battlefield. Brothers, this wave has caused heavy losses. At this moment, Xianyu and his guild members were controlling the king insect and chatting while collecting resources in the area. The players on the side who heard his words also nodded in agreement. This wave of fighting is quite bad. Of the more than 500,000 troops, only more than 50,000 have survived. The rest are all in vain. The main reason is that I didn't expect that the enemy would send so many troops in this wave. Yeah. Originally we thought it was only 1 or 2 million. But who knew more than 6 million came? This was the result of us clearing out many of their small formations before. If those small formations are not cleaned up, I estimate that the number of warships coming here will exceed at least 10 million. At this point, the players suddenly thought of something. By the way, I remember that after they escaped, we sent a few eyeworms to track them. What's the situation with the tracking team now? After hearing what this player said, Xianyu recalled the situation of the previous eyeworm players and said, their home base has been found. But now they have regrouped nearly 2 million warships. Judging from our current situation, trying to eat them is simply a dream. So we can only let them go. Holy crap. More than 2 million more people have been gathered? How many battleships does this enemy have? Regarding the player's exclamation, Xianyu just signaled him to calm down. Young man, who do you think we are facing? You must know that this is the strongest boss in the game currently. And the most important thing is that they didn't send many warships because they had restrictions there before. But now they definitely have no restrictions. This also means that the enemy will send more warships here than before. Not less. At this point, Xianyu changed the subject and continued, but it doesn't matter. Because we are going to move soon. When we move, we will let these idiots look around here. And when we get to the new galaxy, and it is fully developed, we will come back, and no matter how many warships they have, they will die as many as they come. And just when Xianyu was about to say something else, a person in the chat channel suddenly shouted at everyone. Brothers, the situation is not right. Please retreat quickly. What the hell? The enemy is here again. Everyone who heard this felt a little unbelievable. What the hell? The enemy is here again? No. We are staring at them at the enemy's gathering point. And they are not moving at all. It's not the Empire. It's another civilization that has fought with us before. It seems to be called Cral. Let me go. The tiger just left and the hungry wolf came again. What's going on the other side? How many warships do they have? After hearing everyone's questions, the player thought for a moment and then said, there are probably thousands of warships outside. Everyone was relieved when they heard this. Thousands of ships? This is not a big problem. We should be able to handle the remaining forces easily. Before everyone finished speaking, the eyeworm player added, well, before I finished speaking, they opened a huge triangular fortress. The size of this fortress is about the size of several blue stars. And there are thousands of warships outside the fortress. I don't know how many warships are inside the fortress. Everyone was dumbfounded when they heard this. Damn it. Don't you know that important things should be said first? This wave is over. They just moved all their property here. I didn't expect that civilization to have such a trump card. I'm curious how he found us though. Is there any need to be curious? It would be strange if people didn't notice the big noise from our fight just now. This is very uncomfortable. What should we do next? What should we do? What else can we do? All the resources and king insects here are given away. It is impossible to lure them to the insect nest. Damn it. This wave has already suffered heavy losses. And after finally finishing it, we didn't even get the last bit of oil or water. Not only was the oil and water not recovered, but tens of thousands of king insects were also used in vain. This wave is very uncomfortable. Brothers, what's so uncomfortable about this? Anyway, if we die, the soldiers will pay a little bit, and the insurance company will pay a little bit. So I have nothing to fear. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid that you are overthinking it? Several of our insurance companies have almost gone bankrupt due to compensation. Judging from the current situation of these insurance companies, whether we can renew our insurance is a question. What's the situation with the insurance company? After hearing the conversation between these people, some uninformed players curiously asked about the situation with the insurance company. That thing? The situation is probably like this. Aren't there a few insurance companies that have entered the game recently? They have launched a military insurance policy to insure our military units. Once a unit dies, they will pay compensation. The cost of purchasing insurance is 10% of the total value of the unit, and the compensation is 70%. After hearing this, many players also discovered that there was something wrong with this insurance. Well, if I'm not wrong, they are just playing word games with us here. First of all, the purchase is 10% compensation and only 70% compensation. Although on the surface it seems that we only need to advance 30% ourselves. But actually counting the 10% we paid. In fact, after the death of the soldier, we have 40% has to be paid for by oneself. The player next to this player's analysis shook his head disapprovingly. Even so, we won't lose. After all, we used to bear 100% of everything. But now these companies bear 60% for us. It's still profitable. Speaking of which, the player then added, although this company only pays compensation once a year. For us, we will never lose money no matter what. After all, none of our arms is cheap. I guess what those insurance companies thought was that we wouldn't suffer mass casualties. As a result, everyone who wanted to buy it was wiped out in a short time. The insurance company said that I fainted from crying in the toilet. You must know that in this battle, even 2 thunder beasts were killed. The one-eyed giant beasts and 4th-level cockroaches were even more miserable and lost more than half. After this wave of compensation, I estimate that the insurance company will lose all its money. But fortunately, there are 4 insurance companies in total at the same time, and each of them can pay a little more evenly. So I can still afford it. But this time, I guess they will be hurt no matter what. So I feel sorry for them for just a second. You feel so bad. These people are cutting leeks and harvesting wool in the real world. But who would have thought that they would actually extend their claws into the game now? I originally thought that they can cut leeks and harvest wool in the same way here. But what happened? Embarrassed. And to be honest, if there hadn't been an express provision, after the game soldiers are insured, they can't use any excuses or reasons to evade the compensation. I guess these people might have come up with some crooked ideas to avoid it. It makes sense. Why do you feel sorry for them? I will buy new troops after the compensation arrives. Anyway, our troops are high risk, so we don't have to worry about anything happening. Everyone agreed after hearing what this player said. And just when everyone was still thinking about tricking them again, a player's words put an end to their plans. Young men, don't think too much. Do you really think I'm a fool? Just now those insurance companies changed their compensation policies overnight. First of all, they require us to hand over 20%. And secondly, they only pay 50%. Which means that even if something goes wrong, they will actually only pay 30%. Not only that, they have also introduced regulations that only those with a total value of more than 5 million units can be insured. As for those whose price is not enough, they will not be insured. After hearing this player's words, everyone instantly understood what this group of people were planning. Damn. From this new policy, it can be seen that they are probably scared of us. Their calculations are pretty good. Generally, for a unit worth more than 5 million, the probability of dying in battle is very small. So they set such a threshold. I have to say that these people are quite thieves. But it's better to pay for nothing than not to pay at all. As the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. You can eat as much as you can. I'm just curious. They know that selling arms insurance is likely to be a loss. So why do they still launch this kind of insurance? This is not simple. Other insurance types are already saturated. And the most important thing is that this game is still dominated by us players. If he deliberately avoids us and does not introduce insurance products that serve us, he may not be able to do business here if we give him little shoes to wear. Listening to what you said, I feel like they are quite helpless. Chapter 383 Arrangements before leaving. At this time, while everyone was still talking about it, a player suddenly interjected. The enemy is coming soon. Is it really okay for us to chat about insignificant things? After hearing what the player said, Xianyu just glanced at him lightly. Otherwise, what else do you want to talk about? Do you think we can stop them with just this wave of king insects here? At this time, another player also interjected. In addition, I can't return now. Because once I return, the location of our hometown is very likely to be exposed. So now we have nothing to give. To put it simply, we gave up struggling this time. After saying this, the player suddenly felt a little uncomfortable when he thought about it. Speaking of which, I always feel that it was so sinister to them. And I feel a little angry. After hearing what he said, everyone nodded in agreement. I feel particularly uncomfortable when you mention it. Does this feel good? You said that we were defeated by the enemy on the frontal battlefield. We think we are losing at ease. And now we have been defeated by them without any ability to resist. When I think of the enemy using this method to take advantage of people's danger to get rid of us, I feel so guilty in my heart. To be honest, I can't stand this. After hearing what he said, a person next to him comforted him. It's okay. The situation will change. When we grow up, the first thing we will do when we come back is to find them. At that time, let's ignore D-Bull and kill this old bastard first. If I remember correctly, we seem to have been tricked by this old bastard last time. It can be seen that this grandson is addicted to Een and Een. Just as the players were talking about it, Xianyu suddenly thought of an idea. Brothers, I think we still have room to maneuver on this matter. Think about it. If I remember correctly, the Empire and this civilization are in a hostile relationship. Tell us what it would be like if this civilization's warships were led to the Empire. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up when they heard Xianyu's words. Damn. This is a good idea. Wouldn't it be nice to bring them together and let them bite each other? My enemy. Just do it. Now that we have so many king insects, there are always one or two that can run past. Looking at the eager players, Xianyu told them to calm down. Brothers, please don't get excited. The effect of us bringing this civilization over now is not very big. Speaking of this, Xianyu continued to add, think about what the remaining soldiers of the Empire are now. These soldiers are called the Empire's fleet at best. But they are just a bunch of cannon fodder at worst. Even if this gang of cannon fodder is wiped out, it won't have much impact on the Empire. If we want to do something, we have to do something big. Hearing what Xianyu said, everyone looked at him curiously, anticipating what he would say next. Looking at the gazes of everyone, Xianyu added, don't we still have 50,000 troops left? We will first dispatch 20,000 troops and stay in this star field. On the one hand, we are going to attract the enemy's attention and make them mistakenly think that we are still here. On the other hand, we will lure this bunch of people to the area when necessary. Go to the Empire. Because according to my guess, after this wave of battles, the Empire will most likely know our strength. Although we fought miserably in this wave, we still withstood the enemy's 6 million troops with 500,000. This alone is enough to attract the attention of the Empire's higher-ups. As long as the Empire's higher-ups are not stupid, they will know that they must try their best to eliminate us. Otherwise, with our development speed and strength, they will be in trouble when we rise in the future. The odds are against us. And in order to ensure that they can 100% eliminate us, they will most likely send the main force formation over. And after they send the main force formation over, we will bring the two civilizations together. Speaking of this, Xianyu showed a wicked smile. Just think about it. These two civilizations have their own hatred. When they meet each other, they will definitely start to fight. And the most important thing is that the technological level of these two civilizations is not low. Especially since this civilization has opened such a large fortress. I estimate that such a thing must be much more powerful than our star ring. Until then, one side of the Empire and the civilized dog-eat-dog will be severely damaged. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone's eyes couldn't help but light up. This routine is good. If the newly arrived civilization can kill the main formation of the Empire, then it will be the best. And even if it cannot be killed, it will definitely break their muscles and bones. No matter what their battle situation is at that time, it will be beneficial to us. There is a way to do this. It seems that we should discuss what kind of troops should be kept here. In this way, the players started planning with each other. At this time, when the players were almost finished planning, the war fortress of Crossel civilization also came to this area. When they appeared here, they naturally began to clear out the players without any courtesy. At this time, after all the players died, they began to arrange the things they had just discussed. While the players were still busy with this, Tudo and the others also came over. I said, your arrangement will definitely not work. If nothing happens, the enemy will most likely not be fooled. Speaking of which, Tudo then added, even if you leave 10 or 20,000 bugs here, there is no telling whether the enemy will be wiped out before they are lured in. With this number, as long as the enemy is not stupid, he can guess what you want to do. And the possibility that the enemy will continue to catch up after guessing your plan is very low. At this time, they couldn't help but look at each other when they heard what Tudo said about salted fish. Boss, we have thought of what you said. Of course, we also know that the success rate is not high, but we have to give it a try regardless of whether it succeeds or not. After hearing what everyone said, Potato said his plan. Brothers, I can understand that you are unhappy. And with the current situation, not only are you unhappy, but I am also unhappy. After all, the two thunder beasts of our family are riding inside. I won't feel comfortable if the Empire bleeds a lot. But we have to have a way to make the Empire bleed. At least we have to make the Empire believe that the insect swarm is here. And we lure him there because we have set up a trap for him to come and escape. Of course, for the Empire, as long as they can be sure that the insect swarm is there. Even if there is a trap ahead, they will most likely come to get through it. Speaking of which, Potato added, if we want the other party to be sure that the insect swarm is here, our numbers must pass the threshold. But if you want us to collectively purchase low-level troops to hide our presence here, it is definitely unrealistic, because the investment is too big. So I thought of another way. That is, we collectively purchase the second stage Zerg hosts to stay here. Because to the Empire, as long as there are enough of them, no matter what kind of bugs they are, they will think of them as a swarm of bugs. It just so happens that the ability of the insect host is to hatch these little bugs like crazy. After hearing this, everyone thought about it carefully and felt that this plan was indeed very feasible. And the most important thing is that the cost of the second stage Zerg host is not high. The overall cost is only 2.4 million evolution points. Of course, considering that in order to hatch a large number of bugs later, you need to prepare some more. Even if you include these and a second stage Zerg host to configure the entire set, it won't take many evolution points. A Zerg host costs 2.4 million, plus a king insect costs 100,000, and then prepares 500,000 ores for this wave. The total cost is 3 million. With so many supplies, a Zerg host can produce at least hundreds of thousands of bugs. At this point, Xianyu thought for a moment and then continued. Of course we can't produce it all at once. We can produce it in batches, with each batch producing only a few thousand. After the production is completed, you can let it swallow some materials to restore a little bit of potential energy. Although the amount of recovery is relatively small, it is better than nothing. With this wave of operations, the life of the Zerg host will be greatly extended. I think this routine is quite feasible. As for the funding problem, it's not difficult to solve it. First, let the players collectively donate a little, and then we, the big guilds, will contribute a little more. In this way, it shouldn't be much to assemble a lineup of 10,000 Zerg hosts. The problem, based on the fact that we only produce 1,000 bugs in each round, we can produce 10 million bugs in one round. Speaking of this, Xianyu could no longer remain calm. Holy crap. This is possible. The little bugs produced by this Zerg host are not only powerful but also low in manufacturing cost. Although they are still far behind in strength compared to regular bugs, they are better in quantity. Even when necessary, we can suppress one insect until 10,000 are released. And then the number of our insect swarms can exceed 100 million. If we pursue the limit and suppress one insect for 10 days and a half, and 100,000 of them, wouldn't it just bring out an army of 1 billion people? Speaking of this, Xianyu looked at everyone with gleaming eyes. Brothers, there are exactly 1 billion bugs. So many bugs gathered together. If you want to say this is not a swarm of bugs, I will have to dig out his eyes. At this time, with Xianyu's analysis, everyone became more and more excited. Damn! This is no better than using the corruptor. Brothers, I feel like we can all join together for this wave. Let's get together 10,000. At that time, we will only rely on these 10,000 to deal with the enemy slowly, and we will always be able to give them a hard time. And the most important thing is that the cost of this thing is low. As long as the insect swarm hosts are not taken over by the enemy, we can keep playing with them. While the players were still discussing how much money each player should pay, an announcement suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Announcement. Congratulations to the players for successfully resisting the Imperial Civilization's fleet and achieving a staged victory. After the unremitting efforts of the players, the insect nest can finally jump safely. However, safety is only relative, because the leader knows very well that as long as the enemy does not find the insect swarm in this star field for a long time, they will inevitably think that the insect swarm has secretly moved. Once the secret migration of the insect swarm is discovered, the enemy will inevitably send fleets to search the surrounding star systems. Then the insect swarm is very likely to be found again by the enemy. In order to allow the insect swarm to develop and grow steadily, the leader decided to send some insects to attract the enemy's attention, making the enemy mistakenly think that the insect swarm is still here. Special mission: Real and Fake Zerg. In the mission content, players can purchase a Zerg host to produce a large number of bugs to attract the enemy's attention. This task is a collective task, and the task rewards are divided into individual rewards and collective rewards. The deadline for the mission is for the Zerg to return to this galaxy again. Within the mission time limit, players will receive 1 point for each enemy warship they kill. After the mission is over, all guild members in the top 50 guilds with the highest number of points will receive a special evolution plus 1 scroll x1. After the mission is over, the players with the top 5,000 personal points can receive Special Evolution X1, Special Evolution Scroll, Special Mission Prop, which can be used when opening Special Evolution Scroll usage activities. Use effect: Specific Arms Evolution Stage +1. Only valid for 6th level and lower level arms. Specific Troop Types: Worker Bee, Velociraptor, Springtail, Euglena, Overlord, Hydralisk, Mutilosaurus, Corruptor, Infected, Zerg Host, Cockroach. At this time, with the release of this mission, the players who were talking about it fell silent instantly. And when they saw the reward for this mission, everyone was excited. Holy shit! Hack! You can't believe this! We seem to have triggered another incredible mission. The rewards for this mission are simply incredible. Epic mission level. Definitely an epic mission level mission. Holy crap. If you really want to get dual rankings for guild and solo, wouldn't one person be able to get 2 evolution tickets? This is not allowed to take off. Although this coupon can only be used during the opening of the special event, we can prepare the units in advance and use it directly when the event starts later. If we really want to get this wave of rewards, shouldn't we just stand up? That's for sure. Prepare a 4th level cockroach. Once you use 2 coupons, it will fly directly to the 6th level. No matter how bad the 6th level cockroach is, it will definitely be more powerful than the 1st level thunder beast. Damn it. What a planning conscience. Just reward me for this event. Even if I don't sleep, I will fight the Empire to the end. Everyone, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to organize a meeting for the members. The insect nest is about to jump. Time is tight. I will make arrangements first. Combine the money. All the brothers in our guild come out, and let's discuss how much each person contributes. At this time, looking at the actions of the players, Jiang Yao nodded with satisfaction. For this task, he also released it temporarily after listening to the inspiration gained from discussions between Xianyu and others. Because according to his previous plan, it is very likely that the situation mentioned by Tudo will occur. After all, the enemy is not stupid and can naturally see what you are playing. After thinking about this, Jiang Yao thought about it and felt that the method of using a Zerg host to hatch locusts to remove fish eyes was indeed very feasible. So he directly issued this task. Chapter 384: Arrangements Before Action. With the release of Jiang Yao's mission, and stimulated by the mission's high rewards, many players who originally wanted to have some fun immediately changed their mind to full support. For players, the competitive pressure of this event is very high. 50 places may seem like a lot, but according to the current number of guilds, it is not that difficult to get into the top 50. And in the eyes of many players, this event seems to be a competition to see who is more aggressive. After all, the insect swarm hosts in the second stage can produce powerful combat units. According to the current worth of each player, they can still order a lot of units of this level together. So in this event, everyone is essentially on the same starting line. If you want to get more points or achieve greater achievements, it depends purely on luck and your timing. It is also for this reason that players have a pretty good reputation for this activity. After all, compared to activities that purely focus on the amount of Krypton gold, activities like this are undoubtedly much more people-friendly. So after determining the general situation, many guilds began to make preparations. At this time in the Salted Fish Guild, brothers, it's time for us to perform next. In terms of Krypton speed, we may not be able to compare with those big guilds. But in terms of performance, I don't think any guild can be better than us. As he spoke, Xianyu turned his attention to everyone again. Actually, we have participated in an event like this before. I think everyone knows how to operate it. Everyone nodded after hearing what Xianyu said. A bug works in 2 shifts. Don't worry. We are familiar with this routine. Yes, this is the operation mode. But this time we also need to consider several other issues. If you want to gain points, you must destroy the enemy's warships. Although the units created by me, as the insect swarm host, have certain combat capabilities, the enemy belongs to the Empire after all. No matter how bad they are not far behind. Therefore, in order to destroy more enemy warships, we need to work hard on material reserves. At this point, Xianyu paused and then continued, although it is enough to announce to the outside world that 1 insect swarm host and 1 king insect filled with ores are enough. But I think if you want to get high points, you need to this kind of material reserve is definitely not enough. So I temporarily decided that each insect swarm host should be equipped with 3 king insects filled with ores. And we can disperse these king insects in different areas to avoid being eaten up by the enemy. In addition, I think we also need to deploy some worker bees, so that if we encounter some planets with resources, we can dig a wave to replenish consumption. No one had much objection to the arrangement of salted fish. But soon everyone discovered another problem. In other words, although the problem of material supply and later battery life has been solved, the transportation of this insect is also a big problem. After all, the bugs produced from the swarm host do not have the ability to jump, and it is impossible for us to move the swarm host to the enemy's hometown to produce them. So most of the time we need to use the king worm for transportation. But the problem is that the number of king insects we carried was a bit excessive. If we include the king insects that are still needed for transportation, our guild will definitely not be able to control it. At this time, Xianyu also fell into deep thought after hearing this player's words. Obviously this is indeed a problem. There are too many soldiers left, so the manpower in the Salted Fish Guild will definitely not be enough. This is a troublesome thing. Xianyu thought for a while, and then suggested, how about we hire someone to help us control the king insect? After hearing Xianyu's suggestion, everyone immediately rejected his idea. Let's forget about hiring people. Most of our guilds should go their separate ways during this wave of activities. Each guild will find the enemy's nests or support points on its own. To put it simply, the actions of each of our guilds must be kept strictly confidential. Although most of the people we hire have some integrity, who can guarantee that there are no spies or intelligence dealers in this group of people? So for the sake of safety, we'd better find a way to solve it ourselves. Hearing this player say that Xianyu was also in trouble. You are right. Hiring people does involve great risks. When the intelligence dealer sells our information, we will really lose money. Just when everyone was still in trouble, a player suggested, if it doesn't work, let's evolve the king insect. Speaking of this, the player was also a little helpless. After all, with our current manpower, it is definitely impossible to use ordinary king insects. Although the evolved king insects are very tricky, this is our only way. After hearing this player's suggestion, everyone was a little undecided about this matter. The evolution of the king insect was just as the player said. It was very confusing. First of all, the evolution cost of the king insect is 2 million. And the size of the evolved king insect will become much larger. And its transportation capacity will be 5 times that of the previous one. Apart from this, he has no other improvements. It is also for this reason that it tops the list of the most cheating evolutions. Compared with other bugs, although the transport capacity of the king bug has been greatly improved after evolution. In fact, the price/performance ratio is simply outrageously low. The price of a single king insect is 200,000 evolution points. 2 million can buy 10 of them, which means a 10-fold increase in transportation capacity. If you choose to evolve, you could only get a 5-fold increase. So normally players wouldn't take advantage of the enemy to evolve. But the current situation forced Xianyu and the others to take this approach. It's numb. It's getting uncomfortable now. You said you shouldn't evolve. We don't have enough manpower at all. You said you should evolve. This piece of shit cost us a lot of money right from the start. Speaking of this, Xianyu also had a sad look on his face. And just when everyone was still frowning, a pleasant voice suddenly came into their ears. Dear Swarm Warriors, do you need black insect transportation services? After hearing this sound, everyone subconsciously looked towards the place where the sound came from. Black Insect Queen? Everyone was a little confused as he said this. Looking at the eyes of everyone looking at her, the Black Insect Queen continued. Dear Zerg Warriors, have you forgotten the transportation service launched by our Black Insect? This service can just solve the problems you are facing right now. When they heard Hei Chong's imitation, everyone glanced at him and said, You idiot. Your service is too expensive. Who can afford it? Yes. For others, the transportation fee is based on the cost of a trip. Your transportation fee is based on the percentage of one vehicle. And the percentage is not low. We are using all the damn ores. I can probably pay for several evolved king insects for your car. Your fees are too expensive, and I can't afford it. After hearing what everyone said, the Black Insect Queen quickly explained, Everyone. For this event, the charging model of our transportation service has also changed. Now we charge based on the number of days. The price of keeping the things you need to transport is 1 day in the king insect. And the price is not expensive. For a king insect, we only charge 500 evolution points a day. After hearing the words of the Black Insect Queen, everyone looked at each other. 500 evolution points a day? Is your king insect made of gold or something like that? Dark. It's too dark. According to your pricing, if we get 3,000 to 5,000 king insects at a time, It will cost 2 to 3 million a day. Who can afford it? Yes. This wave of investment is really exaggerated. Speaking of which, I feel like it doesn't matter whether you change your strategy or not. It's all equally bad anyway. At this time, the Black Insect Queen was unhappy when she heard the complaints from all the players. Dear Zerg warriors, we can't say that. Let's think about entrusting this task to us. Is it a lot to charge you 500 evolution points per day for each king insect? Having said this, the Black Insect Queen continued to add, let me explain it to you. First of all, when you are short of manpower, you only have a few choices. The first option is to evolve directly. But the cost effectiveness of evolution is too low. At present, the amount of evolution you have is still very large, which will involve a problem. That is, your initial investment is very large. Even if you pull out 700 or 800 of them, each one will be worth 2 million. If you get 700 or 800 of them, it will be more than 1 billion. With the number of people you have now, each of you will have to produce at least 300,000 to 400,000 evolution points. And the second option is to find low-priced black slaves. Although these black slaves charge low prices, can you guarantee that they will not sell your important locations to other insects? After all, if you eat both sides, you will always make more money than if you eat one side. So the safety guarantee is gone. Of course, it is not ruled out that those people may keep their promises. But there are too many uncertain factors. The rewards for this mission are very generous. If there is even a slight glitch in the process, it will be a huge loss for everyone. As huge. In addition, those black slaves also charge 150 to 200 evolution points a day. So we are 200 to 300 more expensive than them. But we have purchased a guarantee. At this time, as the words of the Black Insect Queen fell, everyone just looked at each other. And they had to admit that what the Black Insect Queen said was quite reasonable. Although this thing is a bit expensive, at least they can keep the information secret. At this time, the players were a little surprised when they heard what the Black Insect Queen said. Brothers, I think this thing can be operated. Think about it. If we hire people, do we have to buy the king insect? After purchasing the king insects, you also have to pay for hiring people. So isn't the investment high? Although after buying these king insects, we can still use them even after the event is over. But the question is, can such a large pile of king insects really be used? I estimate that by then, most of the king insects will be left in the warehouse to eat dust. Thinking about it this way, I think it's quite a bargain to hire. At this time, when the Black Insect Queen saw that everyone was talking about it, it remembered what the brain insect told it, and quickly added, Dear warriors, if you place your order now, you can enjoy a 20% discount. And to be honest with you, there are already a lot of guilds that have placed orders so far, and we Blackworm only have 2,000 left. If you don't place an order, I probably won't have a chance. And just as the Black Insect Queen finished speaking, a worker bee was seen running over in a hurry not far away. The Queen of Black Insects. After thinking about it, I'd better hire you. At this point, the player added, by the way, our guild will cover all the black worms you have left. As his words fell, everyone immediately panicked. Hey! Don't move. Don't move. I'm talking about you. Just don't look at it. Son thief. What are you doing? Yeah. They are trying to sell us. What are you going to do to cut off your hair? First come, first served. Do you understand? The Black Insect Queen is talking to us now. We haven't refused to let you join in the fun here. Our guild will take care of everything. Yes, our guild has everything covered. Where can you stay? In this way, Xianyu and the others clamored to decide on this list. After seeing Xianyu and the others settled, the player could only leave in anger. After they left, Xianyu and the others also learned about some of the current situation of the guild through the conversation just now. Brothers, this wave of competition is far beyond our expectations. Yes, at first, I thought that activities like this were basically competitions between powerful unions. But you see that the player just now is obviously from a small guild. Originally, we thought that this event would only involve mid-level and above guilds. But now it seems that even the small guilds can't stand it anymore. No. But it's understandable if you think about it. After all, the rewards given in this event are so generous. It's understandable that they want to make a fortune from this. Although the evolution coupons given in this event cannot be traded, the evolved troops can be traded. So as long as they get the rewards and evolve later, they can make a profit. If this is the case, then we must start taking action immediately. This event is, to put it bluntly, a race against time. Yes, We can't delay any longer. Arrange everything that needs to be arranged immediately, and set off. Speaking of this, Xianyu quickly asked, what is the current situation of purchasing the insect host we ordered? Hearing Xianyu's question, the player in charge of purchasing quickly replied, the leader just sent me a message, saying that it is ready, and we can pick up the goods at any time. Then there's the ore. I contacted the ore seller immediately after you told me to order more ore. But the price of the ore has increased, and the energy points of the first bite have increased to 22 evolution points. So I'm thinking, do you want to place an order or not? Xianyu also felt a little uncomfortable when he heard about the purchase. I guess there are more players buying ore now, so that group of ore dealers will increase the price. Place your order directly. Otherwise, I won't be able to wait for long, and there will be another increase. Wave. After hearing what Xianyu said, the player in charge of purchasing nodded. Okay. Then I will triple your order. Chapter 385, Discovering that I've been cheated. After everything was arranged, Xianyu and the others immediately went to find the Black Insect Queen. Because time is very tight now. They must set off immediately. For them now, if they can find more monsters a little earlier, they can earn more points. After all, for activities with high rewards like this, even one extra point may be the key to whether you can break into the rankings. The eye worms, king worms, swarm hosts, 500 worker bees, and 300 first-order corruptors should be enough. Xianyu and the others were walking on the road while looking for the figure of the Black Worm Queen. Discussing. After hearing Xianyu's words, the player on the side thought for a moment and then said, it shouldn't be bad. Besides, our combat mode will be based on team combat in the future. In the early stage, we will mainly harass the small bugs hatched by the reorganized array, and wait until the opponent is consumed. The corruptor will enter the scene after it's almost done. So main battle units, like corruptors, don't need to prepare too much. At this point, the player felt a little helpless. But the sad thing is that this battle is a long-term battle. So the preparation of supplies is very important. But the current price of ore has risen too much. Originally, Yikianeng could only be sold for 10 evolution points. But now it has gone up to 22. So we can't prepare too much. At this point, the player couldn't help but sigh. This price is even higher than the price we paid for official internal testing activities before. Xianyu also deeply agrees with this. Those who are engaged in the ore business have spotted this event and are looking for supplies in the future. So they will raise the price. I have to say that this group of businessmen are making a lot of money. I remember last week, their ore purchase price was only equal to 12 evolution points per byte. Just a week later, they made 10 evolution points by selling it. Yes, this group of people has made a lot of money this time. Speaking of this, a player said out of the blue, the ore dumping is so profitable. I feel we can also consider taking this development route. Are you thinking too much? Do you think it's easy to dump ore? First of all, you have to have capital. Although our guild does have this capital combined. We are on the main battle route. In order to serve the main battle route, most of the evolution points we usually transfer are invested in military units. And there is simply not much spare money to hoard ore. And even if you stock up, you will only stock up part of it to prepare for emergencies. No matter how large the inventory is, it cannot be much more. If we really want to dump the ore, then the whole guild should switch from the main battle to the merchant. Sell all these units, and use them as our startup capital to start all kinds of speculation. But this is basically impossible. Not to mention whether other people in the guild are willing or not. The investment risk alone is beyond our control now. Xianyu also agrees with the name Lijia. Don't even think about this method. Lao Tai. As the saying goes, every other line is like a mountain. Although we think it is very simple to operate on the surface, you will find that there are many things that need to be learned when you really get into the industry. Sometimes the simpler things seem, the harder it is for him to do. Just like when you shoot a video. Why can a video posted by someone with a new account with hundreds of fans get tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of views? But your video with a few hundred fans can't get more than 1,000 views. Although I can post short videos. How to attract attention in the first 5 seconds. How to command the title. What to make attractive in the middle and later stages of the video. Etc. All need to be learned systematically. So if we really do this, there is a high probability that our eyes will be damaged and our brains will be damaged. Don't ask me. I don't know. In this way, Xianyu and the others chatted wordlessly as they moved forward. At this moment, a familiar voice came into the ears of several people from the corner in front. The price is already high. You have the nerve to say that your family only has over 1,000 evolution points. You don't even look at how much I have contributed to your business. Seriously? Do you think you can close the deal without my cooperation? But there are many people who can do what you do. It's just a matter of words. That's right. You only have tens of millions or hundreds of millions. You can at least let me drink some soup. At this time, they heard the conversation coming from the corner. Xianyu and the others looked at each other. If I heard correctly, it seems to be the Black Insect Queen. Who is that guy talking to? Why do I always feel like I've heard that voice somewhere before? I also have this feeling. Come on. Let's go over and take a look at the cat first. At this point, Xianyu and the others walked cautiously towards the corner. When they arrived at the corner, they looked in the direction of the sound and saw the Black Insect Queen discussing the price with a player. The player Xianyu and others who discussed the price also knew each other. That guy was the player who just rushed out to compete with them for orders. It was obvious that the Black Insect Queen had reached some kind of deal with that player. And Xianyu and the others became typical big grievances. Holy shit. Maid. You have a lot of tricks up your sleeves. Players team up with NPCs to trick us. You are the sixth child. Didn't you promise that the flower growers would not lie to the flower growers? You just lied to me until your face didn't change color and your heart stopped beating. At this time, as Xianyu and the others jumped out, Yizhong, who was arguing, was also stunned. Well, do you believe me when I say we happened to meet each other? At this time, the player was still trying to quibble as he looked at the menacing salted fish. It was obvious to me that Xianyu and the others didn't believe this player's nonsense. Do you think we are fools? The two of us played well together. You still get a commission for half the day. No wonder you acted so hard before. Boss. Calm down. Calm down. I'm just doing this to earn a living. You fooled your uncle. You fool. You think we are taken advantage of. Don't you? At this point, Xianyu suddenly changed the subject and asked, what about that? How many companies have you defrauded with this trick? After hearing what Xianyu said, the player glanced at Xianyu and the others and said cautiously, well, bosses, although our methods are not particularly visible, this can't be considered a lie. Business? One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. How can it be called a lie? How dare you say that? One is willing to fight, and the other is willing to suffer. If you weren't obstructing us, do you think we would be in such a hurry to sign the contract? Xianyu asked in return. Business forcing orders? This is normal operation. Isn't this a routine for sales? It's not like you don't know that this little routine of setting up an event to give a discount and then using the card quota is so transparent now. When I heard how popular this was, I immediately said, although what you said makes sense, we just don't feel comfortable with it. After hearing what a few people said, this player knew that this matter was not easy to solve. So he simply said, big guys, listen to me. This is how life is. Since you can't resist, you might as well enjoy it. Anyway, this is the contract has been signed, and I can't cancel it even if I want to. After hearing this player's words, Xianyu and the others almost couldn't control their emotions. Good guy. The real facts have been exposed. But don't forget that we caught this matter, and we can make it public at any time. That is to say, from now on, you can't even think about closing another deal. Hearing what Xianyu and the others said, the player curled his lips and said, you can say whatever you want. After all, we have talked with so many families, and only your family has been fooled. I don't expect other big enemies to be fooled. My darn thing. Damn. I can't bear it. Bumbu is here. Mad. Today I'm going to challenge him in a one-on-one match. A father-son game. Xianyu said, as he prepared to rush forward and have a one-on-one fight with this player. Fortunately, he was stopped by the two people next to him. Holy shit. Calm down. If you see a malicious PK, the player will compensate the victim 1 million evolution points. If you don't give it, your account will be banned, and the water meter will be checked to come to you to get the money. Yes. Hold on. Hold on. The punishment for this thing is more than the profit from having porcelain outside. Finally, under the persuasion of everyone, Xianyu resisted the urge to take action. However, it was obvious that Xianyu was still very upset about this matter. After all, he clearly remembered that when he signed the contract, he took the lead in signing it. Then who would have thought that this was a trick of these two guys? And the most important thing is that they fell into this trick. And now Xianyu immediately figured out why so many guilds were unwilling to sign. The reason for this is very simple. Although the daily charges are not high, it will be different when you stack up the amount. The monthly cost of a king insect is close to 15,000 evolution points. This is only the cost of a single one for 1 month. You must know that this time away will take at least several months, calculated in years, especially the last clause in the contract. The time when the contract ends is when the swarm returns here, which means they need to keep paying this fee during this period. It is even said that the void bugs in the back also pay. If the mining area is discovered later, then he will not be at a loss. But if the mining area is not discovered and the void insects pay fees every day, how can he lose money? But the uncomfortable thing now is that the contract has been signed. And if you want to regret it, you will have to pay a large amount of liquidated damages. So they can only eat this bad salted fish. I'm so numb. I didn't expect that my reputation, Xianyu, would be deceived this time. Thinking of this, Xianyu felt like he was not feeling well. The few people around him could only persuade him. Hey, what can we do after it has happened? You just have to admit that you are unlucky and spend money to buy an education. Don't be so impulsive next time. At this time, Xianyu looked at the two guys in front of him. And the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. No. How can I be the only one who falls for this kind of thing? As Xianyu finished speaking, several people looked at him. If you are the only one who is fooled by something, you will feel very uncomfortable. But if there are many people who are fooled, it will be different. Speaking of this, Xianyu couldn't help but his eyes lit up. There is a very strange phenomenon in the market. That is, as long as you have a brand, even your last garbage bag can be sold for hundreds of thousands. This is called brand premium. At this point, Xianyu already had an evil plan in mind. No matter how much we say, we still have some say in this game. If we take the responsibility, are we afraid that no one will pay for it? After hearing Xianyu's words, several people around him couldn't help but feel worried. Speaking of which, old fish, are you sure you won't ruin the guild's reputation by playing like this? In response to this, Xianyu said confidently, I have thought of this a long time ago. At this point, Xianyu looked at the two guys next to him and said, let's talk about the division. In this way, several people began to plan. After Xianyu's plan was completed, he immediately began to arrange for people from his guild to wander around the insect nest. Xianyu naturally has his own arrangements for this matter. He knew very well that if he directly stepped forward to act as a trustee, it would be easy for others to gossip behind his back. And if something goes wrong with this operation, others will definitely point the finger at you. Therefore, Xianyu will naturally find ways to avoid this kind of thing from happening. Xianyu will not take the initiative to come forward in this matter, but he will let the union members go around to spread rumors and guide others to place orders. Of course, they will receive a certain share of every order they place, and the price of this share is not low. After arranging everything in this way, Xianyu and the others returned to the guild's base with satisfaction and got started. The order price they negotiated with the Black Insect Queen this time was a $1 million commission. The reason why Black Insect paid such a high price was very simple. It was because of their brand effect. A very simple truth. Isn't it the best publicity that celebrities are using? And in this wave of Xianyu, they also deeply realized the appeal of the brand. He just asked the guild members to chat outside and say that the advantages of ordering this service outweigh the disadvantages. This method is undoubtedly the best operating mode for him. Do you want to say that he cheats or that he leads the way? Sorry. They were just chatting. If you overheard what they were chatting about, and if you blame them, then that's your problem. As for whether this matter discussed by the Chong community is worthwhile, they did not deliberately guide the trend. It was all a group of players who spontaneously said that this could be done. They didn't do any behind-the-scenes operations. All in all, no matter how you play this matter, even if everyone feels cheated later, it will not be blamed on them. In the early stage, he only played a soft guiding role. As for the group of people in the later Chong community, it is more fun. A large number of people make impulsive purchases and feel that they are a bit cheated. Then, they basically had the same idea as Xianyu and wanted to attract more people. So they set the pace in the Chong community. Anyway, as long as you say that this matter will do more harm than good and persuade other guilds not to do it, then you will inevitably be violently criticized by a group of players. It was this wave of operations that made those upstairs not make any subjective opinions on the pros and cons. In the end, I can only say that each has its own benefits, and you can weigh it yourself. Chapter 386 Policies Against Funders. In this way, under the operation of the players, this matter finally came to an end. Compared with previous events, the investment of players in this event was obviously much higher. On the one hand, due to many reasons such as players' own evolution and reputation, each guild has sufficient preparations in the early stage. On the other hand, Xianyu and the others were causing trouble, and they attracted a lot of people in, allowing the black worms to make a fortune. Of course, it is inevitable that such things will happen. The involution within the entire player group is quite serious now. As the evolutionary point becomes more and more important, the relationship between guilds is also quietly changing. In the past, they might just be a pure competition between guilds. But now it is different. Because some guilds have their fathers behind them, and some don't. And it's not an exaggeration to think of these guilds as companies one after another. Naturally, there will be competition between companies. And this is inevitable. This is like the three giants of instant noodles back then. Two of them received capital support from people who had a good life in their small lives. So they quickly seized the market and became the two giants. The only one that did not accept support was slowly squeezed out of the market by those two companies. This is the competition between capital and capital. Naturally, many guild players know that if they do not participate in the competition, there is a high probability that they will end up like that instant noodle factory. Therefore, many guilds participated actively or passively. However, compared with the instant noodle factories at that time, except for some small and medium-sized guilds among the player guilds that accepted funds to settle in, basically none of the large guilds accepted it. Many funders have not thought of this. But then, they thought about it, and roughly understood the reason. These people are essentially players. For those who play games, as long as the game is fun, it is okay. Their focus is more on how to play the game rather than the competition for resources. It is no exaggeration to say that for these people, the right to control their characters independently is more important than anything else. In their eyes, although you have settled in, and you have provided us with some funds to purchase military units, the price we have paid is equally heavy. That is, if we want to control some military units, we still need to communicate and discuss with you. We need to communicate with you before deciding which troops to send out every time we go on an expedition. If this matter were in other industries, maybe those people would think it is very normal. After all, there is no free lunch in the world. But it's different in the game. Especially for gamers. How do you want to give me some pointers on how to play the role of labor and capital's account? How to match the equipment? Or how to practice? I play games just to have fun. And I do it every day just like I am at work. This is the mentality of most game players. So it is much more difficult for those people to get into it than in other industries. After all, you expect them to just invest and not care about anything. And it is impossible to let players squander it wantonly. And this is the biggest contradiction between the two. Some small and medium-sized guilds are really frustrated by playing, so they are willing to accept it. But this is not long-term. There are even many people in such guilds who directly choose to quit the membership and go to add other guilds without sponsors. And they are not afraid of these guilds salted fish with financial backers. Maybe in other games, these guilds with financial backers can take off. But this game is different. First of all, the investment in this game is exaggerated. And some high-level units, such as Thunder Beasts, are not something you can do if you have money, can be purchased. And without these arms, no matter how much money you invest, it will be useless. Because you can't get strategic level troops. Maybe you can say that you can invest unlimited money to evolve ordinary troops to a super advanced stage. This method is indeed feasible. But there is a prerequisite that Jiangyao has sufficient resources. But obviously, Jiangyao's hands are not that easy now. And after these so-called financial backers intervened in the Union, Jiangyao immediately introduced new policies for the control of Krypton points. First of all, it launched a points evaluation system. This system is valid for all players. Players can unlock different arms, and the upper limit of Krypton gold based on their points. One advantage of this is that for veteran players, this system has no impact on them, because Jiangyao counts their performance from the launch of the server to the present as points and adds them to it. The upper limit for veteran players is very exaggerated. For new players, their upper limit is not as high as that of old players. But it is still enough. It is also because of this that even if you have funds to invest, there are limits to what you can rush in. For example, a certain guild will set a maximum limit of 5 billion based on the amount of points their members have. And even if you charge all the 5 billion, what will happen? Your upper limit is to produce some highly evolved ordinary soldiers. And do you dare to put all your eggs in one basket? Can you guarantee that this group of soldiers will not die suddenly? Obviously no one can guarantee it. So usually considering the risks, They will only take out 1 billion or 2 billion evolved units, and keep the rest as a reserve. This is the strategy of these financial owners. Of course, no matter how restricted their entry is, it will be a qualitative change for these small and medium-sized guilds. The reason why Jiangyao did not stop it was because of this. There's a saying that goes well. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Although once these investors completely monopolize the market, there is a high probability that they will ruin the player groups they manage. But if you use them properly, they will become a great help to you. The strength of the guild that accepts their support first will skyrocket. If these investors want to expand the guild, they will undoubtedly give priority to building this guild. The simplest and most intuitive way to build a guild in the game is strength. This thing is the most intuitive and different from other things where you just brag about something and brag about it. No matter how much you brag in the game, it's useless. In the end, it still has to be seen in actual combat. If you really defeat a group of people, they will think that you are bragging, and it is of no use. Only after your guild is strong enough will anyone believe you if you brag. Of course, the reason why these funders are obsessed with the strength and ranking of the union is also very simple. It is like taking a taxi. For a taxi app, you have to build your reputation before others will use you. Only after your reputation reaches a certain level can you be qualified to monopolize the market. Otherwise, you are unknown. And suddenly you want to say, you want to monopolize this market. Aren't you kidding? Not only will people not believe you, but they will also think you are stupid. After all, people are too lazy to pay attention to you. No matter how happy you are, it will be in vain. If you want to build such a guild, you will have to compete with the established guilds like Salted Fish Potato and Wei Ji. Because of their long-term foundation accumulation and Jiangyao's bias, it is very difficult for these old guilds to surpass these guilds. And the most important thing is that after setting up this points function, it also restricted the development of these financial guilds to a certain extent. It would be embarrassing if you didn't participate in the war. If you don't have the points to gain, it's definitely impossible to build this guild just relying on the points limit in your hand. Once you participate in a war, you will inevitably suffer a lot of losses. And you need to spend money to fill this gap. And the most important thing is that you can't watch other guilds from the other side during the war and invest in development in secret. Because once you do this, you will have no points. So from a certain perspective, Jiangyao's routine is also to make these people work for themselves. Of course, Jiangyao was more than just prepared for this matter. After all, everything needs to be prepared with multiple hands. Jiangyao also issued an order that any guild that accepted the support of the sponsor would move out of the player community. This incident may not seem like much on the surface, but it is obviously a decrease in the status of that group of people. After all, the player community is a privilege given to players by the people above. But it is self-evident what it means to be kicked out once you accept the support of the sponsor. Although those financial sponsors will also provide you with better accommodation or other things. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that the level of support is obviously much lower than that of the above-mentioned supporting sponsors. And after doing this, Jiangyao can still have a trump card that he can play when the expansion of the financial owner is uncontrollable in the future. And that is to create public opinion. It is easy to use the above to create public opinion and suppress this matter. After all, it is basically unrealistic for these funders to confront the above. And once Jiangyao gives the order, it will be useless no matter how strong the backstage connections of these funders are. After all, this is a matter of life and death for them. Will they care whether your relationship is tough or not? No matter how tough the relationship is. Can you be tougher than those bosses? You are simply thinking too much. So in fact, although Jiangyao's attitude towards these financial sponsors is not too bad, it is definitely unfriendly. In essence, Jiangyao's current operating mode is to maximize the use of financial sponsors to enhance the strength of players. Whether it is your direct investment, or your intervention can give more guilds a sense of urgency to let them no matter if you work harder. In short, I let you go because you are useful. But when you are of no use, or when you have caused some harm to me, he can kick you out at any time. After all, the initiative rests with him. Of course, this kind of operation is actually quite normal. After all, many countries have done this before fattening up these financial backers, and then taking over the business themselves. Therefore, this wave of operations of mine is indeed normal. Of course, the funders naturally know about this matter, but they are still willing to take the risk. After all, risk and return are directly proportional. This is also a typical case of one willing to fight, and the other willing to suffer. Compared to the player side, the financial backers and other sections of the entire game are now thriving. But for Jiangyao, it is useless no matter how well you do in other sectors. After all, those sectors essentially serve the entire player group. So now Jiangyao just stares at this one section and operates it. As for the other sections, they can operate it however they like and don't bother to care about it. After all, in the economic system built by Jiangyao himself, it is absolutely impossible for other industries to reduce the number of ordinary people who want to be players in other industries that treat players very high. First of all, I can at least say that every player has enough control in terms of reputation and money. As long as you don't make mistakes, it's not impossible for you to earn millions or tens of millions of evolution points a year. Anyway, in his economic system, there will not be a dilemma similar to that of a group of people who have made great contributions, but cannot even afford an apartment in the end. There will also be no situation where players will think that being an internet celebrity will make more money than killing monsters. So they will give up farming monsters and become an internet celebrity. After all, it's not uncommon for people to change jobs in Blue Star because of insufficient income. So Jiangyao would naturally not make such a mistake. And these are Jiangyao's strategies for dealing with players and sponsors. The reason why he was able to design such a perfect strategy, apart from the help of the Brainworm, was mostly the result of his trial and error from the time he opened the server to now. Anyway, he basically doesn't have to worry about internal troubles. After all, he has built the wall in this area thick enough. What he is most worried about now is foreign troubles. For that unknown civilization, it can be said that it is his biggest concern now. The other party's technology has far exceeded my own understanding. And even the detectors they installed around me can't detect it. All their actions are under their control. To put it simply, they have no secrets. This feeling made Jiangyao very unhappy. And it also made Jiangyao feel that the current situation was extremely urgent, and he needed to solve this dilemma as soon as possible. And he is also very aware that solving this dilemma will face huge risks. If he discovers their detectors and removes them, this behavior is equivalent to starting a war with them in disguise. If you discover something in the dark and don't tell it, then everyone can live in peace. But once you discover it and tell it, there is a high probability that it will be revealed. The enemy will never allow you to develop to that level. So once you show that level of things, what you are about to face is the pressure of their army. So now Jiangyao knows very well that before he is fully prepared, he can only let them continue to observe and guide him like this. And the most important thing is that he can't reveal any clues yet. And more importantly, he has to secretly lay out the backhand without revealing any clues. Jiangyao wouldn't believe it if you said this thing wasn't difficult to operate at all. But the current situation is that no matter how difficult the operation is, he has to complete it. All in all, it is undoubtedly the best for him to give himself more escape routes. Otherwise, if he has not done anything head-on by then, and there is no escape route, then he will really be dead. However, this incident also gave Jiangyao a certain understanding of those particularly powerful civilizations in the universe. Chapter 387: The Insect Nest leaves, and the players take action. And the most important thing is that Jiangyao now feels that what he needs to study is why this high-level civilization pays so much attention to the Zerg. You must know that the things he pays attention to in a civilization of this level must be helpful to him. That is, the entire insect swarm is of great help to him. In fact, at the beginning, Jiangyao thought that this civilization most likely saw that he could evolve insects. So he paid attention to him. But later, he changed his mind and overturned this idea. The reason is simple. Although being able to evolve the bugs may be one of the reasons, the more critical factor is the bugs themselves. You must know that the object of this mysterious civilization's attention at the beginning was not himself, but the brainworm named Cassidon. This can illustrate a problem. That is, the object of his attention at the beginning was the Zerg itself. As for why he pays attention to the Zerg, Jiangyao doesn't know this. But he believes that there must be something very important about the Zerg that can help them. So they take care of the Zerg so much. Although I don't know what this thing is. After all, I am now in charge of the entire Zerg clan. As long as you can figure out what they are focusing on, and then secretly study that point, you will definitely figure it out before they do. After understanding this thing, your own strength will definitely improve greatly. After all, how could something worthy of advanced civilization spending so much energy and time on research be weak? So in Jiangyao's eyes, as long as he can grasp what they are interested in advance, it is still possible to compete with them head-on. While Jiangyao was still thinking about these issues, the players had already made arrangements. The number of troops sent by this wave of players is not large. And of course, the supplies are also relatively well prepared. After all, This wave of players consumed nearly half of Jiangyao's reserves. Of course, for Jiangyao, as long as these bugs attract the attention of other civilizations in this galaxy, it will all be worth it. Moreover, the new galaxy that I went to was also very rich in resources, and there was a high probability that there would be no advanced civilization there. So I could just wander around in the past. And compared to before, Jiangyao, who now had a brainworm, had certain changes in his operating mode. Now Jiangyao can let the brainworms control some of the main battle units, and then cooperate with the black worms to go out to harvest other civilizations. This will undoubtedly greatly increase his income. In addition, the players will provide him with a large part of the income. With these two combined, Jiangyao feels that it will not take long for him to gather enough resources for the evolution of the insect nest. After arranging everything in this way, Jiangyao controlled the insect nest and started to set off towards the target star field. And this time on the player's side. After the insect nest jumped away, only a few players were left in place. After these players said goodbye to each other politely, they each set off towards their predetermined areas. These areas are areas they have explored before, and they know the situation there relatively well. Of course, the players also deliberately left many traces here before leaving. These traces are all black domain trajectories produced by players letting their warships sail at the speed of light. The reason why they left these tracks is to let the civilization of this galaxy know that they are still here, and that they are distributed in different places in this star field. The purpose of this is also very simple. If the enemy discovers this and wants to find the player, the fleet will be scattered, because only in this way is the possibility of finding the players greater. And after they dispersed the fleet, these small fleets naturally became the targets of the players. But this time on Xianyu's side. As soon as he was separated from everyone, Xianyu led the guild members towards the galaxy where the Zerg Queen had stayed before. By the way, haven't all the resources of that planet been exploited by us? What are we going to do now? The members of the guild walking on the road asked curiously. Regarding the guild members' questions, Xianyu gave his explanation. In that galaxy over there, we left a lot of traces when we mined before. So I guess if nothing unexpected happens, it won't be long before a civilization discovers that area. If we prepare there in advance, when that civilization sends a fleet over, we can harvest it first. At this point, Xianyu also looked at everyone. Brothers, we considered confidentiality measures before, so I didn't tell you our specific battle plan. Now that the time has matured, I will tell you our future combat routines. After hearing what Xianyu said, everyone cheered up and looked at him, waiting for his next words. First of all, there is no ranking list for this event as before. That is to say, we don't know what the opponent's progress is, so all we can do is keep working hard. But this liver is also a guild reward that pays attention to methods. This can be obtained by everyone's joint efforts. Let's mainly talk about individual rewards. Speaking of this, Xianyu continued, because the individual rewards are only available to the top 5,000 people. According to the current base, less than 1% of people can get this reward. Everyone is basically very enthusiastic about this current wave of activities. So compared to others, after all, if you ask this group of people to be as enthusiastic as us in the long term, they will definitely not be able to do it. But if you ask them to be enthusiastic in the short term, they can still do it. It can be done. So this time we adopted a minimum guaranteed strategy. That is, everyone in the entire guild focused on killing 100 players. In this case, no matter how bad we are, we can still get at least 100 evolution coupons. We will auction these 100 evolution scrolls in the guild in the form of an auction. After the auction is completed, the evolution points obtained will be shared equally by everyone. Of course, for the sake of safety, these 100 players must keep their points strictly confidential. Even players from the same guild cannot tell them. Everyone nodded after hearing Xianyu's arrangement. Now each guild does not know the situation of others, so everyone has no idea how much resources should be allocated to individuals. In the absence of any knowledge, each guild can only choose a guaranteed minimum number. Once the specific data of a certain guild is revealed, other players will have reference points. Based on the enthusiasm of the members of this guild, they will roughly estimate the gap between the progress of other guilds and their own and start to adjust their strategies. Therefore, confidentiality measures are very important. For players in this event, the 100 people Xianyu and the others chose were old players who had joined the guild from the beginning, because these old players were basically trustworthy. Naturally, the same thing happened in other guilds, and each guild set a minimum number of people according to its own situation. And the most important thing is that each guild sets this number very carefully. For example, some large guilds set the number at most around 100 people. Some small guilds have about 10 or 20 people. As for some newly established guilds, they are more conservative and usually only have 1 or 2 people. However, for them, even if 1 or 2 people get the reward, it will be a great help to them as a whole. Because the price of evolution scrolls in this game is very high now. In the past, you could buy it for tens of millions. But now, no matter how cheap an evolution scroll is, it is calculated in hundreds of millions. However, what the players don't know is that Jiangyao will most likely not be able to use these evolution coupons within a few years. There is nothing that can be done about this. Although he can obtain energy devouring and evolution points by himself, he does not have any stock of the most critical energy devouring crystal in his hand. Because after the previous battle between the players and the Empire's millions of troops, Jiangyao had already squandered all his crystal reserves when replenishing troops. So now if players want to evolve to a higher stage, they can only do so by finding another Starry Sky Beast and killing it. Jiangyao also felt uncomfortable with the crystal thing. It contained a special substance. Jiangyao didn't know what this substance was made of, but it was the key to the evolution of the Zerg to use crystals. If it weren't for his inability to analyze this substance, he would have been able to create artificial crystals with his current ability. But it is a pity that his current level can only discover this kind of substance. And there is still a long way to go before he can study it thoroughly. Only when he can figure out how to synthesize this substance in the future can he no longer have to worry about this resource. Of course, this is all in the future, because Jiangyao knows very well that with his own technological level, it is basically unrealistic to solve this problem. Therefore, we can only wait until the Empire or some other advanced civilization is destroyed, and capture the people inside for our own research. Maybe we can really solve this problem. And now I have to lay a good foundation for these things. Although I have now begun to fight with the Empire, the current fighting is basically a small friction. If you want to defeat the Empire on the frontal battlefield, it will not be difficult at all. According to Jiangyao's estimation, if you want to defeat the enemy on the frontal battlefield, the main force of his insect swarm must reach at least tens of millions. But now, he only has 500,000 to 600,000 at full cost. And some of them are not the main force. If you want to reach the tens of millions level, it will take a lot of time to accumulate. Now Jiangyao estimates that he can only support about 400,000 main battle units with all his plans. Whenever he thinks about this, Jiangyao is full of worries about his future. With my current resource acquisition, it is basically unrealistic to reach tens of millions in a short period of time. Even if it is achieved, it will not be able to continue stably for a long time. Thinking of this, Jiangyao immediately recalled the development route he had arranged for the players before. I have been guiding the players so that they can harvest civilization independently. Only in this way can I increase my overall output. Although after such a long period of development, some guilds already have such capabilities, most of the remaining guilds are still a little behind. In order to test their results, I deliberately set the guilds to not cooperate with each other. But the final result was not satisfactory. Only 30% of the entire guild group completed independent harvesting. It is far from enough to rely on these 30% of guilds to support my overall output in the future. At this point, Jiangyao turned his attention to the star map and looked at the punctuation mark on his target star field thoughtfully. If all the civilizations marked on the star map are cleared, the player's strength will be even higher. Although their troops can evolve again, the Thunder Beast cannot be devolved because of the energy-devouring crystal. If there are no strategic troops, there will be a big problem. It seems that we have to find another way to find a Starry Sky Beast or a space race. Speaking of this, Jiangyao also had some difficulties. Although players are now voluntarily organizing Euglena to look for other civilizations, so there is a chance of encountering Starry Sky Beasts. However, their base is too small, and it is too difficult to grow the Starry Sky Beasts in this way. If that doesn't work, I can individually lower the conditions for purchasing eye worms. In this case, many ordinary people will be able to meet the purchase requirements. I am setting up an organization specifically responsible for exploration, so that they can explore the outside world. Every time they find a civilization or a giant starry beast, they will be rewarded with corresponding points and evolution points. By doing this, I can mobilize a large amount of manpower to help me find what I need. And the cost of the basic model of eyeworm is not high, so I can afford it with my remaining resources. Jiangyao couldn't help but his eyes lit up when he thought of this. That's it. Since we can't guarantee the quality, we'll just buy the quantity. as long as the quantity is large enough. We're afraid we won't be able to find it. After confirming the plan, Jiang Yao immediately started making arrangements. And after he had finished arranging everything, he turned his attention to the players. At this time, Xianyu and the others had already arrived at the predetermined location with a large force. At this moment, Xianyu and his large army are waiting for news from the frontline players 5 light years away from the target point. How is the situation with the reconnaissance team? We have checked the surrounding area and everything is safe. At this time, after hearing the answers from the frontline players, Xianyu immediately set off with everyone. Brothers, this wave of operations is very simple. Let's start by producing bugs crazily in that galaxy. There are many planets in that galaxy, and the bugs we produce can survive by devouring planets. So we can produce more and put them there. If the enemy warships come over later, then these bugs will be useful. Even if they don't come over, it doesn't matter, because we only need to reserve enough bugs in this area. We can take refuge here if we encounter any danger in the future. Speaking of this, Xianyu seemed to have thought of something. So he said to the players on the front line, while we are producing bugs during this period, you can search around to see if you can encounter the enemy's fleet or resources. Galaxy. Chapter 388. Perfect arrangement to lure the enemy. After arranging everything, Xianyu led everyone to the predetermined location and started working. With the arrival of the salted fish team, the 1,000 insect swarm hosts in the team were divided into 7 teams and landed on different planets. After landing on the planet, they began to produce fighting locusts. At the same time, the king insects of the black insect transport team also flew to the bound insect host and began to wait for supplies to the insect host. The corruptor team is responsible for standing by in the area. This time, Xianyu and the others did not bring the thunder beast. After all, this thing is easy to defeat single-handedly, and there will be many resource systems in the future that require the thunder beast to be the main battle. So they left the thunder beast in the insect nest. Brothers, this time we need to produce 100,000 insects for 1 insect swarm host. One wave of operations will probably take several days. In the past few days, everyone has been taking turns to be on duty and pay attention to the safety of the surroundings. In addition, our players should also discuss the online time with your bound teammates and then take turns to control the units. After doing all this, Xianyu turned his attention to the reference guide of the Chongchong community. Many ups also gave their own strategies for this event. Although these strategies are somewhat different from actual combat, they still have certain reference value. After reading the guide, Xianyu and the others studied the situation at the Empire's stronghold. There are now nearly 10 million warships gathered there. And among these warships, there are many models that they have never seen before. For these models, players speculate that they are most likely the main formation of the Empire. Except for the Fortress of the Destroyer organization on the Empire side. It is a bit strange. After they took advantage, they found a space near the interstellar dust and stopped, and then made no other moves. At this time, a player in the chat channel speculated about the behavior of the 2 civilizations. Brothers, neither the Empire nor the Destroyer organization has made much action. It looks like they are waiting for us to come to our door. Don't tell me. Judging from their looks, I think it's very possible. At this moment, a player seemed to remember something and asked everyone, by the way, brothers, when will our insect swarm base plan be started? Most of our guilds should be arranging their own safety points now. After the safety points are arranged in a few days, we will find a location to arrange the insect swarm stronghold. Okay, then let's make an appointment. At that time, everyone will go over to produce and fight locusts like crazy, and then lure them over to fight. I feel so uncomfortable. To prepare a safe distance for my guild, I have to consume a wave of energy. When I prepare a safe base for the swarm, it is very embarrassing to have to consume a wave of this stuff. If I don't do anything, half of the resources are gone. So I told you to bring more supplies before setting off. King Insect. But you just didn't listen. Don't listen? Do you think you can bring more of that thing? In the later period, the price of those broken ores directly rose to 30. Which is crazy. These profiteers are making crazy money this time. Who told you not to buy it earlier? You must wait until later and be embarrassed. Don't I just want to wait and see if there is a possibility of price reduction? Price reduction? Are you thinking too much? With the intensity of this event, do you think they might reduce the price? After saying this, the player suddenly thought of something and then continued, by the way, I was thinking about how we would attract monsters. We didn't bring many corruptors in this wave. It will be embarrassing when it gets cold. whoever uses that thing to lure them. Think about it. If you open a main battle unit to seduce them, as long as they are not stupid, they will most likely not be fooled. So if you want to lure monsters, you still have to open eyes. Use Euglena to create an unintentional discovery. Then take him to our stronghold and wait for them to attack. But if we do this, it is possible that the two civilizations will not come at the same time. I feel that there is a high probability that one civilization will arrive, and the other civilization has not yet set off. There is a high probability that they will not come over at the same time. But for us, as long as we let them know each other's existence, it will be fine. Because after they all know their existence, there is a high probability that they will find a way to find each other's lair. And we just need to guide them, and it will be done. And when their dog eats dog, it's time for us to launch a sneak attack. So now we have to prepare at least 2 waves of troops. The first wave is the force of the fake stronghold. This force does not need to be prepared too much. Every insect swarm host only needs to hatch 10,000 insects. And then the second wave is the key, especially after they start fighting. At this time, we need a lot of insects. Having said this, the player then added, by the way, don't send out the king bugs when they are used up. Later, when they fight the second wave, we need to transport a large number of bugs to the main battlefield. Then, for the king bugs, we will need to transport them to the main battlefield. The number of insects will be in high demand. After hearing what everyone said, Xianyu asked, by the way, brothers, for the sake of safety, our insect swarm base should be temporarily set near the interstellar dust belt, or the galaxy meteorite belt. The terrain there is more complicated, which can effectively prevent the enemy's old attacks. 6 reconnaissance ships. Which of us has the coordinates of these locations? Send them to us, and we can meet there. Having said this, Xianyu didn't forget to add, by the way, the talking bugs are transported directly by the king bugs. It is better for the bug host to stay away from these areas as much as possible, so as not to be embarrassed if someone catches them. As Xianyu finished speaking, a player sent a coordinate. Brothers, why don't you gather in this area? This area is a meteorite belt, and the surrounding dust is relatively dense. Under normal circumstances, some stealth reconnaissance units will most likely appear here. Okay, let's go over there. My house happens to be relatively close. My home is not far away. In the past 2 days, we have arranged the security information and started to attract insects one after another. By the way, everyone, there are more and more warships in the Empire now. The eyeworm players who are scouting there are trying to keep a distance. I'm worried that they may have some anti-stealth means, and it will be embarrassing if they are discovered. This is indeed a problem. Brothers on the front lines should be careful, and try not to expose the fact that our eyeworms are invisible. Once they know about this, we will be uncomfortable if they take strict precautions against us. Learn. Okay. Everyone, please go back and prepare first. Once the safer bugs are arranged, we will immediately start making more bugs and transport them to our gathering place. I roughly estimated this wave. Some large guilds have prepared at least 1,000 insect swarm hosts, while some small guilds have 200 to 300, including some temporary individual teams. We have at least 60,000. For every 10,000 locusts produced, we can produce a swarm of 5 to 6 million locusts, which is enough for them to drink a pot. After the discussion was over, the players each returned to their posts and began to make arrangements. During this period of time, the players did not make much noise. Now they mainly focus on accumulating their early strength. After this wave of war is over, they may start a small team battle with the Empire's fleet. During this time, the Empire and the Destroyer organization also release many reconnaissance ships to search for traces of players in the galaxy, although their technological level is relatively high. After all, the entire star field is still very large. With their detection level, it is basically impossible to find the whereabouts of the players when the players deliberately hide themselves. However, several points that the players had reserved before were still discovered by them. After all, this dark area was too obvious. After seeing the directions of the trajectories formed by these black prisons, the Empire's reconnaissance ships set off in many directions in these directions. However, it is a pity that no player has set up camp in the direction pointed by these locations, so their trip is destined to be in vain. However, through this discovery, they determined that people should be scattered in every corner of this star field. This kind of speculation is relatively reasonable. After all, with the current strength of the insect swarm, it is easy to be taken over by one pot. So spreading them out is undoubtedly the best way to deal with it. Thinking of this, The Empire directly sent hundreds of fleets from different directions to search for players. And this is undoubtedly good news for players. Because at this time, the total number of fleets on the Empire's side is relatively smaller than before. Therefore, players now believe that if the Empire, which currently has a small number of remaining ships, fights with the destroyer, there is a high probability that both sides will suffer losses. And there will not be a situation where one side is crushed. Naturally, the players at this time were not willing to let go of this opportunity. And they immediately controlled the eye worms to wander around in the area where the Empire and the destroyer organizations were located. After the eye worms wandered around in a circle, the players controlled them and ran towards the Zerg gathering place. At this time, hundreds of millions of fighting locusts were already hovering in the gathering place of the insect swarm. So when the reconnaissance ships of the Empire and the destroyer organization saw the situation here, they immediately reported the information. At this time, in the main fleet of the Empire, are you sure that's where the insect swarm gathers? At this time, the fleet commander couldn't help but frown after hearing the report from his subordinates. Although they had always wanted to find the swarm's nest and destroy it in one fell swoop, now that they had found it so easily, the commander felt that this was a bit unreal. But now the fleet commander also knows that no matter whether the enemy's lair is real or fake, they must eradicate this group of bugs. After all, the number of enemies in this wave has reached a full 500 million. Although this Zerg stronghold is full of small bugs, the Zerg have changed too much now compared to before. So the strength of these bugs cannot be judged based on their previous knowledge of the Zerg. Speaking of this, the commander of the Empire also immediately ordered the fleet exploring outside to come back first, and then prepare to collectively attack the nest of the insect swarm. At this time, the same thing was happening in the destroyer civilization. After confirming that the number of insect swarms in that stronghold was calculated in hundreds of millions, they could basically conclude that that area was most likely the home of the insect swarm. Even if it's not the Zerg's lair, it's likely to be a more important stronghold, so they must capture it. Compared with the destroyer organization in the Empire, it was easier to send troops here, because they directly drove their war fortress over. So after determining the location of the insect swarm, they immediately sent the war fortress towards that area. The galaxy sets off, because the players had placed eyes in these places. When their war fortress set off, the players knew their movements immediately, and then everyone focused their attention on the war fortress. In this way, under the watchful eyes of the players, War Fortress quickly arrived at the galaxy where they deployed the insect swarm. The moment the War Fortress appeared, the fighting locusts in the galaxy immediately discovered them, and then launched an attack on the War Fortress. And as countless locusts flew densely towards him, the War Fortress immediately launched an attack. It wasn't until this moment that the players fully realized the power of this War Fortress. I saw tens of millions of turrets on the War Fortress firing at the insect swarm at the same time. The Locust army was not only large in number, but also had certain defensive capabilities. However, in the face of such fierce artillery fire, their casualties were still very heavy. While bombarding, the hatch of the War Fortress slowly opened, and the next moment densely packed warships flew out from inside, and then joined the battle. As the battle between the two sides began, the number of Locust armies created by the players was decreasing sharply. Although some Locusts successfully broke through the defense line and reached the location of the battleship. But at this time, these Locusts are at the end of their fight. Although some battleships were still killed in the end, the number of battleships was a bit insignificant compared to the casualties suffered by the Locust army. Is this thing so powerful? A player couldn't help but exclaim while looking at the performance of War Fortress. Indeed, the strength of this War Fortress far exceeded the players' expectations. Originally, the players thought that with such a huge number, even if they could not cause serious damage to the War Fortress, they would at least be able to cause some damage to it. But after actually fighting this kind of war machine, the players realized that they were too whimsical. Damn it. Is this the so-called fear that comes from insufficient firepower? None of the hundreds of millions of bugs touched the War Fortress. The player swallowed as he spoke. At this time, the Emperor Penguin also looked at the scene in front of him without saying a word for a long time. It's not a war on the same level at all. Compared with this War Fortress, our insect swarm is not on the same level at all. This War Fortress is divided into 3 types of forts. The first is a long-range attack fort. The second is a mid-level, and the last is a close-range defensive fort. And the most important thing is that the firepower of any kind of fort is very strong. And with these 3 layers of artillery fire coverage, it is basically impossible for our bugs to break through the defense line. After hearing what the Emperor Penguin said, everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 389: The Empire's Fighting Method. Indeed, through the performance of the war fortress just now, everyone understands that if you want to break through the defense of that thing, you must have a main battle unit, such as the Corruptor. Just relying on those little locusts to break through the defense is a bit of a dream. And the most important thing is that even if you can break through their defenses and withstand the damage, you still have to think about how to remove their shield. If you can't remove the shield, then your approach is in vain. Moreover, the internal situation of the war fortress and the number of warships are also very exaggerated. This is the most critical thing. With such a large number of warships, coupled with the firepower network formed by the war fortress, players estimate that even using Thunder Beasts to break through the defenses is impossible. After all, the enemy's firepower couldn't be blocked, and more than 500 million bugs persisted for 2 hours. With this kind of output, it would be impossible for a high-level Thunder Beast to withstand it. And this wave of players also have a profound understanding of the power of this civilization. It's crazy. No matter what the situation is in the Empire, the group here has been wiped out. Why haven't they come over yet? After sighing at this moment, the players suddenly thought of an important thing. It's coming soon. The Empire's fleet will arrive in 10 minutes at most. Just then I replied, the eyeworm player. And then he continued to add, didn't you see that the fortresses of the destroyer civilization haven't left yet? It's obvious that the Empire's fleet was discovered. After hearing this, the players immediately became interested. So they continued to set their sights on the battlefield. Now they want to see who is stronger and who is weaker between these two civilizations. Just like this, amid the players' expectations, the Empire's fleet also arrived in this galaxy. As soon as they arrived here, the Empire's fleet saw the insect wreckage over there and the war fortress in the distance. At this time, looking at the corpses of insects in the sky, the Imperial commander turned his attention to the war fortress of the destroyer civilization. It seems that we arrived a step late. But what I didn't expect was that the Cral civilization was actually here. And they also brought the war fortress here. They were really willing to spend a lot of money. Speaking of this, the commander of the Imperial civilization immediately ordered the entire ship to enter combat status. As the Imperial commander's order was issued, these warships immediately began to attack the war fortress of the Cral civilization. Not to be outdone, the Cral civilization began to fight back against the Empire's warships. And the war between the two sides began. Compared to the Cral civilized empire, they are obviously at a disadvantage, because their total fleet is now only 10 million. Although there are 1 million main battleships among them, it is impossible for this number to compete with the war fortresses of the Cral civilization and the hundreds of millions of battleships. Speaking of which, there is something wrong with the Empire's brain. In this situation, wouldn't it be appropriate to send meat to the enemy? Yes. The strength gap between the two sides is really too big. I really don't understand what the Empire's intention is. I'm a little confused too. At this time, while the players were talking a lot, several extremely fast battleships caught their attention. Because these battleships are all cruise level. But their maneuverability is higher than that of the escort level. And because they can easily advance with firepower, it is not difficult to see that the defensive capabilities of this kind of warship are not weak. Then, under the gaze of the players, these warships got closer and closer to the Empire's war fortress. When the distance reached a certain stage, only a few missile-like things flew out of them. These missiles did not fly very far before they exploded. And then a special force field suddenly began to spread outward from the explosion area. As time goes by, the scope of this diffusion becomes larger and larger. Jump Monopoly Field. At this time, looking at this special force field, the players were a little unsure. It's a force field. And looking at the spread, it's likely to target the entire galaxy. Just when the players were a little doubtful about this, the Euglena players on the front line answered their question. Holy shit! What kind of black technology is this? It can cover half of the galaxy without deployment. It can be directly launched. Damn. This thing is a bit outrageous. It means that if they use this thing in a war with the Empire, then both sides will have no choice but to fight to the death. It would take a very long time to escape such a large-scale interference at normal navigation speeds. So as long as they use this thing, it will be basically impossible for us to escape. We can only go head-on. But if we go head-to-head with the Imperial fleet, I think we will die very quickly. It seems that this empire is planning to compete with the Cral civilization. I think so. But I'm curious about what incredible technology the Empire's warships have that makes them so powerful. Who knows? Keep reading, and the answer will be revealed later. In this way, the players were discussing and watching the battle between the two sides. As the battle between the two sides continued, The Empire's fleet stopped about 20 million kilometers away from the enemy and began to engage in a sniper battle with the enemy. The disadvantages of this kind of long-distance war fortress were immediately revealed. Although the war fortress's long-range cannon can cause damage to enemies at this distance, the damage caused by its mid-range and short-range cannons is limited. Fortunately, the war fortress has many main guns, and these main guns can kill the Empire's flagship. But it is obvious that the Empire's combat policy this time is to use the performance of other warships to consume them. As for the flagship, they just tried their best to give up if they couldn't save it. Now that the war has started, players have finally seen the war advantages brought about by the technological gap. Although the war fortress is powerful enough, it is a pity that the technological level of the Cral civilization is still much lower than that of the Empire. Therefore, they do not have much advantage in an ultra-long distance combat environment. At this time, the Cral civilization naturally discovered their disadvantage. So they immediately made tactical adjustments. They set a large number of warships and began to advance in the direction of the Empire. Because the entire galaxy has been disrupted, it is basically impossible for the war fortress to close the distance. After all, the normal sailing speed of this thing is very slow, and it usually moves distances through jumps or jumps. When they set warships to rush in, the cannon fodder fleet on the Empire's side rushed forward and launched an attack on their warships. Due to the absolute suppression in numbers, the Empire's cannon fodder certificates would soon be exhausted. Then, they set their sights on the Empire's main battleship. Players who are closely watching this battle naturally know that the Empire's fleet will be finished soon. However, just when the players thought so, the eyeworm player on the front line told them that he had discovered a lot of warships coming this way. And those who learned this news probably guessed the Empire's tactics. There is a high probability that the Empire has a powerful support fleet. So this group of fleets will stay here to fight a war of attrition with the enemy. The purpose is to delay time until the support troops arrive. At this time, the Cral civilization obviously realized that the situation was not good. So their charging troops also accelerated their speed in order to eliminate this wave of the Empire's main fleet before the support fleet arrived. Otherwise, if other warships from the Empire arrive, their situation will be passive. At the same time, their war fortress also began to evacuate towards the edge of the galaxy. Although the maneuverability of the war fortress was poor, they could not stand here stupidly forever. And when the Empire saw that the fleet of the Cral civilization was getting closer and closer to them, they saw that these warships also began to move around and began to fight guerrillas with the enemy. The Empire's warships took advantage of their maneuverability to easily distance themselves from Cral's fleet, and began to kite the warships of Cral's civilization. Although the warships of the Cral civilization were still able to hit the Empire's warships during the movement, only a small part of their warships caused damage to the Empire due to speed and distance. Most of the rest of the damage was avoided by the Empire. The situation on the Empire's side is completely opposite to theirs. The attack of their warships on the Cral civilization is simply shocking. Basically, one salvo will take away a large number of the opponent's warships. Speaking of which, brothers, why do I always feel that the Empire's fight against the Cral civilization is just like Grandpa fighting against his grandson's thieves? Yes, use the high maneuverability of the battleship to play tricks with them. Furthermore, the enemy has no way to deal with this roaming pattern. But it is not difficult to see from this that the technological level of this Empire is much higher than that of the Cral civilization, because that special weapon disrupted the entire space. In the past, their war fortress could use short-distance jumps to shorten the distance between the two sides. But now all they can do is fight with the Empire on ships. Mobility. But Cral's side has no chance of winning when it comes to mobility. It can only be left to others to decide. I have to admit that we underestimated the strength of the Empire before. We originally thought that the enemy's cannon fodder battleships were not much different from their main battleships in strength. But now it seems that the gap between the two is really too big. I think I was still fantasizing before that we would go back and join the Empire after we are fully developed. But from the current situation, it seems that if we go to trouble the Empire before we have developed to a certain level, then there is a high probability that we will be grouped. We still have to take a long-term view of the Empire's plan. The Empire's technological level far exceeds our expectations. And while the players were still talking about it, the Empire's support fleet also arrived. Contrary to what players thought, what the Empire brought this time was not battleships, but a large number of giant mechas. From the appearance, the first impression of these mechas is that they are bloated and bulky. But it is undeniable that the firepower of mechas that usually give people this impression is very fierce. When these mechas appeared, they naturally attracted the attention of the Cral civilization for the first time. The warships they were pursuing on the front line immediately flew towards the war fortress after seeing the mecha coming. After this batch of warships arrived, the next moment countless other types of warships were seen flying out of the war fortress. The total number of warships of various types would be worth at least 100 million, according to players' visual estimation. At this time, seeing how cautious the Cral civilization was, players could naturally guess that these mechas might not be as simple as they thought. After all, when these mechas appeared, the Cral civilization directly chose to show off its wealth, because the total number of these mechas is actually only about 50 million. And the combat effectiveness of mechas is usually much weaker than that of battleships. So it stands to reason that the Cral civilization does not need to go to war like this. But they are so cautious at this moment, and it is not difficult to see that they are afraid of this group of mechas. Compared with battleship combat, the combat method of some mechas is much simpler and cruder. I saw these mechas rushing directly towards the war fortress of Cral civilization without any bells and whistles. When the Cral civilized warships surrounding the war fortress saw the mecha troops approaching, they opened fire directly. Not only that, even the war fortress did the same thing. But what surprised the players was that in the face of such fierce cannon fodder from the Cral civilization, these mechas did not choose to evade and continued to move forward. The mecha in the front row of these mechas directly raised a shield composed of a blue light screen and blocked it in front of him. A large number of these defensive mechas relied on shields to form a giant shield and continued to advance against the super firepower of the Cral civilization. At this time, when the players saw this scene, they couldn't help but be amazed, because these seemingly fragile shields could easily withstand most of the firepower of the Cral civilization. Although there are some areas that are not blocked due to too much enemy firepower, once gaps appear in these areas, other defensive mechas from behind will rush up to cover them. At this time, the players present also knew that these shields were not simple. Being able to withstand such a huge amount of attacks can only imagine how amazing the defensive capabilities of these shields are. I am invincible with this shield. If we could get this thing and make it into a battle armor, we would go to heaven. As he said this, a player looked at these shields and his eyes lit up. Come on. If you want to get the shield, you have to consider whether we can beat them. With their combat capabilities, I'm thinking that we are here to deliver meat to others. If you want to kill the mecha and seize the shield, you are probably thinking too much. But I'm curious as to what material these shields are made of, and how hard they are. I feel like these things are no worse than the armor made by the Starry Sky Beasts that our Thunder Beasts wear. In this way, people were discussing that these mecha warriors were getting closer and closer to the Cral civilization. Although during the advancement process, these shields were eventually defeated because they could not withstand too much firepower. But after defeating, they had been very close to the enemy before. As for the remaining distance, these defensive mechas in the front row directly relied on the shields of the mechas themselves to lead the large forces into the enemy's fleet group and start a battle with the enemy. Chapter 390: The Defeat of Cral Civilization. And when these mechas got closer, their fighting methods were very similar to those of the insect swarm. It mainly focuses on breaking through the enemy's formation in close combat, using the mecha's turret to deal damage to nearby enemies. And the melee weapons carried by the mecha are also very lethal. And what surprised the players was that the defensive capabilities of these mechas were actually much higher than those of the corruptors in the first stage of evolution. The powerful defensive capabilities and high output quickly cleared the enemy warships within range. And then, they began to pursue the enemy ships that wanted to distance themselves. Players were also stunned by the mecha's fighting method. Obviously, the players did not expect that this empire's combat method was so similar to theirs. Many players even wondered whether these empires were inspired by the Zerg to create so many mechas. Of course, there is a reason why this method became the empire's way of fighting. First of all, a very critical point is that the space battleships of advanced civilizations are biased. For example, some battleships form a team for defense, and some battleships are used for attack by troops. Normally, in space operations, warships on both sides form a fleet to shoot at each other. Close combat breaks up the enemy's lineup, and targeted killing of enemy warships will often have a very good effect. Although many advanced civilizations are aware of the shortcomings of their own fleets, and they have many plans for this, these plans are usually only useful when there is not much difference in the technological level between the two sides. The gap between the two sides is huge, and the enemy's performance is overwhelming yours. Under such circumstances, your plan will have no effect. All advanced civilizations are very aware of the shortcomings of their own fleets, but it is definitely unrealistic for you to expect them to correct them. For a warship, if you want to take into account attack, defense, maneuverability, etc. You have to balance and perfect it. Then there is a high probability that the warship you build will be the product of the 4 different things. In terms of defense, you can't compare to a pure defensive warship. In terms of output, you can't compare to a pure output warship. In short, all the data are very mediocre. But throughout history, you will find that outstanding people always have some flaws. For example, some people are very smart and have made great contributions to the world. But their flaws are also obvious. That is, their basic ability to deal with people. Up is 0. In addition to these examples, there are many examples, all of which show that specializing in a certain aspect can ultimately achieve much greater achievements than having a little bit of everything. The same goes for battleships. So these advanced civilizations also know the consequences of doing so. But they have to do it. You said that they have raised all the data of a battleship and there are no defects. Can they build such a battleship? The answer is yes. And many advanced civilizations can do it. But the consequences of doing so are also very serious. That is, the resource consumption of each battleship will be extremely exaggerated. To put it another way, an advanced civilization spends thousands of years collecting resources. According to normal routines, it can build hundreds of millions of warships. But if they want to build that kind of high-quality warship, then they may only be able to build a few million. Even if your millions of ships have very powerful firepower, your firepower will at most be equal to that of the warships that are attacking. To put it simply, the total DPS of your fleet is 1 million. But you cannot get it higher because of the quantity. But the other side that specializes in warships may have tens of millions of attack warships. In this case, their DPS can directly exceed 10 million. After such calculation, it is obvious that the latter is significantly more cost-effective. Of course, there is an exception to this, which is the civilization flagship. But this thing consumes too many resources. Under normal circumstances, it is very difficult for a civilization to build one, unless they are lucky and find a group of places with very rich resources. Then, they can be supported to build warships of this level. Yes, it's a group. Take the Cral civilization as an example. Even if the resources consumed by their war fortress and all battleships are added up, there is a high probability that it will not be half of the resources required by the civilization's flagship. Therefore, if you want to build a civilization flagship, first of all, your technology must meet the standard. And secondly, your resource acquisition must also meet the requirements. Both of these two are indispensable. But most of the advanced civilizations in the universe now actually lack resources. If they have enough resources, they can also build such warships. Although it is not as good as the civilization flagships made by top civilizations. What they create is not weak. What the players don't know this time is that in order to completely eliminate them, the Empire has used their civilization flagship. However, considering not to alert the enemy, their warship is still far away from this star field. At this time, the Empire and the Cral civilization were fighting fiercely on the frontal battlefield. Of course, the Cral civilization is at a disadvantage in this battle. At this time, the war fortress of Cral civilization was retreating while exporting. At this time, he knew very well that if he did not withdraw the war fortress, there was a high probability that he would be left here. Although it is not difficult for this war fortress to kill these mechas. After killing these mechas and warships, he himself will be seriously damaged. If the Empire has other support at this time, they will most likely not be able to withstand the next wave. So what he has to do now is to leave this disturbed area as soon as possible. The current situation in the Empire is not much better. Although their technological level is relatively high. No matter how bad they are, the quantity is here. The disparity in numbers means that they can only continue to struggle with warships. And these warships have also targeted the Empire's warships that can launch jump interference. If this type of warship dares to get close, all the warships on the battlefield will immediately abandon their existing targets and turn to attack it. At the same time, when they were preventing this kind of warship, they were also looking for opportunities to see if they could destroy it directly. All in all, the current Cral civilization is willing to go all out to safely evacuate its war fortress. But this wave of operations is normal for a civilization like them. After all, everyone in their civilization lives there. If this thing is really taken over by the enemy, then their civilization will be over. So their top priority now is to retreat immediately. In fact, they can't do anything about this wave of tactical mistakes. They really didn't expect that both themselves and the Empire were eyeing this place at the same time. In the past, they had detailed operations that could provide them with information. But this time the Empire's confidentiality measures were very strict. Therefore, they did not obtain relevant intelligence from the Empire, which also led to their major defeat on the battlefield this time. At this time, the players couldn't help but have other thoughts in mind as they looked at the colossal civilization that was fighting and retreating. Do you think we have a chance to pick up something missing? At this point, the player then added, look at the current battle situation. If nothing happens, there is a high probability that the colossal civilization will run out. Their war fortresses will also be severely damaged. And there is a high probability that a large number of their main battleships will be sent away by the Empire. This means that if we find him after he escapes, his condition should be very bad. At that time we only tried our best to create fighting locusts. And I felt it was still possible to take them down. After hearing what the player said, a person next to him said, well, I advise you not to think too much. You must know that their war fortresses use jump engines for running. By jumping over the engine and escaping, we can only see the general direction of his escape. After jumping to the first point, people only need to jump horizontally a few times and go around the bends, and you will basically not be able to find them. And they are not stupid. They will definitely do this. So finding them can only depend on luck. And given the urinary nature of this civilization, if they were so seriously injured, who knows how miserable they would be to recuperate in that place where birds don't poop. This jump does not leave any traces compared to jumps and lightspeed voyages. This jump simply comes and goes without a trace. At this point, the player also felt sorry for this matter. I feel like after mastering the jumps and techniques, the safety factor has improved a lot. No, but this thing is not so absolute. As long as the enemy finds you and arranges it in advance, you probably won't be able to jump away. Just like this wave. If this wave hadn't been a hasty encounter between the Empire and the colossal civilization, I estimate that the war fortress of the colossal civilization might not have been able to escape. The Empire is not fully prepared for this wave. The players who were talking about it at this time may not have thought that the reason why the Empire could not keep this war fortress was mainly because of them. If they hadn't left so many traces before that the Empire divided a large number of warships, then there is a high probability that this civilization would not be able to escape, because most of the warships were separated. The number of the Empire's main fleets was actually not large, and it would take time for the warships looking for them in other areas to come back. And this time was enough for the colossal civilization to escape. All in all, the colossal civilization was lucky in this battle. But they were also unlucky at the same time. Although they tried their best to escape successfully from their war fortress, during the escape process, their warships had to give up. And even their fortress suffered a certain degree of damage. Because in order to prevent their fortress from escaping midway, most of the mechas launched an attack directly towards the fortress. Although doing so would allow their warships to destroy mechas arbitrarily, the defensive capabilities of these mechas were not limited. So the final result was that the jump engine of their war fortress was almost destroyed, and the Empire's mecha formation was almost wiped out. Although the number of Imperial warships here is now very small, the warship group of colossal civilization has also been left here, because the war fortress did not dare to open the door and wait for the warship to come in when jumping. After all, they finally had such a chance to escape. They definitely didn't dare to make any more mistakes. So they could only abandon this batch of warships and let the war fortress leave first. It is basically impossible for the abandoned warships to rendezvous with the war fortress. Because if they go to rendezvous with the war fortress, there is a chance that the little tail will follow them. Therefore, for the sake of safety, they could only fight with the Empire's fleet in this star field until the entire army was annihilated. In this way, the battle finally came to an end with a heavy damage to the colossal civilization war fortress. At this moment, the players who have witnessed the whole process have a new understanding of the horror of this empire, as expected of the final boss in the game. Please excuse me. This is so damn strong. I admit that we were a little distracted before. After looking at their mecha team, each mecha is at least as powerful as a second stage corruptor. This is outrageous. You must know that this is only one of their formations. If we were to pull out their total formation, I estimate that the number would be more than this. If we want to rely on quality to suppress quantity, we must at least prepare all corruptors of level 6 or above. At this time, Jiangyan naturally witnessed the whole thing. If I guess correctly, that mecha army should be part of the Imperial Titan army, according to the records of the Zerg. Although this organization is much smaller in number than the Astra Militarum, their numbers are still terrifying to me. And the most important thing is that the quality of all the mechas in this organization is quite high. Thinking of this, Jiang Yao couldn't help but sigh. Resources? After all, I am in urgent need of a lot of resources right now. If there are enough resources to allow players to evolve to high levels, then with the advantage of quality, they can still be defeated. And I now have the hearts of 2 Starry Sky Beasts. If I can get more, then I can directly pull out an army of Leviathan. In addition, with enough resources to evolve Leviathan, it will not be difficult to defeat them by then. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao's eyes were set in a certain direction. Now we can only hope that the new galaxy is rich in resources. But since it was arranged by that civilization, then the resources of this galaxy can't be any worse no matter how bad it is. Speaking of this, Jiang Yao seemed to have thought of something again. So he immediately entered the Brainworm's consciousness space and arranged something for the Brainworm to do. Jiang Yao didn't know whether this space was safe, but Jiang Yao believed that there was a high probability that the enemy would not be able to detect it. And now he has no choice. Because for him, this is the only place that is most hidden. At this time, after arranging everything, Jiang Yao turned his attention to the players.